From a young age, Chenlong, who harbored an ardent passion for football, exhibited remarkable skills that led him to join the youth team of Inter Milan at a tender age. His talent rivaled that of Balotelli, and at one point, he even received guidance from the legendary Ronaldo, who was still playing for Inter. However, through a twist of fate, he consumed a magical candy that granted him a peculiar, yet incomplete skill known as star tier. This extraordinary ability allowed him to directly replicate the signature moves of football stars. Unfortunately, his stamina diminished to a mere 5 minutes, leading to his dismissal from Inter Milan and relegating him to the realm of amateur leagues. What could have catapulted him to the status of a football emperor now saw him starting from scratch as a temporary player. Chapter 1. The €10 goal. On July 1st, 2012 Italian time, a sorrowful day for Italian football, the national team suffered a humiliating defeat in the European Championship final in Kiev, Ukraine, losing 0-4 to Spain. The streets of Italy were deserted that night, with no one able to sleep. The weight of defeat was etched on every face, as many succumbed to drunken stupor in bars or curled up at home, wiping away tears. Meanwhile, in a vacant amateur football field in Palermo, Sicily, a boy was stubbornly and slowly running laps round after round, never ceasing. The gentle sea breeze caressed his exquisitely sculpted face, which bore a look of disappointment, yet beneath his heavy brows, his eagle-like eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. It was only after the clock struck 1 that he finally halted, his tall figure gradually retreating under the bright lights. The boy's name was Chenlong, an ordinary child with a Chinese father and an Italian mother, a true blend of Eastern and Western heritage. Just over 2 hours prior, he had sat alone in front of the television, watching Italy succumb to defeat in Kiev, witnessing Spain lift the European Championship trophy for the second consecutive time, and observing his former friend Mario shed tears. What? Mario, his friend? Isn't that the infamous Balotelli? Indeed, it was true. Chenlong had once shared a close bond with the football prodigy. His future had once seemed extraordinarily bright, even more so than Balotelli's today. To trace back 14 years, during the summer of the 1998 World Cup, 4-year-old Chenlong fell deeply in love with football after witnessing Ronaldo's electrifying performance. That year marked the beginning of his obsession with the sport. Displaying extraordinary talent from the age of 4, he was recruited by Inter Milan's youth team at 5, which caused quite a stir in Italy. At that young age, he played alongside teammates who were 4 to 5 years his senior, a testament to his remarkable football prowess. Yet, that same year, unbeknownst to him, he fell victim to a misfortune akin to Ronaldo's injuries. After consuming a colorful candy before a match, his stamina inexplicably dwindled to just 5 minutes. The outcome was predictable. A child who could only play for 5 minutes was bound to be cast aside. Alongside him was the now-renowned Balotelli, who was also dismissed from Inter Milan after a brief trial period. At the time, Balotelli was 4 years older and had formed a deep friendship with Chenlong during their 3 months as roommates. To this day, Chenlong remains Balotelli's mysterious friend. The fates of these two castaways diverged dramatically. Balotelli went on to join the famed La Masia Academy, returned to Inter, played for Manchester City, and earned a place on the Italian national team, ultimately becoming the true Balotelli. Meanwhile, Chenlong's path was far less illustrious. Upon returning home, Chenlong took a hot shower before entering his bedroom. His closet was unusually large for an average child. Though he was no wealthy heir, it was filled solely with his football jerseys. While he possessed numerous jerseys, the most prominent was the number 9 Inter Milan shirt emblazoned with Ronaldo's name, his greatest idol, hanging silently in the center of his closet for 14 years. Since being cast aside by Inter Milan 13 years ago, no professional team had shown interest in him again. Who would want a player limited to 5 minutes of play, regardless of his innate talent or exceptional skills? The world of football had no use for a waste. The candy that altered his life had played a cruel joke on him, bestowing only 5 minutes of stamina upon a naive child of just 5. The only remedy prescribed by doctors was to run and practice continuously to improve lung capacity, but he had to maintain a speed of no more than 5 kilometers per hour, virtually the same pace as walking. Thus, his daily routine consisted of studying, running, sleeping, and secretly practicing football. For 13 years, Chenlong ran, yet his stamina saw a negligible improvement, just 15 seconds over that time, totaling 5 minutes and 15 seconds. However, that sweet yet toxic candy also granted him a peculiar comfort. By the age of 10, he discovered that despite his 5-minute limitation, his skills had advanced remarkably. Any technique demonstrated by a football star before him more than 10 times could be effortlessly mimicked, leading to delightful surprises. After simulating a technique over 100 times, he could flawlessly replicate it. At 10, he had already mastered Ronaldo's signature moves: the elastico, the bicycle kick, the nutmeg, and explosive acceleration, among others, reaching a level of imitation that was nearly indistinguishable. If Ronaldo knew there was another who mirrored his genius, he would surely find solace in that knowledge. Yet Chenlong remained a 5-minute enigma, forever sidelined from the limelight. That same year, he could no longer contain his yearning and joined his first team, boys, ultimately becoming their star player, albeit a 5-minute star. From that point on, a new legend emerged in Sicily, the king of wild warfare, Chenlong, the 5-minute ace. If professional football was unattainable, he could still thrive in the amateur leagues. Being a king in the amateur realm was still a form of royalty. In the football-crazed nation of Italy, amateur teams proliferated like weeds, with thousands scattered across the port city of Palermo. The amateur clubs in Sicily eagerly invited him to play as a substitute, akin to a temporary worker. For instance, when a team had a match the following day, they would prepare a jersey for Chenlong, inviting him to join. In the dying moments of a game, if he scored a goal, he earned €10. Over the span of 10 years, Chenlong welcomed such invitations, relishing the opportunity to play and earn money, ultimately crafting a reputation for himself. However, as Sicilian teams engaged in betting, they often excluded Chenlong's name, as his presence in the final 5 minutes frequently guaranteed a goal. Consequently, most teams invited him solely for matches beyond Sicily. Clearly, if Cristiano Ronaldo was the emperor of professional football, then Chenlong was the emperor of the amateur leagues. Yet, no team could rival the sheer volume of jerseys he had accumulated. His collection could easily be featured in the Guinness World Records. Chenlong stood quietly in front of the wardrobe, meticulously selecting his football kits for the matches scheduled for the following day. He needed 3 outfits, as he had been called upon to assist 3 different teams. The next day, under the splendid weekend sun, Chenlong arrived early at the football field on his bicycle. The first match was set for 9 in the morning, and he had to hustle to make it on time. Indeed, even playing requires a sense of urgency. Fortunately, all 3 matches were taking place in Palermo, sparing him the need to catch a train, although his earnings would have increased if they had been held elsewhere. One could say he was the most unprofessional professional footballer, or perhaps the least serious of temporary players. Each team that invited him would first clarify whether he had other matches scheduled, and if so, they would stagger the match times, which is undeniably a peculiar miracle of Sicily. Here you are, greeted the team leader of Victoria, standing off to the side. Which team are we facing today? Chenlong inquired, brushing his lustrous black hair aside with a casual gesture. A strong team, just transferred from Messina, preparing for the Sicilian Regional League. The usual arrangement applies. You must score to secure our victory. The stakes are high, this time 5,000, and if we win, you'll receive 200. Naturally, this is contingent upon your scoring, otherwise, it's merely 10. Not a problem. Just ensure we aren't trounced before I get on the field. I'd rather not see my 200 turn into a mere 10. Chenlong replied with a smile, exuding a relaxed demeanor as he turned to sit on the steps behind him. For him, the first 85 minutes of the match were of little concern, as he was merely a spectator, yet they were intimately connected to his fate if the team were to suffer a humiliating defeat. His benefits would be scant, at most €10 for a goal. He had previously discussed with other teams the possibility of starting for 5 minutes to secure an early goal before reinforcing the defense to clinch the match. However, he found that entering in the final 5 minutes yielded far greater results, as by that time, the opposing players had exhausted much of their stamina, making it more conducive for his performance. The match commenced. Contests marked by wagers always invigorate the spirit. Although Chenlong had not placed any bets, he possessed the chance to earn from them, thus rendering what should have been a casual game into a source of anxiety, for he wished to avoid squandering an opportunity to earn €200. The game was intense, but lacked brilliance, a quintessential display of Italian football. Chenlong anxiously awaited his moment as he reached the 85th minute, with the score tied at 1 each. Upon entering the field, his objective was singular: to score and secure victory. He moved cautiously, conserving his energy as he approached the forward area, awaiting a chance that belonged solely to him. The ball was fiercely contested in the midfield, never rolling to his feet. His temporary teammates understood the need to wrestle it free and deliver it to him, enabling him to score. Chenlong refrained from vigorous running, instead pacing slowly, akin to a cheetah poised to strike its prey. Yet time slipped away, and after 2 minutes had elapsed, the ball still eluded him. Frustration mounted as the ball remained locked in midfield exchanges or out of bounds, prompting him to retreat to reclaim possession. With resolve, he accelerated back, instinctively drawing the defenders to follow. It is crucial for any newly substituted player to remain vigilant after all. Stamina and unpredictability are at play, and no one dares to be complacent. Indeed, his retreat shifted the dynamics slightly, creating space for shorter passing lanes and new opportunities. However, the ball remained elusive. 3 minutes passed, and still, he had not touched the ball. At that moment, his team earned a throw-in opportunity, just 10 meters past the halfway line. Without hesitation, Chenlong dashed over, signaling to his teammates to pass the ball to him. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to gesture. The ball had no other destination but towards him, as time was running out. If he failed to score, the match would conclude without a win. His teammate promptly hurled the ball forward. Chenlong, facing the incoming sphere, swiftly adjusted his stance, opting not to stop the ball. Instead, he gauged its trajectory, utilizing his body for concealment, and with his right foot, deftly redirected the ball past him while accelerating to the left, evading the defender. In a flash, his actions flowed seamlessly. His agile maneuver was as smooth as an eel, effortlessly breaching the opposing defense. Now, all that remained was for him to seize the ball and accelerate furiously towards the goal, 40 meters away. The opposing defenders, caught momentarily off guard, were left in Chenlong's wake as he approached the edge of the penalty area, facing the goalkeeper in an unknown situation. The goalkeeper immediately launched himself forward. Chenlong, undeterred, maintained his momentum, glancing sideways just before reaching him. In that fleeting instant, he lifted his right foot, feigning a shot to the left side of the goal. The goalkeeper, correctly anticipating the direction, dove to block it. However, to his astonishment, Chenlong swiftly adjusted, using his left foot to nudge the ball to the right, gliding past the goalkeeper and effortlessly slotting it into the empty net. Euphoria erupted from the sidelines as the team leader and onlookers exploded into cheers. On the other side, the coaching staff expressed disbelief, exclaiming, "Why did such a talented player only enter at the end? This is truly a remarkable professional." Meanwhile, the towering defenders glared at Chenlong with palpable disdain, as if witnessing their hard-earned money being ruthlessly snatched away. Chenlong ambled back to the center circle, completely unfazed by their stares. With just a sliver of energy left, he had no time to relish their scrutiny. His only task now was to linger on the field. Biding his time defense was certainly not his responsibility. If the most renowned player in football history is Cristiano Ronaldo, then he was even more relaxed. As the remaining events were of no concern to him, he merely observed his teammates defend, awaiting the final whistle. Of course, no one would forsake money, so aside from him, everyone else fought until the end. He achieved his goal of earning €200, though this was not the limit of his earnings for the day. He still had 2 more matches to play, albeit with a combined playing time of merely 10 minutes. At that moment, the opposing team remained puzzled as to why Chenlong had been introduced. So late. Had they known of a 5-minute ace from Sicily, they would have approached the match with far greater caution. Chapter 2. The arrival of Juventus. After finishing his first match, Chenlong drove towards the next venue, akin to a fast food delivery or postal service, heading wherever there was demand. Naturally, in such low-level amateur competitions, 5 minutes was ample for Chenlong to showcase his abilities. He exhibited no signs of struggle during the match. Throughout the afternoon and evening games, he continued to accumulate goals and money, and this delightful weekend passed quietly with the setting sun. For a youth who had played street football for 8 years, reaching 18 in Italy, a nation fervent about football, was akin to being a seasoned veteran. His 18-year-old friend Balotelli had already become a frontline striker for Inter Milan. Piero, at the same age, was the golden boy of Juventus, while 17-year-olds Ronaldinho and Pele had already graced the World Cup stage. Yet what a Chenlong! At 18, his life seemed bleak and devoid of hope, reduced to merely a temporary worker on the football field. His idols remained unreachable, and he was merely a shadow of their greatness. As he rode his bicycle, Chenlong reflected upon his 13 years of trials and tribulations, feeling a twinge of loneliness and resentment. This discontent had driven him 2 years prior to send his highlight reel to every club, even those in regional leagues. But the outcome was uniformly tragic. Everyone marveled at his performance, yet once they learned he could only muster 5 minutes of stamina, silence and abandonment ensued. A fate that lingered until now. The root of all his misfortunes lay in that one ill-fated candy. Chenlong mused that had he not consumed that candy years ago, he might have stood on the grand stage of the European Championship by now. Meanwhile, the summer training sessions for the Italian leagues had quietly commenced across various locales. This year, aside from Palermo, the defending champions Juventus had also arrived for a 2-week training camp, while 6 players participating in the European Championship were still on holiday. The remaining squad had already begun their preparations. In recent days, Palermo had become livelier, the shadow of their recent final loss somewhat alleviated by the arrival of Juventus. After all, football is but a game, and life must carry on. "Dragon, are you going to watch Juventus train?" Came a familiar shout from below, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. It was a childhood friend, young Urshi, a chubby little fellow of mixed heritage. "No, I ime resting," Chenlong replied, nonchalantly from the rooftop. The afternoon sun lazily bathed him in warmth and indescribable comfort, unlike others who eagerly rushed to the training ground to watch Juventus. He lay alone on a wicker chair, savoring local grapes and sipping soda, lost in thought. Without Pirlo, what was there to see of Juventus? While the likes of Atomic Ant were decent, they still fell short. With Pirlo absent, there was even less to behold, he mused. In truth, Chenlong was a devoted Juventus fan. His idol was Ronaldo, yet his heart belonged to Juventus. The pivotal match between Juventus and Inter Milan in '98, where Ronaldo was denied a penalty, had left him tormented for months, caught between his favorite player and his beloved team. "I have good news that will send you into a frenzy," young Urshi continued his boisterous shout. "Tomorrow, we're playing a training match against Juventus." His voice diminished as he panted, drenched in sweat, as if articulating further would lead to his demise. Though quieter, Chenlong heard every word clearly. With a swift motion, he stood up. "What? Say that again." As he spoke, he hurried downstairs to join young Urshi. "Juventus is playing a training match with us," young Urshi explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Really? What time?" Chenlong inquired eagerly. "Yes, the manager has confirmed it. Tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon. You must perform well. Perhaps Juventus will notice you," young Urshi encouraged. Notice me? If they were going to notice me, they would have done so by now. And I would have been playing in the league long ago. Why am I still mired in amateur leagues at 18? Chenlong's self-derision emerged, though deep down. Was that truly how he felt? Young Urshi, taken aback by his friend's self-mockery, could only pat his shoulder and finally said, "Let us consider it a stroke of luck. Playing against Juventus is a great fortune." Indeed, tomorrow he would aim to score against Juventus, a feat that would make his life worthwhile. He could boast about it to his future children. He chuckled to himself. His thoughts raced. He had long since learned to console himself and quickly emerged from his momentary gloom. "Do you think I can score against Juventus?" Chenlong suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as he earnestly questioned young Urshi. Facing his friend's hopeful eyes, young Urshi responded sincerely, "The odds are nearly zero. Firstly, you won't even have the ball. And secondly, how can you withstand their physicality? They are top-tier defenders in truth. The chances are zero. Then, just let me have the ball. I swear I can do it. I will score," Chenlong declared, biting his lip with determination. "In 5 minutes, I won't lose to anyone. Even if I can't play in the professional league, I won't be outdone by anyone." Young Urshi looked at Chenlong, brimming with ambition, and felt a pang of sympathy. This boy had endured so much. Had it not been for his physical constraints, he might have become a figure like Balotelli, perhaps even greater. Having grown up alongside Chenlong, young Urshi knew well his past and his intertwining fate with Balotelli. "Hang in there, you can do it," he cheered Chenlong on. Chenlong was exhilarated, though he couldn't quite understand the source of his sudden excitement. He had played against Palermo before, yet Juventus' presence stirred something deeper within him. That night marked the first time in ages that he lay awake, unable to sleep. Did he truly not care? No, he cared deeply. He simply didn't wish to display his emotions before others. Having faced numerous setbacks, he wanted to shield himself from further disappointment in front of anyone else. As he lay on his bed, he fantasized about the techniques he would employ to score the next day. He would be up against the elite defenders of his Serie A champions. Did he have a chance to maneuver past those defenders and find the net in just 5 minutes? Could he truly do it? He glanced at the poster of Ronaldinho affixed to the wall opposite his bed, depicting the iconic player soaring with confidence and charisma. Chenlong thought, did he not yearn to emulate that same spirit? What did he desire? Perhaps he sought merely an opportunity, an acknowledgement from the other side, or a chance to become a professional player. In the midst of these boundless dreams, he gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 3. The perfect goal. Juventus, of course, viewed Chenlong not as a rival, but merely as a sparring partner to regain their fitness and form. Nevertheless, even so, the training ground drew thousands of spectators, primarily eager to see their idols, indifferent to who their opponents might be. Thus, when Chenlong and his teammates arrived at the training field, they went entirely unnoticed. Had it not been for their manager bustling over to consult with the Juventus coaching staff regarding match details, no one would have acknowledged their presence at all. Upon entering the arena, Chenlong made his way directly to the bench, finding a suitable seat as he awaited the commencement of the match. At that moment, a fleeting glance caught his eye, a figure seated on the opposing team's coaching bench. Alessandro Del Piero, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuded an aura of charisma and legend. Although it was the summer he departed from Juventus, he had not truly severed his ties with the club. At that instant, Del Piero was engaged in a light-hearted conversation with Juventus head coach Conte, their laughter echoing in the air, embodying a sense of ease and grace. Chenlong pondered the thought of asking for his autograph, yet found himself rooted to the spot, feeling he required a more compelling reason than mere fandom. Despite the impossibility of exchanging jerseys post-match, legends gaze unwaveringly ahead, never casting sidelong glances at the masses. Thus, he realized he must strive to become a legend himself. As the match commenced, stars like Pepe, Vucinic, and Vidal graced the pitch, eliciting waves of cheers from the audience. As anticipated, it was a predictable contest, characterized by a one-sided display. Though goals were sparse, Juventus dominated possession, leaving their opponents feeling powerless. With the scoreline at 0-3 by halftime, a reflection of the fact that the opposing team had yet to unleash their full potential, with many substitutes on the field. Matri, the rugged forward, astonishingly netted 3 goals. Throughout the first half, Chenlong remained focused on observing the defensive players' tendencies and technical traits, completely disregarding the match's progression. Had Chiellini and Barzagli been on the field, he would have felt less compelled to scrutinize, as he knew them intimately. Since the age of 10, alongside his obsession with Ronaldinho's videos, he had developed a penchant for studying the defensive players of elite clubs, operating as a miniature assistant coach, tirelessly analyzing the top defenders and defensive systems in the major leagues, striving to understand both himself and his opponents, thus gaining an edge. His efforts stemmed from a desire to seamlessly integrate into the professional realm when the opportunity arose. Such an extraordinary individual, if granted an opportunity, could achieve unimaginable success. Yet he had only 5 minutes. Due to the absence of 3 national team defenders, Juventus fielded a makeshift central defense comprised of Cáceres, recently returned from a loan in Spain, and Lichtsteiner, temporarily filling in as a central defender. Lichtsteiner, relatively speaking, was a weak link as a right back. He would be out of his element in central defense, allowing for easier breakthroughs from his left side, away from Cáceres. The team lacked possession entirely, necessitating Chenlong to drop back to retrieve the ball from the outset to create a potential scoring opportunity. This contest was arduous yet exhilarating for him, for the opponent was none other than Juventus. Thus, while the players exerted themselves on the field, they also reveled in the joy of football, feeling fortunate to share the pitch with such illustrious stars. Time slipped away unnoticed, reaching the 80-minute mark, and soon it would be Chenlong's turn to enter the fray. He felt a surge of excitement mingled with an inexplicable tension, akin to a bride meeting her in-laws, a mere figment of his imagination. After all, no one else harbored such illusions. Fantasies are ephemeral and unrealistic. Finally, Chenlong stepped onto the pitch, positioning himself near the center line, striving to draw closer to his teammates. Whether due to nerves or some other reason, the moment he entered, a pass found its way to his feet. Momentarily stunned, akin to Balotelli contemplating life, he was swiftly dispossessed by Lichtsteiner, who had closed in on him. Frustration surged within Chenlong. He lamented the squandered opportunity, having previously mocked Lichtsteiner's defense. This experience illuminated the necessity of unwavering focus and the blistering speed of professional players, revealing the chasm between theory and practice. To compound his dismay, Lichtsteiner, having intercepted the ball, delivered a pass to the nimble Jovinko, who effortlessly evaded his teammate, creating a clear path towards the goal and extending the lead to 0-5. Was fate once more toying with him? As the ball was restarted from the center circle, Chenlong exchanged a knowing glance with a teammate who nodded in acknowledgement. He deftly nudged the ball to his companion before suddenly accelerating forward with the speed of an arrow, confronting the two imposing central defenders. Simultaneously, his teammate launched the ball in his direction. Chenlong sprinted ahead, casting a sidelong glance at the approaching ball, gauging its descent. Cáceres, confronted by the advancing Chenlong, smirked, dismissing him as an unseasoned child attempting to bypass him. A high ball? That's mine, he declared before leaping into the air, aggressively heading the ball. Yet, Chenlong, having launched himself half a second later, surprisingly soared higher and lingered in the air longer than Cáceres. Such astonishing leaping ability. Even Connie on the sidelines was momentarily taken aback. In the clash, the brave conquer. The ball was ultimately directed by Chenlong's head. However, in that instant, Cáceres' arm struck Chenlong's right shoulder with force, a deliberate tactic among professional players. If he couldn't secure the ball, he would ensure his opponent could not possess it either. Chenlong lost his balance and fell to the ground, while the ball continued its slow descent. Lichtsteiner and Vidal, rushing to assist, prepared to clear the ball. As the ball neared the ground, Chenlong instinctively extended his right leg and delicately flicked the ball, allowing it to arc gracefully over his head. Instantly, he propelled himself upward, and, as Lichtsteiner approached, he deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, accelerating past him and finding himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper. What? The boy had managed to evade him. Cáceres, still on the ground, wore an expression of fury. Infuriating. He had been outwitted by a mere child. Lichtsteiner was powerless to intervene, and Vidal was too far behind, left to watch in dismay. Ultimately, Chenlong opted for a powerful shot aimed at the bottom left corner of the goal. The crowd erupted in jubilation. His teammates embraced one another with fervor. Who was this? Astonishing. He had flawlessly breached Juventus defenses. Remarkable, even surpassing the prowess of Del Piero. A miracle. Unbelievable. Connie was left speechless, his jaw agape. He moves like Ronaldo. Such speed, such explosiveness. It's incredible, Del Piero remarked, maintaining his composure. The ball found the net, and the goalkeeper, Manninger, reluctantly retrieved it from inside the goal. Chenlong, as was his custom, strolled back nonchalantly. The fire in Cáceres' eyes burned with intensity as he watched Chenlong maintain his calm demeanor, further fueling his ire. It was as though Chenlong was taunting Cáceres, conveying that scoring this goal was merely a trivial task. Yet, Cáceres failed to realize that Chenlong was not deliberately downplaying his perfect goal celebration. Rather, he was on the verge of depleting his energy. To onlookers, it appeared as though he was merely trying to play it cool. Consequently, after scoring, Chenlong faded back into the match, becoming a mere spectator on the field. The Cáceres were utterly astonished, gazing at the motionless Chenlong, contemplating whether they had stumbled upon another philosophical deity in the form of footballer. In the dying moments of a match, Juventus struck once more, finalizing the score at 6-1. The score itself bore little significance. What mattered was the goal scored by Chenlong. Chapter 4. The legendary invitation Piero, Juventus's most illustrious captain, was engaged in an animated conversation with Conti. This lad possesses talent, but alas, he has a critical flaw. His stamina can barely last 5 minutes. Conti lamented. Perhaps 5 minutes is sufficient for him to showcase his brilliance. I've seen his highlights, Piero opined, contemplating the club's elite training facilities that could potentially enhance his physical endurance. Of course, I am not insinuating the use of performance-enhancing substances, he added, glancing at his own well-defined muscles with a frown. Years ago, the Roma coach Zaman had vehemently criticized Juventus's medical staff for administering muscle-enhancing injections to players, creating a stir throughout the footballing world. In retrospect, those substances had undoubtedly altered his agility and finesse, albeit at a cost. No clubs in all of Italy had faith in him, let alone Juventus. Conti persisted. It seems Chenlong is not as lackluster as I initially presumed. He has caught the eye of scouts from various youth clubs across Italy. However, Juventus had humiliated him here, Piero mused, observing the fatigued figure in the distance with a smile. What of it? It was merely a training match. The goal was unexpected, Conti remarked, spreading his hands. The real question is how the team would train and utilize him if they were to sign him. What the contract? Piero rested his chin on his hand. Deep in thought before responding, training could be tailored rather easily. As for the contract, well, I isn't that akin to what he is doing now. A temporary role. Quite suitable. Indeed, you've only been a scout for a short while, yet you've become quite the expert, Connie chuckled, repeating the term temporary role as he turned to meet Piero's gaze, both sharing a conspiratorial smile. Meanwhile, Chenlong sat quietly on the grass, regulating his breathing. The spectators had mostly departed, leaving only a handful behind, primarily those eager for autographs. Chenlong contemplated approaching the crowd, but quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that squeezing through for a few signatures would be an arduous task. He ultimately picked up his sports bag and exited the training ground. This simple training match had concluded, yet unlike previous occasions, Chenlong had scored a goal but earned no euros. However, he had garnered Juventus' attention, although he remained blissfully unaware of it. To receive the favor of a club is a remarkable feat. To attract the interest of a prestigious powerhouse is a supreme honor. Had it been anyone else, they might have already signed with a professional club, but Chenlong was hindered, akin to a decorative vase in football, only able to observe but not participate. Thus, a hint of melancholy graced his features, akin to a girl confessing her affection to a boy only to swiftly retreat to another's bed, leaving the young man helplessly unmoved. In truth, given Chenlong's current physical condition, his inability to act was more tormenting than the inability to play. Gathered at a secluded bar in the city, Chenlong mingled with friends. Yet, he abstained from alcohol, knowing it would deplete his precious stamina. Thus, he opted for a glass of water, seeking solace in a quiet corner. His life mirrored this clear water, colorless and tasteless, devoid of any intoxicating thrill. Such a life felt monotonous, and he now pondered his future with the same lack of vibrancy. He envisioned attending the University of Turin to study business management, bidding farewell to Sicily. No longer a part-time amateur player, he wondered if he could still find joy in football as he transitioned into adulthood. Chenlong became lost in contemplation or perhaps daydreaming. "Mind if I sit?" A mature, magnetic voice interrupted his reverie. Chenlong instinctively nodded, still lost in his thoughts. "You played well today, a perfect goal. I'm accustomed to it. I could score again if given the chance," he replied nonchalantly. "Ha! Confidence is commendable," the middle-aged man said, producing a piece of paper and scribbling down a series of numbers. After patting Chenlong on the shoulder, he departed, stating, "This is my number. I'd like to discuss something with you tomorrow morning. Call me if you're interested." Once the man left, Yang Urshi approached, intrigued, and plopped down beside Chenlong. "Hey, what did Piero say to you?" "What Piero? Are you daft? Didn't you see? You're the one being foolish. The person who just spoke to you was Piero." Yang Urshi exclaimed. "Just now? Piero? Really?" Chenlong's eyes widened as he processed the revelation, searching for the paper with a phone number, as if he had discovered treasure. "Alex, is this truly his number? What was I doing?" he asked, disbelief etched across his face as he turned to Yang Urshi. "Am I not asking you? You're thinking more than Balotelli. It seems you want me to call him tomorrow morning?" "Yes, I'm certain." Chenlong's voice trembled with excitement. "Brother, it appears you've hit the jackpot," Yang Urshi shouted, enveloping Chenlong in a bear hug, nearly overwhelming him with enthusiasm. "Let go, you fatso. I can't breathe. Don't get overly excited. We won't know anything until tomorrow's call. The Emperor is not anxious." "Why should you be?" Chenlong managed to say, momentarily sobered by the exhilaration. Why did previous opportunities not materialize? Yet this one feels so extraordinary. Chenlong questioned, as if addressing Yang Urshi and himself simultaneously. "Because the past was filled with fools. Now, it's Piero who has taken notice," Yang Urshi replied. Chenlong carefully folded the paper and placed it in his pocket, only to retrieve it again and stow it in his backpack. Before long, others who had heard the news flocked over to offer their congratulations. It was a splendid day, a beautiful night. After struggling for 14 years, it seemed that Chenlong was finally poised to embark on a path illuminated by promise. On his way home, Chenlong did not jog around the pitch as he usually did. Instead, he sat quietly for a long time before finally returning home to embrace sleep. Chapter 5. Who is worthy of your emulation? Chenlong always cherished dreaming. Not merely daydreaming, but often finding himself in dreams involving someone or something. He questioned whether he was becoming neurotic or on the verge of losing his sanity. "Since the age of 5, I have often dreamt of an elusive object, devoid of form, existing only as a notion, consistently manifesting in my dreams. Whenever I, Chenlong, reach the pinnacle of mastering a skill, I find myself engulfed in a dream, Yet these dreams remain nebulous and perplexing. However, tonight's dream is particularly lucid, even featuring a dialogue. Do not waste your time learning that detritus, imitating mediocrity. It is a grave insult to me. The voice exudes arrogance and dominance. Damn it. I've resided within you for 13 years, and yet you remain like a fledgling, lacking endurance, merely a feeble shadow. Who are you? I queried in the dream. I'm not anyone in particular. Call me Xinglei. I specialize in replicating football skills. I am in essence, or rather, I am Xinglei. In my dream state, I was bewildered, unable to comprehend who was conversing with me. I am but an abstract concept. Let me put it this way. I dwell within you, unseen and untouchable, only perceptible. To clarify further, I am essentially a fragment of your consciousness, a part of your footballing intellect. Can thoughts even speak? I retorted. Isn't it a given that a thoughtless individual is a fool? Would I converse with a fool? Though you are not a fool, you are indeed feeble. Let me reiterate. I am Xinglei, your footballing intellect. Just remember, I am here to assist you in replicating football skills. Do not concern yourself with my appearance, though I must admit, I am rather handsome. Over the past 13 years, I have aided you in replicating extraterrestrial dribbling techniques. The cowtail, Beckham's bending shot, and Ronaldo-level kick, among others, all of which are the pinnacle of skills. Yet today, you dare to request the skills of that brutish Matri? What skills does he possess? Mia rubbish. How could you ask me to replicate rubbish? As the highest form of existence, I naturally only replicate the most superior skills. Henceforth, do not waste your time on such trash. It is a disservice to both my time and yours. The most exceptional players disdain scoring with headers. They aim to outmaneuver the goalkeeper before scoring. Do you genuinely believe you are exceptionally gifted? Is it not thanks to my assistance in replicating so many skills that you have reached this point? Otherwise, in these 5 minutes, you would indeed be a cripple. Such blunt words were indeed quite impolite. Enough of this. We shall converse another time, I declared. This is merely a dream, I reminded myself. Indeed, it was just a dream. Upon waking in the middle of the night, I dismissed it as such. Yet I could not fathom why the dream acknowledged my study of Matri. Earlier that day, while watching a match, I had subconsciously observed Matri's headers, attempting to glean some insights. Could it be that one dreams of what they pondered during the day? Nonsense. I dismissed this thought internally. Could it be akin to a telephone conversation between two parties? I felt somewhat muddled, rubbing my head and patting my chest, finding nothing amiss. I closed my eyes again, but found sleep elusive. Xinglei? Thoughts? What on earth were these concepts? Lying in bed, I pondered why these two entities could be equated. Did I truly possess something called Xinglei within my thoughts, capable of aiding me in replicating the skills of football stars? A flicker of excitement ignited within me. Why not test it now? Upon opening my eyes, I felt as though my mind was conversing with me. This sudden notion compelled me to rise from my bed and power on my computer. I searched online for Messi's rapid, directional dribbling technique compilation and began to observe and study intently. After a quarter of an hour, my expression shifted to one of astonishment. For the first time in over a decade, I recognized that my mimicking abilities were indeed extraordinary. However, if one were to naively assume that merely watching Messi's videos a dozen times would grant mastery of his techniques, they would not merely be a genius. They would be a grotesque genius. One would be 10 times more bizarre than Messi. And yet in the realm of football, there exists but one Pele, one Maradona, one Ronaldo, and one Messi. Thus, I comprehended the gravity of this realization, believing only partially in what had been conveyed in the dream. Perhaps, if I truly possessed such abilities, I would indeed be exceptional. This thought brought me a moment of joy. Yet I was also preoccupied with the potential encounter with Piero the following day, which rendered me utterly sleepless. Damn my stamina. If only were not confined to 5 minutes, I could truly unleash my potential on the field, an angelic body intertwined with a devilish essence. I grappled with my conflicting emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or despair. Who is worthy of my replication? This question is straightforward. Undoubtedly, the top-tier strikers, elite midfielders, and even the finest defenders merit my emulation. The more, the merrier, right? It is akin to wealth. Who would complain of having too much? I silently mocked myself. If I can replicate football skills so adeptly, could I also replicate skills from other sports? The possibility flickered in my mind as I began typing basketball skills into my computer, searching for Jordan S. videos. Another quarter of an hour passed before I collapsed onto my bed, disappointment etched across my face. I yearned not only to become a god of football, but also began to drool over the prospect of becoming a basketball deity, revealing my insatiable greed. In the end, I resigned myself to the reality that I could only rapidly replicate football skills. Suddenly, I realized that if this Xing lay or thought were indeed real, had it not wreaked havoc upon my life for 13 years? Anger surged within me. This very entity had condemned me to a life of mediocrity, robbing me of the chance to become a star at Inter Milan, depriving me of the joys that others my age experienced, and even leaving me, at 18, still a virgin. At 18 and still a virgin? It was clear that my 5-minute limitation had rendered me incapable. The more I contemplated, the angrier I became, wishing to extricate it from my mind and deliver a sound thrashing. But how could I do that? Digging into my own brain? Such a proposition was utterly nonsensical. Before I could do so, I would already be lying in a morgue. Yet, 13 years later, was I still as unfortunate? At least for tonight, it seemed so. But what of tomorrow? Would this Xing lay bring me fortune or misfortune? Gradually, I drifted back into slumber. Chapter 6. Temp worker, what now? I awoke early, reclining in a wicker chair on the rooftop, basking in the gentle sea breeze and the refreshing sunlight. Of course, it was not a love for poetic beauty or a longing for the morning splendor that had driven me to rise so early. My right hand clutched a black widescreen phone, while my left held a small piece of paper inscribed with numbers, revealing the true reason for my early awakening. A glance at my dark circles indicated my exhaustion. At that moment, I had temporarily forgotten last night's dream, consumed instead with thoughts of Juventus and Pirlo. The wait was interminable. I endured the hours from 6 to 8, a torturous ordeal, especially since I had initially planned to call at 9. I was unaware of whether Pirlo, now an official rather than a player, would still be lost in slumber. By 8 o'clock in July at the port of Palermo, the day had begun to heat up, the sea breeze now offering little relief from the rising temperatures. Ultimately, I decided against lingering any longer and descended from the rooftop. I reasoned that rather than wait idly, I might as well take an early stroll to the training ground. As he was about to step outside, he noticed a special delivery on the threshold. Chenlong bent down to pick it up. To his astonishment, the recipient's name was none other than his own, and the sender was the University of Rome. Surprised, he opened the envelope to find an admission letter from the University of Rome. It turned out that he had been accepted by both the University of Turin and the University of Rome. The latter is renowned as the finest university in Italy, particularly distinguished for its finance program. This unexpected letter brought another wave of delight to Chenlong. However, his primary focus now was on an important phone call, so after carefully placing the letter aside, he rode his bicycle to the training ground. With a heart filled with trepidation, Chenlong finally arrived at the training ground. Juventus had already commenced their practice, and he could distinctly hear Coach Connie shouting from the sidelines. Perhaps due to the humiliation he had inflicted on him the previous day, Cáceres appeared unusually fervent and aggressive today, and Chenlong witnessed the formidable scene of Cáceres fiercely knocking Borriello to the ground. A surge of emotion coursed through Chenlong's mind, contemplating that had he faced such a fate yesterday, he likely would have fared far worse than Borriello. Fortunately, despite his unfortunate lack of stamina, Chenlong was undeniably blessed with remarkable talent and fortune in scoring, and now he had received acceptance letters from 2 of the best universities. Moreover, he had also garnered the attention of Pirlo. Looking around, Chenlong was disheartened to find no sign of Pirlo. He settled into a somewhat secluded spot, silently observing everything on the field. After 9 o'clock, he finally dialed Pirlo's mobile phone. Hotel Bellerive, room 1202. Hey, Long. Just as Chenlong entered the hotel lobby and prepared to head to the elevator, a tall, burly man with a full beard approached him with a grin. Chenlong's expression soured upon recognizing him. It was Beccoloni from Messina. What brings you here? Couldn't make it in Messina? Hey, I just met Pirlo from Juventus. Jealous, are we? Next season, I'll be the forward for Juventus' youth team. Beccoloni boasted proudly, then shifted his tone. What are you here for? Not with some girl, I hope. With that physique, you can barely last 5 minutes on the field. And you're thinking about that? Ignoring Beccoloni's taunts, Chenlong walked past him expressionlessly, responding, yes, I'm indeed having a rendezvous with Pirlo, and stepped into the elevator, leaving Beccoloni behind, astonished at how someone so inept could catch Juventus' eye. 2 years younger than Chenlong, Beccoloni was well known in Messina, possessing a physically mature build at just 16, reminiscent of Amori, powerful yet technically skilled, nicknamed Little Beast. No one in his age group was more outstanding than him, though he was notorious for his foul mouth and domineering demeanor. In recent years, he frequently competed against Palermo, and Chenlong had faced him in numerous matches, each with mixed outcomes. However, Beccoloni could play for 90 minutes while Chenlong struggled to manage 5. It was surprising that Juventus had taken notice of him. Regaining his composure, Chenlong knocked on the door of 1202. The meeting was devoid of tension. Pirlo did not project the demeanor of a superstar, but instead remained approachable, which lightened the atmosphere of their conversation. "What would you like to drink?" Pirlo inquired naturally. "Oh, just water, thank you." Chenlong felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, this was Pirlo, who proceeded to pour water for him. "I've spoken with Connie about you," Pirlo began after handing him the glass. Technically skilled, with exceptional awareness, strong in physicality, and remarkably swift for your age. It seems you embody the essence of perfection, as Chenlong absorbed Pirlo's description. The recognition from a legendary figure stirred deep emotions within him. Am I truly that exceptional? Yet, he did not let himself become overly elated because, regrettably, he could only last 5 minutes, a sentiment echoed by others. 5 minutes isn't always enough to accomplish much, especially in a professional team, Pirlo continued, casting a glance at Chenlong, unaware of the subtle shift in his expression. While Chenlong's initial joy had dimmed into a shadow of gloom, he did not outwardly express this, for it was an undeniable truth. However, 5 minutes could indeed yield miracles, much like in a football match where the final outcome remains uncertain until the referee's whistle. Since 5 minutes can create miracles, why can't we conjure other wonders? Perhaps 5 minutes could extend to 10, then to 15, and ultimately to the full duration of the match? Upon hearing this, Chenlong suddenly raised his head, his gaze becoming sharp and resolute as he boldly met Pirlo's eyes. "Excellent. This isn't mere encouragement. It's a demand for you to achieve it. We need the spirit of Juanito." With a swift motion, a thick stack of contract papers was tossed onto the table. Throughout their conversation, Chenlong had been anxiously listening while Pirlo spoke calmly, but at this moment, he required Chenlong's response. Temporary worker? A professional footballer as a temporary worker? For Juventus? Chenlong's mouth fell agape. Is it shameful to be a temporary worker? He questioned himself, and then answered defiantly, not at all. How much is the weekly pay? He inquired, maintaining a stoic expression. None. Monthly pay? None. Daily pay? None. Surely there's a guaranteed minimum? None. Remember, you're a temporary worker. Temporary workers have no conditions. What's the point then? Chenlong's face paled after hearing 4 consecutive negatives. There's a goal bonus, however, and it is considerably higher. 1,000 for each goal, 500 for assists, regardless of the match outcome. A match fee of 200. Naturally, these rates apply during the senior league. In the youth league, each match only receives a 50 subsidy. Start from the youth league, Pirlo added. This is hardly different from my current situation, Chenlong mused. That's natural, but you must understand the difference in starting platforms. Also, there's top-tier physical training offered to you at no cost. Alas, even one of my sacred idols can be so mundane, Chenlong lamented, and Pirlo chuckled at this remark. This is the club's decision. I am powerless to change it. Do you have any other questions? Could you sign 100 autographs for me? Why? I want to sell them. I don't want to starve. I need to think about it. Can you give me a day? Certainly. Last question. Did Beccoloni make the team as well? Yes, he is a key player the club is focusing on developing. Oh, your judgment is quite poor. No matter. I'll take my leave now. I'll call you once I've made my decision. Chenlong stood up, taking the contract with him. You're merely criticizing yourself. Please respond promptly. Chenlong's hesitation in immediately agreeing was not due to any shame associated with being a temporary worker, but rather the acceptance letter from the University of Rome he received that morning caused him to waver. Should he choose Rome or Turin? Rome offered a path free of failure, promising a future of unimpeded opportunity. What about Turin? Everything was uncertain. Failing would mean mingling with second-tier universities, while success might yield unexpected glory. Yet, could such glory truly exist? This presented a paradox. The more one yearns for something unattainable, the more relentless the pursuit becomes. However, when that very thing unexpectedly presents itself, one may find themselves paralyzed by trepidation and indecision. Now, 2 choices lay before him. One assured him a worry-free dormitory. while the other offer an opportunity with an unknown outcome. As he opened the door, Chenlong turned back to ask, "Idol, I'm curious. When you missed 2 clear chances during the Euro 2000, how did you manage to carry on?" "Endure or bear it," came the response. "Oh, I was one of your supporters back then," Chenlong replied with a shy smile. "I am still among those who support your joining Juventus. And perhaps the most crucial one." Del Piero stood up, gazing intently at Chenlong. "Very well, I shall sign." After a prolonged silence, Chenlong finally closed the door. Yet, he chose to return, sitting down on the sofa, picking up a pen, and signing his name boldly. A flicker of admiration sparkled in Del Piero's eyes. Even as he remarked, "You've been deceived." Chenlong did not raise his head, replying, "You are not significantly better than my first idol, Ronnie." Del Piero was a rogue. This was Chenlong's first impression after genuinely interacting with him. "Of course, I cannot compare to him. Even that bald brother, known as the alien or phenomenon, surpasses me. I believe I am far more handsome than you." Chenlong could not resist teasing. "But I am your legend." This left Chenlong utterly speechless. A rogue indeed. Not just any rogue, but one whose legend was irrefutable. Before him, Chenlong had to concede that he was indeed a legend. Any rebuttal would require one to achieve a status akin to Ronnie's. "Although the contract is signed between you and me, it is under the guidance of Coach Connie, so you must earn his favor through your performance. Whether you emerge as a dragon or a mealworm will be revealed in due course. You have 2 days to settle your affairs, then report to the team." Thus, Chenlong, stepping into the realm of professional football, signed a 5-year contract with Juventus, albeit a temporary one devoid of guarantees. Nevertheless, he felt a profound joy within. Even if a second-tier team had offered him a contract, he would have gladly accepted, let alone Juventus. Even if his journey ended in failure, it felt as though he had nothing to lose, for Turin would still be his backdrop. The moment he signed the contract, his choice of university naturally became the University of Turin. The only aspect of the contract he found fair was the opportunity to pursue his academic studies while training and competing. There could be no better outcome. Naturally, to his friends, entering Juventus was already a miracle, let alone any other consideration. "I essentially sold myself to Juventus. Akin to Fabregas paying his own way to Barcelona last year," Chenlong sarcastically remarked. "Mentioning Fabregas irks me. Just last week, he assisted Silva in scoring the first goal." One teammate said indignantly, "Then you can look forward to the day I assist Balotelli in scoring against Spain, followed by my own goal that seals the victory." Someone had begun a daydream, then added, "No, better to give them a slap in the face to redeem past grievances. I don't mean to dampen your spirits. But the most practical thought right now is to first secure a chance to play for Juventus," young Urshi interjected. "Indeed, I must first conquer the youth team." Chenlong retracted his earlier smile, his demeanor suddenly serious. Chenlong was a quintessentially dual-natured individual. He exuded lightheartedness among friends, yet became meticulous and earnest when faced with significant matters. This reminded him of his loathsome future teammate, Donny. "If I cannot even outshine Beckham's, how can I establish myself at Juventus? If I cannot claim a spot as a substitute over Beckham's, what hope do I have for greater aspirations?" According to Del Piero, Beckham's was a key player the club was nurturing, while he himself was merely a substitute, a temporary player. Chenlong scrutinized this dilemma earnestly. "No, from this day forward, I am no longer an amateur. From this day forward, I will no longer be a wandering street player. From this day forward, I am a member of Juventus, even if just as a temporary worker." Chenlong ignited a fervent fighting spirit within himself. Chapter 8. Where did the sick cat come from? Dragon. Now that you've entered the professional football arena, not having an agent is somewhat unseemly. The portly young appear to decide, shamelessly inquiring. "Keep your distance. I don't even have a salary, so you won't benefit from me." Chenlong disdainfully shot him a glance, pushing him away to create space from the loathsome man. "I understand the principle of fishing with a long line. Moreover, I am filled with unending confidence in your future." Young replied brazenly. "However, I have yet to hear of a football agent becoming a beggar. I sincerely hope I am not that person." After a pause, he added, "Does this agent position come with 5 social insurances and a housing fund? Is it calculated weekly?" Chenlong, who had been indifferent until then, immediately recalled his pitiful treatment upon hearing this, glaring at the rotund figure before him, wishing he could punch him right away. "I barely scrape by, often go hungry. I'm not much different from beggar. What are you talking about in terms of benefits?" He lifted a cup of ice water from the table, took a delicate sip, and earnestly stated, "Since I am but a temporary football worker, if you are to be my agent, you must start from the ground up as a temporary worker too. When I secure a permanent position, you may also transition to a permanent role." God, please do not let me fall to such depths alongside him. It's settled then. It will also help you lose weight. 2 days later, precisely 10 days after the conclusion of the European Cup, Chenlong arrived early at Juventus's training ground in Palermo. Chenlong had always been fortunate. Those gathered here consisted of Juventus' first-team players, except for him and Messina's Beckham's. It is well known that although Juventus was the newly crowned champion of Serie A in the 2011 to 2012 season, the striking capabilities of its forwards were far from commendable. Matri and Borriello had plenty of vigor but lacked finesse. Vucinic was unpredictable yet inconsistent. Quagliarella was akin to a barren tree, unlikely to flourish. Thus, Juventus was desperately seeking forwards that summer, pursuing Real Madrid's Higuain and even eyeing Manchester City's Dzeko as potential targets. Naturally, while seeking to recruit super strikers, Juventus was also on the lookout for exceptional young talents within Italy to supplement the team. Hence, Chenlong and Beckham's were fortunate to be temporarily invited to train with the first team. As a newcomer to the prestigious club, a sense of nervousness was inevitable. Unless one was a star player transferring from another club, individuals like Chenlong would almost entirely be overlooked by teammates. Indeed, not even subjected to disdain, but rather outright ignored. Fortunately, during a recent training match, Chenlong had already showcased a glimpse of his abilities to his teammates. Thus, when he entered the training ground, he was met with a few astonished glances, including one from the fellow player, Caress. On the other hand, the other newcomer, Beckham, was so brimming with confidence that he paid no mind to the stares. The two approached Connie together to report in. Connie gathered the players and briefly introduced them. Naturally, both Chenlong and Beckham were familiar with everyone present, although the reverse was not true. They were merely two minor players who would truly take notice of them. Even Caress, who had previously suffered at Chenlong's hands, might not genuinely accept him, as he would surely seek retribution when the opportunity arose. This encounter was markedly different from the last, as the team had welcomed back some of its more illustrious stars. The renowned Maestro Pirlo, the legendary goalkeeper Buffon, top defenders Chiellini, Barzagli, Bonucci, and the young Prince Marchisio, all of whom reported back right after the conclusion of the European Championship. Being able to observe so many Italian internationals up close filled Chenlong with excitement and joy, though he also felt a tad shy as he greeted them. As the team captain, Buffon politely extended his hand to shake with both newcomers, signifying the team's warm welcome. The elegant gentleman, Pirlo, nodded in acknowledgement. Yet the mid-generation players like Marchisio were less courteous, displaying an air of indifference towards Chenlong and Beckham, even offering a perfunctory handshake. Such an attitude from the national team members was not surprising. After all, they were merely newcomers, and the arduous journey of solidifying their place in the lineup was fraught with challenges. Securing a starting position was even more daunting. One poor performance could lead to being put on the transfer list. This harsh reality was applicable to everyone in professional football. A rookie's good performance could threaten an established player's position. With the return of the national team players, that day's training was divided into two segments. The internationals engaged in adaptive relaxation training, while the original squad underwent high-intensity drills. However, this first day of training proved to be quite embarrassing for Chenlong Beckham. "You joined the high-intensity group," announced assistant coach Alessio. "Chenlong, you will participate in adaptive training. Belkri, please adjust his training regimen accordingly." Upon hearing that Chenlong was assigned to adaptive training, all the players cast puzzled and incredulous glances his way. How could a newcomer receive such treatment? Even Buffon, the captain, was perplexed by the coach's decision. In truth, no one was aware of Chenlong's physical limitations at that moment. However, neither the head coach nor Chenlong offered any explanation. Under the sudden scrutiny of so many stars, Chenlong found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly scratching his head, feeling quite embarrassed by the situation. Beckham was the exception, as he was fully aware of Chenlong's condition. Yet even so, he couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. In his mind, he had envisioned that Chenlong would be utterly exhausted by the end of the first training session and eliminated from consideration. Now he could only mutter to himself, "Indeed, he's riding on someone else's coattails. His father must be influential." Amidst the confusion, Fitness coach Belkri led the internationals and a special newcomer to another section of the training ground. The first exercise of the fitness training involved jogging 50 laps, a task that seemed straightforward. However, upon hearing this, Chenlong felt a sense of foreboding. 50 laps were not the issue. But running alongside the internationals was a different matter. His definition of jogging did not align with theirs. As expected, as soon as the jogging commenced, Chenlong began to lag behind. It was barely 100 meters, yet he had already fallen behind by more than 20 meters. Marquisio, brimming with youthful vigor, turned back to see Chenlong's nonchalant demeanor and couldn't help but exclaim, "How did this guy get in?" Strutting about on the first day as if he owns the place. It seems like he's more exhausted than we were after playing in the European Championship. Probably just a spoiled aristocrat here for a good time, Chiellini interjected. Barzagli chimed in, "Don't speak too hastily. What if he's Connie's illegitimate son? That would be quite troublesome. Come on, can you all stop being so vile? If you have questions, ask the coach later." "There's no need for this nonsense," Buffon interjected, stopping the conversation before it spiraled further. Pirlo merely shook his head and chuckled. As the distance between them widened, the national players quickly completed a lap and soon caught up with Chenlong. At this point, Chenlong was feeling flushed, wondering why the coach hadn't explained his unique circumstances to the team, as it only served to sow doubt among his peers, making him feel quite awkward. He felt like a prodigal son, the subject of ridicule. But there was little he could do. After all, he was a genius trapped in a frail body. He continued to jog at his own pace, leisurely circling the red track as if taking a stroll. When Buffon finally reached Chenlong's side, the latter looked up and offered an innocent, awkward smile, as if to say, "I'm sorry, but I have a condition. You all go ahead." Buffon chuckled and nodded, jogging past him, soon creating a gap of several meters once again. Coming to play football with a condition? Now that's a problem, someone speculated. What kind of condition could it be? A mental disorder? Kidney deficiency? Impotence? Or perhaps something else? Maybe he has undergone a self-castration and is now practicing some secret martial arts. Look at his frail body. "I can't even muster the energy to care," someone noted. It seems like a Chinese financial consortium is about to take over. They say 3 women make a drama, but it seems 3 men are no different. Chapter 9. Buffon said, "You shoot, I'll guard." Meanwhile, the other group engaged in high-intensity 7-a-side training, with Beckham taking the role of the lone striker. Chenlong ran alongside, harboring a twinge of envy as he watched him, feeling emotions that only he could comprehend. With Beckham's robust physique, he matched the intensity of the first-team Juventus players, holding his own against Caress, proving himself to be a standout among Italy's younger generation. Reliable sources indicated that Beckham had been selected for the Italian U17 squad. An hour and a half later, the national team players finished their 50 laps amidst laughter, while Chenlong had barely completed half. Belkri gathered the internationals, calling Chenlong over as well. The latter strolled over at a leisurely pace, and those unaware might have mistaken him for a star player. Cough, cough. I forgot to mention that Chenlong has a rather peculiar condition. To put it simply, he has the stamina for only 5 minutes of normal competition, which is why his training regimen is somewhat unique. So, there is no need to harbor too many questions. Fitness coach Belkri clarified, noting the confusion in the eyes of the national players. However, if you doubt his abilities, you would be mistaken. You can ask Caress if you wish. Of course, you might get to experience it yourself in subsequent training sessions. Is it really that bizarre? No wonder, murmured someone in the crowd. Perhaps it's truly a surprise. Let us see later, another suggested. The high-intensity training for the other group had also concluded, with the young Beckham excelling remarkably, scoring 1 goal and assisting another. Such stellar performance in a training match indicated a bright future ahead. The team gathered once more, with Barzagli, Chiellini, and Bonucci leading the defensive players to the gym, while the attacking players, including Marquisio and Pirlo, remained behind to practice shooting. Chenlong followed the latter group. The goal was guarded by Buffon and Manninger, as the players practiced shooting from outside the penalty area. Newcomers like Chenlong and Beckham were not worthy of Buffon's attention, so they had to practice with Manninger at the opposite end of the field, alongside Matri, Quagliarella, Pepe, and Elia. Naturally, the younger players were at the back of the line. After witnessing Matri and Quagliarella's clumsy attempts at shooting, Beckham confidently picked up the ball, placed it a few meters in front of the penalty area, and retreated a few steps. Suddenly, he charged forward, swinging his thigh vigorously, and unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The ball soared like a cannonball towards the upper right corner of the goal. Manninger, caught off guard by the boy's strength and the speed of the shot, quickly moved his feet and lunged to the side. His fingertips barely grazed the ball, altering its trajectory just enough for it to strike the crossbar and rebound into the air. This kid is quite impressive. It seems his earlier goal in training was no fluke, Matry thought, feeling a twinge of caution. Quagliarella, also perspiring slightly, mused that his own shooting power paled in comparison. Manninger continued to dive left and right, blocking several of Beckham's attempts, but eventually Beckham managed to score. Quite strong, was the simultaneous conclusion reached by Matry and Quagliarella as they exchanged glances. Could this boy steal their opportunities next season? No way. Each harbored their own thoughts. Finally, it was Chenlong's turn. When he stepped up, he decided against a powerful shot like Donny's and opted for a free kick. He placed the ball further back than where Donny had shot from, about 25 meters from the goal. Does this kid look down on others? How arrogant, Manninger thought as he observed Chenlong's actions. That's too cocky, shooting from that distance, Elia remarked to Pepe beside him. Pepe replied, don't forget, he was impressive last time, just watch. Standing over the ball, Chenlong took a deep breath, looked up, and began his run. As he planted his left foot, he tilted his upper body to the left, swinging his right foot with great speed. The ball flew like an arrow, curving dramatically to the left, heading straight for the lower left corner of the goal. Oh my, that curve, Pepe exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. It was a perfect arc, a flawless angle. This guy is extraordinary. Beckham had to concede. The ball flew toward the lower left corner, and Manninger, having anticipated the direction, leaped with all his might toward that corner. Unfortunately, as his body extended, but he had not fully laid out, the ball grazed the post and nestled into the net. Manninger crashed heavily onto the grass, failing to touch the ball. What kind of little prodigy has shown up today? I'm utterly humiliated, he thought, rising to his feet, ready for more. Chenlong smiled sheepishly, feeling a twinge of guilt, and placed the ball back in the same spot. This time, he executed the same shooting motion, and the ball again traced a perfect arc toward the goal, but this time it targeted the lower right corner. Manninger, making the same judgment, dove swiftly to the right. Yet, the result was the same as before. The ball found its way into the net. Again, Manninger, refusing to accept defeat, got back up. Having been humiliated by Chenlong 3 times already, once in training and twice with these free kicks, he was determined to stand firm. The third shot found the lower right corner, the left upper corner, the left lower corner. This was simply formidable. Krasic, who had been watching from the other side of the goal, was captivated. This feels just like a Beckham curve, he remarked to Pirlo, who stood beside him, nodding in agreement while pondering if he could achieve such precision himself. Buffon had also stopped guarding the goal to observe. Under the clear blue sky, Chenlong's shots repeatedly soared through the beautiful expanse, finding the net time after time, while Manninger retrieved the ball from the goal, his head hanging low, devoid of any pride. Indeed, this was the signature Beckham curve, a technique he had mastered to perfection. Meanwhile, standing at the edge of the training field, Piero secretly chuckled to himself, glancing up at the radiant sky. A prodigy? Indeed, the genius cast aside by Inter Milan 13 years ago had resurfaced just as he was about to retire. One could only wonder how Inter Milan would feel upon witnessing Chenlong's astonishing performance in the future. Hey, let me practice with you, Buffon said after Chenlong had scored his 10th free kick. The teammates present at the training ground looked on, eager to join in, now regarding Chenlong's free kicks with newfound respect. In truth, a free kick without a wall is somewhat similar to a regular shot, as the shooter enjoys a significant advantage. However, being able to score directly with various curves showcases the shooter's remarkable skill, which was clearly evident in Chenlong. You shoot, I'll guard, Buffon declared. Having replaced Manninger, he bent his body, spread his legs, and extended his arms, ready for the impending shot. Chapter 10. The Crescent Moon and the Battle Axe. Buffon, an unassuming rookie? Such a notion seemed absurd, yet it was indeed happening. It was said that within Juventus, only 2 players could effortlessly breach Buffon's defenses, Piero and Pirlo, and that too with free kicks taken without a wall. Chenlong merely approached the free kick in his usual manner, unaware of the attention he was drawing. He typically practiced this way. Today was no different, except for the presence of a different goalkeeper. Was it really so exaggerated that it attracted Buffon's attention? I'm just casually testing my free kick technique, Chenlong thought, scratching his head sheepishly. Perhaps he had been forgotten by football for too long. This kid is still smiling? Observing Buffon's serious demeanor in front of the goal, Chenlong felt a surge of pride, his expression turning serious. Receiving practical guidance from Buffon was an honor, and he needed to extend the utmost respect. Should he use the Beckham curve again? No, he resolved to switch it up, choosing a technique that would catch everyone off guard. With that thought in mind, he lifted the ball with his right foot, holding it in his hands before stepping back 10 paces to set it down. What does this kid intend to do? Manninger, feeling insulted, scowled as he watched Chenlong retreat 30 meters away to face Buffon. Buffon watched as he stepped outside, devoid of any sense of disdain. For he had just come to a clear realization that the young man before him possessed free-kick abilities of the highest caliber. He would certainly not entertain even the slightest notion of underestimating him. Piero, too, observed Chenlong with great interest, sharing a similar sense of astonishment as Buffon. Chenlong took a deep breath, gazing intently at Buffon, who remained motionless, fixated on the ball at Chenlong's feet, akin to an insurmountable mountain. Not everyone has the opportunity to face Buffon in a one-on-one contest, but those who have experienced it universally share a common sentiment. Upon looking at him, one is struck by a piercing aura of intimidation and the profound fear it engenders. Clearly, Chenlong felt a pang of trepidation in this atmosphere. I will score this goal. I must strike it well, he thought, striving to dispel any fear. He first placed his left foot before the ball, then consciously measured the distance, stepping back 5 paces before shifting left to create the angle for his shot. Isn't this a move commonly employed by Ronaldo? Could it be that he is attempting this technique? Having had encounters with Ronaldo's free kicks, Piero instinctively thought of him. Undoubtedly, Piero had scored countless goals using this method. No wonder Chenlong retreated so far. It would indeed be challenging to strike otherwise. In the realm of free kicks, few masters exist. In the past, Beckham's curling shots had taken down innumerable opponents, while now, Piero, Juninho, and Ronaldo carried on the legacy of lethal strikes, bombarding goalkeepers with precision. Chenlong began to focus intently, his legs apart, arms hanging by his sides, taking a deep breath and initiating his approach with small steps. He then accurately struck the lower half of the ball with the instep of his right foot. The ball soared like an arrow, surprisingly spinning not at all, as it whistled through the air toward the goal, suddenly plummeting. That shot was perfectly placed, said Krasic as the ball was released. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Buffon remained calm, his eyes locked on the ball. After determining its trajectory, he extended his fist protectively before his chest and forcefully punched the ball away. Indeed, the shot was too precise, as even Chenlong shook his head in disappointment after executing it. However, Buffon did not falter. He chose a cautious approach, using his fist to clear the ball. The angle may not have been ideal, but the force was tremendous. Buffon smiled, casting an admiring glance at Chenlong. The first attempt was unsuccessful, but he prepared for a second shot. Damn it, I focused too much on power and neglected the angle. This time, I must adjust the force, Chenlong contemplated. Once more, he adopted the same stance and shot, the ball again rushing toward the goal. This time, however, Buffon was not as fortunate as before, comfortably positioned to strike the ball away. The ball sped toward the lower right corner of the goal, descending rapidly. Sufficient power. Adequate angle. What a terrifying shot. I despise this bizarre trajectory. Buffon, towering at nearly 2 meters, leaped dramatically, resembling a hawk diving for its prey. With a thud, the ball struck the right post and ricocheted back into play. Alas, everyone initially thought the ball would find the net, but they were taken aback when it instead hit the post. Free kicks require not only solid technique, but also a significant element of luck, and clearly, fortune was not on their side at that moment. Having failed to intercept the ball, Buffon, despite exerting all his strength, thought the ball was destined for a goal, only to be saved by the post. Thank goodness I didn't touch that. Otherwise, I would have been humiliated like Piero. Buffon silently sighed, feeling a chill of sweat on his brow, wondering why he had to endure this, as his illustrious reputation seemed on the verge of collapse. Ha, this is promising. Let's try again. Chenlong, undeterred, found his confidence bolstered by the ball hitting the post, although he realized this was his last chance. As his stamina appeared to be waning, he set the ball once more, maintaining a similar stance and retreating. This kid again? Does he really intend to challenge me? How disrespectful. Buffon observed Chenlong's determined posture, clearly still intent on competing. From a distance, Piero and Conti watched intently from the coach's bench. I'm beginning to envy this kid. He has mastered both the curling shot and the powerful strike. How can anyone compete with that? Pirlo leaned toward Connie. You know I don't gamble, Connie replied, his expression conflicted, hesitating before adding, unless I bet on the ball going in. Well then, I lack confidence in Buffon, Pirlo quipped, leaving one to ponder how Buffon and Chenlong would feel upon hearing such remarks. The third shot commenced, like a dragon soaring through the sky, swift and unstoppable. The ball again aimed for the lower right corner of the goal, but this time, it approached with even greater speed and an even more peculiar trajectory. Damn this strange arc! Buffon internally screamed, yet he was compelled to make another acrobatic leap. After executing yet another flawless save, the ball finally found the net. Chenlong, having exhausted all his energy on this shot, bent over, panting heavily, clearly drained. I'm done. I can't continue. This is too intense. Buffon quickly rose from the ground, exclaiming childishly, Intense? Haha, Buffon calls it intense. That cracks me up. Pirlo laughed heartily for the first time, reveling in the moment. Meanwhile, the Juventus forwards shared a different sentiment. Thank goodness he's running low on energy. Otherwise, his starting position would be in jeopardy. Matri and Vucinic exchanged glances, both secretly relieved. They then glanced over at Beckham, wiping a bead of sweat from their brows. It seemed that the upcoming season for Juventus would indeed be anything but tranquil. Chapter 11. Toying with the entire Italian defense on the football field. Actions speak louder than words. Only formidable skill can earn the respect of teammates. Evidently, Chenlong's initial display of talent had secured him a certain standing among his peers, garnering at least a modicum of respect from some. Yet, players like Marchisio, brimming with youthful arrogance, remained dismissive of Chenlong's performance. A remarkable free kick does not necessarily translate to real game prowess. Ultimately, it is the technical ability that matters, Marchisio insinuated, clearly unconvinced by Chenlong's display, implying that Chenlong only excelled in free kicks while he, Marchisio, was the one with true skill. Though spoken softly, Chenlong did not hear these words. Yet those nearby caught them clearly. Technical ability? Are you certain his skills are lacking? Pepe, overhearing, shrugged and exchanged knowing glances with Cazares, a smirk creeping onto his face. The recent practice match lingered vividly in their minds. Those who played alongside Chenlong would undoubtedly have a lasting impression of his capabilities. Thus, Pepe regarded Marchisio's comments about technical prowess with skepticism, thinking to himself that Marchisio would soon regret his words. Had Marchisio witnessed Chenlong's skill firsthand, he might have refrained from such scorn. Pepe, with a knowing pat on Marchisio's slightly gaunt shoulder, chose not to say anything further. Cazares stood silently to the side, evidently unwilling to revisit the humiliating match from a few days prior, where he had been bested by a rookie. Such an experience is not one anyone wishes to recall. Strangely, whether by design or coincidence, the assistant coach scheduled another 7-on-7 training match that afternoon, with the newly returned national team members donned in yellow vests, while Chenlong was placed in the green team. Despite being an internal match, every player approached it with utmost seriousness. Both the starting and substitute teams exerted themselves to perform well. A lackluster display from a starter could easily lead to being replaced by a substitute, while the substitutes, eager to ascend to the starting lineup, would naturally play with even greater fervor. Newcomers like Beckham had to exert more effort than others. This competitive spirit is why we often see reports of players squabbling during training. Particularly among those in the same position, the rivalry is fierce, each vying to prove their superiority and dedication. However, Chenlong was an exception to this norm. In contrast, Beckham, being a newcomer, was relentless on the field. The pitch resembled a battlefield, and Beckham made full use of his striking physique, charging at the yellow team without a care for the caliber of the defenders he faced. In terms of physique, he was on par with any Juventus player, thus gaining a slight advantage in confrontations. Yet he still had considerable gaps in ball control, teamwork, and timing for shooting compared to the seasoned players. Nevertheless, Beckham showcased his innate aggression. Chenlong observed the match leisurely from the sidelines, occasionally directing more attention towards the defensive plays of the starting team. He admired Beckham's vigorous performance, recognizing that this young talent could hold his own against the formidable duo of Chiellini and Barzagli, hinting at a promising future. The thought crossed his mind that this lad was merely 16, and his prospects were vastly superior to his own. He wondered about the terms of Beckham's contract, pondering if they both shared the status of temporary players. The match unfolded with remarkable intensity, resembling a competitive game rather than a training exercise. Every player was giving their all, and even the head coach and assistant coach were vocally directing their respective teams. The game was filled with moments of falls and tumbles, and numerous goals were scored. After 20 minutes, the score stood at 2-2. The relaxed mindset and aggressive offensive play contributed to the abundance of goals. Typically, internal matches last about half an hour, unlike official games that extend to 45 minutes. At this juncture, Connie summoned Chenlong to his side and shared a few words with him. Chenlong nodded in response. As the match reached the 25-minute mark, Chenlong replaced Vucinic, forming a striking partnership with Beckham for the first time, and it was also Chenlong's debut in competitive play. Following Connie's instructions, Chenlong was tasked with actively seeking the ball and attempting to break through rather than blindly passing or lofting the ball over the defense. In Serie A, one cannot simply slice through the entire defense with a casual pass. Italy's chain defense demands a more calculated approach. Retaining possession is paramount, followed by either passing or making a breakthrough to create better opportunities. Like a cheetah released from its cage, Chenlong entered the field with aggressive intent. What did Chenlong possess? He had an unmatched 5 minutes to showcase his skills against these Italian defenders, and he was more than capable of doing so. He did not appear to be a novice. Having honed his skills for 8 years in street football, he was likely on par with professional players, if not at an advantage. 5 minutes, what can one achieve? Marchisio scoffed upon seeing Chenlong enter the field, dismissing him entirely. Connie and the other coaches closely monitored the game, eager to determine if Chenlong could indeed contribute something meaningful in those 5 minutes and what tactical role the team would assign him. Connie observed everything with a calm demeanor, focusing on the young player before him. Signing Chenlong was primarily Del Piero's initiative, and Connie had only reluctantly agreed to Del Piero's proposal, bringing Chenlong on board as a temporary player. Caution had always been Connie's guiding principle. He did not wish to be the one to bring humiliation upon Juventus. History is replete with failures in football, and even the most formidable Brazilian teams have produced their share of flops, such as the flamboyant Denilson from the summer of '98. With a composed mindset, Chenlong finally received the ball. As in previous instances, those final 5 minutes were his, and he would not let them slip away unexpectedly. Restricting Chenlong during those last 5 minutes was nearly impossible, as assessed by amateur teams. How would a professional side fare? Upon receiving the ball on the right flank, Chenlong glanced around, noting the absence of supporting teammates, and refrained from hastily passing the ball. Beckham, positioned deep in the penalty area, was closely marked by 2 central defenders, gesturing for a pass from Chenlong. Yet, Chenlong remained unfazed. He thought to himself that even if the ball were passed, Beckham would struggle to score against such formidable opponents. With Desegli closely shadowing him, Chenlong leaned against Desegli, facing the sideline, then feigned a forward sprint, nudging the ball ahead with his right foot. As Desegli followed suit, Chenlong abruptly halted, pulling the ball back with his right foot, causing Desegli to momentarily freeze. Seizing the opportunity, Chenlong slipped past him, swiftly pivoting inward. Pirlo rushed in to intercept Chenlong's path. Chenlong executed a series of feints, but Pirlo remained unfooled, unsure of Chenlong's next move. Taking advantage of Pirlo's momentary confusion, Chenlong, after completing the feint, nudged the ball towards the byline, propelling it forward by over 2 meters. The touch seemed slightly heavy, yet Chenlong quickly accelerated to retrieve the ball, his sudden burst of speed leaving Pirlo behind. The distance was just right for Chenlong's pace. Before him lay an open space. He merely needed to carry the ball into the penalty area to create a scoring opportunity. At that moment, the diligent Marchisio, having observed Chenlong effortlessly outmaneuver his teammate, charged in from an angled position. The intent was clear. Marchisio aimed to put an end to Chenlong's audacity. A forceful slide tackle was imminent. "Take that, you arrogant brat," Marchisio muttered as he slid in. However, Chenlong had already sensed Marchisio's aggressive approach. Timing his move perfectly, he swiftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, evading Marchisio's tackle, and continued his advance with his left foot. It was all too effortless. Marchisio, now sprawled on the ground, was left astonished. Chenlong's calm and assertive demeanor was utterly unexpected. How had he been so easily outmaneuvered? Rushing to regain his footing and pursue Chenlong proved futile. At last, Chenlong found himself facing Buffon. However, the angle was tight, positioned just to the left of the small box, with Barzagli looming ahead. Barzagli did not rush forward recklessly, but he swiftly positioned himself to obstruct Chenlong's shot route with his body. Chenlong feigned to the right in an attempt to shake off Barzagli. Yet Barzagli remained steadfast, unwavering in his defense. Realizing he had not succeeded, Chenlong lifted his right foot, mimicking a shooting motion. In that split second, Barzagli finally reacted, springing forward and extending his left leg in an effort to block Chenlong's shot from a sharper angle. This was the moment Chenlong had been waiting for. Just as the surface of his right foot was about to connect with the ball, he deftly pulled back, merely nudging it to the left, thus evading Barzagli's defense. The ball now rested on his left foot, while Chiellini was closely marking Beckham, unable to arrive in time to thwart the shot. Chenlong found himself in the center of the small penalty area, facing Buffon. This fleeting moment amalgamated into a mere 2 seconds of rapid action. Chenlong unleashed a powerful strike. The quick-reacting Buffon, sensing Barzagli had been bypassed, leapt forward like a lion. Indeed, Buffon charged, aware that an aggressive approach could thwart the opponent's scoring opportunity. Hesitating would likely result in retrieving the ball from the net. Thus, he surged forward without hesitation, diving at Chenlong's feet. In that instantaneous flash, Chenlong's left foot transitioned from a powerful shot to a deft dribble to the left, gracefully sidestepping Buffon's advance. With an open goal before him, he gently nudged the ball forward with the instep of his left foot, and it found its way into the net. The entire sequence of dribbling was executed flawlessly, with no pauses, culminating in a breathtaking goal. The opponents approached to express their congratulations. Pepe affectionately ruffled Chenlong's hair, while Cáceres exchanged a high-five with him. The applause from Conti and the other teammates, though not thunderous, acknowledged the brilliance of the goal. Except for Conti and a select few, the others stood with mouths agape. Was this a newcomer? Was this even human? The display was clearly on another level, an absolute marvel. This goal was spectacular, showcasing exceptional individual skill, a testament to Chenlong's years of immersion in Italian football, allowing him to navigate the defense with such poise. The Italian defense operates in a chain, making it difficult to evade a single opponent and gain a clear shooting angle. So Chenlong had become accustomed to bypassing one defender after another before finally opting to shoot. But what had Chenlong just bypassed? He had maneuvered past the entirety of Italy's defensive line. How could he have done so with such ease? Why had no one else in the European Championship managed to dismantle the Italian defense in such a manner? In the blink of an eye, Chenlong treated these national players as if they were mere participants in a five-side match, all while thoroughly enjoying the experience. What the national players? What the stars? He had surpassed them all and scored. Several prominent players hung their heads in shame, particularly Marchisio, who felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him for his earlier comments. Initially, Beckham had been grumbling about Chenlong not passing to him, but after Chenlong's goal, he fell silent. The pitch is a realm where prowess speaks, and Chenlong was undeniably making his voice heard. Such ball control in football is termed solo play. Yet, Chenlong had only executed this for less than 5 minutes, as the remaining moments were entirely his, the time of Chenlong. Clearly, he had not disappointed Conti, nor had he let Pirlo down, and certainly not himself. Yet, he had left his teammates in anguish and diminished their pride, ultimately earning their respect. Chapter 12. The arrival of Higuaín. Chiellini approached Barzagli and mockingly exclaimed, "This is utterly humiliating. How can you hold your head high after being outmaneuvered by that lad?" He continued, "Is it possible that little Bar has possessed you? Perhaps you all are pondering the meaning of life, collectively?" Barzagli, his face flushed, found himself at a loss for words and awkwardly lowered his gaze. Buffon, on the other hand, bellowed, admonishing his teammates to take the game seriously, warning them to be cautious. Yet they continued to be outmaneuvered one after another. "Especially you, Marchisio. You claim to possess skill, yet how could you be so easily bypassed? Were you going to hide your face?" Marchisio, subjected to such ridicule from the captain, turned as red as a beet, unable to utter a word, feeling the weight of embarrassment. Pirlo, however, smiled cheerfully, seemingly unaffected by the situation. After the match concluded, Marchisio was the first to approach Chenlong, eager to express his admiration. "Incredible performance, lad. I'm truly impressed," he said, patting Chenlong on the shoulder, shamelessly praising him while conveniently disregarding his earlier comments. As if he had always been a fan. Buffon then approached, somewhat awkwardly admitting, Your free kick skills rival those of Pirlo and Ronaldo. But who would have guessed your dribbling ability would be so formidable? How are we supposed to contend with you going forward? Chenlong's remarkable display had indeed consumed a substantial amount of energy, and while he was still recuperating, Buffon's praise revived his spirits. He humbly replied, "I didn't expect to perform so well. It's merely a result of my habitual practice. I've grown quite fond of dribbling." Fond of it? Good thing you only had 5 minutes. Otherwise, if you played the full 90, who could keep up with you? Marquisio was left speechless by Chenlong's nonchalant demeanor. Pirlo then approached, offering a greeting. "You possess great potential. My exquisite surgical passes will finally find a worthy recipient. No more wasting them," he chuckled, simultaneously complimenting Chenlong while tooting his own horn. Chenlong, panting slightly, managed an awkward smile. "Next time, you won't leave me such opportunities. You'll take me down before I can break through. At such a young age, how have you developed such extraordinary skills in every aspect?" Chiellini inquired, genuinely curious. "Just through practice," Chenlong replied candidly, as if it were no big deal. "If that is all it takes, why don't I have those skills?" Interjected Estigarribia. You're already in your 20s, just accept it," Chenlong retorted. On that day, Chenlong's remarkable shooting and technical abilities displayed on the training ground astonished his teammates, leading them to embrace him. In just a few days, the prowess he exhibited began to carve out a niche for him within Juventus. Meanwhile, not far from the training ground, a red Lamborghini had been parked for about half an hour. The vehicle was familiar to the Juventus players, as it belonged to the club's president, Agnelli. Curiously, why was it here today? After the training session, the car finally stirred to life. The first to exit was President Agnelli, followed closely by a tall, athletic figure with striking features, dressed in sporty attire, exuding a vibrant charm. The president and the young man walked side by side toward the training field, where Conti and Pirlo promptly approached them, eagerly shaking hands with the tall youth, leaving Agnelli momentarily sidelined. Such a scenario was quite unusual. The other teammates noticed the situation and turned their attention toward it. Conti's face even twitched with excitement. What was going on? Had the president awarded a raise? The oblivious Marquisio muttered to himself, relishing the moment. "Hey, that guy looks familiar. Where have I seen him before?" Elliot chimed in, his English slightly strained. "Certainly. The television is always on, and Buffon appears with an air of nonchalance, clearly recognizing the situation. Higuain, the one from Real Madrid. What brings him here? Could it be that Pirlo also recognizes him? After all, they clashed several times during his tenure at Milan, making him quite familiar with Higuain." Upon hearing this, the forwards of Juventus fell into varying degrees of silence. Higuain's arrival indicated that someone among them would need to depart to transfer to another team. This must be disheartening for certain forwards who underperformed last season, particularly for Quagliarella, who had conversed with Conti about transfer matters just days prior, now feeling increasingly uneasy about his future prospects, which seemed to be shrouded in uncertainty. A change of scenery is often the best option for any professional player who cannot secure a starting position. Chenlong and Beckham, being younger players, were indifferent to the identity of their counterparts, as they hardly posed a threat, especially Chenlong, who was merely an auxiliary player, a temporary recruit, and a substitute. Regardless of his skills, he would not contend for a position. Each person harbored their own thoughts as they gathered together. The real-life Higuain appeared even more striking than on television. Conti introduced Higuain to everyone and reciprocally introduced each individual to him. Higuain exuded a quiet demeanor, displaying politeness as he shook hands with his teammates, presenting a serene and charming smile, as pure as a blossoming flower. If not for his full beard, one might mistake him for a youthful boy, perhaps even a bashful girl. When Chenlong grasped Higuain's hand, Higuain suddenly remarked, "You are quite skilled. I witnessed that splendid goal you scored." This unexpected acknowledgement from Star left Chenlong momentarily speechless. "You saw that? Surely, you flatter me." They were merely slacking off, he thought, overwhelmed by the surreal nature of the moment, holding Higuain's hand, an experience beyond words. Though Chenlong and Higuain were of similar height, their hands matched in size. Yet their statuses were worlds apart. One was a hotshot star, while the other was a mere temporary worker. Nevertheless, fate had intertwined their paths, transcending status and wealth. Higuain did not fly to Turin, but directly to Palermo to complete his medical examination, soon arriving at the training ground to meet his teammates. For Higuain, The previous season had been remarkable. Not only did he triumph over Barcelona with Real Madrid, claiming a long-elusive league title, but his individual performance was commendable as well. However, he had not secured a stable starting position or commensurate salary at the club, leading to a cordial separation from Real Madrid. Many Real Madrid fans likely did not anticipate Higuaín's sudden departure, despite numerous reports suggesting he might join Juventus. Few believed it to be true. Yet today, Higuaín was indeed present at Juventus training camp. Clearly, Juventus's ambitions for the upcoming season extended beyond merely contending for the league title. They aimed for European glory. Chapter 13. Do temporary workers also wear number 10? This unexpected, delightful day soon reached its conclusion as Connie retained Chenlong for a private conversation, marking the first time he spoke with Connie alone, with Piero also in attendance. Your training is somewhat unique. I have discussed it with the others, Connie stated directly, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. I find it curious that despite your stamina lasting only 5 minutes, your physique remains in such excellent condition. Completely contrary to what one would expect. Well, that seems to be innate. I cannot quite explain it, Chenlong replied innocently, gesturing helplessly. Connie, unable to resist, turned to Piero, pondering whether such an anomaly truly existed, defying medical logic. Piero was equally speechless. He had once relied on substances to stimulate muscle growth, while this young lad seemed utterly perplexed. He is like a footballing enigma, he mused. We believe the standard training regimen does not suit you. You only need to focus on physical conditioning and fundamental skills. Of course, you must also participate in the final 5 minutes of scrimmage. Most of your training time will be under the guidance of fitness coach Belkri, who will oversee your conditioning. As for technical drills, train alongside the team and learn from veterans like Piero. It will always be beneficial. I will arrange for you to play at opportune moments. You simply need to be prepared, Connie elaborated. The team will devise a strategy centered around you, particularly during those final 5 minutes. So you will serve as the core asset during that time, Connie added with a hint of reassurance. Most importantly, be cautious of injuries. Consider this. You only have 5 minutes. Should you get injured again, we would have no choice but to terminate your contract, particularly in matters of romance. You must exercise restraint. Upon hearing terminate the contract, Chenlong's muscles twitched slightly, realizing the precariousness of being a temporary worker devoid of job security. He mused that if he failed to perform, he could easily be dismissed. Thus, he needed to strive diligently to secure his position, lest he vanish without a trace. The mention of romantic relationships left him blushing, not due to flirtations, but because of his utter ignorance in that regard. Moreover, he felt considerable pressure regarding his physique. 5 minutes could encompass many endeavors, but in that context, it seemed inadequate. Do you have any questions? Piero interjected, noting Chenlong's lack of response. I would like to inquire whether training would interfere with my studies, Chenlong asked, bringing forth the concern he held most dearly. Your situation is rather unique. You may freely navigate between university and the club. The team will not impede your education, though you must attend afternoon training and match days, provided you are on the squad list. The same applies for the youth league, Piero clarified. Freedom is indeed granted, yet I remain a temporary worker, Chenlong silently contemplated. Though he did not voice this thought, given his current circumstances and benefits, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a windfall, too good to be true. Why then should he push his luck? Maintaining a positive mindset was crucial. In truth, this arrangement was not entirely unfavorable. Being a temporary worker at Juventus, playing in a professional league, while having the liberty to attend university was a coveted opportunity for many ordinary individuals. After all, securing a temporary position while enjoying the perks of football was advantageous, despite its differences from the lives of other professional players. But for an 18-year-old, what more could one desire? Are you Messi? No. Nor Ronaldo? Then why not be content? As for my accommodations and travel, the team provides training on official days. But otherwise, there is none. Housing? None exists. Transportation? If you do not mind, the team bus can pick you up at the university gate, Piero shamelessly replied. This brazenly absurd scenario of being a temporary worker left Chenlong pondering the implications. If he failed to score, would he be left with nothing? They continued discussing a myriad of topics, with Chenlong nodding along in a daze, helpless against Piero's relentless teasing. Finally, Connie inquired, "What jersey number do you wish to wear? What numbers are available?" Chenlong asked cautiously, contemplating that the coveted numbers would undoubtedly be claimed. leaving him to choose an inconspicuous one to avoid drawing the ire of the stars. Indeed, Chenlong has grown accustomed to wearing oversized jerseys. Having spent years lingering on the substitute bench in amateur leagues, donning uniforms that are far from remarkable, with numbers in the 30s being quite commonplace. However, if Chenlong's physical condition were optimal and he were to step onto the field as a starter, he would certainly have the privilege of choosing his jersey number. The team currently has available numbers 2, 9, 16, 29, 31, and every number beyond 34. Conte casually counted them and then glanced at Del Piero. Oh, I almost forgot. There's also number 10. He pointed towards Del Piero. The new owner of number 9 is Higuain. Number 2 is designated for a defender. Conte continued, I would like to reserve number 16 for Giovinco, and I believe Asamoah has claimed number 29. Chenlong, initially indifferent about the numbers, certainly would not wear number 9, which is reserved for the stars. Although the other numbers are utterly unremarkable, they are better than having no choice at all. He preferred the subtlety of a lower number, his thoughts drifting towards 34. At that moment, Del Piero approached with a coffee in hand, smiling at Chenlong. Are you planning to completely ignore my number 10? Number 10? Of course not. Who would dare wear your number 10? If I step out wearing it, I'd either be struck by lightning or drown in the spit of your fans. Chenlong instinctively blurted out without a second thought. Del Piero looked exasperated, paused, and then asked, You really don't want to wear number 10? I like it, but liking it doesn't necessitate wearing it. Wearing it could lead to disaster. It's like love. Just because you like someone doesn't mean you have to possess them. It's enough to hold them in your heart. This metaphor was quite fitting, yet the issue remained that no one was competing for it. If the meat is within reach, why not enjoy it rather than leaving it for someone else? I can't digest it. Greed can lead to ruin. I fear that if I indulge, I might choke. Chenlong resolutely declined. Liking it is sufficient. Why complicate matters? You're acting as if you're already dead. Perhaps wearing it would be far better than being lifeless. Then it's settled. You shall wear number 10. I refuse. Do you truly wish to bring about my demise? What advantages are there in wearing this number? The benefit is that your goal bonus is 1 TB halved. Chapter 14. He is the abandoned waste of Inter Milan. By the time of the press conference the following morning, Chenlong had contemplated all night, struggling to understand why Conte and Del Piero, those two relentless figures, were insisting that he wear number 10. Is it a matter of life and death if I refuse to wear number 10? Chenlong questioned himself throughout the night, succumbing to the pressure of their influence and remaining anxious the next day. As if that were not enough, he was ordered to attend the press conference. Initially, Chenlong thought wearing the jersey would suffice, that he could maintain a low profile. However, to his dismay, he was also required to attend the press conference. How could he face the throngs of fervent fans? Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Chenlong couldn't help but shiver, feeling an overwhelming urge to flee. He hesitated at the entrance for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to timidly enter. At that moment, the hotel lobby was already teeming with hundreds of journalists and fans, packed to the brim. The purpose of their gathering was clear: Higuain's arrival. The former Real Madrid striker joining Juventus warranted a grand press conference. Had the team not been preparing in Palermo, and if the event had been held at the Turin headquarters, the club would undoubtedly have been surrounded by thousands of fans. However, for Chenlong, this was somewhat fortuitous. In a state of panic, Chenlong squeezed through the crowd, unnoticed by anyone. After changing into the number 10 jersey in his hotel room, he timidly followed the throng downstairs. Attendees of the press conference included club president Agnelli, head coach Conte, the legendary Del Piero, Higuain in his number 9 jersey, and the 39-year-old Beckham, with Chenlong trailing at the end in his number 10. What am I going to do? I feel like I'm dying, Chenlong murmured, clutching his chest as he stepped out of the elevator. Look at you. Can you not muster a bit of confidence? Del Piero glanced back at Chenlong, unable to resist a jab at him. In contrast to Chenlong's anxiety, Beckham maintained a level of composure. Having been selected for the national youth team, he had a degree of renown, and his joining Juventus was a relatively routine affair. As for Chenlong, nonchalantly donning the legendary number 10, did he think it could be worn without any pressure? Joining Juventus should have been a cause for celebration. Yet at that moment, Chenlong felt entirely out of sorts, his expression resembling that of someone attending a funeral. This model is quite handsome, wearing Del Piero's jersey. Even more so than Del Piero himself, remarked an astounded female fan upon seeing Chenlong. But why the long face? Chenlong heard her clearly. a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. To think that someone would mistake him for a model. Was it a blessing or a curse? His spirits dampened. Madam, if you could see what I see, you'd understand. If I could, I might even consider walking the runway instead of facing this embarrassment. This was but a minor interlude, as all cheers were directed at Higuain. Today, Higuain had shaved, appearing fresh and clean, resembling a charming young man. Countless photographs were snapped, the flashes incessantly illuminating the room. Higuain, I love you. Welcome to Juventus. You're the most handsome. From the moment he sat down, the fans had not ceased their adulation for Higuain, highlighting his immense popularity. Since the departure of the forward Trezeguet from Juventus, the club had been in search of a true number 9. The past 2 years had seen Matri and the lone Borriello, neither of whom could be fully trusted as top-tier strikers. As for Vucinic and others, they were not natural forwards. Thus, Higuain's signing was precisely what Juventus needed, a bona fide attacking threat, with no dissent regarding the transfer. Higuain flashed his captivating smile and waved at the crowd with poise. Meanwhile, Chenlong had chosen the seat furthest to the right, his thoughts consumed with the desire to be as distant as possible, yearning for the event to conclude swiftly. Most attendees were puzzled as to why this model was present at the press conference, even if only at the end of the table. For a moment, no one seemed to connect the dots. Of course, a few astute reporters quickly noted this anomaly and began to inquire with their assistants, searching through Juventus' recent training news for any peculiar details. The conference's theme naturally revolved around Higuain. Initially, the two parties exchanged lavish compliments, extolling each other's greatness, before eventually discussing the contract. A 5-year deal was signed, with an annual salary of €5 million. Thus, until the 2017 season, Higuain would serve as Juventus' primary striker. 5 million. My goodness, I earn a mere €1,000 per goal, and now must bear this cursed number 10. And I have to sit through this press conference? God, what do you arrange for me? Is there no end to this disparity between people? Chenlong lamented internally upon hearing Higuain's contract details. The flashes of cameras flickered around him, yet they did not illuminate him. He was not the star of the show, but merely a temporary participant, naturally devoid of the need for a radiant smile. He felt as if time had stretched into eternity, each moment dragging on without end. After Higuain showcased his Juventus number 9 jersey to the media, it was time for Beckham to take the stage. The club offered a brief introduction to his football history, without excessive embellishment, clearly stating that Beckham would be a key youth player for the club's development. Naturally, Beckenbauer has secured a commendable youth contract, yet in comparison to Higuain, the disparity is immense. This is only to be expected. Typically, if a player wishes to enjoy the privileges reserved for renowned stars, they must first establish themselves as one. At long last, the moment has arrived for Chenlong. It is with great honor that I present to you the new bearer of the number 10 jersey. These words were spoken by Del Piero, who paused momentarily before continuing. Chenlong, a young lad hailing from Sicily. Given that it was Del Piero who mentioned the number 10, it lends even more credence to the announcement. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on the newly appointed Chenlong, prompting the crowd to follow his line of sight. In an instant, Chenlong became the focal point, much like a bomb detonating amidst a crowd, igniting the atmosphere, or akin to a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. Ah, isn't that the model? Exclaimed an unfamiliar beauty, realizing he was a player for Juventus. Of course, she was not the only one expressing her astonishment. How could such an inexperienced youth, seemingly devoid of any showcase skills, be the new number 10 for Juventus? A myriad of large question marks appeared on countless faces as shouts of disbelief, exclamations, and expressions of dissatisfaction mingled together, creating a cacophony of emotions. This was as shocking as Del Piero announcing his retirement from the team, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment and helplessness. The camera flashes continued incessantly, and countless rolls of film were wasted. They saw merely a handsome young man, yet failed to perceive a great number 10. Thus their gazes were filled with skepticism, even despair. Some fans were moved to tears, a reaction that was indeed hard to fathom. Chenlong looked around in confusion, uncertain of how to proceed. Fortunately, Del Piero did not allow the atmosphere to linger in discomfort. He seized a microphone and decisively interrupted the tumultuous ambience. The choice of the number 10 was bestowed upon Chenlong by myself and Connie. He possesses extraordinary talent, and I am unwavering in my belief that he will be the future of Juventus. As the forthcoming matches unfold, you will come to discover and appreciate Chenlong's potential, and he shall undoubtedly surprise you. A journalist, seemingly prepared, stood up and boldly questioned, but he seems to have a congenital physical limitation. I've heard he can only play for 5 minutes. Is this true? Yes, but the issue of stamina can be addressed. 5 minutes can indeed become 10, and even 5 minutes can alter the outcome of a match. I need not provide examples. History is replete with such instances, Del Piero replied calmly. Isn't it somewhat imprudent for the club to make such a poorly considered decision? It is no wonder the journalist posed such a question. For the number 10 jersey at Juventus has been worn by legends, from Platini to Del Piero, all of whom were towering figures in the sport, embodying the spirit of the team. The number symbolizes Juventus itself. The number does not represent much, and yet Chenlong has the potential to embody that significance. Let us observe his journey. This was hardly a compelling justification for wearing the number 10. His abilities are the justification. He is the target of the club's development. Consequently, there were even inquiries suggesting the involvement of a Chinese consortium in promoting the player. The most explosive revelation, however, was that he was regarded as the discarded waste by Inter Milan 13 years ago. The moment this statement was uttered, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 15. I am not waste. This news surfaced because the journalist who sent something amiss had his assistant promptly investigate Chenlong's background. They quickly discovered that his name was identical to that of a prodigy discarded by Inter Milan 13 years prior. As they continued their search, they soon confirmed Chenlong's identity, leading to the earlier mention. Discarded waste by Inter Milan 13 years ago. The instant this topic was broached, it once again sent shockwaves through the audience. Veteran journalists began attempting to recall past events involving Inter Milan from that time. The year when Ronaldo suffered a torn ligament and Vieri was injured. The year when Baggio emerged as a savior and endured a benchwarmer's fate. The year of Lippi's internal strife. Did this young boy's story also feature in those tumultuous times? Many journalists pondered for quite some time, but could not recall any such events. Ultimately, after consulting their laptops, they managed to unravel a sliver of the mystery. The older journalists finally began to piece together the story. A tale from 13 years prior, which ought to have faded into the annals of history, was being revisited today. It turned out that he had once been a prodigy who inspired great expectations, causing a stir in Italy, even if he was only 4 years old at the time, only to vanish like a shooting star by the age of 5. Throughout this entire process, Chenlong remained silent, his inner turmoil akin to a roller coaster. He had never anticipated that someone would recognize him, or that his history could be unearthed so swiftly, leaving him in a state of emotional disarray. It dawned on him that one day, the boy once discarded by Inter Milan would be remembered. One day, he could join Juventus. One day, he would return to the center stage of football. Tears welled in his eyes, but he fought to keep them from spilling forth into the world. The tenacious journalists pressed on, launching into a new round of questions, clamoring to be the first to speak. Is Juventus truly foolish enough to sign a player deemed waste by Inter Milan 13 years ago? Must Juventus prove this once more? Must he wear the number 10 jersey to validate his worth? Countless such tiresome inquiries emerged, lacking any semblance of respect. Please maintain a level of decorum, Del Piero replied, his expression grave, his tone more serious than usual. It was rare to witness Del Piero's composed demeanor challenged in such a manner. Though he often exhibited a sly fade with Chenlong, he was now strikingly different. Chenlong experienced the ugly face of journalism for the first time, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Yet he suppressed it within. What had he done to deserve this? What was wrong with being discarded by Inter Milan? What was wrong with joining Juventus? No, I'm not waste. I do not fall short of anyone. I wish to prove that I am a genius at Juventus. Even if I only have 5 minutes, I shall demonstrate my talent. 5 minutes is more than sufficient. Chenlong glanced at Del Piero, signaling his desire to speak. This was the first moment he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Del Piero did not deter him, handing him the microphone. Chenlong took it, allowing silence to envelop him for a moment as he steadied his emotions. The tension and fear that had once consumed him faded, leaving only the desire to express himself. I'm not waste. Chenlong's voice was not loud, yet resonated with strength and conviction. His youthful countenance reflected not impulsiveness, but a profound steadiness. For me, 5 minutes is more than enough, perhaps even unnecessary. If I were truly waste, then I would have been discarded 13 years ago. Yet here I stand today, at the Juventus stage, proving one undeniable truth. Either Inter has wasted talent, or you have. The journalists were evidently taken aback by Chenlong's declaration, and a hush fell over the room, with none daring to counter his words. Ignoring the silence, Chenlong continued to speak. For the vast majority of you, a match lasts 90 minutes, while for me, it is merely 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, I exert every ounce of effort to determine the outcome of the game. Perhaps among you, there are many who will continue to mock me, deriving amusement from my plight. But laugh away, for I shall not afford you the opportunity to revel in my humiliation. Remember this, the new number 10 of Juventus is I, Chenlong, and this jersey shall never be sullied by your scorn. On the contrary, as long as I, Chenlong, am present, you shall endure humiliation each and every day. With these words, Chenlong naturally set the microphone down and ceased to speak. Following this, Del Piero led the applause, clapping his hands vigorously. The sound of clapping soon erupted into a fervent chorus. You may not recognize him as a genius. You may not acknowledge him as a member of Juventus. But you must concede to his unwavering perseverance over 13 years, his relentless spirit. You must acknowledge that 13 years later, through sheer determination, he has returned to the football stage. 13 years ago, he was merely a 5-year-old child. How many can truly endure such experiences, such trials, such tribulations? Over the course of 13 years, how many stars have risen to fame only to fade away? The applause that lasted for over half a minute was a tribute to Chenlong. It took him by surprise, and at last, he could no longer hold back his tears, though this occurred after the press conference had concluded and he had retreated backstage. No one anticipated such an outcome from the press conference. The initial pessimism was entirely transformed by Chenlong's words. This was destined to be an inspiring tale. Though it is merely a beginning, kind-hearted souls seem to have glimpsed the protagonist of this story, ready to embark on the life he began preparing for 13 years ago. One can only imagine how the internet and newspapers would soon be inundated with news and reports about him. What kind of astonishment would a young man bearing the number 10 of Juventus bring to them? An hour later, major networks, news outlets, and social media platforms had disseminated the news of Juventus' new number 10 across the globe. Over 50 million Juventus fans were fervently scrolling through his video clips, sharing them with abandon. The most viewed clip was not his 5-minute showcase of remarkable skills, but rather the news of his dismissal from Inter Milan 13 years prior. Italy's largest sports newspaper, Gazzetta dello Sport, published an article titled 13 Years, From Inter to Juventus, which suggested that this tale seems to chronicle a player's football journey from Inter Milan to Juventus. It is merely the prologue to a footballing odyssey that awaited for 13 long years. The Roman Daily expressed, "This is a legend, an inspiring story that commands respect." The Republic Daily proclaimed, "A genius unexpectedly emerged from the black hole of Inter in '99. How fortunate." Thus, the central figure, Chenlong, found himself unwittingly thrust into the limelight of Juventus football. Chapter 16, Arrival of the Unexpected Life, unfolds in such a manner that one can never anticipate what the next moment may bring. Clearly, today has been more than sufficient for Chenlong. Before and after the meeting, he felt like two different individuals. Del Piero comfortingly patted him on the shoulder and, as if by some magical trick, produced a pair of sunglasses to hand to Chenlong. "You must adapt to life as a star, even if it's just for 5 minutes." His demeanor returned to its usual mischievousness. "You are quite thoughtful. Did you foresee the outcome?" Chenlong accepted the sunglasses and donned them without hesitation. At this moment, he still did not understand why he had been thrust into the spotlight. But it no longer mattered. He recognized that proving himself was the most important thing. For 18 years, he had never felt such an urgency to validate his existence. Is it important? Perhaps it is. Yes, it is crucial. He needed to prove himself. This was the essence of living. Wearing the sunglasses, he exited through the rear door of the hotel. Have you ever tried to suddenly become a celebrity? Chenlong felt this way. If he were to step onto the street now, he would undoubtedly encounter a plethora of troubles. Just then his phone rang. Mario? Chenlong looked at the caller ID, feeling no surprise, merely finding it curious to receive a call from him at this hour. After all, this guy typically relished sleeping in and wouldn't tea rise before noon. Indeed, the call was from Mario Balotelli, the infamous Super Mario. "Congratulations on joining Juventus." "Congratulations, my foot." Did you not see how I was humiliated at the press conference? Chenlong replied, seething with indignation. By the way, how did you wake up so early? Aren't you usually like a sloth? I was awakened by a girl, you know. Lately I seem to have become quite popular. Yes, wasn't it recently that you said your most desired affair was with her? I can only imagine how many hearts you've broken. That remark is rather harsh. Being popular is not my fault. Unlike you, who despite being charming, still fell short. Your 5 minutes were barely a prelude. Enough with the nonsense. Have you even contemplated what you did in the finals, while you ponder life? Let us not delve into such heavy topics. You say that, and it pains my heart. Their banter continued. And if reporters knew that the formidable Balotelli and Chenlong were such close allies, they would have endless stories to tell. Balotelli's call lightened Chenlong's mood somewhat. Afterward, he took his bicycle and hurried home. The team had just held a press conference and was on holiday. He had no inclination to celebrate with the club. Going home was the only thought on his mind. Moreover, there was a guest awaiting him, a mysterious visitor from China, as his parents had mentioned. As he rode home, he was lost in thoughts of the earlier press conference. While navigating a right turn, he collided with another cyclist, a woman on a bicycle. It wasn't until he fell to the ground, pain jolting through him, that he snapped back to reality. Before him lay another fallen bicycle and a dark-haired woman. How do you ride? You even managed to rear-end a bicycle. The woman, clearly displeased, sat on the ground, nursing her injured knee. What are you staring at? I'm talking about you. Chenlong raised his head, glanced around, and upon confirming she was indeed addressing him, sheepishly removed his sunglasses. My apologies. I was lost in thought, contemplating life like Balotelli. As he gazed into her equally dark eyes, he sincerely apologized, pondering the misfortunes he had encountered today. Do you not realize how dangerous it is to ride while distracted? The woman's voice echoed in his ears. So this is what an Eastern beauty looks like. Lustrous black hair, captivating eyes, a mischievous cherry-red mouth, a delicate oval face, and skin as fair as snow. Chenlong mused, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at her. The earlier sense of frustration had long been cast aside. You're quite beautiful, I know. The dark-haired woman remarked casually, noticing Chenlong's lingering gaze. Uh-huh, he nodded foolishly in response. Even if you admire me for a while longer, it could lead to bloodshed. I certainly don't wish to meet my end alongside you. The black-haired woman spoke and then struggled to stand, slowly making her way to a nearby bag. She opened it and retrieved some cotton swabs and alcohol to tend to her wounds. Remarkably skilled, thought Chenlong. She can't be a nurse. Once she had bandaged her injury, she approached Chenlong, squatted down, and carefully began to dress his wounds. Despite her youth, her pale complexion suggested a life of mischief. It was typical of foreigners to be so open. Perhaps this young man suffered from kidney issues. The black-haired woman uttered this in Chinese. Upon hearing her words, Chenlong's expression darkened further, resembling a ghost. Miss, I don't believe I've offended you. Is it necessary to curse me so? I've had enough misfortune today. Could you refrain from further insults? He replied, also in Chinese. The woman was taken aback, surprised that Chenlong understood her words. Ah, you can speak Chinese too? She exclaimed, and then blushed, recalling her previous comment. Did you not notice my black hair and eyes? I am half Chinese, Chenlong replied earnestly. Am I mistaken? Just look at your pallor. It clearly indicates kidney problems. What else could it be? The black-haired woman insisted on her diagnosis. Chenlong raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, looking at this girl, who seemed to be around his age, and innocently asked, could I not simply have been born with this condition? Born with it? That is indeed a possibility. Perhaps my grandfather could take a look at your ailment sometime, she suggested. Please, I've been suffering from this illness for over a decade without improvement. Unless your grandfather is a deity, I hold little hope. Chenlong's words were not meant to belittle her grandfather, but rather to express his own lack of expectation. Not a deity, but a divine physician is not far off, the black-haired woman replied proudly. The two naturally continued their conversation in Chinese, as if it were the most ordinary thing. Oh no, I must leave. I have guests waiting at home, Chenlong suddenly exclaimed, realizing that the very visitors he was to meet were there for his health. I almost forgot. So do I, the black-haired woman responded, standing as well. They each lifted their bicycles, but soon discovered they could not ride them, exchanging a knowing smile as they began to push them forward. Are we on the same path? They both asked in unison, laughing once more at their coincidence. Do deities exist? Yes, they do. We have faith in Buddhism in China. Oh, I believe so too. Is your grandfather a traditional Chinese physician? Quite remarkable. Yes, he resembles a deity. Can he treat my ailment? Perhaps. My name is Chenlong, and you? I am Yi Shanshan. I've arrived. So have I. They shared another laugh, realizing they were headed to the same destination, Chenlong's home. Yi Shanshan's visit was to see her grandfather, who was also Chenlong's guest. Such a coincidence was a remarkable intertwining of fates. A serendipitous encounter between Chenlong and Yi Shanshan. Chenlong looked up at the familiar doorplate of his home, shaking his head with a bemused smile, and then opened the door. Chapter 17. The constricted meridians. Chenlong welcomed the slightly shorter Yi Shanshan into his home. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful, and upon entering, he felt a lifting of the gloom that had burdened him. In the living room sat his parents and Yi Shanshan's grandfather, who, at first glance, could only be described as ethereal. On the way back, he learned that her grandfather was named Yi Sun and was over 70 years old. His white hair and beard, coupled with his rosy complexion and traditional attire, made him appear like a figure from a storybook. As Chenlong and Yi Shanshan, both covered in grime, entered, the others stared in confusion, unsure of what had transpired. Yi Shanshan quickly approached her grandfather to explain the situation, and gradually they began to understand. Chenlong performed a deep bow in the traditional Eastern manner before taking a seat. Yi Sun had already been observing Chenlong upon his entrance. He set down his teacup, stroked his white beard, and spoke deliberately. Indeed, a rare talent in this world. His voice was slow and profound, unreserved in its admiration. Yet, it is also true that heaven is jealous of such gifted individuals. Yi Sun's tone grew serious as he rose and walked towards Chenlong. You are aware of this? Chenlong replied, astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. Can one discern genius merely by appearance? Haven't I encountered enough strange occurrences today? Could it be that I have truly met a deity? He pondered. Yi Sun reached into Chenlong's clothing, probing at his chest, his fingers exploring several acupuncture points. He shook his head and nodded, occasionally lost in thought, his eyes sparkling with insight. After about 15 minutes, he finally ceased his examination and returned to his seat to sip his tea. The kidneys store vital essence and the essences of the internal organs. The kidneys are the root of our innate constitution. Your entire foot Xiao-yin kidney meridian is nearly paralyzed. This condition has likely persisted for over a decade. Ordinarily, you would be completely incapacitated. Thankfully, you play football, where the consequences would be unimaginable. Chenlong did not fully grasp the meaning of these words, but his father, understanding the gravity, broke into a cold sweat and quickly inquired, is this condition that serious? Is there any hope for recovery? Paralysis is not inevitable, but your meridians have collapsed. It is akin to a river that once flowed abundantly, yet, due to constant sediment accumulation, the riverbed narrows until it runs dry. Of course, if it were kidney stones, it would not be so severe. The current state is one of self-collapse without external forces acting upon it. Yi Sun spoke gravely, indicating the prognosis was not favorable. This explains why you can only play football for 5 minutes. Consider it. You originally have only 5 breaths, and once those are spent, you can no longer breathe. With this simple analogy, Chenlong finally understood his ailment, unable to suppress a sigh. Yi Sun continued, it is natural that Western medicine cannot treat this. After all, you cannot simply slice all the meridians as if they were pork. Thus, Western medicine is powerless. What can be done then? Chenlong's face was etched with despair as he pressed for answers. To restore the meridians to their normal state requires long-term treatment and regulation. Through regular herbal remedies, given time, healing is indeed possible. I run a herbal clinic in Italy where I can prepare a prescription for you. In the mountains of Sicily, there are numerous herbs available for my use. You should come for treatment during this period, and the effect should be quite evident. Yi Sun offered with a smile. Really? There's hope. There's hope. Chenlong exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement, barely able to contain his joy. His parents shared similar sentiments, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Yi Shanshan too felt elated. Naturally, if her grandfather claimed there was hope, then there must be. Clearly, this was a monumental glimmer of hope. For the first time, someone had told Chenlong's family that this illness could be treated akin to a common cold. At this moment, it is easy to envision the immense joy of Chenlong, while his parents continuously expressed their gratitude, saying thank you profusely. Chenlong bows deeply to Yi Sun, conveying his boundless appreciation and respect. Nothing could be more significant than this moment. Even if offered a fortune, Chenlong's heart would remain unwavering. The ability to cure his illness holds far greater value than gold. However, do not rejoice too soon. This is not a condition that can be resolved in just a day or two. It requires a prolonged treatment, and one must prepare mentally. Additionally, it would be wise for you to acquire some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, as it will greatly benefit your health. Yi Sun advised tirelessly. Learned Chinese medicine? Is it even possible for me? Chenlong inquired, feeling unfamiliar with the term. Although he had been intrigued by Eastern culture since childhood, he had never truly delved into this area of knowledge, having only encountered fictional portrayals of meridians in martial arts stories, which were far from reality. What Western youth would casually explore Eastern medicine when faced with discomfort? Such a notion would either suggest a lack of sense or sheer folly. Chinese medicine is indeed profound and intricate, and entry into its study is no small feat yet. Consider this. If you become proficient in Chinese medicine, its benefits during times of injury would be invaluable. This knowledge surpasses the efficacy of Western medicine by leaps and bounds. Wasn't there a football player named Ronaldo in your circles? Do you believe he recovered through Western medical practices? In truth, he rehabilitated under the guidance of traditional Chinese medicine. Really? Chenlong exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at Yi Sun's mention of Ronaldo. Don't believe me? It was my grandfather who treated him. Yi Shan interjected, noting Chenlong's skepticism. At a loss for words, Chenlong finally relented, saying, I believe. I will learn. Is there anything more extraordinary than this? Should you require anything, you may contact me through this girl. She is also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and will soon commence her studies in Western medicine at the University of Turin. You are also attending the University of Turin? Chenlong asked in astonishment, turning to Yi Shan. Indeed, what of it? Yi Shan inquired, her large, expressive eyes fixed on Chenlong with an enchanting gaze. Rest assured, I am enrolled in the management school. It will be quite convenient for us to keep in touch. Chenlong replied with a smile. After enjoying a sumptuous Chinese lunch with Yi Sun and Yi Shan, Chenlong's family reluctantly bid farewell to the two. Before departing, Yi Sun presented Chenlong with a book. Introduction to Traditional Chinese Medicine? It seems almost missionary, Chenlong mused to himself. All right, I admit that I have recently been quite fortunate. Chenlong sighed as he lay on his bed, recalling the various places Yi Sun had examined during his visit. Chapter 18. The unashamed agent. Following the press conference, Chenlong became a celebrity. Naturally, his rowdy friends would not miss the opportunity to swarm his home. Leading the charge was Yang Ershi, who boldly entered Chenlong's room under the guise of being his agent. Chenlong's delightful afternoon nap was abruptly interrupted. Yang Ershi, assuming a serious demeanor, presented a contract and earnestly began discussing matters with Chenlong. As Chenlong perused the contract, his expression darkened with each passing moment. What the devil? This is outrageous. You take 10% of the advertising fees, and you expect me to give you 10% of the transfer commission as well? Why not ask the club for it instead of exploiting me, your own comrade? Standing nearby, Yang Ershi wiped the sweat from his brow and, hearing Chenlong's outburst, quickly responded with a grin. How many transfers does one get in a lifetime? At most 3 or 5. Don't be stingy. Besides, you've struck it rich. Why not lend a hand to your buddy? Look, I even followed you to university to keep you company. Isn't that enough? Chenlong, unable to withstand the persistence of this rotund figure, reluctantly signed his name on the contract. The moment the ink dried, Yang Ershi's face lit up with a mischievous grin as he embraced Chenlong's shoulders, exclaiming, Now that's the spirit. Ha! My brother, I shall lead you to wealth. Wait, what is this? Chenlong asked, astonished as Yang Ershi pulled out another contract from his bag. Yang Ershi's enthusiasm was palpable as he said, This is an advertising contract. Take a look. An advertising contract? Chenlong was incredulous as he examined the document, only to find his expression darkening once more. What on earth is this? Can't you procure a decent advertisement? Accepting this would leave me with no face to show. Yang Ershi, undeterred, continued, This is a perfect fit. You see, you only have 5 minutes of stamina, and after 13 years, you've risen again. What a miraculous narrative to pair with an advertisement. Chenlong was beside himself with rage, glaring at him. You're out of your mind. There is no way I'm signing this advertisement, unless I'm dead. If you want to sign it, do it yourself. Where'd I put my face if I did that? Chenlong exclaimed, his patience finally wearing thin. Yang Ershi, sensing Chenlong's fury, quickly attempted to extinguish the flames of discontent, saying, I knew you wouldn't sign that. That is why I brought an alternative. Haha, I'm a genius. He then retrieved another contract and handed it to Chenlong. Chenlong scrutinized it carefully, fearing it might be yet another absurd advertisement. This one seems better. At least it pertains to something reasonable. But only 3,000 euros? My worth appears to be rather low. Of course, this brilliant mind of mine has never failed. 3,000 is hardly a pittance. It will sustain you for quite some time. But you really want to consider the other advertisement? The remuneration is quite generous if you desire more. Not a chance. 2 words, absolutely not. Chenlong firmly shut down the discussion, effectively sealing Yang Ershi's lips. The second advertisement involved endorsing a local supermarket in Palermo, merely requiring Chenlong's image to be displayed on a few large posters, which would not tarnish his reputation. Consequently, Chenlong readily agreed. Your pace is astonishing. The press conference was only held this morning, and you're already out peddling my name. Impressive, Chenlong remarked, begrudgingly admiring Yang Ershi's commercial acumen. Please, if I had waited for today, I would have been left in the dust. I've been preparing for this since a few days ago, just waiting for this press conference. Yang Ershi boasted with pride. Both of these companies were secured by Yang Ershi himself. As Chenlong joined Juventus, Yang Ershi had already begun his preparations, just as he claimed. Though he appeared quite portly and mismatched, Yang Ershi possessed a sharp mind and excelled academically, having been accepted into Rome University. Like Chenlong, he chose to attend the University of Turin, albeit for business studies. Even before classes commenced, he was eagerly strategizing around Chenlong, clearly seeing an opportunity and seizing it. This advertising endeavor marked the first step in his management of Chenlong and his inaugural business as an agent. By the way, you should inform the club, as I am now your agent. Any future financial matters must be discussed with me. Yang Ershi stated with utmost seriousness, having completely assumed the role of a manager. After some contemplation, he reverted to a playful expression and asked, Are you really not going to sign that? Goodness. The frustration and agony were evident on his face, which changed expressions faster than the speed of light. Chenlong, of course, refused, asserting that doing a sexual enhancement drug advertisement would be tantamount to wishing for his own demise. Thus, under the shameless efforts of his manager Yang Ershi, Chenlong's first advertisement contract was signed in a rather muddled manner. Actually, I have several more, but seeing you like this, perhaps it's best to let it be. More? Let me see them. Chenlong gazed at Yang Ershi in astonishment, genuinely perplexed as to where this fellow had procured so many contracts. His curiosity piqued. Yang Ershi obediently retrieved the contracts and placed them steadily on the table. A moment later, a voice rang out, Get out. Yes. Chenlong forcefully expelled Yang Ershi from the room, not for any other reason but due to the contracts. As the portly manager left, he hastily neglected to gather the contracts from the table and simply exited. What sort of contracts are these? Chenlong pondered as he looked at the various documents piled on the table, unable to stifle a remark. This fatso has a truly peculiar mind to have amassed so many contracts. The table was cluttered with contracts from beauty salons, abortion clinics, financial firms, and marriage agencies. This portly fellow certainly knew how to stir things up, and although the endeavors were rather niche, they made sense. After all, Chenlong had only just joined Juventus as a youth player. Securing such a multitude of contracts was quite an achievement for Yang Ershi. Naturally, after donning the number 10 jersey, Chenlong's market value surged, but just a few days prior, things had not been so favorable. Chapter 19. Can I replicate Pirlo's free kick? Juventus was actively preparing for the upcoming matches, and an exhausted Chenlong was utilizing his 5 minutes on the field. Recently, the number of reporters outside the training ground had increased significantly, especially Chinese reporters, most of whom were there for Chenlong. The legendary tale of this mixed-race youth and his signing with Juventus had captured the hearts of many in China. The club opted for closed training, thus denying reporters entry to the training sessions. As a result, they waited patiently outside while the players enjoyed a tranquil atmosphere. On this day, Juventus continued with their training, focusing on free kicks. Just days ago, during shooting practice, Chenlong had showcased his remarkable free kick skills. However, today he refrained from participating in the free kick practice since he had just completed 50 laps around the field, and his stamina had yet to return to its usual state. Consequently, he sat on the sidelines watching his teammates train. Among the current Juventus players, there were few proficient in free kicks, but Pirlo was undoubtedly a master. His free kicks had brought down countless teams, and he had recently scored one during the European Championship. Chenlong watched from the sidelines as Pirlo prepared to take a free kick. As a skilled free kick taker himself, Chenlong was particularly intrigued. His self-taught skills, the bending arrow and axe free kick techniques, were certainly not inferior to Pirlo's. Perhaps even superior. As Pirlo elegantly placed the ball on the grass and slowly stepped back, he exhibited none of Ronaldo's flamboyance, Beckham's extravagant flair, or Ronaldinho's whimsical unpredictability. Instead, he relaxed his body naturally, took a few measured steps, and struck the ball with effortless grace. The ball soared with a beautiful arc, reminiscent of autumn leaves drifting down, embodying a serene yet lethal quality. The ball flew towards the goal with a haunting elegance, seemingly meandering without direction but with a purpose, before suddenly plunging downwards. Striking decisively as if it had found its prey, Pirlo executed 10 consecutive free kicks, while Chenlong observed intently, committing each movement to memory. Compared to the axe, the bending arrow possessed a more persistent quality, exuding a chilling intensity. Though Chenlong had previously watched Pirlo's free kicks, this close proximity allowed him to absorb even more, yielding significant insights. He had once believed the axe was the most dominant free kick style, yet after this observation, he found himself filled with boundless admiration for Pirlo. The dedication, the lethal elegance, the regal aura. It was a spirit and depth that transcended the ordinary, something that neither Ronaldo nor he could replicate. Only Pirlo could achieve this. Yet, he did not feel as though he had merely copied Pirlo's technique, nor did he experience the sensation of simply pasting it into his own repertoire. Instead, he was overcome with an overwhelming desire to step onto the field and execute a free kick himself. What? I could do the bending arrow too? Am I capable of it? Why do I feel like I've already mastered it? Where did this thought come from? I haven't even practiced yet. Wait. It seemed as though he truly could perform the bending arrow. After watching Pirlo, why did this particular technique suddenly emerge in his mind? Chenlong tapped his head, feeling as though something had been lodged inside, and suddenly he had developed a familiarity with the bending arrow. Was it successful? Had he replicated it? All right, I'll reluctantly accept it. I want to play football. I want to execute the bending arrow. He stood up and walked to the spot where Pirlo had taken his free kick. Andrea, let me have a go, Chenlong said courteously. Sure. Let us show Buffon a thing or two, Pirlo replied confidently. Buffon, who had been guarding the goal, listened to their shameless banter with a gloomy expression. Naturally thinking that Chenlong was about to showcase his bending arrow or axe technique once again. Without pretense or measurement, he simply relied on his instincts, positioning himself behind the ball, and executed the kick with natural ease. Drawing upon his recent insights from Pirlo's free kick, he took a few steps back, lifted his leg, and struck the ball. The three movements flowed seamlessly. The ball shot straight for the goal, akin to Pirlo's previous strike. However, this shot was somewhat inexperienced. If Pirlo's bending arrow was a bottle of aged wine, then Chenlong's attempt was akin to fresh brew, the taste distinctly different, yet both shared an unwavering intensity. Hey, this shot, this technique, it's just like my bending arrow. Pirlo's eyes sparkled with surprise. Although Buffon deflected the ball, he too was astonished. You little rascal, I'm starting to envy you. When did you learn that? Pirlo exclaimed, patting Chenlong on the shoulder. To be honest, I just learned it. Chenlong replied, somewhat embarrassed. You can't be serious. You just watched 10 shots, and now you've mastered it? Pirlo muttered in disbelief. Jovetic, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't he hold back any longer. Little dragon, what kind of international joke are you making? If you can learn a skill in just a few minutes, how are the rest of us supposed to survive? Countless teammates cast him murderous glares, filled with envy, jealousy, and disbelief. Is there a reason to continue living? The bending arrow, the axe, the bending leaf, all three free kick techniques have been mastered by this kid, and he claims to have just learned them. Certainly, no one believes it. This isn't a movie. Such miraculous events simply do not exist in reality. What Chenlong expressed as a fact was, in the eyes of everyone, completely unfounded. Even if it were true, they would rather believe that it was the result of Chenlong's 13 years of relentless practice in football, rather than something he had just recently acquired. Such a notion would drive anyone to despair. It was utterly absurd. Therefore, Chenlong eventually clarified that he was merely joking, and in fact, he had been secretly practicing for a long time, which slightly alleviated the profound sense of injustice felt by those around him. Imagine having a player beside you whose skills far surpass your own. You would be utterly disheartened. If this extraordinarily talented player could master a new technique in just a few minutes, how many times would you wish you could disappear? Just as Chenlong was settling this matter, he suddenly heard a voice, causing him to jump in fright. That's right. The art of Pirlo's free kick can indeed be replicated. Witness my remarkable genius as I bestow upon you a new skill. Good grief. Why are you scaring me in broad daylight? Chenlong exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. I am not a ghost. I am Xing, as I have already informed you. Wait, you even know what I am thinking? Of course, I am one of your thoughts, so everything you do is reflected in your mind. Does that mean I am constantly under your watch? Chenlong broke out in another cold sweat, standing frozen in place. He realized that the situation was far from the delightful fantasy he had imagined. It was, in fact, quite dire. Did you see what I was doing when I was? You know, I saw it once. Good grief. I usually only appear in matters related to football. Last time you were watching the game while doing that. So in future, please refrain from anything unrelated to football. Chenlong's expression had turned a deep shade of black. In the future, you may call me, and I will appear when you summon me, Xing. By the way, you have mastered 3 free kick techniques. Shall I help you merge them? You can merge them? Chenlong was once again astonished, left speechless. Indeed, after replication, similar skills can be fused together. Isn't that splendid? Then merge them. How long will it take? Chenlong had reluctantly accepted this bizarrely powerful reality. A quarter of an hour. Chenlong was once again at a loss for words. Thus, one person and one entity communicated through thought, entirely disregarding everyone else on the field. Truly, it felt as though he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Chapter 20. Merged free kick shot a quarter of an hour later. Chenlong approached Buffon with a mischievous grin. Gigi, let us have another round of free kicks. I suddenly have a new technique I wish to try. Gigi was a nickname for Buffon, which he had been called since childhood. After joining the team, Chenlong had grown close to Buffon and adopted this form of address. Aside from Buffon, everyone else's expressions turned serious. Another one? This guy has so many tricks up his sleeve. Is he even human? Could he be the legendary prodigy? Did he learn something in that quarter hour? Giovinco marveled, touching his forehead to see if he had somehow lost his mind. Does this kid treat football as a game? Unlike us, who take it seriously. Chiellini expressed his disbelief. Buffon's eyes sparkled with renewed interest as he fixed his gaze on Chenlong, but did not refuse the challenge. Bring it on. With Buffon's consent, Chenlong picked up a ball and walked outside the penalty area, choosing a distance of 30 meters to take the shot. Gigi, watch closely. I'm about to take the free kick. Chenlong warned Buffon before the shot. Come on, little dragon. Let us see how much you've improved. Buffon teased in response. Is this a challenge? What new trick does this kid have up his sleeve? All the teammates gathered around, intrigued. Krasic proposed a dinner bet with his teammates, while the playful Giovinco suggested wagering €100. And the more eccentric Elia bet on who would run around the field in their underwear for 3 laps if they lost. Various bets emerged, with stakes evenly split. Some bet on Chenlong's scoring, while others favored Buffon's victory. Given that everyone was aware of Chenlong's remarkable skills, particularly the crescent moon and axe techniques, combined with the addition of a new leaf shot, more bets leaned towards Chenlong winning. Buffon looked disdainfully at the crowd, as if to say they would regret their choices. Wait, that's not fair. We need to set up a wall, otherwise Buffon will be at a disadvantage. Barzagli, who had placed a bet on Buffon, suddenly spoke up, and others, including Chiellini and Bonucci, echoed his sentiments. Right, I agree. As they spoke, they hurried to the penalty area to form a wall. Watching this move, some teammates who had initially supported Chenlong began to switch sides, betting on Buffon instead. Chenlong feigned disappointment, shouting, "You guys are so disloyal. By doing this, you're betraying me, and don't come crying later." Pirlo and Marchisio stood firmly by Chenlong's side, with Pirlo having absolute faith in Chenlong's free kick abilities and Marchisio offering unwavering support based on their friendship. However, Vucinic and Matri also inexplicably sided with him. The match would consist of 10 shots, with 3 goals counted as a win for Chenlong. Anything less would mean Buffon triumphed. I bet €100 on Chenlong winning, Pirlo declared, having appeared on the training ground without anyone noticing. Everyone nodded in agreement. indicating they had no objections. The outcomes of free kicks taken with or without a wall were significantly different. A free kick without a wall was akin to a penalty kick. However, the increased distance naturally diminished accuracy. Conversely, if a wall was set up, regardless of distance, the chances of scoring would drop dramatically. Scoring just 1 out of 10 free kicks would already be considered a remarkable feat thus, once the rules were established. Even Vucinic and Matry, who had initially sided with Chenlong, quietly drifted toward the other side. Therefore, it was conceivable that Pirlo proposed such a stringent rule, expecting Chenlong to accomplish the seemingly impossible task of scoring 3 out of 10. Nonetheless, Chenlong's face bore a smile of tranquility. At least he was not disappointed. Nor was Pirlo. Chenlong stood calmly before the ball, taking a deep breath as he adjusted the distance. Watch me execute a shot after merging 3 free kick techniques, he thought with a sly grin. At this moment, Chenlong's mind was imbued with the free kick skills that Xinglei had merged for him a quarter of an hour earlier, and he felt an unparalleled clarity. Although it was his first attempt, it felt as if he had been executing such an extraordinary free kick for years, familiar and refined. Buffon stood before the goal, loudly instructing the formation of the wall and directing the players to create the perfect barrier. If this kid can curve the ball over the wall, the scoring probability might reach 50%, making it quite difficult to defend, Buffon thought. He did not share his teammates' confidence. He believed that preventing Chenlong from scoring was impossible, but he aimed to ensure that he did not concede more than 2 goals, which would allow him to save face. Thus, he was exceptionally cautious and demanded high quality from his wall. "Come on, little dragon. Are you going for the crescent moon? The axe or the leaf shot?" Buffon shouted, directing the wall. None of those. Andrea, here I come." Chenlong replied with a mischievous smile. It had been a long time since Buffon had appeared so serious. Pirlo whispered softly, "When was the last time we saw him like this?" Connie unexpectedly appeared here as well. Forgotten was the moment when Chenlong began his elegant run-up, devoid of any superfluous movements. At the instant he made contact with the ball, it shot forth with the swiftness of a leopard, soaring high into the air. It darted past the defensive wall like a falcon. At first glance, it seemed as if the ball would soar over the goal. Yet, after bypassing the wall, it abruptly descended at an alarming speed, crashing into the lower left corner of the net without any spin. Buffon, being a top-tier goalkeeper, reacted with remarkable speed and sensitivity to the incoming shot. He accurately tracked the ball's trajectory and lunged towards the lower left corner of the goal. Just as Buffon, with a smile, anticipated making contact with the ball, believing he would comfortably deflect it out of bounds, the ball suddenly spun violently, altering its course, and shifted about 10 centimeters into the net. From a moment the free kick was taken to the goal being scored, scarcely a second had passed. When the teammates in the wall turned to glance at the goal, the ball had already struck the net. How could this be? How did the ball suddenly change its path? Buffon struck the ground with his fists in frustration, clearly perplexed by the recent goal. This was neither a curved moon blade, nor a battle axe, nor a falling leaf. Buffon had indeed made the right judgment. But just at the moment he was about to strike, the ball altered its direction, leaving him powerless. A straight shot with a curve. How could this be? Higuain, witnessing the shot from the side, could not help but exclaim. It turned out he was a fan of Captain Tsubasa, and after witnessing that shot, his first thought was of the legendary Tsubasa Azura. What? Can anyone actually strike a ball like that? One of the teammates remarked, clearly not the only fan among them. It seemed even football stars enjoyed reading comics. Buffon wore a grim expression, as did his teammates in the wall. Buffon's frown stemmed from the fact that this powerful free kick had nearly shattered his confidence, while the teammates were concerned that they might soon lose their wager. Chenlong, on the other hand, appeared innocent and amused, relishing the sensation of that recent strike, which was indescribably delightful. Having such an opponent was indeed a headache. The next season would be incredibly entertaining. Del Piero wore a long-awaited smile. Scoring on the first free kick was clearly an outcome that surprised the majority. The initial shock soon dissipated, and someone suggested moving the wall forward by over a meter, presumably to obstruct the next attempt. Of course, most believed that the previous goal had a degree of luck involved. They doubted anyone could score from free kicks consecutively. Indeed, on the second free kick, the shift in the wall allowed Chenlong's shot to strike the head of Cáceres, sailing out of bounds. The third free kick, though it cleared the wall, soared over the crossbar. Nevertheless, Buffon was already drenched in sweat, not wishing to become an overlooked target. Thankfully, his teammates performed admirably. allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As they witnessed 2 consecutive free kicks go awry, the teammates became increasingly convinced of the luck factor, feeling more relaxed. To be honest, they certainly did not want to run around the training field in the nude. However, the 4th free kick instilled panic among them. In the previous 2 attempts, Chenlong had been searching for the optimal angle and landing point. Having just utilized this shooting method, no matter how familiar he was, it would still feel somewhat unfamiliar, much like returning to an elementary school one hadn't visited in a decade. The first shot had indeed been superb. The second and third were merely issues of the wall and technique. A free kick is not a guaranteed success, and missing is entirely understandable. When he took the 4th free kick, his execution had become more refined, akin to 2 long-lost friends embracing. Therefore, when the ball flew into the net once more, the teammates were utterly astonished, while Buffon was left speechless. They finally understood that Chenlong's free kicks were no joke. Even someone as formidable as Buffon was helpless against such skillful execution. When the 5th free kick arrived, the ball struck the crossbar. They began to resort to any means necessary. Barzagli, in a desperate attempt, obstructed the 6th free kick, which required a retake. Ultimately, Chenlong blasted the ball into the net. As the 7th free kick approached, teammates formed a human ladder or jumped to block the ball. This truly was an unusual spectacle on the football field. Yet when the 8th free kick came, the ball slipped right through their legs. Buffon's temper flared. He slammed his gloves onto the ground and uttered a fierce remark. "No more free kicks with me. I'm done playing with you. Go torment Casillas instead." "I'm going insane, you little weirdo," he muttered to himself while removing his shorts. The match's outcome had long been decided. 4 out of 8 shots found the net, a terrifying free kick conversion rate that left everyone in awe. Truly, a prodigious talent. Buffon had already started running laps around the training field, while Vucinic and Matry paid the price for their earlier hesitance. Suddenly, a group of players in their underwear was seen running in circles on the training field. Pirlo and Conti erupted in laughter. "Poor Gigi, poor them." Del Piero silently lamented. Fortunately, today was a closed training session. Otherwise. Chapter 21. The shameless tactics crafted for a prodigy in a mere 10 days. The fervent Chenlong had completely won over his teammates at the club. Ever since that bet, he had acquired the new nickname, Prodigy, a title bestowed by Buffon himself. Marquisio, ever the creative one, referred to Chenlong as Dragon Prodigy or Prodigious Dragon, while Pirlo preferred to call him Little Dragon. Chenlong was quite popular at the club, not only for his extraordinary skills, but also for his unassuming nature. His 5 minutes on the pitch posed no threat to anyone, so everyone treated him well, without any ulterior motives. His companion, Beckham, was faring decently at the club as well, showing commendable performance in training. However, with a plethora of star forwards in the team, he needed to exert more effort to carve out a larger space for himself. The Juventus coaching staff recently convened a tactical meeting, the focus of which was how to best utilize the 5-minute Chenlong naturally. The coaches were most familiar with Chenlong, as his training performances could not escape their notice. His consecutive, dazzling displays had brought immense joy to Conti, who wouldn't be elated by a player possessing exquisite dribbling and extraordinary free kick abilities. Clearly, the coaching staff regarded Chenlong as a prodigy. Yet, amidst the joy, Conti pounded his chest in frustration, greedily lamenting that 5 minutes was far too little, wishing for a 90-minute Chenlong instead. A 90-minute Chenlong? What would a prodigy like him bring to the training field? Would the score resemble that of a basketball game? Conti could scarcely dare to imagine. With that free kick technique, given 10 attempts throughout a match, wouldn't he score 3 or 4? Come on, fate is fair, just like the legendary Ronaldo, who, if not for 2 severe injuries and over 6 years of recovery time, who knows how high he might have soared. Yet, Chenlong was not so fortunate. Could the best things in life be all his? However, at this moment, to have Conti personally devise tactics for him was already a stroke of good fortune. In the realm of football, a mere 5 minutes can alter the outcome of a match. Hence, the meeting room was occasionally filled with the sounds of heated disputes, stemming from differing tactical opinions within the coaching staff. Del Piero, serving as the technical director and scout, also participated in this discussion. The first point of contention was that Conti believed it most fitting to have Chenlong enter the field in the final 5 minutes of the match, asserting that this substitution would prevent a passive stance. He reasoned that the closing moments were precisely when Chenlong could most effectively showcase his skills. In a bold move, Assistant coach Alessio proposed starting Chenlong from the beginning to swiftly disrupt the game's dynamic, followed by a substitution after 5 minutes. The advantage of this strategy, he argued, was that the team could secure victory with minimal exertion, utilizing the initial 5 minutes for offense and the subsequent 85 for defense. However, Conte retorted, "Are you certain that Chenlong will score within those 5 minutes?" This remark left the assistant coach speechless, underscoring why he was not the head coach. The second topic of dispute revolved around the tactics employed during Chenlong's 5 minutes on the field. Tactical coach Strini suggested a full-on attacking strategy, while another coach, Carrera, opposed this, deeming it too risky, advocating instead for a more conventional approach. Conte sought to mediate between their perspectives, stating, "You are both mistaken. At such a critical juncture, one must resort to the most shameless tactics." He continued solemnly, "Consider this. Deceiving the referee for a free kick just outside the penalty area could essentially resolve the match." The two coaches who had been fervently arguing suddenly felt enlightened by Conte's insight, expressing their admiration in unison. Del Piero, who had been quietly observing, couldn't he resist a jibe at Conte. "Your shamelessness is truly unparalleled. How did you think of that?" Conte, dismissing the praise, continued with the strategy. "We must play to Chenlong's strengths, exploiting his speed and technical prowess to draw fouls. It's quite simple." His underlying implication was that scoring with Chenlong should also be an achievable endeavor, urging everyone to ensure the ball consistently finds its way to him. "By the way, hasn't Zambrotta returned from Milan? Let us invite him for dinner tonight and have him teach our players a thing or two." Conte exclaimed with the excitement of a newfound discovery. The group exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his intent in inviting Zambrotta for a lesson. The recently recruited fitness coaches, Tuss and Colati, felt a chill run down their spines, fearing Conte was dissatisfied with them and intended to make further changes. Sensing their unease, Conte proudly elaborated on his rationale. "Are you all foolish? Isn't the goal to draw fouls? Not everyone can excel at this. Without a certain level of theatricality, how can one successfully draw fouls? Zambrotta has spent considerable time at Barcelona, a team renowned for its ability to manipulate the game. Having been a part of Juventus, he undoubtedly possesses skills that can greatly benefit us." Conte's self-praise left everyone momentarily speechless, each contemplating that it wasn't a lack of intelligence that set him apart, but rather his audacious shamelessness. They couldn't help but admire this cunning old fox, for his capabilities were undeniable. It was no wonder Juventus triumphed over Milan last season. Conte had a plethora of cunning strategies, though it was uncertain who would bear the brunt of them. "Alex, you're familiar with him. Let us dine together tonight to ensure he is forthcoming," Del Piero remarked, increasingly impressed by Conte's shrewdness. "When we played together, I never realized you possessed such talent in this regard." "Back then, you were just a naive youth, unaware of such matters," Conte retorted. "Fine. Let us proceed according to your plan," Del Piero conceded, feeling as though they were delving into dubious dealings. "This cannot reach the press. It would be catastrophic. Everyone must maintain absolute confidentiality." A somber atmosphere enveloped the group, as if they had been unwittingly drawn into a dark vortex. The two new fitness coaches felt as though they had stumbled into a den of wolves. They all understood the importance of focusing on this as a long-term endeavor. Working in unison. Chapter 22. The Art of Deception. Zambrotta had spent 7 seasons at Juventus, joining in 1999, and had developed a close relationship with Del Piero. To outsiders, both were seen as model players, often inseparable, while their teammates indulged in nightlife without citing them. Conte, having spent 13 years at Juventus and retiring as the captain in 2004, was also well acquainted with him. With the former captains inviting Zambrotta, along with their enduring friendship, it was inevitable that he would respond positively. True to form, Conte acted with remarkable decisiveness, returning to Turin with Del Piero that very day and dining with Zambrotta that evening. The following day, Zambrotta appeared on the training ground. Despite being an old friend of Juventus, few of his former teammates remained. Apart from Conte, the retired Del Piero, and a couple of others like Buffon and Chiellini, only Giovinco could be counted as a former teammate. On the training ground, Buffon embraced him tightly, while others lacked the privilege. Today, Zambrotta arrived as a mentor. Conte, ever the cunning strategist, refrained from personally announcing the day's lesson to the players, delegating this task to assistant coach Strini, who, under the pretext of an errand, wandered the streets of Palermo, while Del Piero adopted a nonchalant attitude, retreating to the hotel. Strini, understanding the unspoken dynamics, chose not to expose the ruse, but instead directly announced the lesson. However, anyone with insight recognized that such an initiative could only come with a head coach as endorsement. Strini passionately articulated the necessity and significance of simulation in football, citing luminaries such as Messi, Ronaldo, Iniesta, and Busquets, ultimately framing simulation as a noble endeavor worthy of pursuit. By the time he concluded, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that these were topics better suited for Zambrotta to discuss. When it was finally Zambrotta's turn to speak, he recounted his own history with simulation, particularly during his time at Barcelona. He detailed how he initially resisted the idea of practicing simulation, but later recognized its benefits, ultimately articulating several advantages of this tactic. Firstly, he asserted that simulation is not a reflection of character, but rather a necessity of competition and strategy. If simulation is deemed disgraceful, then what do players who score through handballs? Even the greats like Maradona, Messi, and Henry have employed the hand of God. Zambrotta's examples are indeed the most renowned. The infamous hand of God by Maradona is well known, as is Messi's legendary moment and Thierry Henry's handball assist during the World Cup playoff against Ireland. When he made these remarks, he glanced at Buffon, who looked at him with evident dissatisfaction, questioning, "I've never dived." He was likely referring to that ball you fished out from the net last season. Pirlo timely patted his shoulder, causing Buffon to break into a cold sweat. Secondly, since this has become a tactic, it benefits the team, potentially resulting in a penalty or a free kick, thus securing victory. I believe this is transparent enough, and I have nothing further to add. Thirdly, it can help avoid injuries. Consider someone like Chiellini, who might tackle you mercilessly multiple times during a match. If you aren't injured, you are fortunate. If you are, you'll find yourself in the hospital for half a year. Given this, why not just fall whenever you are touched? Safety first. Chiellini, overhearing this, was uncertain whether it was a compliment or satire. Of course, if your acting skills are inadequate, you'll naturally receive a yellow card and face a barrage of criticism in the newspapers the next day. Thus, to reach the pinnacle of performance, we should begin our study of the actor's self-cultivation. Do not underestimate this work. It is not only the strongest Barcelona that possesses this course. Many clubs offer it. When I joined Milan, I was the one leading it. So, do not feel disgusted or disdainful. What you need is to learn. Admittedly, my own knowledge is merely superficial. The La Masia training camp is the highest institution of learning. Unfortunately, you do not have the opportunity, as they do not accept students over 16. I wonder if Balotelli learned anything during his time there. With his glasses perched on his nose, Zambrotta spoke eloquently, resembling a teacher. The Juventus players remained silent, with Chenlong among them, unsure of what to think. What he had seen online for years was now before his very eyes. He had also employed such diving tactics himself and admitted it, but he truly wondered what it felt like in a professional league. With the demeanor of a teacher, Zambrotta commenced the first round of theoretical instruction after his remarkable discourse. He demonstrated some well-known dives using a notebook at a makeshift presentation table, which included examples from Chinese productions of the actor's self-cultivation, featuring performances by stars like Busquets. He also presented some cautionary tales, including a physics-defying dive by an obscure Chinese player and the classic performance by Ortega during the 1998 World Cup. The class was lively and entertaining, filled with laughter, proving that Zambrotta could indeed transition to a teaching career. In the second lesson, Zambrotta shared insights from his year at Barcelona regarding diving and began to demonstrate various techniques. Demonstrative explanations are the most effective means of learning, akin to how a driving instructor shows students. He even called Chiellini to the training field to demonstrate, encouraging him to tackle boldly while he showcased the various nuances and truths of diving. He even reenacted Pepe's 360-degree aerial flip that Busquets had executed, performing the moves with realism that left everyone in awe, once again plunging them into silence. Krasic, known for his technical skills and penchant for diving, hung his head in shame after witnessing Zambrotta's performance, realizing the vast gap in expertise. Meanwhile, the defensive players like Chiellini and Barzagli were sweating profusely, astonished at the elevation of diving skills. Thankfully, they had not yet faced an opponent capable of such theatrics, or they would have been in dire straits. Thus, The two engaging lessons concluded amidst a humorous yet tense atmosphere. Zambrotta summarized, stating that the pinnacle of diving is not merely succeeding in the act, but believing that one has not dived at all and confrontationally questioning the referee, ultimately deceiving oneself. A hush fell over the room. Pirlo reflected on how Zambrotta's year at Barcelona had imbued him with skills that could only be described as terrifyingly adept. The class finally concluded. At that moment, the assistant coach appeared and announced that for the entirety of the week, an hour each day would be dedicated to practicing diving as an essential part of training. If the media were to catch wind of diving becoming a training component, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. The mastermind behind this, Juventus' coach Conte, was likely hiding in a corner, chuckling to himself. Chapter 23. A place on the roster. The sweltering days of July slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, Chenlong had been with Juventus for over 2 weeks. The team's training proceeded smoothly, and the week-long program of the actor's self-cultivation concluded with formal examinations. Under Zambrotta's personal guidance, the players' diving techniques advanced remarkably, with Krasic, a known enthusiast of the practice, standing out among the rest. Other notable players included Elia, Astigarribia, and Vidal, all South Americans, suggesting a natural propensity for theatrics. Zambrotta awarded them all excellent grades. Surprisingly, among the Italian players, young Balotelli achieved the highest score, also earning an excellent rating. This astonished Zambrotta and delighted Conte, who mused that this 16-year-old had already grasped the essence of diving. It seemed that such skills must be cultivated from a young age. The other Italian players lagged significantly in this regard, with Pirlo receiving the lowest score, failing to pass. However, Giovinco surprisingly managed to score well, alongside Giacarini and Barzagli, who also achieved satisfactory results, with the rest barely scraping by, including Chenlong, who was among those that just passed. Initially, Chenlong was to receive special attention from Zambrotta, but after 3 days of such treatment, Zambrotta ultimately abandoned that notion. It became clear that Chenlong lacked the acting prowess, ranking just above Pirlo. Had it not been for Pirlo's dismal score, Chenlong would have been left with another deficiency. Chenlong also acknowledged his shortcomings in performance, yet he was relieved to have at least passed. Of course, the club would never dare to disclose such clandestine activities to the outside world, maintaining stringent confidentiality, leaving the public unaware of even a hint of it. On the final day of July, after training, Conte gathered the players for a meeting. He personally announced the roster for the upcoming Italian Super Cup match in China. Naturally, the youth players had no chance of selection. Not even Balotelli, who had been called up to the national youth team, could secure a spot as a substitute. Yet, Chenlong was an exception. When the head coach called his name, Chenlong's heart surged with excitement. His remarkable performance made his selection seem inevitable, and his teammates were supportive of his inclusion, especially considering the recently devised 5-minute strategy that was far from reckless. However, being selected for such a prestigious event as the Super Cup for his first call-up left Chenlong exhilarated. The rookie Beckham, who was not selected, harbored little jealousy. After more than half a month of integration and interaction, everyone had developed a deeper understanding of one another. Despite being a member of the national youth team, the extraordinary prowess of Chenlong had earned him Beckham's respect. In a mere 5 minutes, who could stand as his rival? Due to his youthful baldness, Beckham had also acquired a new nickname, Egg, which was bestowed upon him by Chenlong. The team did not require a substitute who could merely wait on the sidelines for 90 minutes. Instead, they needed a substitute who could potentially save the team in just 5 minutes, and it was evident that Chenlong was that exceptional individual. The Italian Super Cup serves as the curtain raiser for each season, a decisive match where the champions of the league face off against the winners of the Coppa Italia. In 2012, the Super Cup saw Juventus, the league champions of the 2012 season, go up against Napoli, the Coppa Italia champions. The Super Cup has been hosted in Beijing, China for 3 years now, with the inaugural event in 2009 when Lazio triumphed over Inter Milan. Last year featured the Milan Derby, where Milan emerged victorious. This year marked the first appearance of Juventus and Napoli in Beijing for the Italian Super Cup. The match was set to commence on August 11, 2012. Chenlong, who was included in the lineup, had not anticipated that he would represent Juventus in an official match so soon. Although uncertain about his potential playing time, he was in high spirits, his face radiating joy. Familiar with China, Chenlong, despite growing up in Italy, returned each year with his parents to celebrate the Spring Festival. He also studied Chinese and enjoyed reading Chinese literature. Simply put, he was essentially half Chinese, carrying such delightful emotions. Chenlong unknowingly found himself at the clinic of the renowned traditional Chinese medicine master, Hui Chuntang. He gazed up at the three elegant Chinese characters that adorned the entrance and inhaled the fragrant air infused with the scent of traditional herbs. Feeling invigorated by the joyous occasion, collecting his thoughts, he stepped over the threshold of Hui Chuntang. The lobby was serene, with the graceful Yi Shanshan standing at the front desk, donning a pristine white nurse's uniform that accentuated her purity and natural beauty. Is this what an earthly angel looks like? Chenlong mused, feeling a ripple of admiration and unable to resist stealing a few glances at her. Upon his entrance, Yi Shanshan immediately noticed him and promptly came forward to greet him. "You're here," she said. "Yes, I am," Chenlong replied, casually running his fingers through his hair, his gaze retracting. The two interacted as if they were old friends, devoid of any awkwardness. Yi Shanshan, noticing his gesture, playfully teased, "You keep touching your hair like a girl. It's rather annoying." "Well, that's much better than you acting like a boy, so careless and lacking any femininity," he retorted, though it was clear his words were insincere. Moments ago, he had admired her angelic qualities, yet in the next breath, he deemed her boyish. Their banter continued, and after a while, Yi Shanshan filled a cup with water for him. Chenlong observed her every movement with keen interest, thinking that the more he looked at her, the more charming she became, which led him to daydream for a moment. My skills have improved slightly. I feel quite invigorated," he mused. "Is he Grandpa not here?" "He is my grandfather, not yours," Yi Shanshan quickly interjected before adding, "He went to the mountains to gather herbs. Before he left me a prescription to prepare medicine for you. Since you're here today, it's perfect timing. Are we not all elders?" "It's not as if I could take him from you," Chenlong replied nonchalantly. Their light-hearted conversation continued until Yi Shanshan prepared a bitter herbal concoction according to the prescription left by Yi Sun. As Chenlong took his first sip, he nearly gagged, but, recalling his frail state, he held his breath and swallowed the entire potion, despite its unbearable bitterness. Yi Shanshan watched his struggle and couldn't help but burst into laughter, momentarily forgetting her professional demeanor. She was more than willing to pour him a glass of refreshing water. "Is it customary to mock others like this?" Chenlong grimaced. "What's wrong with laughing? Grandpa said this medicine is very potent and should only be consumed once a week. You'll need to come here every weekend," she informed him. "Weekends? That won't work. We'll be playing league matches, especially away games." "How can I come here then?" "Midweek would be more suitable. Plus, we'll be in Turin, not here." Chenlong realized the predicament. "Indeed, how did I not consider that? Let us make it Wednesday instead. I can bring the medicine to the university, then," Yi Shanshan agreed. "I'll be going to China next week," Chenlong suddenly announced, his excitement palpable. "You mean the Italian Super Cup? Who doesn't know about it?" Yi Shanshan replied, not looking up as she walked into another room. "Is the team taking you along?" Chenlong asked with an air of nonchalance. "Of course, who do you think I am? The super substitute, after all," he replied, striking a pose as if it were obvious. "Conceited. You just admitted to being a substitute. Why flaunt it?" Yi Shanshan quipped, returning with a Juventus jersey in hand, emblazoned with a prominent number 10. Upon seeing the number, Chenlong's heart skipped a beat, though he didn't let it show on his face. "Are you asking for my autograph?" he thought, feeling a mix of incredulity and sarcasm. "I don't give autographs to fans indiscriminately," he declared, adopting an air of arrogance as he refused. "Go ahead and continue being vain. I'm not asking for your autograph. Don't think just because you have a pair of wings that you're a phoenix." Yi Shanshan looked at him with disdain. "You're holding my jersey number," he began, but then hesitated, realizing she was likely seeking the signature of his predecessor, Del Piero. He quickly amended his statement. "If you want his autograph, you're on your own. What do you see in that old relic anyway?" A twinge of jealousy stirred within him, as he pondered why this beautiful girl admired his senior, Del Piero, seemingly oblivious to his existence. After all, he was the current owner of that jersey number. The realization was a bitter blow to his pride. Yi Shanshan, completely ignoring his discontent, resolutely stated, "If you don't help me get that signature, I won't help you with your medicine. Let us see who suffers more." "You're ruthless," Chenlong exclaimed upon hearing her blatant threat. He snatched the jersey from her grasp and stormed out. Del Piero. Don't forget to bring the medicine with you next week when you come." Chapter 24. China, I have returned after Chenlong downed the excruciatingly bitter herbal concoction. He returned home, feeling a fiery sensation coursing through his body. He pondered whether this medicine was indeed therapeutic or merely an aphrodisiac. He felt a surge of impulsiveness, an unusual sensation for him. This marked the first time he had ever experienced such a burning desire to relieve himself of excess energy, leading him to the training ground for a run. After finishing, he sought to exhaust all his pent-up desires. The experience made him far more cautious during his subsequent visit to Yishanshan, especially concerning the ingredients of the medicine. He diligently noted down the names of the herbs, eager to investigate what concoction could incite such fervor within him. Of course, Chenlong adhered to his promise and brought along Del Piero's signed jersey. His teammates mercilessly mocked him for it, as who wouldn't he feel foolish carrying their own number 10 jersey to seek an autograph from someone else? On Tuesday, Chenlong went to Yishanshan's place, bringing along one of his own jerseys out of a sense of defiance. He left her with a parting remark. One day, you will come to me, clutching my jersey, asking for my autograph. That day, apart from revisiting Yishanshan to deepen his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, Chenlong spent the rest of his time preparing his luggage and meeting friends. Since joining Juventus, he had seldom ventured out to see his old friends, spending his days either in training or at home poring over the book on traditional Chinese medicine that Yi Sun had entrusted to him before leaving. Yet, the knowledge within that book was exceedingly obscure. Without the aid of the internet, he would have been utterly lost. After 2 weeks, he had barely turned more than 20 pages. To think he could grasp the fundamentals in just a matter of days was nothing short of a fool's dream. During his second visit to Yishanshan's shop, he humbly sought her guidance once more. Her advice was cryptic yet profound. One should not worry about understanding everything at once, but rather attempt to read and develop an overall impression, and gradually, comprehension would follow. With such enigmatic words, Chenlong could only respond with a hint of frustration, feeling as if he had not inquired at all. Since Yang Ershi became Chenlong's agent, he had become exceedingly busy, rarely visiting. He was engrossed in commercial advertising planning. Finally, on Tuesday night, he made an appearance, surprising Chenlong once again. Upon learning that Chenlong would accompany the team to China for the Super Cup, he promptly purchased a flight to Beijing. When Chenlong asked why he had done so, Yang Ershi replied that as a professional agent, not personally accompanying Chenlong to such an extraordinary country as China would be his greatest mistake. Being half Chinese himself, he understood the immense potential Juventus and the unique Chenlong held in the Chinese market. When Chenlong inquired about the source of the airfare, Yang Ershi straightforwardly replied, I temporarily appropriated your advertising budget. On Wednesday morning, Chenlong arrived early at the hotel entrance, awaiting the team's assembly. He had little luggage, a small bag containing a couple of clothes and several bank cards. To his surprise, Beckham was also there. Little egg, you're quite diligent. Here to see the team off? Chenlong teased. Having encountered numerous experts and stars, he had matured quickly. The once arrogant Beckham had forged a closer bond with Chenlong. Upon seeing Chenlong approach, he exclaimed, Haha, I'm lucky. The coach called me last night, asking me to pack my bags and join the team today. He glanced around and added quietly, Haven't you heard? Quagliarella has been sold to Udinese. Oh, Fabio is a good person. I wish him success upon his return to Udinese, Chenlong replied calmly, though he was aware of the harsh realities of professional football. He himself had long yearned for the opportunity to step onto the professional stage. Who could match the length of his weight? You must work hard. Juventus is not easy to navigate, he sincerely added. The Juventus bus was already waiting at the entrance, ready to transport the players and club officials to Rome, for where they would fly directly to Beijing. After several hours, the plane landed at Beijing Airport at 7 in the morning on Thursday. Juventus arrived in Beijing a day later than Napoli, marking their first visit to China. Some fans had supported Juventus since the Platini era, while others began during the Del Piero years, and some even from Nedved's time. Regardless, fans of Juventus were in for a treat this year. However, many of the stars they once adored had retired over the past decade or two. Fans had transitioned from youth to middle age alongside their heroes. The once vibrant Del Piero now appeared as a scout and manager, while Captain Buffon and Pirlo were nearing the twilight of their careers. Nevertheless, the opportunity to witness legends in person brought immense joy to the fans, some even moved to tears. The Juventus players did not take a special exit, but instead used the regular one, igniting excitement among the thousands of fans waiting outside, who erupted in frenzy. Naturally, the most beloved were the three aging stars, as fans of all ages shouted their names: Pippo, Del Piero, Andrea, Gigi. Last year's visit from the Milan duo had evoked similar excitement. As a new generation of players like Beckham and Chenlong prepare to take center stage, Chenlong, being of half-Chinese descent, received a unique reception in China. A massive banner boldly proclaimed, "Chenlong, you are amazing. Juventus new number 10. This revelation thrilled Chenlong. Realizing he had fans in China, unable to contain his excitement, he joined his teammates in waving to the fans, gratifying his sense of vanity. The group was held up for over an hour at the airport due to the fans' fervor, demonstrating their enthusiasm. Buffon and Pirlo's Armani suits were in shambles, wrinkled from the throngs. Yet, they displayed gentlemanly grace, fully accommodating the fans' desires. Pirlo, however, opted for a simple casual t-shirt that day, having visited the previous year and knowing the extent of the madness. Chenlong, in contrast, received a more subdued reception but managed to sign several autographs, using his Chinese name, which endeared him to the fans. After the team settled into their hotel, Agnelli, Conti, Higuain, Del Piero, and Buffon attended a press conference, eliciting another round of excitement. The questions were largely repetitive, lacking novelty. While most players collapsed in a bed to adjust to the time difference, Chenlong was no exception, sleeping the entire day. In the night, his teammates awakened and invited him to go shopping. Chenlong, sharing a room with Beckham, took him to savor some local delicacies and explore Tiananmen Square under the night sky, which thrilled Beckham, a first-time visitor to China. Originally, Chenlong had hoped to invite Yang Ershi, who was staying nearby, but after landing, he could no longer find him. The next day, the team resumed normal training as the match drew near. Chenlong was filled with excitement at the prospect of playing in familiar territory, on familiar fields, with half of his heritage intertwined in this experience. His first official match could very well take place in China, even if only for a fleeting 5 minutes. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the game and his chance to step onto the pitch, as the unknown would soon transform into reality. Chapter 25, a long-awaited debut in August. Beijing basked in brilliant sunshine, the sky clear and dry, radiating a picturesque yet stifling heat. Juventus head coach, Conti, was on the training ground devising strategies for the night's match against Napoli, after suffering a 2-0 defeat to them in this year's Coppa Italia final. Conti was determined not to let the team lose the Italian Super Cup again. Napoli currently boasts formidable strength, having nearly dethroned the newly crowned European champions Chelsea earlier this year. The squad features Edinson Cavani, who is subtly emerging as the premier striker in Serie A, alongside the exceptionally talented Argentine winger Ezequiel Lavezzi. Their splendid performances in the last final led to a victory over Juventus. Not to be overlooked are players such as Goran Pandev and Marikam K. Juventus must not repeat past mistakes. Even if Juventus concedes, the fans will not. Conti's tactics emphasize ball control, with Juventus fortified by a defensive line that comprises nearly the entirety of the Italian national team: Giorgio Chiellini, Andrea Barzagli, Leonardo Bonucci, and Gianluigi Buffon, complemented by the midfield dynamo Andrea Pirlo, the agile Claudio Marchisio, and the deep-lying forward Sebastian Giovinco. The fringe national player Matri, along with several other internationals, brings immense strength to the squad. Additionally, the newly transferred powerhouse Gonzalo Higuain stands as their greatest asset. Chenlong has successfully infiltrated the substitute lineup, and there is no doubt that Conti will not squander this opportunity. With his exceptional free-kick prowess, he might just alter the outcome of the match. In Conti's strategy, the final 5 minutes are particularly crucial, as evidenced by his earlier establishment of a diving training session to maximize Chenlong's 5-minute impact. At 7:30 p.m., the Bird's Nest Stadium is ablaze with lights, teeming with a sea of spectators, as the venue, which accommodates 91,000, has added an extra 10,000 temporary seats, thus gathering a crowd of 100,000 for this grand occasion. The stadium is predominantly filled with the black and white colors of Juventus, a testament to the immense fan base the club has in China. However, Napoli also boasts a significant following, thanks in large part to the legendary Diego Maradona, who led the team in the 1980s, cultivating a loyal fan base among those born in the 60s and 70s. The match officially kicks off at 8 o'clock p.m., with Juventus taking the first possession. Juventus prides itself on a stable ball control style, while Napoli exhibits a more aggressive approach. Comparatively, Juventus should hold the advantage, as their solid midfield and defense ensure ball possession. Even if the forwards cannot convert chances into shots on goal, they do not pose a threat to the backline. Yet, Napoli's straightforward and effective style allows the ball to consistently reach Lavezzi or Pandev, whose speed either leads to rapid cuts inside or immediate crosses targeting Cavani, applying constant pressure on Juventus's defense. Were it not for Juventus's elite defensive capabilities, they might have conceded first, compounding the situation. Juventus's forwards continue their lackluster performance from last season, with Matri failing to hit the target in 4 attempts during the first half. The industrious and creative midfielder's passes are squandered at his feet. Fortunately, Juventus now has Higuain, whose moment of brilliance just before halftime resulted in a surprise goal. The first half concludes with a score of 1-0. As the second half commences, Conti swiftly substitutes Matri for the agile Mirko Vuini, aiming to disrupt Napoli's defensive structure. Napoli remains passive for the moment, focusing on a strategy that minimizes midfield transitions, opting instead to threaten Juventus directly. Juventus continues to assert control, with Pirlo meticulously orchestrating the defense and attack, while Marchisio tirelessly traverses the pitch. The wingers, like the industrious Krasic, frequently drop back to receive the ball, attempting to penetrate Napoli's defense through effective combinations. However, Napoli's relentless running compensates for their lack of ball possession, executing a flawless defensive display. The match takes on a tedious tone, a sentiment echoed by the spectators. This is typical of the old ladies' games, perhaps. Last season, Juventus played with more flair, but today they seem overly cautious, perhaps fearful of relinquishing their title. At the 70-minute mark, Conti substitutes Elia for Higuain, aiming to bolster control and defense. Higuain has performed admirably, but as a newcomer, he still needs to refine his synergy with the team. In Serie A, space is scarce, and as a renowned star, Napoli's players have kept a watchful eye on him. Scoring a goal is already a significant achievement for his debut, so the audience rises to applaud him as he exits. If the score remains 1-0, Juventus will claim the championship, yet fate often diverges from desire. Juventus begins to repeat last season's errors, allowing the opponent to score despite holding the lead. Shortly after Higuain's departure, Lavezzi breaks through and delivers a precise cross to Cavani, who equalizes with a header. Buffon, with a scowl, retrieves the ball from the net, visibly frustrated. Barzagli and Chiellini avert their gazes from Buffon, shaking their heads in disappointment, clearly aware that their lack of marking led to this outcome. With the equalizer, Napoli shifts focus to defense, no longer rushing to attack. Conti, frantic on the sidelines, repeatedly shouts instructions, yet to no avail. Time slips away, and soon it is the 80-minute mark, with the score still at 1-1. At this juncture, Conti glances at the substitutes, hesitating before calling out a player's name. Should he aim for a draw and take the match to extra time, or resolve the battle within the regulation 90 minutes? Conti grapples with his internal conflict, scanning the bench, yet unable to make a decisive call. Sub me in. I'm the one you need. Chenlong eagerly hopes to hear his name from Conti's lips, yearning for the moment. After a half-minute of internal struggle, Conti finally resolves to attack. Attack! Attack! We must finish this within 90 minutes. I prepared this boy for today. He gestures emphatically towards Chenlong, signaling him to enter. Chenlong's heart races at the unexpected summons, questioning whether he truly heard correctly. As excitement floods in, he momentarily loses focus. Vidal gives him a gentle nudge from behind, instinctively propelling Chenlong forward. Yes, I'm going in. Chenlong swiftly removes his warm-up jacket, revealing his Juventus kit, akin to a ravenous wolf eager for its prey, as he strides toward the substitution zone. Hurry, Conti urges. There is no need for warm-ups. They would only squander his energy. Thus, when the substitution board displays 16 for Giovinco and 10 for Chenlong, he stands ready at the substitution zone. The clock reads 85 minutes. The crowd erupts in jubilant applause, not for any reason other than the fact that this new number 10 for Juventus is half Chinese. In the front row of the audience, Alessandro Del Piero watches the familiar figure clad in the number 10 jersey. Waves of nostalgia wash over him, accompanied by a sense of profound comfort. As the crowd's cheers resonate, they echo the glory once belonging to the great Platini, the legendary Baggio, and now, in this moment, they belong to Chenlong. As Giovinco and Chenlong shook hands, Chenlong stepped on the field, swiftly darting towards the forward zone, with only a few minutes left to make an impact. Juventus's new number 10, Chenlong, a blend of Italian and Chinese heritage, was no stranger to the crowd, who eagerly anticipated whether he would deliver a stunning performance or clinch the match. The voice of the Chinese host echoed in the live stream, expressing excitement over witnessing the young talent in action for the first time, having previously watched numerous highlight reels. From a 5-minute perspective, he appeared to be an exceptional player, a sentiment echoed by co-host Zhang Lu. Some netizens humorously likened Chenlong's talent to that of the legendary Ronaldo, claiming even God would envy it, while also noting the extraordinary challenges he had faced. It seemed Juventus was taking a gamble, leaving fans curious about their tactical approach. Rumors suggested Chenlong possessed a remarkable free-kick ability, raising questions about whether it would come into play. After all, if he took the free kick, would the maestro Pirlo be relegated to farming? Meanwhile, on the pitch, as the game approached its climax, both teams played cautiously, resorting to long clearances instead of intricate plays. The ball flew back and forth, often veering towards the sidelines. In such tense moments, the danger heightened, and neither side could afford to be careless. Upon entering the game, Chenlong found himself closely marked by Napoli's center-back, Fernandes. In this fierce competition, no player could afford to underestimate their opponent. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Thus, Fernandes remained vigilant, refusing to lower his guard simply because Chenlong was a newcomer. The ball was fiercely contested, with no discernible rhythm, and minutes swiftly passed. Chenlong had one opportunity to touch the ball, but, faced with dense defense and lack of support from teammates, his attempted back pass was intercepted by Maradona. As the clock ticked down, Chenlong had yet to receive a clear chance, yet he relentlessly pursued the ball. At this juncture, the distinction between strong and weak teams blurred, as anyone could be on the receiving end of a last-minute defeat, a reality often witnessed in football history. Certainly, had Pirlo stepped up to control the ball, the situation might have improved. However, he was preoccupied with defensive duties, leaving Juventus's midfield in disarray. Nevertheless, since Chenlong's introduction, Juventus had adopted a new tactic, not merely relying on luck, but employing a strategy aimed at drawing fouls. If a foul could be earned within 30 meters of Napoli's goal, it would signify an opportunity, and opportunities must be created. A recent training exercise on simulated fouls was brought into play by Marchisio. Perhaps due to nerves or unfamiliarity, the referee failed to blow the whistle, indicating that Chenlong's finesse needed refining. If teammates could not create opportunities, Chenlong would take it upon himself. With his relentless running and the fervor of his teammates, he finally seized a moment of chance. A mistake by Hamsik allowed Pirlo to intercept the ball. Without hesitation, Pirlo executed a right-footed curled pass towards Chenlong. The ball swiftly descended to Chenlong's feet, and as he looked around, he found not only Fernandes but also the agile Cannavaro closing in. Fernandes positioned himself behind Chenlong while Cannavaro pressed from the side. Host Zhang Lu humorously remarked that it was like two eagles swooping down on a chick. Could Chenlong withstand the pressure? It was indeed a daunting task. Both defenders were formidable, tall, and imposing, making it seem unlikely that Chenlong could retain possession. What could he do? Pass back? It was impossible. Such a distance would squander the opportunity. Should he shield the ball while waiting for teammates? That too seemed futile. As he observed the rapidly approaching ball, a decision crystallized in his mind. He would take possession and surge forward. In a split second, as the ball descended, Chenlong shifted his body position, transitioning from leaning against Fernandes to positioning himself sideways, using his body to shield Cannavaro. With arms slightly extended, he protected himself and braced for the ball. Did he dare to turn? No. At the moment he received the ball, he suddenly leaned forward, using Fernandes's force to retract slightly, guiding the ball back with his right foot. He stumbled, but managed to maintain his balance. Typically, such a maneuver would result in a fall, perhaps to draw a foul. But Chenlong had premeditated this action and was prepared. Consequently, Fernandes lost his balance and stumbled, while Cannavaro was caught off guard. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chenlong swiftly adjusted his body, turned, pulled the ball with his left foot, and unleashed his explosive power, propelling himself and the ball forward like a phantom. Success. Chenlong felt a rush of exhilaration, eager to accelerate further. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, and in an instant, he was sent tumbling into the air. It was Dos Santos, who had unexpectedly lunged in with a forceful tackle, taking both Chenlong and the ball down. The referee's whistle blew promptly, and he rushed over, brandishing a red card at Dos Santos. Chenlong crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his shin and rolling in pain, clearly indicating the severity of the foul. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos. Juventus teammates charged forward, surrounding Dos Santos. The Juventus medical team rushed onto the field with a stretcher. Surrounded, Dos Santos retreated, while the fiery Chiellini was the first to confront him, pushing Dos Santos back. Fortunately, other Napoli players intervened, preventing Chiellini and his teammates from escalating the situation. Meanwhile, Captain Buffon pursued the referee for justice. Chenlong was genuinely in agony, and anyone who thought he was feigning injury was sorely mistaken. Fortunately, the tackle struck his shin, where his shin guards offered some protection, and the medical team promptly applied pain relief spray, alleviating much of his discomfort. After a moment of struggle, he resolutely stood up. His mission was not yet complete. Pirlo approached him, cradling the ball, and handed it over. Yes, Juventus's free kick would not be taken by Pirlo, but by Chenlong. He, Chenlong, was the designated free kick taker, the master of free kicks for Juventus. The surprise was palpable among the Napoli players and the entire audience alike. Chenlong, Juventus's number 10, was stepping up to take the free kick. Slowly, he walked towards the spot, finally receiving his opportunity, albeit at such a cost. Napoli formed a tense wall, and despite being 30 meters away, none dared to underestimate the moment. Pirlo refrained from stepping up to orchestrate a play, allowing Chenlong to take his position at the ball. They were both familiar with this spot, yet only Chenlong stood at the free kick mark. He retreated to his desired position, took a deep breath to relax, and then, here he came. He began his run-up, unleashing his explosive potential. In the training ground, countless times I have witnessed the elegant silhouette, graceful arcs traced, the dominance displayed, and the calm, yet lethal demeanor portrayed. At this moment, all these memories are vividly etched in the air above the verdant pitch, before the eyes of 100,000 Chinese spectators. Silence ensued, a heavy and profound stillness. Then, cheers, gasps, and exclamations erupted. Chapter 27. I am just a temp on his debut on the professional football stage. Chenlong delivered a performance so flawless, especially in such a significant match as the Super Cup final, reminiscent of cinematic tales where one goal brings fame and fortune. After the match concluded, the entire team surged onto the field to celebrate. Buffon, as captain, lifted the trophy high, which was subsequently passed around among the players until it finally reached Chenlong's hands. His youthful, handsome face radiated joy. Everything felt surreal and sudden. Chenlong found himself at a loss for words to convey his emotions. The big screen then displayed the best player of the match, Chenlong. Although he played for a mere 5 minutes, being named the best player was the finest reward for him, while others exerted themselves throughout the match. It was Chenlong's brief performance that captured the audience and conquered the field. A renowned Chinese football commentator, Huang Jinxiang, rushed onto the pitch to interview the still excited Chenlong. Hello, Chenlong, I am Huang Jinxiang. Hello, Chenlong politely nodded, internally wondering why this man's voice sounded so hoarse, reminiscent of a duck, and he felt an inexplicable familiarity with him. This name also seemed familiar. Yet, he searched his mind but could not recall any concrete memory. How do you feel about such a perfect debut? Well, I am thrilled, Chenlong replied after contemplating, wiping the sweat from his face as if still caught in a dream. You have made millions of Chinese remember you, the new number 10 of Juventus. Thank you. I hope to have more opportunities to showcase my football skills to everyone in the future. And thank you for providing us fans with such a spectacular goal. You reminded us of Ronaldo, and I was overwhelmed with excitement. This is the second time I have lost my voice from shouting. Oh, that was my idol, my God. When was the first time your voice went hoarse? Chenlong curiously inquired. The last time was when the great Italian left-back Grosso scored against Australia. I remember you now. You used to host World Football, and your commentary during that World Cup was quite remarkable. I was right in front of the television, you know. I could speak Chinese, so I remembered you. Oh, that was many years ago. Let's not dwell on it. I hope to have your guidance in the future. Likewise. The two found an instant rapport, akin to kindred spirits meeting too late. After a brief interview, they proceeded to the post-match press conference. First up was Napoli's conference. Their coach, Mazzarri, appeared calm before the cameras. He succinctly reviewed the match, concluding with a summary of the reasons for their defeat. Higuain's goal caused us concern, but Juventus's error allowed Cavani to score. After we equalized, I believe the team could at least push for extra time, coming closer to the championship. However, in the final moments, that kid who came on as a substitute, the extraordinary one, ended everything. The extraordinary one naturally referred to Chenlong, and Mazzari's excitement was evident when he spoke of him. I haven't seen such an extraordinary player in a long time. The last time was in 1996, watching on television. Clearly, I am referring to Ronaldo. Indeed, that boy resembles him. You know, such praise is so lofty that even I can scarcely believe it. But he truly astonished me with his swift movements, blistering speed, and instantaneous calmness and judgment. More frightening was that free kick. It was simply unsolvable. I thought I could only witness such brilliance in a film. Yet here it was today. Congratulations to Juventus, and to Chenlong. Mazzari quickly concluded the press conference. His comparison of Chenlong to Ronaldo underscored the high regard in which he held him. Indeed, Chenlong's brief performance had captivated everyone, leaving them in awe and astonishment. Next, it was Juventus's turn to take the stage. Cavani was accompanied by Higuain and Chenlong. Both were the focal points of this match, each making their debut, one a star, the other a newcomer. Both achieved success and perfection. Coach Cavani began with a succinct summary. Both sides played hard and valiantly. There are no losers. A draw would have been more reasonable. We were simply luckier to have Higuain and Chenlong, which led us to victory. With these few words, Cavani ended his remarks, and it was time for questions from the press. Unexpectedly, the first question directed at him concerned Chenlong. With such a stunning debut, what are your thoughts as his coach? Cavani took the microphone, pressed his lips together, and said, "He is special, the team's ultimate trump card." His performance today was what we anticipated, though we did not expect such success to come so swiftly. Chenlong is remarkable. However, his playing time is limited, and his career journey is still long. We cannot declare future success based on one match alone. There is still much ahead for him. Cavani's language was quite official, contrasting starkly with his private demeanor, as he spoke one way and acted another. With a top striker like Higuain and a talent like Chenlong, does the club have grand aspirations for the Champions League next season? Naturally, Juventus is always a championship club, filled with ambition and pursuit of honor. There's no doubt about that. Higuain's arrival significantly enhances our attacking strength. Next, a reporter from an unknown publication turned their attention to Chenlong. "I would like to ask Chenlong a question. I hear you are a Temp?" The journalist appeared somewhat bashful, but ultimately broached the subject. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted in astonishment. Cavani's expression became awkward, and Chenlong felt a bit embarrassed. Faced with this question, he first glanced at Cavani, whose facial muscles twitched slightly before he gestured for Chenlong to respond. "Ahem, well, yes, I am indeed just a Temp." Chenlong calmly replied. "Ah, so Italian professional football employs Temps?" A voice from the crowd exclaimed, "A half-Chinese individual is working as a Temp in Italy. How tragic. Can you disclose the terms of your Temp position?" Another reporter posed a rather pointed question. Chenlong grimaced, thinking this would put him in an awkward position. Such a stingy inquiry was difficult to answer. Yet then he considered that perhaps this was a good opportunity to apply pressure on the club for a pay raise. "Well, for this match, I earned €1,000 with no base salary or benefits. Income is solely from goals or assists," Chenlong expressed with resignation. The atmosphere outside had become a hive of excitement, and the reporters soon turned their attention back to Cavani. Higuain was equally shocked to hear Chenlong discuss his contract. "This is blatant capitalist exploitation. Can Juventus really offer such an unprotected contract? Do they even regard Chenlong as a human?" This truly marked one of the greatest oddities in the football world, a disgrace to professional football and a shame for Juventus. Indeed, Juventus's stinginess is truly legendary. Someone remarked sarcastically, "Chenlong, come to Evergrande. The salary they offer you will undoubtedly be substantial, and playing in the Chinese Super League is far more favorable than your time in the Italian League." It was quite a peculiar notion from some journalist. Conte, awkwardly bowing his head, appeared at a loss for words, clearly overwhelmed. Ultimately, it was Del Piero who stepped in to diffuse the tension. He took the microphone and said earnestly, "The reason we have signed Chenlong to a temporary contract is that he was initially recruited for the youth team. However, should he excel in the first team, we will certainly raise his salary. This approach alleviates undue pressure on him." If the club did not believe in his potential, why would they have given him the number 10 jersey, a symbol of the team's core? Thus, let's not impose excessive pressure on Chenlong. Allow him to develop freely and comfortably. The club will undoubtedly provide him with the utmost support. Spoken by the illustrious former captain Del Piero, such words were naturally convincing, and the journalist swiftly quieted down. In his heart, Chenlong cursed under his breath, thinking how insincere he could be. As a half-Chinese individual, will you represent the Chinese national team in the future? Finally, the journalist returned to more conventional queries, refraining from such pointed questions. In response to this query, Chenlong calmly replied that receiving a call-up from the Chinese national team would be an honor, but he would also be delighted to be called up by Italy in the future. After all, he had grown up in Italy and perhaps leaned more towards it. Of course, that seemed like a distant dream. Chenlong remarked with a tinge of disappointment, feeling uncertain about his future. It felt so far away. Moreover, he was merely a temporary player at Juventus. Could he truly expect to play for the national team as a temporary worker? He couldn't help but indulge in some self-deprecating humor. Indeed, even Vieira was overlooked by a certain coach back then. As for the Chinese team, it seemed fitting that the journalist shared a moment of nostalgia. Chapter 28. The agent's scheme on the very first day of his arrival in Beijing. Chenlong was unable to reach Yang Ershi that evening. Where could that fellow have gone? No one knew at the time. The same was true the following day until after the match concluded and the press conference ended, when Yang Ershi suddenly emerged from an unknown corner. Grinning broadly as he greeted Chenlong, noticing his mischievous smile, Chenlong felt something was amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint the issue. Typically, when Yang Ershi wore such a grin, it meant he had stumbled upon something delightfully unpredictable. Chenlong pulled him aside to a more secluded corner and inquired curiously, "You fat fool, what on earth has you smiling like that? Spill it." Yang Ershi, still laughing, leaned in closer and whispered, "Brother, I leaked the news about your temporary status to a Chinese journalist, and that is how we ended up in this situation. Pretty impressive, right?" "What? It was you?" Chenlong exclaimed. "No wonder the news got out. You've done well. It seems my salary might just increase. Now you're a celebrity, scoring goals and being a temporary worker. How wild is that? We're about to make a fortune." Yang Ershi could hardly contain his excitement. There would be advertisements, salary increases, and perhaps even a chance to join a better team. Seizing the moment, Chenlong inquired about Yang Ershi's whereabouts and why he had been unreachable. "I landed and immediately set off to explore commercial opportunities in China. While in Italy, I had reached out to several Chinese enterprises, hoping to find partnerships. This recent revelation will rapidly elevate your profile globally," he responded with a grin. By now, they had left the press conference and returned to Chenlong's room. With Beckham absent, the two continued their conversation. "I've spoken with several Chinese companies, all of whom are interested in collaborating with us, provided your performance remains commendable. We merely needed a catalyst, and that opportunity has appeared before us, akin to a windfall from the heavens. Tomorrow, I'll introduce you to our most significant potential partner." "What company?" Chenlong asked. "I can't tell you just yet," Yang Ershi teased. "Wake up early tomorrow and come see me. I'm off now." With that, he quietly slipped out the door. In the dead of night, with Beckham still missing, Chenlong found himself alone in the room. Lying on his bed, he resumed reading Introduction to Traditional Chinese Medicine, attempting to follow Yi Shanshan's advice from the other day, to seek feelings rather than understanding the words. Immersing himself in the text. Meanwhile, in Connie's room, Del Piero sat pondering who had leaked Chenlong's contract details. Connie was perplexed, thinking Chenlong's reaction today did not suggest he was the source. Could it be someone from the club? Del Piero, weary, responded, "Have you considered that Chenlong's performance today might attract the attention of many clubs? We must be cautious. It seems we need to discuss his contract with him tomorrow to prevent any poaching." "But what a poaching? The contract will still be negotiated as before, perhaps with an increased goal bonus. We can't possibly sign a formal contract." After the Super Cup, the team rested for a day in Beijing. When Chenlong awoke, he discovered that Beckham had yet to return, thinking to himself that the fellow must be up to no good, staying out late. In a cheerful mood, Chenlong donned sunglasses and casual attire, rising early to visit Yang Ershi. Yang Ershi took Chenlong to a CAF on the hotel's first floor, where they settled into a booth. Shortly thereafter, a slender Chinese man in his 40s joined them, introducing himself and expressing admiration for Chenlong. They got straight to the point, delving into discussions about advertising. After some preliminary exchanges, Chenlong finally grasped the situation. The man was the marketing manager for a product called Ginseng Z Throat Treasure, and he was there to negotiate a contract with Chenlong, as well as to discuss the representation of his image in advertisements across China. Chenlong was unfamiliar with Ginseng Z Throat Treasure, but Yang Ershi was well aware of it. He had a vast knowledge of various aspects of China, particularly after becoming Chenlong's agent, diligently gathering information on Chinese enterprises involved in hiring football stars for advertisements. After exhaustive research, Yang Ershi was thrilled to discover that Ginseng Z Throat Treasure was the most suitable company for generating substantial profits. Following the 1998 World Cup, advertisements for Ginseng Z Throat Treasure starring Ronaldo had suddenly appeared on Chinese television, leading the entire nation to believe that Ronaldo genuinely endorsed the product. The advertising phenomenon was reminiscent of how people don the number 9 jersey of Ronaldo as they roamed the streets. It wasn't until many years later that Ronaldo discovered the infringement and pursued legal action against Ginseng Z Throat Treasure, which had since turned its sights on CAC, showing a relentless pursuit of fame. Yang Ershi had even taken the initiative to approach Ginseng Z Throat Treasure regarding Chenlong's advertising contract. Naturally, with Yang Ershi's intellect, he would never engage in a losing venture. It would be unthinkable otherwise. To Yang Ershi, the audacity of Ginseng Z Throat Treasure to unlawfully utilize the likenesses of 2 generations of Brazilian football legends for advertising was indicative of their unique strategy, akin to the stark differences between the Chinese and American Jordan brands. However, their shared outcome was that, through extraordinary means, they garnered immense benefits that were nationwide. He contemplated that if, after Ronaldo and CAC, the third portrait was actually of Chenlong, the advertising effect would be monumental. This would signify an unparalleled triumph for Chenlong in China. Initially, Ginseng Z Throat Treasure had no interest in this matter, believing they could easily sway the Chinese audience with mere football stars without investing in authenticity. Yet, following the Super Cup last night and Yang Ershi's bold proposal for Ginseng Z Throat Treasure to represent Chenlong in the Chinese market, the 2 parties quickly aligned, forming a cunning alliance that ultimately led to this conclusion. At that moment, in the Juventus hotel, the officials remained oblivious, unaware that a mere agent, Yang Ershi, could so astutely elevate matters to such heights. Under the diligent explanations of Yang Ershi and the promotional manager of Ginseng Z Throat Treasure, Chenlong finally grasped the entire context and gracefully acquiesced to everything. Chapter 29. The Rush for Temporary Workers Upon Exiting the CAF. Chenlong and Yang Ershi embarked on a thorough exploration of the city of Beijing. Although both were half Chinese, their curiosity about everything Chinese remained unabated, particularly regarding the unfamiliar Beijing, which was filled with wonder. Additionally, Chenlong had a mission to procure some traditional Chinese medicine books for Yishan. Although he had no idea how to purchase them, merely tasked with collecting them from a designated location. After returning to the hotel with a heavy bag of books, Chenlong barely settled in before receiving a call from Connie. He promptly made his way to Connie's room. In the living room sat Conti, Piero, and another middle-aged man, who Chenlong regarded with curiosity, sensing a familiarity. After some contemplation, he recalled that this was indeed Vieira. Just yesterday, the reporters had mentioned him, yet here he was today in person. Chenlong marveled at the peculiarities of the world. The visitor was indeed Vieira, who now held the position of technical director at Manchester City, responsible for market development and player signings. Chenlong, unaware of Vieira's intentions, pondered why the 2 older gentlemen had summoned him. Did they wish to introduce him to Vieira? That seemed absurd. Once Connie elucidated Vieira's purpose, Chenlong understood the situation. Vieira had come to inquire about the possibility of a transfer to Manchester City. The revelation struck Chenlong like a thunderbolt, filling him with both astonishment and joy. He mused that Yang Ershi truly possessed remarkable foresight, as other clubs had indeed taken notice of him, contemplating this possibility ahead of time. Although Manchester City had yet to attain the stature of a traditional powerhouse, having been the reigning champions of the Premier League last season, their financial backing was among the most substantial in football, boasting a roster of star players and often likened to the Barcelona of the Premier League. Given time, their emergence as a top-tier club was inevitable. The sudden influx of happiness also brought a tinge of anxiety for Chenlong, despite harboring a secret unknown to others. The acknowledgement from another club was undeniably a cause for celebration. Having been at Juventus for less than a month, the prospect of another team seeking him was significant. Vieira's approach was as straightforward as his playing style, as he presented a weekly contract of 10,000. This revelation left Chenlong reeling. 10,000 a week. What a staggering figure. He was currently earning a mere 1,000 as a temporary wage, conditional on scoring goals. Such an unguaranteed contract paled in comparison to the 10,000 offer. People die for wealth, birds perish for food, Chenlong mused, beginning to feel tempted, seemingly forgetting young Urshi's earlier advice. Piero observed Chenlong's reactions silently, while Conti remained equally reticent, both lamenting the club's failure to provide a better contract for Chenlong. In truth, following yesterday's press conference, the club had been deliberating on drafting a more reasonable and secure contract for him, and the two had even discussed it late into the night. Yet, they had not anticipated Vieira's visit the following day. Having once played for Juventus and being familiar with Piero, Vieira's approach was met with an opportunity rather than an immediate refusal. Chenlong felt a tug of internal conflict, grappling with the contrasting emotions of an 18-year-old. Rationality was a rare trait among individuals of his age, setting aside any perceived conspiracies with young Urshi and the others. The allure of Manchester City's offer was undeniably exhilarating. The prospect of playing alongside such top-tier stars as Agüero, Dzeko, Nasri, and his friend Balotelli was enough to ignite his excitement. However, after the initial thrill subsided, he maintained a degree of composure. Foremost, he cherished Juventus, his beloved club, and the camaraderie of his teammates, who had treated him exceptionally well, something that Manchester City, with only one friend in Balotelli, could not replicate. Moreover, the English league was not his preferred choice. While the salary was undoubtedly enticing, it was not the paramount consideration. At least in Juventus, he had begun to forge friendships, received guidance from many seniors, and embarked on a new journey. Wasn't that happiness sufficient? Additionally, according to his discussions with young Urshi, it was advised that he should remain at Juventus for at least 6 months to a year. Abruptly jumping to another team would be detrimental, especially as it would reflect a lack of respect for both the club and its fans. Ultimately, it boiled down to matters of character. After considering these 3 points, Chenlong made a lighthearted decision to decline the offer. He chose to view it as a beautiful encounter in life, soothing his disappointment. Naturally, Vieira was unable to secure Chenlong, and both Piero and Conti sighed with relief. However, what they did not anticipate was that after bidding farewell to Vieira, Conti's phone rang again. After hanging up, Conti erupted in frustration, cursing, "What the hell? Do they want to ruin our lives?" Piero, perplexed, inquired about the matter, to which Conti explained that the call had been from Zidane, although he did not disclose the specifics. Chenlong, listening from the side, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation and refrained from asking further. This marked the 8th call Conti received that morning. In addition to Manchester City's inquiry, the previous 7 calls had been from Paris Saint-Germain, Bayern Munich, Siena, Atlanta, Roma, as well as Arsenal and Manchester United. Every major league team was represented. Of course, Conti would not reveal this to Chenlong. The temptation posed by Manchester City was already substantial. He dared not imagine the turmoil that would ensue if Chenlong learned that Real Madrid, Manchester United, and Arsenal were also vying for his attention. He feared that in a moment of excitement, Chenlong might impulsively pack his bags for one of those clubs. Unbeknownst to them, in Milan, the president of Inter Milan, Maradona, sat in the club's office, watching highlights from the Italian Super Cup with a grave expression. He seemed to recall the painful summer of 1999, a season rife with sorrow for Inter, and the memories brought him a slight headache. In front of the television, the child seemed to have made a decision to sign on his own accord, proudly proclaiming himself a genius, only to later become a discarded talent he himself had chosen to extinguish. Is this merely the least significant and least noteworthy player that Maradona, during his presidency, has destroyed? In the abyss of Inter Milan back then, he was indeed quite inconspicuous. Yet, remarkably, 13 years later, this most unremarkable lad resurfaced, appearing in the ranks of their arch-rival Juventus. In his debut match, he came off the bench and instantly made a name for himself. Maradona appeared considerably older, his expression now resembling the tender affection he once had for Ronaldo. After Chenlong provided a definitive answer, the 2 old titans felt a significant alleviation of pressure and prepared to discuss a new contract with him. Friendship aside, One cannot live on camaraderie alone, without sustenance. Even the strongest bonds can wither. Thus, they ultimately agreed to offer Chenlong a contract of €5,000 per week, with incentives for goals and assists remaining unchanged. However, a clause was added, stipulating that Chenlong's penalty for breach of contract would astonishingly amount to €30 million. But at that moment, Chapter 30, apologies. I'm just a temp. This matter was too rushed. I must consult my agent. Chenlong gazed at the contract before him, remaining surprisingly calm. His reaction caught the two men off guard. What? When did you acquire an agent? Connie asked in astonishment. Pirlo immediately recalled that since Chenlong's last contract signing, no one else had engaged with the club, so how suddenly had an agent emerged? He sensed an unsettling development, as if he had been ensnared in a trap. This lad has learned from other players. He needs to be properly managed, Connie mused inwardly. So will you sign or not? Chenlong, exuding confidence, slowly replied. Of course I will sign, but I need to discuss with my agent how to proceed. I'll call him right now. With that, he retrieved his phone and made the call. Conti and Pirlo exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Chenlong had become increasingly astute, clearly having plotted this all along. It seemed that the individual who had leaked the temporary worker information was indeed Chenlong's agent. They shared a knowing look, each having come to a conclusion. Approximately 10 minutes later, in Connie's living room, another figure appeared, the plump young Urshi, dressed in a suit. The perspiration on his forehead was not due to nervousness or fear, but rather a result of his bulk, which made him prone to sweating when he hurried. He had not anticipated that Juventus would respond so swiftly, albeit half a day later than himself. He had been contemplating relevant strategies on the way, striving for the best outcome. Conti regarded the young, portly individual with mixed feelings, pondering whether this inexperienced lad was indeed orchestrating everything over the past 2 days, leading them by the nose. Initially, he had assumed young Urshi was an old hand, a wily fox, but now this young boy had stunned Pirlo as well. What's this boy made of? Pirlo thought, taken aback by the farcical situation he had created, which placed him and the club in a passive position. Now, as they discussed a new contract, they were forced to navigate additional complications, a scenario he had never foreseen. Young Urshi sat down on the sofa without ceremony, adopting a demeanor of maturity, his chubby face adorned with glasses that seemed disproportionate to his age. Connie did not underestimate him, treating him with utmost seriousness. Chenlong, seated nearby, wished to laugh at the scene, but restrained himself. It is worth noting that Chenlong, initially a player, later signed a professional contract with Juventus, which posed no issues. Young Urshi spoke confidently, failing to detect any absurdity in the situation. However, Chenlong had signed a temporary contract, meaning he was indeed a temporary worker, and the club or individual could terminate the contract unilaterally. Now that Juventus sought to establish a new contract with Chenlong, as his agent, I needed to discuss the contract details with Chenlong. Young Urshi articulated his points clearly, leaving Connie and Pirlo momentarily stunned. Chenlong has entrusted me as his agent to negotiate the renewal, he continued. According to Chenlong's intentions, he was genuinely eager to sign a new professional contract with the club. Young Urshi spoke at a measured pace, asserting that salary was not the most critical aspect. They preferred to maintain the original structure, but they still wished to sign a temporary contract rather than a long-term one. Young Urshi held the official contract provided by Juventus in his hands, reviewing it while expressing his opinions. Conti's expression darkened, sensing something ominous in the boy's intentions. Of course, the temporary residence will be provided by Juventus, with contracts signed every 6 months, devoid of any clauses regarding penalties for breach. You are gaining considerably from this. Isn't this effectively akin to a loan agreement? Pirlo's displeasure became evident upon hearing young Urshi's words. Conti could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "The club has painstakingly nurtured Chenlong. Do you expect him to leave after 6 months at his whim? What about the club's interests? This is unjust." Young Urshi smiled broadly, nearly squinting with delight, remaining unperturbed as he calmly responded, "This contract was always intended to be temporary. If Chenlong fails to score or assist throughout the season, would the club still require him? I believe Chenlong would feel embarrassed to remain. You know well what can be achieved in 5 minutes. That is why it was initially signed as a temporary contract. Had Chenlong not suddenly emerged and performed well, catching the eye of other clubs, you would not be so hastily negotiating a second contract." Young Urshi was indeed a consummate businessman, speaking purely from a perspective of self-interest, devoid of any mention of camaraderie or other trivial matters. Isn't signing a formal professional contract preferable to a temporary one? What is your true intention? Conti's face remained grim, still uncertain of the boy's motives. Indeed, logically, a formal contract is superior to a temporary one, primarily due to the security it provides. Yet young Urshi had a different perspective. In his view, signing a temporary worker contract was ideal for Chenlong. He harbored a secret grand design, known only to himself and Chenlong. In truth, a temporary worker contract posed no detriment to Juventus. If Chenlong underperformed, Juventus would not have to deal with a liability. If he excelled and attracted interest from other clubs, Juventus would not gain a penny. Yet what could they truly earn? As young Urshi meticulously analyzed the situation, he glanced at Chenlong, wary of invoking his ire by uttering the term liability, and continued, moreover, signing every half-season is beneficial for Juventus. Our foremost consideration is always the club's interests. Hence, should an offer arise from another club, if Juventus presents an equivalent bid, our choice will naturally be Juventus, a point we can incorporate into the agreement. Upon hearing that priority would be incorporated into the contract, both Conti and Piero breathed a sigh of relief, for it would at least ensure that Juventus retained a preferential option regarding Chenlong under equal conditions. However, this arrangement meant that Juventus would be led by the nose by Chenlong, and the most alarming prospect was that if Chenlong were to depart, Juventus would gain nothing from the situation. Conti and Piero were decidedly displeased. A mere youth had seized the initiative at the negotiation table, a stark contrast to former dealings. This newfound leverage was undoubtedly due to inquiries from other clubs. Otherwise, how could young Urshi have made such a ruckus without recourse? Should Chenlong choose to leave, Juventus would be left with nothing to show for it. Conti found himself in a quandary. Let him not depart at the season's end. That would be fair, young Urshi remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Numerous clubs had recognized Chenlong's potential. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for so many to express their interest within just 2 days. Perhaps it is somewhat unjust for Juventus. Let us add a clause to the contract stating that if another club engages with Chenlong and he expresses a willingness to join them, that club must compensate Juventus with 5 million euros. What do you think? Piero suggested thoughtfully. That is certainly acceptable, but at least 30% of that 5 million belongs to Chenlong. Young Urshi replied readily, only to pivot and present another demand. This revelation caused Conti and Piero to scowl once more, contemplating how such a little rascal could be so audacious, calculating his profits so astutely. Chenlong, do you have any objections? Piero implored helplessly to the languid Chenlong seated nearby. Chenlong merely shrugged and gestured towards the corpulent Yang, indicating that the decision lay with him. Ultimately, amidst Chenlong's silence and young Urshi's unabashedness, the ever-indulgent Conti and Piero acquiesced to this peculiar arrangement. Chapter 31. The idler of football Juventus returned triumphantly to Italy, arriving by bus in Turin at their training base. Naturally, both Chenlong and young Urshi shared in this triumphant return. The duo, instrumental in securing victory for Juventus in the finals, garnered immense adulation from fans. While Higuain had not yet made an appearance in Turin since joining the club, Chenlong had risen to fame as a temporary worker. The fervor surrounding their arrivals was far greater than the welcome Pirlo received last year, underscoring Higuain and Chenlong's popularity. After arriving in Turin, Chenlong, with the club's permission, made a brief visit back to Palermo. Young Urshi, relentless in his pursuit of rumors, immediately ignited speculation upon landing, claiming that Juventus had signed a new contract with Chenlong, albeit still a temporary one. This news set off a media frenzy, compelling Juventus to issue a denial and clarification, while clubs that had previously given up began to stir with renewed interest. Outsiders found it perplexing that Chenlong would continue to sign temporary contracts under such unfair pressures. Unaware that this was all orchestrated by Chenlong and young Urshi, Juventus could only swallow their frustration, as they were unable to disclose that this was solely Chenlong's decision. Otherwise, who would believe them? Conti and Piero seethed with rage, yet felt powerless. They could see the infamous agent Mendez, known for his greed, lurking in young Urshi's eyes. Next, Juventus prepared for the upcoming cup match. The cup, held by Temp Telecom, was a traditional summer friendly among Italy's 3 giants, marking the first genuine warm-up after the summer training commenced. The tournament featured Inter Milan AC Milan, and Juventus, with each team facing off in a series of 45-minute matches, ultimately ranked based on their performance. The cup had already seen 11 editions, with Inter Milan as the defending champion, though it was merely a warm-up. The clash of these three titans represented the pinnacle of Italian football, encompassing not only city derbies, but also national rivalries and historical grievances, compelling all teams to take the matches seriously. By mid-August, the planning for the upcoming season was nearing completion. However, both Inter Milan and AC Milan were primarily losing veteran players without acquiring notable stars. As August waned and the transfer window approached its close, the two clubs grappled with uncertainty, either remaining patient or resigning themselves to inaction. AC Milan had seen a significant decline in strength after selling key players like Silva, the towering Ibrahimovic, and the young Robinho. Inter Milan, too, was living off past glories. Consequently, fans of both Milan clubs expressed their discontent, staging protests against the club's actions. The intentions of Moratti and Berlusconi remained inscrutable, and while rumors of major transfers circulated, little substance had materialized thus far. In stark contrast, Juventus was steadily enhancing its squad, particularly with Higuain's addition, which bolstered their attacking prowess. As the match day approached, Juventus diligently prepared for the impending clash on August 19th. Meanwhile, the club received news that head coach Conte had made significant progress in the betting scandal and was nearing resolution, further unifying Juventus in their resolve to secure this year's cup and establish a strong foundation for the new season. Chenlong resumed his routine on Wednesday, visiting Yishan for his medication and bringing along the medical books she had advised. To his surprise, Yishan produced the jersey Chenlong had brought before, requesting his autograph. How does the treatment differ this week? Chenlong mused. The change in treatment was undoubtedly due to Chenlong's astonishing performance the previous week, which had transformed Yishan's perception of him. Fans, after all, could be swayed in an instant. Chenlong felt a sense of relief and willingly signed his name, realizing how a little recognition could brighten one's spirits. In just a few days, his agent, Yang Ershi, had rented a large truck, hauling a plethora of belongings as the trio arrived in Turin. While Yang Ershi and Yishan commenced their studies at Turin University, Chenlong reported back to the club. Yet, apart from daily training, he found himself sneaking off to the university at night, reluctant to be idolized, especially as a newcomer. The club promptly arranged for him to stay in a modest yet charming temporary residence at the training base, an apartment small enough for Chenlong to manage comfortably, with a living room and bedroom that sufficed perfectly. The shameless Yang Ershi had initially intended to mooch off Chenlong, but after being flatly rejected, he begrudgingly returned to the university, rationalizing that with so many beautiful girls around, there was no need to remain in a shabby apartment. Following a couple of doses of traditional Chinese medicine, Chenlong felt a marked improvement in his physical condition, while his stamina had not noticeably increased. He sensed a tangible enhancement in his strength and vigor, evident in the newfound glow on his face. He felt invigorated, brimming with energy that seemed boundless, at least in comparison to before. As his fitness coach Belkiri remarked, Chenlong's hormones were undoubtedly surging. Belkiri himself could not discern whether this was a result of the herbal medicine. In a whirlwind of emotions, Chenlong chose to trust the latter, spurred on by the encouragement of his peers. Seizing every opportunity, he remained undeterred by the superficial distinctions between the black cat and the white cat, embarking on a journey of daydreams within the university. With Yang Zhoudu fanning the flames behind him, the competition drew ever closer. Chenlong's training continued unabated. Aside from participating in the final moments of team drills, he traversed between running and the gym. It could be said that he had truly begun to acclimate to life at Juventus. Describing him as a football enthusiast would be an understatement. More irksome was the fact that, during training, he leisurely hid away in the gym, watching the Olympic closing ceremony. However, such treatment was not easily attainable for others, as it was Chenlong's unique physical condition that rendered him so exceptional. With the conclusion of the Olympics, Italy failed to qualify, while Spain's under-21 team claimed the championship. This victory, following Spain's triumph in the European Championship, further solidified their dominance in football. Observing this, Chenlong felt a fire ignite within him. Spain had long held sway over the footballing world, and the presence of their two leading La Liga teams only added to the frustration. When would Spain's reign come to an end? With a tumult of emotions, Chenlong returned to the training ground, immersing himself in the team's drills. Through relentless professional training, his movements became increasingly streamlined and effective, marking a significant leap from his initial performance. This evolution was evident in his first match, leading to increasingly stringent defense from his teammates, as he became progressively more challenging to counter. One could only wonder what he would achieve with 90 minutes on the pitch. On the eve of the Cup, European bookmakers introduced a betting column exclusively for him, pondering whether Juventus number 10 would score. The odds for scoring were set at 28, while not scoring stood at 20. This sparked a frenzy among Juventus fans, with over 1 million bettors in Italy alone, and hundreds of thousands more in China participating through various online platforms. The keen market insight of the betting companies had successfully capitalized on Juventus' recent highlights. Finally, the much-anticipated Cup arrived. The youthful and unified Juventus was set to commence the new season with a Milan derby that promised intensity. Both teams fielded nearly the same lineups as the previous season, resulting in a lackluster display, as both sides struggled with aging rosters. Inter Milan relied on the veteran Milito, while Milan's front line was anchored by Cassano and El Shaarawy. Despite Milan's edge in possession, the match ended in a stalemate, with neither team able to find the back of the net. Rumors circulated that both Milan clubs were vying for Tevez, a saga that had persisted since last winter's transfer window without resolution. It appeared that unless both teams bolstered their attacking strength, they would find it increasingly difficult to achieve success. Chapter 32. The Eagle Soar's Hai Chenlong was aware that bookmakers had set odds just for him. And just before the match, a cousin called, urging him to score, having wagered €500 on a success. This left Chenlong feeling a bit dizzy. Louis XIV, do you think Milan is merely a team to be trifled with? Do you truly regard me as a deity? He mused. An assist would suffice for half the odds. But please, do not let your cousin down. Everyone has placed their bets on you. If you falter, do not return to Sicily. There will be many seeking retribution. I shall give my utmost, trusting in fate. Yet, he realized an important truth. While betting on my success is acceptable, wagering on my failure is out of the question. For I never engage in match fixing. Remember this, lest it lead to your own downfall. In the second match, Milan faced Juventus. Chenlong, comfortably seated on the bench, reveled in the dual role of avid fan and player, enjoying nearly 90 minutes of the game before stepping onto the pitch for a brief stint, perhaps even to score. The confrontation between last season's champion and runner-up was charged with tension. Milan had lost several key veterans, including Seedorf, Gattuso, and Van Bommel, leading to a team composition and strategy that resembled that of Juventus, whose midfielders, such as Marchisio, Pepe, Elia, and Vidal, were equally effective. The only distinction lay in the fact that Juventus helmsman had previously served as Milan's engine. With Seedorf's departure, Milan's creativity had undoubtedly diminished. The prowess of Cassano on Milan's front line was indisputable, yet Juventus Higuain proved to be a worthy adversary. As for the defense, Juventus possessed the entirety of Italy's defensive strength, while Milan, following Thiago Silva's exit, found themselves in a precarious position. This match represented a clash between two halves of Italy's mid-generation talent. As these similarly styled teams collided, sparks flew. Juventus creativity schon breiter. Though Milan's familiarity with Pirlo's play rendered him ensnared in a web of defenders, his passing routes stifled under the watchful eye of former teammate Ambrosini. Allegri's Milan, stripped of flair and creativity following the departures of Ibrahimovic and numerous veterans, had become increasingly pedestrian. In contrast, Conte's squad, while elegant, also possessed a tenacity that set them apart. Conte's and Allegri's coaching styles bore striking resemblances, even extending to their tactical habits. However, due to the controversy surrounding gambling, many harbored doubts about Conte, while Allegri enjoyed relative popularity following last year's league victory. Undeniably, Conte had delivered a flawless season, leading Juventus to an unbeaten championship, a feat that spoke volumes. After Gattuso's departure, Ambrosini continued to embody the role of a relentless enforcer, charging fearlessly across the pitch. Even Pirlo felt a twinge of unease, contemplating how Ambrosini had transformed into a warrior. This marked Higuain's second start for Juventus, and as before, the Italian defense proved formidable. He frequently found himself on the receiving end of fouls, with Flamini's relentless pulls and even the occasional unwelcome caress from XS, leaving him battered and bruised. After a half hour of such treatment, he could not help but feel that while La Liga may be a paradise for forwards, Serie A was indeed hell. The composed Higuain was all too aware of the relentless pressure, struggling to find opportunities to collaborate with his teammates. The diminutive figure found himself overwhelmed. Marquisio's clashes with Nasserino mirrored a rivalry, as the two, though national teammates, exchanged heated words on the pitch. Their mutual animosity fueled the intensity of the match. Unable to contain himself, Conte signaled for the substitution of Giovinco, bringing in the robust Matri to provide a focal point in the attack. In response, Allegri, desperate for a goal, replaced Lopez with another forward, forming an all-out offensive front. Yet, despite Milan's full complement of strikers, Juventus forwards found it impossible to breach Milan's defenses, just as Milan's attackers struggled against Juventus' formidable wall. As the match time slipped away, minute by minute, the players of both teams, despite their valiant efforts, seemed to be performing the same play for the spectators. The locale of Trieste was unfamiliar to Chenlong, who had spent 18 years in Italy without ever stepping foot on this land. Thus, as the game approached the 40th minute, Chenlong found his opportunity to grace this field with his presence. Upon noticing Conte preparing to send Chenlong onto the pitch, Allegri vociferously called out to Mexes, signaling for a tactical adjustment for defense. Having witnessed the Super Cup, he was acutely aware not to replicate Napoli's blunder, as he recognized the young man's potential to alter the course of the game, particularly with free kicks, not to mention his formidable prowess in other aspects of play. Chenlong swiftly joined the fray, and his entrance prompted a tactical shift for Juventus, liberating Higuain from his tightly marked position. Higuain took the lead while Chenlong played as a deeper forward, effectively spreading the defensive density and granting himself space to receive the ball and sprint. Mere seconds after entering, Chenlong seized an opportunity, threading a quick pass to Higuain, who shielded the ball but was dispossessed by Flamini during his turn. Juventus then intended to initiate a free kick, a prospect that heightened Allegri's vigilance, leading him to shout fervently once more. The Milan players, equally alert, thwarted Juventus's plans. With only 5 minutes remaining, Higuain and Chenlong found it challenging to orchestrate an effective offensive maneuver under tight surveillance. As Juventus regained possession, Chenlong dropped back, and the ball returned to his feet. Flamini closely shadowed him, yet he opted to pass. The defensive depth of Milan made breakthroughs arduous, rendering a pass the most prudent choice. Regrettably, Marquisio, upon receiving the ball, chose to charge forward without consideration, resulting in yet another interception, sending the ball back to Juventus's defense where Chiellini stood. At that moment, Juventus's defensive line was pushed high up the pitch, with Chiellini nearly at the center circle. Observing Chiellini with the ball, Chenlong instinctively surged forward. As Chenlong sprinted, Chiellini delivered a powerful clearance, showcasing their shared understanding developed through frequent training together. The ball hurtled towards the Milan penalty area, traveling almost straight and devoid of curvature. Chenlong accelerated in the box, with Flamini trailing closely behind. Yet a significant gap had emerged between them, and Abate was also attempting to close in, albeit falling short. However, the ball's trajectory veered away from the goal, heading towards the right sideline near the small box. It was moving too swiftly, and its height exceeded what Chenlong could manage to control. Given the distance from the goal, the Milan goalkeeper deemed it unnecessary to advance. Flamini and Abate, witnessing the ball nearing the goal line, slowed their pace. Yet, one soul refused to relent. Chenlong, in a burst of speed, glanced into the box and noticed Higuain had also made a rapid run into the area. Just as it appeared the ball would roll out of play, Chenlong suddenly planted his right foot, leaped high, and extended his body in mid-air, arching backward, his left foot naturally following the backward lean, while he drew back his right foot and lifted it skyward, striking the ball with the inside of his right foot. Remarkably, he intercepted the ball. Chiellini, upon executing the kick, felt he had exerted too much force, watching along with his teammates, unprepared for what was about to unfold. In an astonishing moment, Chenlong soared into the air, executing an acrobatic scissor kick to intercept the ball, leading to a pass. Flamini and Abate, in that instant, regretted their hesitation, wishing to advance, but finding it too late. The ball, redirected by this precise interception, hurtled rapidly into the box, where the indefatigable Higuain had also sprinted into the small area. Without hesitation, he leaped, directing his header with force toward the ball, leaving the Milan goalkeeper with no chance to respond. As Chenlong landed heavily, the ball rippled the net. The goal came as a stunning surprise. Milan collapsed in dismay. Allegri, on the sidelines, could not contain his frustration, losing all composure as he yanked off his red tie. Expressing his extreme discontent over the lapse that led to the goal, yet all of this was drowned out by the jubilant cheers that filled the stadium. After a minute of stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle. Thanks to Higuaín's splendid goal, Juventus triumphed over Milan with a score of 1-0, temporarily placing them at the top of the table with a 3-point advantage. Milan could only contend for third place against Inter. Undoubtedly, Higuaín's goal bore at least half the credit to Chenlong, whose calm scissor kick in a critical moment led to this outcome. In the aftermath, Chenlong felt a sense of relief, grateful not to have disappointed his cousin's expectations, having contributed to winning at least some monetary reward, albeit only 250. Chapter 33. Reluctantly dragging Sneijder along without pause, Juventus, having completed 45 minutes of play, faced the formidable offensive challenge posed by Inter Milan. The earlier match had bestowed a physical advantage upon Inter, putting Juventus at a slight disadvantage. With their key players fully deployed, Inter sought to leverage their stamina to swiftly overpower Juventus. The stout figure of their coach, Stramaccioni, waved his arms dramatically from a distance, transitioning to a chopping motion, then thrusting his arms forward as if wielding a bloodied cleaver, embodying the ferocity of a commanding leader. Despite his seemingly refined exterior, Stramaccioni harbored a fiery temperament, issuing stern commands to his players. Even the likes of Sneijder were compelled to comply humbly. The atmosphere indicated that Inter was poised to adopt an aggressive tactical approach. In the initial 40 minutes of this encounter, Chenlong found himself once more on the periphery of the action, but the other players were far from leisurely. Coach Conte made a bold decision, substituting Higuaín for Beckham. This sudden change left Beckham momentarily bewildered, visibly reflecting the tension in his muscular frame. This marked his first start. Conte's reasoning for this arrangement stemmed from Higuaín's struggles against Italian teams in the first half, opting for the more robust Beckham to contend with the opposing defenders, partnering with the equally imposing Matri for potentially better results. The midfield and defense remained unchanged, with Giovinco replaced by Krasic, swapping positions with Marchisio. Under the command of Stramaccioni, Inter Milan exuded a renewed vigor, charging onto the field with a fierce determination, while Juventus appeared as a composed, unhurried force, awaiting Inter's advance, albeit lacking a certain assertiveness. As the match commenced, Inter's momentum quickly eclipsed that of Juventus. Soon after, Sneijder, donning pink boots, secured a free kick opportunity, executing it himself with remarkable precision, only to be thwarted by Buffon's spectacular diving save. Sneijder, invigorated as if under the influence of stimulants, subsequently maneuvered past Krasic, delivering another high-quality cross from the right flank, but the 33-year-old Milito, poised at the goal, found the ball once again claimed by Buffon. In the 13th minute, it was once again Sneijder who intercepted the ball from Marchisio, delivering another cross. This time, it was Alvarez who capitalized on the opportunity, only to misdirect his header. The relentless Sneijder, weaving through defenders with effortless grace, seemed to disregard Juventus' defense completely, dancing across the pitch with an air of ease. On the sidelines, Conte's fury boiled over as he shouted instructions vehemently. With Maicon absent, it felt as if they had lost a vital limb. How could the opposition continue to act so audaciously? Conte's frustration mounted, prompting him to voice his dissatisfaction yet again. However, while Maicon was indeed missing, the presence of the nimble Yuto Nagatomo provided a formidable challenge. As a left-back, his assisting prowess rivaled that of Maicon and Zanetti. Krasic, in a dismal state, found himself dispossessed thrice in succession by Nagatomo, which was not merely unfortunate, but alarming, as each interception fell directly into Sneijder's path, leading to 3 more attempts on goal. Buffon, with remarkable agility, managed to keep the net intact. The valiant Sneijder, in a fit of frustration, clutched at his bald head, yearning to vent his pent-up anguish. Yet, with every attacking endeavor yielding mere blossoms, without fruit, the 39-year-old Captain Zanetti surged forward, displaying the vigor of youth as he zipped past Marchisio and reached the byline, delivering a precise cross. The seasoned Milito seized the moment, leaping amidst the pressure from Carrasco and Chiellini, executing a powerful header that thundered into Buffon's goal. The raw power of the strike, As Melito landed, he roared, pounding his chest like a liberated beast, exuding an aura of dominance. This was momentum, a force born from a season of suppression by Juventus and Milan. The Inter bench erupted in jubilation, and the stands trembled with excitement as Coach Marconis sprinted towards the Inter fans, performing a wild slide in celebration. Juventus defense appeared entranced. A cruel irony as the starter Doni had yet to touch the ball. This was intolerable. Sneijder, Alvarez, and even the Japanese player were one thing. But for the venerable Zanetti to glide through unchallenged and assist in such a manner was unforgivable. A disgrace. Buffon seethed with anger. Chiellini fumed. Pirlo was indignant. Conti was incensed. The entirety of Juventus was aflame with fury. The tiger, long silent, roared back to life. Substitutions. Conti waved his flag, replacing the lackluster Krasic. The dreamlike Marchisio, the introspective Carrasco, and the disheartened Beckham with Elia, Pepe, Barzagli, and Borriello. In a friendly match, the substitution limit exceeded 3. This was a battle of spirit, a raw confrontation of men. Football transcends life and death. It embodies something greater. The newly introduced quartet, alongside their 7 teammates on the field, charged forth like a royal cavalry across the plains, brimming with vigor, relentlessly assaulting the enemy lines in pursuit of victory. Fueled by an electrifying ardor, Juventus swiftly turned the tide, becoming an unstoppable force. The atmosphere ignited, with fans roaring in a crescendo of fervor. The Milan players, seated in the stands, were captivated by the spectacle unfolding on the pitch. Allegri lamented, questioning why his side had not exhibited such fervor moments earlier. A pang of regret echoing in his heart. Just 10 minutes prior, Inter had dismantled Juventus. Now, they were fleeing in disarray. This was not about tactics. It was a matter of dignity, of honor. A clash of forces. Finally, Borriello delivered a response with a similarly commanding header. The stadium erupted once more. This time the Inter fans fell silent as Juventus supporters celebrated with glee. Conti, in his exuberance, tore his shirt, revealing his well-defined physique. Yet it was not enough. Another goal was imperative. In the 40th minute, Conti summoned Chenlong onto the field. Chenlong, invigorated by the pulsating energy around him, sprinted onto the pitch, his eyes reflecting the invincible spirit of his teammates. He raised his hand, signaling for the ball, his first action as he maneuvered swiftly, drawing Samuel into a frantic chase. Panting heavily, Ranocchia rushed to assist. Unlike his teammates, Chenlong had a mere 5 minutes to unleash chaos upon the opposing defense, intent on either assisting or scoring to secure victory. He poured every ounce of energy into his runs, even if it meant exhausting himself completely. Juventus, charged with adrenaline, maintained complete control over Inter Milan. In just 2 minutes, Chenlong had seized the ball 3 times. Had it not been for Inter's desperate defense, they would have struggled to contain his brilliance. His presence felt almost surreal, his movement akin to a high-performance sports car, impossible to match in speed or rhythm, leaving defenders gasping in his wake. In mere moments, Inter's defense was in disarray. Yet, Juventus still failed to find the net. Shots from distance, volleys, and headers were thwarted, either saved or blocked by defenders, as Samuel and Ranocchia relentlessly pursued Chenlong. However, the relentless pressure could not last forever. As Chenlong prepared for his 5th touch, threatening to breach Inter's defense, a desperate Sneijder, returning to defend, ensnared him in a bear hug. Yet Chenlong, with sheer force, pushed forward a meter before reluctantly succumbing to gravity, dragging Sneijder along with him. Was this truly a football match? Chenlong, consumed by the game, remained oblivious to the spectacle he created, while the crowd looked on in awe. The referee finally blew the whistle for a free kick. Gasps filled the stadium. Juventus erupted in joy, while Inter Milan found themselves drenched in cold sweat. However, it was not a free kick, but rather the final whistle. The referee's 2nd and 3rd whistles pierced the air, signaling the end of the match. The spectators were so enthralled that they lost track of time. Sneijder, having never appeared so flustered, lay panting on the grass. Chenlong turned to extend his hand to the esteemed Sneijder. Friendship first, competition second. Chapter 34. When happiness knocks at the door, the match concluded. A breathtaking spectacle indeed. Chenlong did not score, yet he received thunderous applause. The scene of Chenlong and Sneijder clasping hands moved the crowd deeply. In 3 matches, Chenlong had delivered exceptional performances, captivating the audience within a mere 5 minutes of his play. This past week, Italian news and newspapers have been entirely captivated by a young prodigy. The phrase bursting onto the scene aptly describes Chenlong. When Balotelli made his debut, he never garnered such radiance. After an impressive performance of 1 goal and 1 assist, Chenlong, although absent from the press conference, became the brightest star on the field. With 3 matches under his belt, he has already achieved 2 goals and 1 assist, a dazzling statistic accomplished in a mere 15 minutes. What a remarkable feat. The media coverage has been overwhelming and rather tiresome. Following the match, Chenlong was whisked away by Piero in his sports car to an undisclosed location. Does Piero have a penchant for the young? He certainly has taken a liking to the lad, and even the usually reserved Piero was so impressed by Chenlong's performance that he couldn't resist inviting him along. Accompanied by Chiellini, Marchisio, and Buffon, Piero, the quintessential scion of wealth, has been rumored to be the descendant of Italy's steel magnate. With business interests spanning numerous countries and even owning his own vineyard, Chenlong had only heard of this vineyard online, so it was a pleasant surprise to find himself visiting Pirlo's estate. The vineyard, nestled in the outskirts of Turin, exudes tranquility amidst verdant fields. As the host, Piero had already arranged for the necessary provisions, but alas, Chenlong, unable to indulge in wine, regrettably missed the opportunity to savor Pirlo's exquisite vintages. Chiellini and the others indulged heartily, particularly Buffon, who left a trail of chaos in his wake, while Chenlong merely nibbled, constrained by his physique. Midway through the dinner, Chenlong was taken aback by an unexpected guest. Inzaghi had arrived. Yes, the legendary 9 was present, igniting a thrill within Chenlong. The suave Inzaghi arrived in an adorable little car, devoid of any celebrity pretensions. To Chenlong's astonishment, Del Piero also made an appearance. Weren't these two supposed to be at odds? Yet here they were, jovially engaging with one another, arm in arm at Pirlo's vineyard. A stark contrast to the well-known rivalry that had driven Inzaghi to Milan, creating 2 distinct legends. As the younger, Chenlong sat awkwardly on a chair. He could only feel a sense of bliss. This was the circle he had entered, a realm of illustrious figures, and today marked his inaugural foray into this exclusive world. The esteemed guest did not neglect Chenlong, especially Inzaghi, who warmly shook his hand and commended his performance, leaving Chenlong utterly astonished. Del Piero and Inzaghi were both legendary figures, idols of Chenlong since childhood, and though they may not reach the heights of Ronaldo, the respect Chenlong held for them was immeasurable. The warm greetings from the prominent figures eased Chenlong's initial awkwardness, allowing him to gradually immerse himself in the convivial atmosphere, feeling as joyful as a blooming flower. Time flew by, and before long, the festivities had drawn to a close. Lacking transportation, Chenlong was graciously driven home by Chiellini, now residing in a temporary club-provided accommodation. Chenlong lay in bed that night, reflecting on the surreal events of the day, hardly able to believe them. He resolved to seek guidance from Inzaghi. This was a golden opportunity to learn from the stars and enhance his skills. As a burgeoning celebrity in Italy, Chenlong donned sunglasses whenever he ventured outside. The following morning, he set out early to fulfill his first advertising contract, arriving as scheduled for the photo shoot. Dapper in a suit, he epitomized the quintessential handsome young man. The photographer requested 2 sets of photos, one in a suit and the other in Juventus attire. After the shoot, Chenlong returned to university with young Urshi. Despite his newfound fame, he dutifully attended classes. On the way, young Urshi wore a distressed expression, prompting Chenlong to inquire about his troubles. Yang lamented his oversight regarding their contract, noting it was woefully insufficient. He should have negotiated for at least an extra 0. It seemed even Yang had his shortcomings, as their first advertising deal netted a meager 3,000 euros. However, Yang's negativity was short-lived, as he quickly shifted the conversation to more promising news. He revealed that an advertisement from a Chinese company had already commenced, featuring Chenlong's likeness, making him a household name in China. The rapidity of this development left Chenlong astonished. Yang's abilities in marketing were undeniably impressive, seizing the moment with remarkable efficacy. Since the Super Cup, Chenlong had indeed begun to shine brightly on Chinese soil. As their conversation continued, they reached the gates of the University of Turin. With sunglasses on, Chenlong went unnoticed amidst the tranquility and cleanliness of the campus, blending seamlessly into the life of an ordinary student. As they strolled, They unexpectedly arrived at the football field, where they encountered Yishan. At that moment, two teams were competing on the pitch. Yishan was thrilled to see Chenlong and inquired if he had brought his football shoes. When he replied in the negative, she kindly offered to procure a pair of shoes and a kit for him, asking if he could lend a hand as a temporary player. Chenlong, donning his sunglasses, glanced at her with a sense of resignation, questioning whether she intended to recruit him for the role. Young Chimed ingratedly, noting that scoring a goal would earn him €10. Yi replied dismissively, pointing out that if he didn't help out, the medical students on the opposing team would soon be overwhelmed. Playing football late at night seemed rather absurd. In the blink of an eye, Yi had managed to find a complete set of gear for Chenlong, transforming him into an impromptu player for the traditional Chinese medicine team. Though this match was merely an internal university friendly, no participant wished to emerge victorious. The game commenced under the floodlights at 10 o'clock, drawing a respectable crowd. Currently trailing by a goal, the astute Yi had strategically enlisted Chenlong as their secret weapon, yet no one had yet recognized him. Wearing sunglasses in the evening was not merely a fashion statement, but rather a source of amusement, leading many to dismiss him as a pretentious fool. Ultimately, this fool would soon take to the field. After undergoing training in 3 professional league matches, Chenlong found participating in this amateur competition to be as effortless as slicing vegetables. Removing his sunglasses, he stood on the field, momentarily unrecognized, as not everyone had watched those 3 matches. On the soccer pitch, Chenlong appeared entirely different from his off-field persona. Upon receiving the ball, he immediately embarked on a dazzling solo run, deftly evading the defenders in mere moments, and charged toward the goal, delivering a powerful strike that sent the ball crashing into the net. The goal seemed so effortless, as if it were child's play. The opposing team was astonished by his performance, wondering when such an extraordinary player had emerged in their midst. Had he been feigning modesty all along? With a mere minute gone, Chenlong had already scored, employing a straightforward and brutal method that lacked any semblance of teamwork, thus openly humiliating his opponents. The opposing players seethed with frustration, having maintained a lead until this young man leveled the score, which felt like a severe blow to their morale. Yet the onslaught was far from over. Just a minute later, Chenlong executed another breathtaking solo effort, netting his second goal in the same fashion. Once was a fluke, but twice was undeniable. In less than 3 minutes, the score had turned in favor of Chenlong's team. Enraged, the opponents resorted to brutish tactics, directly taking Chenlong down. Whether he was a professional player or a star mattered little. The consequence of arrogance was being knocked to the ground. This sentiment echoed among all players who had faced humiliation. Finally, someone in the crowd recognized Chenlong, exclaiming his name, prompting others to quickly follow suit. The sight of a Juventus substitute on a college field was astonishing. Such things simply did not happen. If a professional team could score freely, what could be expected in an amateur match? Meanwhile, Yishan and Yang Ershi exchanged amused glances, pondering the cruelty of allowing Chenlong to participate. The rough play inevitably led to fouls, and when the fouled player turned out to be Chenlong, the repercussions were predictable. No one dared contest the opportunity to take a free kick from him. Upon learning of his identity as Chenlong, the temporary Juventus number 10, even Piero would not dare to challenge him. Once again, Chenlong showcased his exquisite free kick technique, sending the ball soaring into the goal's corner. This was a mismatch of epic proportions, as Chenlong scored 3 goals in just 5 minutes, leading his team to a miraculous 3-1 victory. As the crowd searched for Chenlong's figure, he had already slipped away, leaving behind an air of disappointment and the opposing team's fury. Shameful, absolutely shameful, someone remarked indignantly. Recruiting foreign aid is one thing, but bringing in a professional player is outrageous. The opposing team retorted, what of it? It simply shows we possess talent. If you're so impressive, why not recruit a professional player too? As for Yishan, she pondered how she had come to know Chenlong. Perhaps she should invite him for future matches. Surely they would not lose. It's absurd. He scored 3 goals in just 5 minutes. Do they have some connection? The future of this competition seemed bleak with such a talent gracing the field for even a brief period. I hear he studies at our university in the management department, a fellow alumnus, and possibly even classmate. I shall inquire tomorrow. Having satisfied his craving for the game, Chenlong, along with Yishan and Yang Ershi, headed to enjoy a late-night snack, with Yishan treating them, blissfully unaware of the discussions taking place among those who remain behind. This is the cheapest appearance fee ever. Just a late-night meal. How disgraceful. Chenlong grumbled, chewing on a piece of meat with an unwilling expression. Come on, it was only 5 minutes of play. Consider it a friendly cameo. The fat guy hasn't said anything yet. Why are you so worked up? Be careful, I don't refuse to make your medicine. He retorted. Yet, Yi Shanshan was unimpressed, her expression one of disdain. Only 5 minutes? Sister, do you think the people in your department can play football? They might as well go play ping pong in China. This is not how you play soccer. Did you not see how many goals I scored in just 5 minutes? According to Juventus standards, I should charge you 9,000 euros. Since it's a friendly rate, I'll give you an 80 discount. Fatty, you handle the payment. Do I look like that kind of person? You're the only one who is greedy. I'm loyal. Yi. Ignore him, the fat guy replied unexpectedly, appearing quite the loyal companion. Chenlong shot a scornful glance at Yang Ershi, contemplating when the two had become so united. Brothers were indeed meant to be sold out. And facing 2 against 1, Chenlong was left with no choice but to comply, keeping his head down and munching on the meat. By the way, I've landed another advertising deal. You're about to earn again. Yang Ershi redirected the conversation. As long as it's not some medicine advertisement, I want to take it. Chenlong replied seriously. This time it's impressive, absolutely impressive. It's an advertisement from China, one that could fill your pockets to the brim. What? Not that golden throat lozenge again, right? Always peddling unprofitable ventures, Chenlong scoffed. They brought in the advertisement. It's guaranteed to be profitable. When have I ever engaged in a losing business? Yang Ershi retorted, pointing to his chubby head. Your ability to boast is more impressive than your weight. The trio enjoyed a simple late-night meal, chatting aimlessly about various topics. After bidding farewell to Yi Shanshan and Yang Ershi, Chenlong returned to his residence alone. With the team having a day off tomorrow, he planned to arrange his day meticulously. First, he would handle some tasks for the fat guy, then officially report to school. And finally, he would go to Shanshan's place for study and medicine. He packed his day full, much like a student preparing for an imminent examination, determined not to waste a single minute. Chapter 36. The Dragon's Prestige for Chenlong. Playing football was a simple affair. However, studying traditional Chinese medicine felt akin to deciphering an alien script. Another night of frustration ensued as he struggled through his studies, only to awaken the following day still grappling with its complexities. At the crack of dawn, he was roused by Yang Ershi's exuberant voice, eager to take Chenlong to meet a client, as he had taken to promoting Chenlong with great enthusiasm. According to Chenlong's plan, they would first meet the client and then head to the university for enrollment, so he dutifully set out. Heaven only knew what Yang Ershi had concocted this time, but Chenlong found himself seated across from 2 Chinese individuals with yellow skin. One was familiar, Zhang Taiwei, the promotion manager from Golden Throat, who left a strong impression with his neat attire, though his frail frame suggested otherwise. The other was a newcomer named Huang Zhang, sporting an adorable baby face and appearing to be in his early 30s. Being all Chinese, communication flowed effortlessly in their native tongue. Huang Zhang was the head of a certain sports brand in China, visiting Italy to discuss product development with Chenlong. They intended to create a new line of soccer shoes named Battle Dragon. The name sounded impressive, aligning well with Chinese aesthetic sensibilities. Chenlong was taken aback at the prospect of endorsing a product bearing his name. Was this a fanciful dream? He expressed his reservations. They had even named the subsidiary Dragon's Prestige under the Battle Dragon series of soccer shoes. These Chinese individuals had audacious ambitions, believing in Chenlong's potential for fame. In the realm of international football, one might feel like a mere insignificant speck, despite the dazzling commencement of their journey. Yet, such an auspicious beginning does not guarantee a radiant future. With all hopes resting upon him, one cannot help but wonder if the fall will be excruciating. How did Yang Ershi manage to have this group of individuals revolving around him? It seems that the chubby fellow's eloquence has reached new heights, capable of enticing even the birds from the trees. Chenlong, having signed a temporary contract with Juventus, engages in advertising endeavors that do not truly reflect the club's essence. Such is the advantage of temporary employment. He remains blissfully unaware of the intricacies of commercial dealings, trusting that his brother Yang Ershi would never betray him. At most, he may bring forth some unsavory situations, yet Chenlong is content to let him navigate the chaos. However, he did not anticipate that Yang Ershi would amplify this situation beyond his wildest expectations. With a hasty signature, he felt detached from the unfolding events. Having completed this initial task, Chenlong departed from the trio and headed to the school to officially register. Students like Yang Ershi and Yi Shanshan had long since reported, but Chenlong had been preoccupied with matches and had neglected this essential formality. Today marked his true registration, although he may be a mere flicker in the vast cosmos. He did not expect any preferential treatment. Thus, as a newcomer, he was unaware of the route to the School of Management. Were it not for the assistance of a passerby, he would have struggled to find his way. After signing in at the Student Affairs office, Chenlong made his way to his department, opting for elective courses in the rather obscure field of traditional Chinese medicine. Once these matters were settled, he sought out Yi Shanshan at the Traditional Chinese Medicine Institute. To his surprise, she was an avid football fan, having gone to the field to watch a match. Chenlong mused. Who would have thought she had such a passion for football? I had never noticed before. With sunglasses perched on his nose, he stealthily approached Yi Shanshan. Observing his surroundings, he sensed something amiss. There seemed to be a lack of fervent fans. Indeed, the absence of spectators is palpable. It is quite tranquil here. Chenlong remarked to himself. The students here, engrossed in their studies, have forsaken football. Look at the basketball court. Now that's where the excitement is. Yi Shanshan, overhearing his thoughts, explained, it's all due to the nature of the students here. They are bookworms while the basketball court is alive with energy. Chenlong followed her gaze and was astounded by the sight. The basketball court was teeming with people, a sea of bodies surrounding it, while several tall individuals dazzled the eye. His heart brimmed with discontent. It is utterly unfair. All the beautiful faces have flocked to basketball. Here, there isn't even a single bird in sight, just a handful of boys sitting on the grass reading. Becoming increasingly agitated, he approached the center of the basketball court and asked a player for a football. He turned back, surprisingly heading toward the basketball court. What on earth is he up to? Yi Shanshan wondered aloud, intrigued by his actions. Are you planning to showcase some fancy footwork over there? Perhaps earn a few tips? As Chenlong walked, he replied, Ah, you understand me well, Shanshan. Indeed, I shall perform a display to restore the football's former glory. He chose a nearby court for his exhibition, but nobody paid him any mind. All eyes were glued to the intense match. How embarrassing. If you don't showcase something spectacular, who would care to watch? Yi Shanshan Kuditut. Chenlong bristled at her words. Just watch. I shall demonstrate what it means to hit the target with precision. Just like Ronaldo in that famous advertisement, I'll outshine him. With a confident demeanor, he placed the ball at the center circle and stepped back a few paces. What is he attempting? Is he out of his mind? Why would a footballer come to a basketball court? Murmurs arose among the crowd. Look at those sunglasses. Clearly, P.S. deluded. What can a blind man achieve? Chenlong overheard these comments, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Who dares to claim I am blind? I shall show you that what you can only achieve with your hands, I can accomplish with my feet. You're boasting now. If you can manage to kick the football into the basketball hoop, I'll eat the ball right here. Came a derisive response. You better hurry and throw up, lest the basketball become too large for you to swallow later. I'm curious to see how you'll manage to score. Just once, and I'll concede your victory. As soon as the prospect of a wager emerged, the atmosphere grew lively. Those who overheard gathered around, intrigued by the spectacle of this bespectacled fellow attempting to score a goal with a football. Chapter 37. A ball through the heart of the hoop, those unfamiliar with Chenlong awaited the amusement of his folly. Kicking a ball from the center circle into a basketball hoop? Such a notion was laughable. Even someone as talented as Ronaldinho would hesitate at such a challenge. This man, clad in sunglasses, had the audacity to make such a claim? It was nothing short of absurd. Footballers from a traditional Chinese medicine institute. Would anyone not laugh uproariously at such a statement? If the electronics students heard this, the ridicule would be relentless, ignoring the mockery surrounding him. Chenlong had already achieved half of his goal, to draw the attention of the onlookers. Now, he simply needed to score and silence their jeers. For him, this was a familiar endeavor. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so audaciously. While it may pose a formidable challenge to others, for him, it was reminiscent of the countless laps he had run with Yang Ershi on the playground, where each time they wagered on basketball, Yang Ershi had been soundly defeated. Without further ado, Chenlong focused intently on the football, inhaling deeply. With a natural run-up, the ball soared gracefully through the air, aimed precisely at the hoop. It was accurate, promising a potential score. The spectators felt a surge of anticipation as the ball approached. With a decisive strike, the ball struck the backboard, ricocheting off the rim. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Chenlong, however, merely rubbed the back of his head, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. The second attempt failed to even graze the backboard, landing harmlessly on the ground, eliciting boos from the crowd. It has been a while since I played. My footwork is a bit rusty, he lamented. The sounds of laughter and jeers echoed in his ears, causing his cheeks to flush. In truth, both kicks had been well executed. One was merely too forceful, the other too weak, but both aimed directly at the center of the backboard. Amidst the boos, there were also cheers from those who recognized the skill involved. Few could kick a ball with such finesse, akin to shooting a basket. Adjusting his stance, Chenlong retreated once more for his third attempt. With precision, he struck the ball again, and this time it rebounded off the backboard and into the hoop. It went in. Finally, it went in. Cheers erupted from the crowd, drawing the attention of those on the adjacent basketball court. Someone was indeed kicking a football as if it were a basketball. An increasing number of curious gazes were cast upon him. Was one goal sufficient? Indeed. But for Chenlong, it was not enough. He craved more goals to captivate the audience present. Thus, he strode towards the center circle, determined to score a fourth. Following the inspiration of his first goal, the second was not far behind. As the fourth ball gracefully swished through the hoop, it signified to others that this was no mere stroke of luck. It was a testament to his prowess. When the fifth ball once again found its mark, Chenlong came to a halt. He no longer felt the need to prove anything. Was it possible to play football in such a manner? To use one's feet to send the ball soaring through a basketball hoop left the basketball enthusiast in awe. He began to showcase his skills. As freestyle football came to life beneath his feet, delightfully engaging, Chenlong playfully executed various tricks, crossing his legs, spinning, heading, reclining, and other complex maneuvers, each a display of his body's magical capabilities. The gathering crowd grew increasingly enthralled, and those who had initially gathered to watch the basketball game began to flock to him. In a timely fashion, someone dashed to the speakers, playing an upbeat tune that perfectly matched Chenlong's performance, intensifying the already vibrant atmosphere. A young man donning sunglasses was now redefining the allure of football on the basketball court of the traditional Chinese medicine college. When had such an extraordinary talent emerged from this institution? Most could not recall. For over a century, the college had never even produced a substitute for the school team, always finishing at the bottom of the league. Yet now, here was a young man playing football with such fervor. The dashing Chenlong's performance lasted a mere 5 minutes. His endurance was at its limit. Nevertheless, within that brief span, he had made an indelible impression. As he concluded his display, drenched in sweat, he excitedly removed his sunglasses and shed his shirt to flaunt his toned physique, waving to the crowd. This act led to his swift recognition among the spectators. Upon hearing his name called out, he instinctively snapped back to reality. Oh no, trouble was brewing. He had to escape. With a quickened heart, he seized his shirt and darted away, his hurried movements resembling a mouse scurrying across the street. In mere seconds, he had sprinted several dozen meters and vanished into an alley without a backward glance. Was he not out of energy moments ago? It appeared that under certain circumstances, one could indeed tap into hidden reserves. Was that really Chenlong of Juventus? How handsome! Shrieks of admiration from female fans echoed through the crowd. No wonder his skills were extraordinary. It was indeed him. From now on, basketball would take a back seat. Football was the new focus. This was how initial fans were born. One might deem them naive, yet every fan starts as a novice, and evidently, Chenlong has captivated some novices at the traditional Chinese medicine college. The subtly charming Chenlong had made quite a stir over the past few days. It seemed impossible for him not to gain fame here. After a brief encounter with Yishan Shan, Chenlong finally distanced himself from the bustling crowd. He had one last purpose for being here: to seek Yishan Shan's guidance on traditional Chinese medicine and to consume that bitter herbal concoction. Since arriving in Turin, Yishan Shan had promptly opened a new acupuncture clinic, seemingly aiming to establish a chain of such establishments across Italy. Previously, having just emerged from the academic affairs office, Chenlong had chosen traditional Chinese medicine as an elective, completely unaware of what he would be learning. However, upon delving into it, he found it rather intriguing. The elective primarily involved hands-on experiments, making it a highly practical course. Yet, the theoretical component was extensive. Without sufficient theoretical knowledge, how could one practice effectively? That afternoon, after a hasty meal with Yishan Shan, he immersed himself in a mountain of books, or rather, a pile of herbal medicine. By the time he emerged from the herbal chaos, the sun was setting. After enduring the bitterness of the herbal brew, he bid farewell to Yishan Shan. Chapter 38. CAC returns on the same day. An earthquake shook Milan. Adriano Galliani, the vice president of AC Milan, announced CAC's return to the club. This news was confirmed later that afternoon, as CAC donned the number 22 jersey at the press conference. This was the same number he wore during his previous tenure at Milan, and his return brought unparalleled joy to the fans. The transfer was orchestrated by the club's honorary president, Silvio Berlusconi. After a long summer, the fans had finally welcomed back a familiar superstar. In the last decade, Milan's stars who departed eventually found their way back home. The most recent returning legends were Andriy Shevchenko and CAC. However, once these stars left, their performances often dwindled. After moving to Chelsea, Shevchenko fell into decline, unable to find the net, ultimately returning to Milan. CAC, too, transferred to Real Madrid but was plagued by injuries, rendering him unable to secure a starting position. Years passed, and he found himself without a place in Madrid, forcing the once great player to return to Milan. It seemed Milan was merely recycling old stars, while their names held weight. Their capabilities had diminished. CAC's fanbase spanned the globe, yet the once flawless player could no longer perform as he once did. A hard truth to accept. His hallmark was a swift dribble through midfield, culminating in a goal, yet asking the current CAC to replicate such feats bordered on delusion. All due to the ravages of injury. It was injuries that had derailed CAC's career, and had it not been for these setbacks, Milan would not have faced such a rapid decline in Europe. It was evident that Berlusconi and the bald Galliani shared the same mentality, to placate the fans with star power. With CAC being both reasonably priced and immensely popular, he was undoubtedly the ideal choice for the Milan supporters. The poor fans had once again fallen for the duo's ruse. Yet, perhaps they had grown accustomed to it, having been deceived for 5 or 6 years. Overall, however, CAC's return still brought joy, particularly to the Italians. Naturally, Milan's rivals were quick to mock, especially their city counterparts, Inter Milan. Yet, Inter fans were even more disheartened. At least Milan had CAC, while Inter had nothing. The happiest fans were undoubtedly those of Juventus, as their new acquisitions were the real deal in their prime. However, a single Higuain was far from sufficient, and a midfield led by Piero could not guarantee success on the European stage. It seemed that the declining Italian football landscape was resigned to such second-hand dealings. The flames of European competition had already ignited, with Champions League and Europa League qualifiers underway for over 2 weeks. And the final list of teams entering the main events had begun to take shape. At the national level, the qualifiers for the 2014 World Cup were about to commence, and the major leagues were finally set to kick off. By late August, the footballing arena was ablaze with activity. In just a few days, the 2012 to 2013 Serie A season would commence, with Juventus facing Parma at home. For a veteran of professional leagues, the start of each season brought little sensation, as it had become routine. However, for a newcomer like Chenlong, it was an entirely different experience. The anticipation was exhilarating, stirring his emotions profoundly. Baker has been dispatched to the youth league for training, while Chenlong continues to practice with the first team. With little else to occupy his time, Chenlong often secludes himself in his home, engrossed in books like a hermit. Remarkably, after nearly 2 weeks of residing here, he has yet to discover who his neighbors are. One morning, as he opened his door, he was startled to see Higuain and Giovinco jogging past, suddenly realizing that he lives in the same neighborhood as many of his Juventus teammates, most notably right next door to Higuain. This revelation left Chenlong speechless. How fortunate it is to have such a prominent figure as a neighbor. He resolved to visit Higuain whenever the opportunity arose. That very evening, he stealthily made his way to Higuain's home, which turned out to be a tranquil and pleasant abode. Higuain warmly welcomed Chenlong and personally prepared Argentine barbecue, which left Chenlong smacking his lips in delight. Higuain, undoubtedly one of the good-natured players in football, is approachable and easy to get along with, devoid of the pretentious airs often associated with superstars. Having recently joined Juventus, Chenlong quickly grew familiar with him, especially now that they share a wall. The reserved Higuain has been single since his breakup with the actress Vandatini last year, and has yet to find a new girlfriend. Chenlong's presence has brought a lively atmosphere to Higuain's home. Surprisingly, Higuain is also an avid reader, with a large bookshelf filled with an array of literary works. Clearly, he possesses a depth of cultural sophistication, a rarity in the world of football. Influenced by Higuain, Chenlong began to immerse himself in his studies. After a few weeks, he made some modest progress in his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Since the commotion at school, Chenlong has rarely been seen on campus, preferring to learn online. However, the elective course in traditional Chinese medicine requires physical attendance due to its experimental nature. For someone like Chenlong, who excels in hands-on tasks, this proved to be an engaging experience, and he eagerly immersed himself in the subject, enhancing his knowledge significantly in just a few days. In the meantime, Yang Ershi visited several times to discuss advertising. On his last visit, Chenlong was astonished to see him arrive in a small car accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. After a few days apart, it seemed the chubby fellow had made quite the impression and even acquired a vehicle. As the competition approached, the training regimen remained monotonous. With one unexpected exception, Connie placed considerable emphasis on the art of simulation, incorporating it as a mandatory part of daily training. At this point, Juventus was filled with players adept at the craft of feigning fouls. Naturally, Chenlong, who lacked any innate talent for acting, continued to struggle with it, showing no signs of improvement. This prompted Chenlong to ponder deeply about the nature of simulation. Could it be considered a football skill? He sought a satisfactory answer. If he could not draw a foul through simulation, what other means could he employ to gain possession of the ball? He reminded himself, through counterpressing. But how could he enhance his success rate in this area? Gradually, he began to sense a glimmer of understanding and resolved to learn the art of interception. As he surveyed the global football landscape, he noted the scarcity of elite interceptors. A few names stood out. Lassana Diarra, recently transferred from Real Madrid, was exceptional. De Jong was commendable, and Mascherano was also noteworthy. In Juventus, Vidal was certainly a standout. Vidal? Indeed, that seems appropriate. Assist me in replicating his interception skills, he proposed. Are you certain? His style is quite aggressive, came the response. Is there anything wrong with that? It simply means he can be unpredictable and fierce. Very well. I can endure that. What is the fastest way to replicate his skills? Watching videos online is generally effective, but observing a live demonstration yields the best results. For instance, watching a live performance is far more impactful than viewing it on screen. That analogy resonated with Chenlong. How do you know this so well? It's surprisingly professional. What exactly are you? You will challenge Vidal one-on-one. You dribble, and he will attempt to intercept you. I will replicate his technique. Sound good? Let us proceed. Half an hour later, on the Juventus training ground, Marquisio stood by, exasperated, lamenting, heaven knows what madness this kid is up to today. Poor Vidal is in for it. There existed an unwritten rule on the training field. One could play with anyone, but to engage with Chenlong, particularly in dueling or ball recovery, was a perilous endeavor. Vidal, unfortunately, was the chosen target. Come on, Arturo, bring it on. Chenlong enthusiastically challenged Vidal. To everyone's surprise, Vidal accepted the challenge. Earlier, Chenlong had heaped praise upon him, likening his defensive prowess to that of the best in the game. Leaving no doubt about Vidal's superiority over others like Diarra and Mascherano. Thus, Vidal foolishly agreed to engage in a game of ball recovery with Chenlong. This was no ordinary game. It was a contest of speed and skill. Chenlong charged forward, dribbling the ball from a distance, while Vidal's task was to intercept him or halt his advance. With the intensity of a battle-ready chariot, Chenlong surged forward. Vidal, ignited by Chenlong's enthusiasm, charged like a frenzied bull. With his powerful physique, Vidal surged forward without hesitation, positioning himself in Chenlong's path. Without a moment's thought, Chenlong decisively changed direction, accelerating past him with deft footwork. Vidal, instinctively prepared for this move, remained unfazed, ready to counter Chenlong's advance. Realizing Vidal's cleverness in not falling for his feint, Chenlong adjusted his stance to prevent losing the ball. Well done, Arturo. I didn't expect you to think of that, he called out, protecting the ball as he spoke. Of course, I'm not so easily outsmarted, Vidal replied, charging shoulder first into Chenlong, embodying the fierce competition found in an actual match. Chenlong held his ground, maintaining control of the ball. Amid their banter, Chenlong suddenly executed a sharp stop, halting in his tracks. Vidal was taken aback by Chenlong's cunning nature. One careless moment saw him flung 5 meters away, looking quite dashing from a distance. Chenlong halted, planted his foot on the ball, and beckoned with a finger for Vidal to approach. Provoked by this gesture, Vidal charged back like a frenzied buffalo, but this time, Chenlong opted to stand his ground and protect the ball. As Vidal sprinted towards him, he exhibited greater cunning, coming to a sudden stop just before reaching Chenlong. Indeed, Chenlong had intended to pull the ball away at the last moment to evade Vidal, but his tactic proved ineffective as Vidal refrained from pressing forward. In that instant of halting, Vidal swept his right foot sideways to the left. Having faced Chenlong in many encounters on the field, he was well acquainted with Chenlong's habitual leftward pulls, hence his decisive move to the left. Chenlong, however, remained unfazed before Vidal's legs could reach him. He deftly nudged the ball backward and swiftly retreated a step, narrowly avoiding the oncoming threat. Yet, Vidal's foot did not falter. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground and launched his left foot forward with great force. It was a brutish display, truly befitting a wild bull. Chenlong was taken aback by this aggressive maneuver, recognizing the imminent danger posed by Vidal's left foot as it charged towards him. In a hurry, he executed a Marseille turn, pulling the ball out of harm's way. However, the speed of his turn could not rival that of a direct advance, and as Chenlong pulled the ball outward, Vidal's left foot made contact with it. The powerful thigh, reminiscent of a barrel, obstructed Chenlong's midsection. What was supposed to be a graceful Marseille turned abruptly into a misstep. "You've committed a foul," Chenlong lamented, thwarted as the ball slipped from beneath his feet. "Huh, I touched the ball while you spun yourself dizzy. See, you couldn't get past me," Vidal exclaimed, brimming with delight at having intercepted the ball. At that moment, Chenlong understood why this man was likened to a mad bull. He was indeed wild, furious, and remarkably swift. "Let's go again. I shall ensure you concede defeat thoroughly." Vidal's enthusiasm surged as he issued a challenge to Chenlong. "Not a chance. If we continue this, you'll wear me out." "No, you are formidable. Perhaps another time." Chenlong shamelessly declined Vidal's request. In truth, during those few brief moments, Chenlong had already conjured a vivid picture of Vidal's skill set in his mind, and he had no intention of engaging further. Oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Chenlong's mind, the exuberant Vidal remained blissfully unaware. Chenlong, having secured a new defensive skill, was determined not to employ it in training. It was a secret weapon for the matches ahead. Chapter 40. Let us not dwell on that for 5 minutes. August 26th marked the commencement of the Serie A season, and 2 days prior, Juventus held a motivational meeting. During the session, club president Ranieri delivered a succinct address, emphasizing the goal of defending their league title while also making a significant impact in the Champions League. The prize for winning the league remained unchanged from the previous year, yet the Champions League reward was a staggering 10 million euros. This figure electrified the players, many of whom had previously been disinterested. It suggested that each individual could potentially earn nearly 500,000 euros, equivalent to half of some players' annual salaries. Clearly, Juventus aimed to incentivize their squad to exert maximum effort in the Champions League, but the outcome remained uncertain. Football is unpredictable. Mere effort does not guarantee victory, and the Champions League is an arduous journey filled with formidable opponents. Moreover, luck plays a crucial role, as evidenced by last year's Chelsea triumph. Did Juventus possess the tenacity of an indomitable spirit? Clearly, they had talent, but not every resilient spirit could endure to the end. Head coach Conte outlined the regulations for the new season, his managerial philosophy rooted in stability, rigor, and discipline. He issued stern warnings to players fond of nightlife, strictly prohibiting any outings the day before a match. This decree prompted murmurs among some team members, with Marchisio's expression betraying his discontent. He was notorious for his extravagant lifestyle and had faced severe reprimands from Conte for similar transgressions the previous season. Conte cast a meaningful glance at Chenlong, particularly emphasizing the need for vigilance in this regard. 5 minutes? Let us not dwell on that, he jested, prompting a wave of laughter in the meeting room. Chenlong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as his teammates teased him. Conte, of course, was concerned that Chenlong's extracurricular activities might jeopardize even his 5 minutes on the pitch, a serious issue. Yet, Chenlong was still a virgin, and that mere 5 minutes had become a source of anxiety for him. "Coach, I haven't even held a girl's hand. I'm as pure as they come," he exclaimed, eliciting another round of laughter. "Still a virgin? Little dragon, tonight I shall take you to lose your virginity." In Italy, the likelihood of an 18-year-old male remaining a virgin is significantly lower than that of an 18-year-old female. Such men are virtually extinct. Drenched in sweat, Chenlong felt utterly mortified, reassuring himself that one day he would surpass the half-hour mark. Juventus is a club marked by its diligence, and the players reflect this same ethos. Despite their playful antics, they display unparalleled seriousness once a match is at hand, never taking it lightly. This spirit is deeply ingrained in every generation of players. The atmosphere in the meeting shifted to one of lightheartedness, thanks in no small part to Chenlong's antics. Ultimately, he was temporarily assigned to the youth team, which meant participating in youth league matches on Tuesdays and Fridays, while playing in Serie A on Wednesdays, Saturdays, or Sundays. Though such a schedule seemed intense, it posed no issue for him. Even if he played every day, it would only amount to a few minutes each time, accumulating to mere dozens of minutes. The following day was the youth team match, and after the meeting, Chenlong was dispatched to familiarize himself with his new teammates and integrate into the team. The youth squad was unfamiliar territory for him, though he did recognize one individual, Beckham. Beckham had reported to the youth team several days prior, unable to secure a foothold in the first team. Yet he commanded respect among the youth players. Beckham's presence in the youth team stemmed from an incident that transpired on the night of the Super Cup, where he had been caught out late with Marchisio and a few older players. Marchisio had taken the lead in this escapade. Having heard tales of a locale in Beijing teeming with Russian beauties, and having never conversed with a Russian girl, he eagerly stepped into the role of ringleader. Beckham, who had long harbored such interests, followed suit, bringing along his youthful 16-year-old self. Upon encountering a familiar face, Chenlong felt a surge of joy. "Hey, Dragon, are you here to be my substitute in the youth team?" Beckham joked. "Indeed, just a temporary worker, here to be your backup." Chenlong laughed as he playfully patted Beckham's bald head. "But seriously, if you're in the youth team now, you better perform well to return to the first team. I'm already the star of the youth team. I'm confident the coach will soon recognize my talent and call me back," Beckham declared, determination shining in his eyes. Having acclimated to the youth team, he took Chenlong around the training field to introduce him to the new teammates. While they were familiar with Chenlong, he had yet to know them. Everyone in the youth team is of a similar age, fostering natural conversations and shared topics. Unlike the first team, which is filled with renowned stars and fierce competition, the youth team resembles a carefree childhood squad, devoid of pressure. Here, one can simply play well and showcase their talents to attract attention. At 18, Chenlong stands as the elder among his peers. Those who reach this age in the youth team either ascend to the first team or are scouted by other clubs. Thus, this environment is filled with naive children, brimming with ideals and ambitions. Chenlong has become the aspiration of these youngsters. During the final moments of practice, he exhibited extraordinary prowess. Playing alongside Chenlong as a teammate is a dual-edged experience. One can revel in his brilliance while simultaneously feeling the sting of inadequacy, realizing that he accomplishes feats beyond their reach. If one were to chase Chenlong as a life goal, the pressure would be immense, much like the contemporary rivalry between the two football titans, Messi and Ronaldo, where one cannot deny that Ronaldo has often played the role of the pursuer. On his first day, Chenlong quickly made new friends. After training, the eager youngsters clamored for his autograph and challenged him to matches. If they had known that, even in the first team, no one dared to provoke Chenlong, their fervor might have waned. Yet, the innocence of youth often blinds them to such realities. This untainted joy allowed Chenlong to integrate seamlessly with the youth team, establishing new friendships. These contemporaries will, over the next decade, evolve into formidable rivals or teammates, rewriting the history of Italian football. Chapter 41. From the Small to the Great. On the afternoon of the 25th, as planned, Chenlong arrived at the football field. Youth team matches are typically scheduled for the afternoon before the first team's games, against the same opponents. On this day, the youth team faced Parma. Historically, Parma has produced numerous prodigies and stars, including Buffon and Cannavaro, alongside former greats like Adriano and Crespo, and current players such as Mutu and Chiellini. After years of fluctuating fortunes, Parma's youth team has consistently been a strong contender, often regarding Juventus with disdain. However, this time they were mistaken, for Juventus possessed a prodigy. Though slightly older, Chenlong's experience far surpassed that of his peers. He cherished his 5 minutes of stamina, launching an immediate offensive that left the opposition gasping for breath, swiftly dismantling their defense. Compared to the first team, youth matches are trivial, and Chenlong approached the game with a sense of superiority, not out of disrespect, but out of a profound respect for the game itself. Parma's youth team had not lost to Juventus in 7 years. Although the defeat was not catastrophic, they succumbed to a goal from Chenlong in the final minutes, along with an assist for Beckham, resulting in a score of 2-3. Naturally, Parma's coach recognized Chenlong and assumed he had been relegated to the youth team, resigning himself to misfortune. Little did he know that the following day, Chenlong's name appeared among the substitutes for the Juventus first team. This was utterly shameless. Chenlong had exploited a loophole in the league system, playing for the youth team one day and joining the first team the next. Coach Donadoni of Parma, previously the Italian national team coach, harbored admiration for Chenlong. Upon seeing his name, he felt a tightening in his chest, sensing an impending crisis. Shaking off his unease, he pondered strategies to counter Chenlong, but after much contemplation, he simply shook his head, believing that as long as they avoided mistakes in the first 5 minutes, there was nothing to fear. Donadoni's coaching style, characterized by a cautious and conservative approach, lacked innovation and flair, ultimately leading to opportunities for the venerable Lippi, whose tenure ended in disappointment, prompting him to accept an offer from the Chinese Super League. At the Turin Municipal Stadium, the atmosphere was electric, filled with vibrant flags and thunderous cheers. It was the league's opening match at Juventus' home ground, a highly anticipated event for which the club had prepared extensively. With the season's commencement, the team's form was a concern. Juventus arrived early for a brief trophy presentation, showcasing last season's league championship and the recently acquired Super Cup. The fans were exuberantly enthusiastic, the stadium packed to capacity, resembling animals starved for months, as the league commenced once more. The lucrative gambling industry, rejuvenated post-European Championship, was ready to extract wealth from the public, while spectators found joy in the entertainment. Chenlong's individual betting odds re-emerged, attracting fervent interest, particularly from Juventus supporters, who wagered on his scoring or assisting, while rival fans scoffed at such predictions. A new season heralded fresh beginnings, faces, and excitement. In the desolate landscape of Italian football, Juventus remained one of the few clubs still boasting superstar talent. The Turin Municipal Stadium stands as a testament to this, providing a venue akin to those in the English Premier League, allowing fans to experience matches at an exhilarating proximity, a thrill unmatched elsewhere. The spectators seated close to the sidelines contribute a palpable pressure and excitement, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of gladiatorial combat. Names like Buffon, Chiellini, Barzagli, Bonucci, Marchisio, and others epitomize practicality and stardom. Any one of them could shine independently, while they may lack the electrifying charisma of the world's top talents. Watching them play is undeniably a pleasurable experience, and they all featured in the starting lineup for this match. Chenlong quietly followed Pirlo, adorned in the familiar black and white stripes, embodying the spirit of a champion. Last year, Juventus had decisively defeated Parma 4-1 at home, while the away match ended in a 0-0 draw. Bookmakers offered odds of 1.05 for a win, 3.55 for a draw, and 4.32 for a loss, clearly underestimating Parma's chances in Turin. Intriguingly, the odds for Chenlong to score had been adjusted to 0.8, indicating strong faith in his ability to find the net or assist, as the previous odds had cost the bookmakers dearly. The recent European Championship had already caused significant losses, and the league's commencement was met with trepidation. Chenlong had successfully predicted 22 out of 24 matches during the tournament, allowing him to reap some rewards. In the vast stadium, a large poster flutters in the wind, emblazoned with 4 bold Chinese characters. Dragon battles the world. Clearly, this is the fervent display of Chenlong's Chinese fans. On the opposite side, another grand flag bears an inscription in Italian: Topple Parma in 5 minutes. These two banners, one exuding grandeur and the other humor, have become a striking spectacle within the stadium, an embodiment of popularity, the popularity of Chenlong. As it is the inaugural match, the live broadcast room is bustling with activity, with over 500 news media outlets from across the globe present, their cacophony of languages filling the air, almost rivaling the fervor of a World Cup. The players from both teams, hand in hand, walk orderly to the center of the pitch, exchanging handshakes before forming a line to salute the audience. The first match of Italy's Serie A has finally commenced. The crowd erupts in a wave of applause and cheers, celebrating this momentous occasion. Chapter 42. A yellow card for a broken leg? The Parma team consists predominantly of players in their prime, mostly born in the mid-1980s and primarily Italian. Once the match begins, they display an aggressive and formidable style of play. A team devoid of star players can often be terrifying, reminiscent of Atlanta's youthful storm of yesteryears, unyielding and fearless against any opponent. Surprisingly, the referee officiating this match is a rookie, recently promoted from the lower leagues, and his inexperience is evident in his control of the game. Juventus's possession-based strategy falters under the relentless pressure of Parma's aggressive tactics. The inexperienced players, emboldened by their youth, are undeterred by their opponents. But if the seasoned veterans become complacent, even a powerhouse like Barcelona can succumb to relentless pressure, let alone Juventus. To subdue Pirlo is to subdue Juventus. This is a conclusion reached by all opponents, and it is clear that Donadoni shares this sentiment. Pirlo, typically not one to express frustration, finds himself wishing he could vent his anger, having been knocked down 3 times in less than 10 minutes. Unfortunately, these incidents occur in the midfield, depriving him of the chance to showcase his skills and perhaps score. The repeated physical confrontations leave Juventus players in disarray, a testament to their training and discipline. Yet, the young referee remains oblivious, failing to issue a yellow card. Perhaps it is his first time officiating at such a high level that renders him hesitant. Or perhaps Juventus players' theatrics are beyond his discerning eye. On the sidelines, Conte seethes inwardly, lamenting that these young men seem more inclined to perform than to compete. If this continues, their undefeated record may very well be at stake. Frustrated by the numerous violent collisions and fouls, he appeals to the fourth official, who ignores him, prompting Conte to vent his frustrations to Donadoni, only to be sent back to the coaching area. Donadoni chuckles, his expression shrewd and mischievous, reminiscent of his white hair. Hey, you're in over your head. The referee might just send you to the changing room soon. Conte, a man of delicate temperament, has been embroiled in rumors of match fixing. Recent investigations had taken a positive turn, but he finds himself once again in the murky waters of controversy. Nevertheless, he denies any wrongdoing, and the court has yet to pass judgment, leaving everything uncertain. The tide of the match seems to be favoring Parma, as they maintain control throughout a rather uneventful first half. Parma's 3-5-2 formation effectively stifles Juventus's 4-4-2, with a numerical advantage in midfield preventing Juventus from mounting effective attacks. The diminutive Giovinco, unable to thrive against Parma's imposing defenders, has become nearly invisible on the pitch. Having spent the previous season at Parma, his former teammates are well acquainted with his capabilities, leaving him with minimal impact. Conte had hoped to utilize Giovinco as a surprise weapon against Parma, but this plan has backfired spectacularly. Once heralded as the successor to Del Piero, Giovinco, now in his mid-20s, has yet to fulfill expectations. Ironically, the Juventus number 10 jersey now adorns Chenlong, who, upon returning to Juventus, feels the weight of pressure, knowing his performance at Parma was far superior. After suppressing his frustration, Conte returns to the coaching seat to discuss strategy with his assistant, displaying a look of disappointment. If things do not improve, he considers substituting Vucinic in the second half, as the latter's cunning could allow him to evade defenders. Additionally, he contemplates bringing in Vidal for Borriello to strengthen the midfield. Vucinic? Conte glances at the substitutes bench, his expression peculiar, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the distant Chenlong. In pursuit of a top-tier forward, Conte had persistently made demands of the board during the offseason, ultimately securing Higuain's arrival, which significantly alleviated Juventus's striking woes. However, the remaining forwards lack reliability, and moving them on without incurring a loss poses a significant challenge for Conte. As the match continues with fervor, Juventus's goal is breached due to a careless back pass from Marchisio, allowing Parma's number 9 to intercept the ball and break free. Damn, did this kid go out last night? Why are his legs so unresponsive? Conte seethes at the sight, his fury boiling within. Yet, he refrains from voicing his true thoughts, knowing that tomorrow's headlines would feature his words. Instead, he merely remarks on Marchisio's poor form today, expressing his displeasure by smashing a water bottle onto the ground. Why does Chenlong choose to sit at the farthest end? This is quite intentional. He believes he is destined to be the last one on the pitch, perhaps never to play at all. Thus, he sensibly occupies the last available seat. Juventus, who have maintained an unbeaten streak until now, seem on the verge of suffering their first defeat in this season's inaugural match. As the first half concludes, Juventus has yet to score. In the locker room, Conte unleashes a torrent of rage upon Marchisio, berating him mercilessly. Strangely, Conte refrains from substituting him, opting instead to replace Giovinco and Borriello, as previously discussed. Having already used 2 substitutions in the first half, Chenlong wonders if he will have a chance to play in the second half. Following his dressing down at halftime, Marchisio returns for the second half transformed, bolstered by Elia's tenacious presence in midfield, which liberates Pirlo to invest more energy in the attack. Meanwhile, Higuain, isolated on the front line, begins to find his rhythm. Tactics are crucial, but the execution of these strategies is equally important. And the primary difference between Juventus and Parma lies in their squad depth. Juventus orchestrates a splendid 15-minute offensive, with Higuain's powerful strike leaving the opposing goalkeeper in despair. Assisted by the rebounding Marchisio, who redeems himself and justifies Conte's faith in him. Last season, Marchisio was an integral part of Juventus' success, and this season, he continues to be a cornerstone of their campaign. At this moment, as the match reached the 64th minute, the newly substituted Vucinic was unexpectedly injured, and the injury was grave. His agonizing cries echoed through the stadium, audible to every spectator. Vucinic's leg appeared irrevocably damaged, rendering him immobile on the ground, with only his heart-wrenching wails reverberating throughout the arena. The entire crowd was left in stunned silence. The match was suspended. The team doctor rushed onto the field. A yellow card. A yellow card? Is there any justice in this? All eyes were on the young referee, who shockingly issued only a yellow card. Chapter 43. Substituting for Stroll? Outrageous. Is there any fairness in this? A player has been severely injured, and all he receives is a yellow card? Yet, that was indeed the decision made. One wonders if the young referee would safely depart Turin after the match concluded. This unexpected turn of events infused the match with suspense. Vucinic was quickly placed on a stretcher and transported to the hospital, leading to a 3-minute interruption in play. At this juncture, Conte still had one substitution available, which he had initially intended for Chenlong. However, with the match only 64 minutes in and the conclusion still distant, and the score tied at 1-1, a substitution for a forward became imperative. But whom to replace? The bench featured only Matri and Chenlong, presenting a dilemma. Substituting Matri seemed the most sensible and typical choice. But Chenlong? He could only play for 5 minutes. Bringing him on would be akin to playing with 10 men. Just when everyone anticipated Conte would bring Matri on, he unexpectedly approached Chenlong, whispering something in his ear, to which Chenlong nodded repeatedly. The cameras followed Conte, eager to uncover his decision. The commentator speculated, could Conte be considering substituting Chenlong? This strategy was indeed risky, yet could yield unforeseen rewards. If Chenlong were to score in those 5 minutes, the remainder of the match could merely become a defensive effort. But what would happen after those 5 minutes? Juventus would effectively be down to 10 players. Meanwhile, Parma had yet to utilize a single substitution since the match commenced. Donadoni's aggressive tactics were undeniably brutal, having incapacitated even Vucinic. Observing Conte's intention to substitute Chenlong, Donadoni stroked his mustache, reveling in the prospect. Substituting Chenlong? Was this desperation? Truly a gambler's move. Hoping for a miracle? The substitution sign was raised high, displaying number 10 and Chenlong. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Had Conte truly lost his mind? The Juventus bench was engulfed in skepticism, unsure of his reasoning. Was this truly the manifestation of Conte's gambling mentality? In this inaugural match, Conte and his Juventus faced adversity, heralding a challenging start to the new season. Clad in the number 10 jersey, Chenlong finally graced the Juventus home ground, entering the game in an entirely unconventional manner. To everyone's surprise, he ambled onto the field leisurely, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the match. Chenlong's presence signified that Parma needed to maintain utmost vigilance in those 5 minutes, leaving no opportunity for him to shoot. This young man had already showcased his audacity through 3 matches, making his mark in Italian football. Thus, when Chenlong entered the field, Donadoni blew his whistle, instructing his defenders to adjust their tactics. As the match resumed, the Parma center-backs, tasked with neutralizing both Higuain and Chenlong, heightened their alertness. Clearly, No one wished for these two players to alter the match's outcome in just 5 minutes. Timing was crucial. This was Connie's directive to Chenlong before entering the field. Do not squander these precious 5 minutes. Thus, Chenlong appeared to be strolling. Indeed, he strolled, leisurely meandering across the pitch, following the opposing defenders. As they advanced, he retreated slowly. As they fell back, he inched toward the goal. This contrarian approach to football bewildered the Parma side. Should they follow him? He moved with the slowness of a tortoise. If they ignored him, a ball at his feet could lead to a goal. It was frustrating, deeply unsettling. Juventus teammates began to discern Connie's tactical scheme, and when they spotted Chenlong strolling, they refrained from passing him the ball. Strolling, he seemed to drift outside the game's sphere. The objective was to lull the opposition into complacency, then seize a moment to deliver a decisive blow. Connie had identified a peculiar gap in Chenlong's play and boldly executed this gamble, which demanded both courage and wisdom. Donadoni, meanwhile, recognized the shift and urged his players to remain vigilant, signaling them to maintain their focus. Juventus's defensive pressure increased, yet it bore a resemblance to previous moments in the match. After all, Chenlong still occupied one of Parma's defenders. The spectators were left bewildered. Was substituting a player merely to stroll about not a bit frivolous? As the 5 minutes ticked away, why had the ball not yet found its way to Chenlong's feet? Were they truly going to let him leave the field after 5 minutes, leaving the team down a player? The commentator expressed his disbelief, questioning why Juventus teammates were not passing to Chenlong, and why Chenlong was not actively seeking to score within those 5 minutes. He continued meandering, adopting a detached demeanor. Booing erupted from the stands, and some fans laughed derisively. Chenlong could clearly hear these reactions. A faint smile crossed his lips as he disregarded the cacophony and continued his leisurely stroll. This became a peculiar spectacle on the field, with several cameras capturing his antics. Ultimately, the commentator lamented into the microphone. It seems the spirit of Balotelli has possessed him. While Balotelli contemplated for a mere few seconds, Chenlong has pondered his life for 5 minutes. Balotelli still has 90 minutes, but what does Chenlong have left? Is he preparing to exit? Throughout those 5 minutes, his teammates never once passed him the ball. The time expired, and just as people expected Juventus to face a tragic end with Chenlong's departure, he continued to amble on the pitch. Did he not possess only 5 minutes of stamina? How could he still be on the field after 5 minutes? A fan exclaimed in astonishment. It was a ruse, a deception. It turned out he was not limited to just 5 minutes of energy. This was a smokescreen employed by Connie. Donadoni's face twitched when he saw Chenlong still casually striding about the pitch, sensing an ominous turn of events. Was it possible that this young man's endurance had transformed into 10 minutes? Donadoni grew suspicious, once more signaling the players to bolster their vigilance and defense, leaving no room for error. As the opponents shadowed Chenlong, he ambled nonchalantly, as if merely taking a leisurely stroll on the field. Chenlong was indeed strolling, while others were pouring their hearts into the match. Completely abandoning the left flank, Chenlong directed all offensive efforts to Higuain's right side. Higuain received ample opportunities to possess the ball, yet none culminated in a shot. After wandering the football pitch for over 6 minutes, distracted and numbed some players, Higuain was brought down more than 30 meters from a goal. A free kick. Everyone's anxiety surged to their throats. On the field stood a prodigy, a terrifying wizard of free kicks. A prodigy even the likes of Piero would yield to. This prodigy, who originally had only 5 minutes to shine, was still on the pitch. Had he been merely strolling, waiting for this moment? Chapter 44. A barefaced revenge, the wanderer approached the ball with great eagerness, making his way to the penalty spot. This free kick was akin to a penalty. So believed his teammates, the coach, and all Juventus fans. However, Chenlong had a different thought. What about that number 13? Very well, he is forming a wall. ISNT. Chenlong's gaze was fixated on number 13. Why? Because he had injured Vucinic, and Chenlong had intended to confront him since before he stepped onto the field. What was his goal? Was he seeking vengeance for Vucinic? It appeared so. Number 13 stood at the center of the wall, 9 meters away. The player who had harmed Vucinic, yet only received a yellow card, was now more significant than the goal itself. The ball aimed directly at him. After placing the ball, Chenlong retreated far back, at least 10 meters, causing many to wonder what he was up to. No one had ever been deemed worthy of such trust, but Chenlong was an exception. Thus, when he stood at the penalty spot, everyone anticipated a goal. Yet this time, disappointment loomed, as Chenlong sprinted from 10 meters away. His right foot struck the ball with tremendous force, propelling it like a cannonball, straight as lightning. The trajectory was indeed towards the goal, yet the ball lacked elevation, remaining flat. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed as the ball struck someone with great force. It hit number 13 squarely, right in his sensitive area. Number 13 fell to the ground, clutching his groin, writhing in pain, while the referee's whistle blew. This was not a foul. The ball merely struck him. As number 13 rolled on the ground, moaning in agony, the team doctor rushed onto the field, indicating the injury might be severe. For the first time, fans witnessed the doctor spraying pain relief on the player's private area. The live broadcast captured this moment, while the commentator joked, "Is this Chenlong's scheme? A deliberate act of revenge for Vucinic?" But to prioritize personal vendetta over the team's interest seems rather unsporting. While one side lay in pain, the other was filled with laughter as teammates patted Chenlong on the shoulder in support and praise. Even the usually genteel Pirlo nodded in approval. Well struck, well struck. Your technique is impeccable. I am truly impressed. Perhaps next time, aim a bit lower, directly at his two precious jewels. The effect might be even better. Chenlong shrugged innocently. Connie, on the sidelines, waved his hands in exasperation, thinking this kid has the audacity to shoot like that. It's infuriating. At least score a goal first before seeking revenge. However, he added, "Well shot. Take that, you bastard." Chiellini said nothing, simply laughing heartily. The sheer joy of it was indescribable. To everyone's astonishment, applause erupted in the stadium. Cheers and laughter echoed. "Shoot the jewels! Shoot the jewels!" Completely disregarding the feelings of the Parma players. It was widely believed to be intentional, yet no one could definitively claim Chenlong acted with malice. For he was indeed attempting to score. You could call it poetic justice or mere coincidence, but it was certainly not deliberate. After enduring over a minute of agony on the ground, number 13 finally rose, glaring hatefully at Chenlong. Chenlong met his gaze with mocking eyes, devoid of any remorse. This was an unabashed display of combativeness, a blatant humiliation, an act of revenge, a clear act of retaliation. The commentator openly expressed his thoughts. No one expected that after meandering for over 6 minutes, Chenlong's first shot would be aimed at avenging Vucinic. This method left everyone astounded and amused. It turned out that the football field was not solely about the game. It also involved human emotions and grudges. Donadoni was furious, his beard bristling in anger. Yet he dared not voice his frustrations. Could he possibly approach the fourth official to lodge a complaint? There were no rules against shooting the ball at a person. This was an embarrassing moment. The possession remained with Juventus as Marchisio prepared to throw in the ball. After meandering for over 7 minutes, Chenlong began to stir, running forward to request the ball, closely followed by a defender. Marchisio chose to throw the ball to him. Chenlong was ready to unleash his fury. The opposing defenders felt a surge of anxiety, thinking they must contain this little menace at all costs. Donadoni, with his graying beard, shouted from the sidelines, urging his players to focus and strengthen their defense. Unexpectedly, upon receiving the ball, Chenlong passed it back to Marchisio and leisurely walked into the penalty area, playing the game of hide and seek once more. What on earth was he up to? The defender assigned to him was nearly driven mad. His nerves taut and then slack, a relentless cycle of tension and release. Who could endure such antics? You want to mark me? Fine, I won't play anymore. I'll just walk. If you follow, so be it. I merely strolling. Chenlong's antics disrupted Parma's defensive rhythm. One side moved swiftly while the other crawled like a snail. A minute later, Pirlo was fouled, this time even closer to the goal, right at the edge of the penalty area. Once again, it was Chenlong taking the free kick. The crowd sang in anticipation, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Where was number 13? Chenlong searched for him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. This time, number 13 was frightened, hiding at the farthest edge of the wall, thinking surely he won't hit me again. The referee had noticed Chenlong's previous shot was clearly aimed at number 13, yet he had no grounds to issue a card. However, the referee stood beside number 13, instinctively stepping back, sensing that Chenlong's next shot might again be directed at number 13. To be safe, he cautiously moved his position. Chenlong prepared to take the free kick, and excitement surged through the crowd. Everyone speculated whether he would shoot at the goal or once more target the unfortunate number 13. As the moment approached, all thoughts of the score were forgotten. And what was Chenlong thinking? He assumed the same position, employing the same technique. Bang! The entire stadium fell silent. This was audacious. The ball was not aimed at number 13, nor at the goal, but rather at the referee himself. As the saying goes, there are gods above, and the ball struck the referee squarely on the forehead, causing him to collapse. There was no need for a whistle. No one blew it. The match came to an immediate halt. Which team doctor should I call? Connie instinctively urged his team doctor to rush onto the field. Beads of sweat cascading down his brow. This was a bit excessive from Chenlong. It was undeniably exhilarating. Connie's heart raced with excitement. The number 13, having narrowly escaped disaster, sulked amidst the crowd, drenched in sweat. He glanced at the writhing referee on the ground, silently grateful that he wasn't the one suffering from such a painful fate, or worse, sporting a bright red mark on his forehead. The Juventus team doctor sprayed a cooling medication on the referee's forehead. The referee, dizzy and disoriented, felt as if he were in a dream. How audacious of that little imp to kick the ball at him. Such a blatant act of provocation was utterly unforgivable. After a brief treatment, the referee, still slightly dazed, stood up and reached into his pocket. Oh no, it seemed he was about to issue a card. Would it be a yellow card, or perhaps a red card? Sending Chenlong off? There was no clear justification. One could argue that the player's poor technique merely resulted in the ball striking his forehead. The referee appeared to be on the verge of an angry outburst. It seemed Chenlong would be leaving the pitch. The commentator spoke animatedly. Ultimately, the referee did reach into his pocket, but to everyone's astonishment, he pulled out a white handkerchief. The crowd erupted in cheer. For the departure of such a feeble referee was a welcome sight for Juventus fans. The applause from the stands was even louder than before, steeped in irony. Poor referee, officiating his first top-flight match, had been outmaneuvered by a mere temporary worker. Yet who could be blamed? Was it not his incompetent officiating that led to this outcome? Who could have foreseen that this wandering temporary worker would engage in such audacious antics? The players, however, had learned their lesson. Who would dare applaud the referee? Marquisio approached Chenlong, whispering in his ear, "You've got some nerve, even taking on a referee." "Huh, I admire that." Seizing the moment while the referee was still recovering, Elliot joined in, but their words were hushed, for speaking too loudly would be too blatant. If Vucinic knew of your revenge, he would surely be in a much better mood. The speed of Chenlong's previous shot had reached an astonishing 200 kilometers per hour. The commentator, seizing the lull in the match, rushed to check the speed. In my memory, no player had ever shot at such velocity. This was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. We can only imagine the agony of the two individuals involved. One was like an egg striking a rock, while the other received a wake-up call. Throughout football history, countless players have executed powerful free kicks, but the most renowned among stars is Brazilian legend Roberto Carlos, whose maximum shooting speed barely exceeded 180 kilometers per hour. Chinese fans vividly recall the direct free kick he scored against the Chinese team in the 2002 World Cup, with a teammate in the wall recounting how the ball zipped past like lightning, scoring in the blink of an eye. One can only imagine the sheer dread of Chenlong's shot. The referee wiped the sweat from his brow with the handkerchief, gradually regaining his senses. The fourth official rushed over to inquire about his condition. After confirming he was not seriously injured, the referee decided to continue the match. However, the look in his eyes when he gazed at Chenlong had transformed. With a reddened forehead, he blew the whistle to resume play. Revenge had been exacted. It was time to perform well, Chenlong thought nonchalantly. After two shameless shots on goal, his energy had been nearly halved. For him, the remainder of the match posed a greater challenge. Merely shooting at two players would not suffice. He needed to either assist or score with the remaining energy. As the match resumed, Parma's defensive actions noticeably softened. No one wanted to commit further fouls and allow that little weirdo to shoot again. Who knew what tricks he might pull next? Juventus, however, remained unperturbed, maintaining their usual aggressive approach. Parma began to play tentatively, abandoning their previous roughness and directness, thus granting Juventus more opportunities to attack. Donadoni paced nervously on the sidelines, shouting instructions. Chenlong had now been on the field for 15 minutes, and even strolling required stamina. He couldn't simply meander until the match concluded, as that would be humiliating, although he would make the headlines tomorrow. If the only reason for his notoriety was this, it would clearly be insufficient. This was his first time on the field for such an extended period, and he was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Thus, he began to gather his composure and seek out opportunities. As Juventus operated smoothly, they created ample space, which was more than enough. Chenlong pretended to be strolling, all the while looking for an opportunity to strike. The Parma players were wary of Chenlong gaining possession, but felt confident when in possession themselves, believing he would not contest the ball nor waste energy on interceptions. Thus, they comfortably passed the ball around in their own half, reluctant to send it forward. Chenlong ambled towards the opposing defenders, signaling his intent to intercept their ball. Yet he did so leisurely. The opponents, naturally, ignored his presence, continuing to pass the ball methodically. This was precisely the effect Chenlong desired, to lull them into complacency and create a chance for interception or a breakthrough. It was the same defensive midfielder, number 13, with the ball at his feet. Uncertain whether he sought to flaunt his skills before Chenlong or simply toy with him, he advanced towards Chenlong with the ball. "Oh, you wish to toy with me? How fortuitous," Chenlong thought, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He stood motionless, as if he intended to let the opponent pass by unchallenged. This scene was absurd. In such a Premier League match, someone stood still, waiting for the opponent to breach his defenses. Had he lost his mind? But number 13 was in for a rude awakening. Just as he thought he could easily humiliate Chenlong, the latter suddenly sprang into action, executing a lightning-fast slide tackle, his right foot swiftly intercepting the ball beneath the opponent's foot, all within a heartbeat. Number 13, who had assumed he could waltz past Chenlong, found himself frozen in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Was this real? Wasn't Chenlong merely strolling? In that moment of confusion, Chenlong seized the ball and charged toward the edge of the penalty area, with two center-backs ahead of him. Without slowing down, he executed a series of dazzling step-overs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, confounding the defenders, who were too hesitant to challenge him. In the final moment, Chenlong deftly shifted the ball to his left, slipping past the left center-back and into the penalty area. The goalkeeper, closely monitoring the situation, saw the center-back beaten and had no choice but to leave his line. As Chenlong lifted his right foot to shoot, the goalkeeper swiftly slid to his right, sealing off any angle for a shot. In a flash, Chenlong nimbly nudged the ball to the left, eluding the goalkeeper's grasp before pushing it into the net with his left foot. From interception to the completion of the shot, the entire sequence took just over 6 seconds. Yet, those 6 seconds encapsulated Chenlong's technical brilliance from intercepting to dribbling, culminating in a perfect goal, an exquisite strike, a flawless performance, an extraordinary spectacle. The host's voice stretched long in astonishment, utterly shocked by the recent goal, his excitement rendering him incoherent. The Juventus stands erupted in fervor, the entire crowd rising to applaud, their cheers cascading like waves. It had been years since such a goal had been witnessed. The entire stadium was electrified. The stunning goal prompted Coach Conte to raise his arms in unabashed jubilation, while Juventus players rushed to embrace Chenlong fervently. However, amidst the chaos, Chenlong remained composed, leaning against the goalpost as if on the brink of collapse. Scoring that goal had drained him of every ounce of energy, leaving him too exhausted to do anything but rest against the post. Observing his condition, his teammates halted their advance, refraining from overwhelming him with affection. Ultimately, it was Chiellini's flash of inspiration that rallied his teammates to lift Chenlong high, carrying him to the center circle. This unique celebration was humorously dubbed the King's Funeral by the host. Typically, when a player scores, the celebration is one of unrestrained joy. Yet, here was a scorer who could only allow his teammates to carry him to the center circle. Chapter 46, The King's Privilege. With Chenlong's extraordinary goal, Juventus surged ahead with a score of 2-1 against Parma. As play resumed from the center circle, Chenlong stood motionless, his energy nearly depleted. He sensed he had only one more opportunity left, yet even the thought of walking felt burdensome. He simply yearned for a moment of respite. Yes, a moment of rest on the field, watching his teammates play. What a splendid idea. Thus he stood there, taking a breather, a most peculiar sight. His teammates and the coach were aware, and it was indeed his privilege. Players and the ball danced around him, while opponents weaved nearby. Was he truly participating in a football match? Such a scene was unprecedented on the pitch, broadcast live to the world, igniting considerable excitement. Many spectators recorded the moment, sharing it online as the peculiar occurrence began to circulate and garner comments. For over 3 minutes, a certain player found himself ignored by the opposition. standing still as if in a vegetative state. Had he not been breathing, it was likely the medical staff would have rushed to his side. During those 3 minutes, Juventus was under siege from Parma, and had Chenlong chosen to stroll, the situation might have been less dire. His stationary presence meant no defender was required to mark him closely. Suddenly, after that prolonged stillness, Chenlong moved, finally taking a step forward as the match approached the 80-minute mark. This strange action captured the attention of the opposing players. He moved. What did this signify? It suggested he might have regained some energy, hinting at the possibility of another spectacular performance. The audience's enthusiasm reignited, their cheers echoing. Chenlong ambled casually towards the penalty area, having finally mustered the last remnants of his strength for one final strike. Parma was compelled to allocate a defender to track him. As long as Chenlong was mobile, Juventus could regain their footing. His mere presence altered the dynamics of the game. Even if he were ineffective, his movement shifted the balance. Suddenly, with Chenlong on the field, Parma found themselves in unfamiliar territory. A player who had already scored a goal was not to be underestimated. While Parma sought to equalize during their away game, they were still trailing, necessitating an offensive push. Chenlong's resurgence restored equilibrium to the match. The defender assigned to Chenlong pondered in confusion. According to reports, he could only run for 5 minutes. Yet here he was, playing for over 20 minutes, defying all expectations. At this moment, Donadoni was most disheartened. His thorough preparations had been upended by Chenlong's unexpected performance, which disrupted all rhythms. Donadoni had never anticipated that Chenlong, who was supposed to be limited to 5 minutes, would enter the match early and remain stationary. In the annals of football history, no player had ever displayed such a style of play. Once again, Chenlong stood still in the small penalty area, much to the frustration of the defender assigned to him, who wondered if he was to follow him or create an offside trap. The coach had instructed him to adapt, but when others surged forward, was it logical to remain in the small box? This was absurd beyond measure. To him, 2 words encapsulated Chenlong, a shameless rogue. Was football meant to be played like this? Apparently, one had to cater to him. In truth, Chenlong was utterly fatigued. He had adhered to Connie's game plan for so long, and after taking 2 audacious shots and scoring a goal, he felt he had fulfilled his duty. Yet, even with a faint flicker of energy left, he felt compelled to stir the pot further. Watching Juventus endure relentless pressure, he couldn't resist meddling with the dynamics of the match. No one could decipher his thoughts. This enigma on the pitch was even more contemplative than Balotelli. Standing in the small penalty area, he defied convention. No one passed him the ball, and when it was directed his way, it often resulted in an offside. After all, any defender who outpaced him could easily position themselves ahead, leaving Chenlong susceptible to being offside. Time ticked away, the moments slipping into stoppage time. Parma exerted every ounce of effort, yet remained impotent in their quest to equalize, all due to that individual leisurely ambling about the pitch. The agony was palpable for Juventus, akin to playing with one man down. Even stars like Higuain had to toil, while even Pirlo exerted every last bit of strength. Only Chenlong stood apart. In the end, through the relentless efforts of his teammates, Juventus triumphed, securing a 2-1 victory. The joy was etched on every face, celebrating their inaugural league win. Connie's audacious substitutions had yielded an extraordinary victory. Parma, heartbroken, swallowed the bitter pill of defeat, while the beleaguered number 13 departed the pitch with a glum expression. And the mortified referee hastened away with the 4th official, desperate to escape the day he would rather forget, his first officiating a major league match. If he could, he would have relished the opportunity to send Chenlong off, for such direct humiliation inflicted upon him was unbearable. In the moment following the final whistle, Chenlong collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy. It seemed that even a leisurely stroll could lead to such exhaustion. He vowed never again to heed the old fox's mid-game instructions, for it felt perilous. At that moment, he simply desired to lie down and sleep soundly, indifferent to accolades or post-match conferences, devoid of any enthusiasm. While everyone else was playing, why did he feel so disproportionately fatigued? After a brief respite, the beleaguered agent Yang Ershi had no choice but to pantingly carry him back in a taxi. It was utterly exasperating. Having played football to such an extent was undeniably exhausting. Was it merely a match? Was it truly necessary to be so fatigued? Just as he was drifting into a deep slumber, the press conference erupted with commotion. The focal point was none other than Chenlong, with inquiries revolving around two primary issues. First, why Connie had allowed Chenlong to take the field prematurely, and second, the alleged intent behind Chenlong's shot at a player. Chapter 47. Temptation physically drained. Upon returning to his dwelling, Chenlong collapsed onto his bed, sleeping like a log. Connie's style of play had placed an unbearable burden on him. Yang Ershi had summoned Yi Shanshan to assist, as she possessed some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and was also an adept cook, thus compensating for Yang Ershi's clumsy efforts. This impromptu arrangement carried its risks. Meanwhile, Conti continued to speak confidently at the press conference, oblivious to Chenlong's dire physical condition, unaware that all was not well. Your coach is truly mad, making you play so early. It's as if he intends to wear you out. Yi Shanshan criticized Connie without reservation. While his method had its merits, the sudden combination of prolonged walking and intense exertion could endanger one's health. Hearing the gravity of Yi Shanshan's words, Chenlong was startled and hastily rose to inquire further. After lying in bed for an hour, he finally regained some strength, especially after sipping the nourishing soup that Yi Shanshan had prepared. You need to frequent the school more. The elective in traditional medicine has begun its practical sessions. If you don't attend, you won't earn enough credits, she chided. Every time you mention that, I get a headache. The names of the herbs make my head spin, he replied. As they engaged in lively conversation, his phone rang. It was none other than Marquisio, checking in on him, demonstrating a certain level of concern. Besides the inquiry about Chenlong's well-being, the purpose of the call was to invite him out that evening. Marquisio did not elaborate on the destination, simply stating he would pick him up at 9. What could possibly be in store? This guy cannot go a day without seeking amusement. I can only wonder what antics he has planned tonight, Chenlong mused. At that moment, it was still just past 8, and Yang Ershi and Yi Shanshan were still at Chenlong's residence, enjoying a belated dinner and engaging in lighthearted chatter. Time swiftly passed as their conversation meandered through topics of football and academia. Marquisio's car arrived punctually at Chenlong's doorstep, and a revived Chenlong found himself ushered into the vehicle. He initially intended to call Higua in next door, but the latter's abode was shrouded in darkness, likely signaling that he had already retired for the night. As a model professional, Higua In had always embodied the ideal of a dedicated athlete. Players like Marquisio, who revel in nightlife, are a rarity within Juventus, where the ethos seldom fosters such indulgences. Chenlong affectionately referred to Marquisio as Little Brother Marco. The latter, driving his eye-catching red sports car, navigated through the vibrant streets of Turin, where August evenings carried a refreshing chill, a stark reminder of the city's industrial essence. As a seasoned aficionado of nightlife, Little Brother Marco deftly maneuvered his vehicle, ultimately parking in a relatively concealed location. Chenlong, unfamiliar with such venues, had been reluctantly dragged into this den of iniquity since joining Juventus. The importance of social circles was now apparent. Previously, as a mere amateur, such experiences were unattainable. But now, should he choose, it was as commonplace as breakfast. A skilled footballer, handsome and renowned, his presence in a nightclub was a spectacle in itself. Hardly had he settled into his seat when an array of stunning women approached him, eager to strike up a conversation. In such an environment, however, Chenlong felt like a naive fledgling, utterly unaware of the intricate social dynamics at play. In a VIP booth sat a constellation of notable figures, with Marquisio merely a minor player in this ensemble. The true ringleader was none other than Buffon, who, without restraint, was indulging in the pleasures of the evening, likely enjoying the absence of his wife. As Juventus's newly appointed captain, he had a reputation for leading new players astray, despite Connie's frequent admonitions to temper his indulgences. While tabloids sang praises of his loving relationship with his wife, behind closed doors, Buffon embodied the very essence of mischief within the squad. Buffon, Chiellini, and Marquisio formed a notorious trio, with Chenlong being the latest victim of their escapades. Buffon, unabashedly positioned at the center of the booth, had one hand exploring the waist of a voluptuous woman. Meanwhile, Giovinco appeared to have succumbed to this debauchery, having shed his once timid demeanor. Reveling in the company of attractive companions, Elia, ever the provocateur, was engaged in passionate embraces, seemingly on the verge of escalating their rendezvous further. As a soon-to-be 18-year-old, Chenlong found himself blushing at the scene before him, feeling out of place. What sort of game were these seasoned players playing? He wondered, momentarily perplexed. Yet, it mattered little, for a captivating woman had already approached him, initiating a flirtation that felt entirely reciprocal. The alluring woman settled beside him, raising her glass to toast with Chenlong, who awkwardly clinked his cup of water against hers. His cheeks flushed crimson, a wave of discomfort washing over him as he dared not meet her gaze. Conversely, her large, expressive eyes fixed intently on him, as though they could devour him whole. Little brother Marco snickered to himself, a sly grin playing on his lips. This atmosphere was alien to Chenlong. He would have preferred to be at home, poring over a tedious introductory book on traditional medicine than enduring this social ordeal. Though he was amidst a whirlwind of excitement, he felt utterly out of his element. With the enchanting woman pressing closely against him, her soft curves resting on his shoulder. The intoxicating blend of alcohol and perfume wafted through the air, heightening his senses, igniting a fervor within him that he struggled to contain. As a minor, being so closely entwined with a voluptuous woman was enough to stir anyone's emotions. Chenlong, clad in loose shorts, suddenly realized the gravity of a rather embarrassing oversight. Had he forgotten to wear proper undergarments? What to do? The humiliation was overwhelming. It was imperative that no one discovered this secret, especially not the captivating woman beside him. How could he have overlooked such a detail? All of this was, of course, the fault of little brother Marco, who had dragged him into this situation under the pretense of a night out. Chenlong shot a glance at Marquisio, who was blissfully engrossed in conversation with a beautiful woman, entirely oblivious to Chenlong's plight. In a moment of desperation, Chenlong shifted in his seat, instinctively crossing his legs to alleviate the discomfort. Just then, the woman's slender hand found its way onto his thigh, casually resting there, sending a jolt through him that ignited every nerve. What was he to do? The sensations were overwhelming, and he felt utterly helpless, caught in a web of teasing and allure. In the depths of his heart, Chenlong cursed under his breath. Chapter 48, Overthrown. A tingling sensation coursed through his thigh, an overwhelming comfort that rendered Chenlong's cheeks crimson. The enchanting beauty chuckled, her breath warm against his ear, her delicate pink lips tantalizingly close to his skin. The more tense Chenlong became, the more the beauty reveled in her advantage, inching closer. Finally, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, Chenlong shifted slightly to create some distance, only for the beauty to lean against him, half of her body now resting against his. Instinctively, he reached out to steady her, and for the first time, his gaze fell directly upon this captivating siren. Was she not stunning? Her mesmerizing eyes locked onto Chenlong's, and the words that escaped her lips sent shivers down his spine. Still reeling from the earlier embarrassment, he stammered out a compliment, beautiful. It seemed that whenever he encountered a lovely woman, this was invariably his first response. How peculiar. This recollection brought him back to his initial encounter with Yi Shanshan, where he had responded similarly, though without the same degree of awkwardness. Taking a moment to compose himself, Chenlong began to scrutinize the enchanting figure before him. Her complexion rivaled that of freshly fallen snow, with chestnut curls cascading over her shoulders. Her petite face was adorned with a pair of striking blue eyes, and a hint of soft pink accentuated her playful lips, exuding an irresistible charm. She appeared to be around his age, yet her demeanor was strikingly bold. How scandalous. Chenlong mused. To gauge a man's purity, one merely needs to place a hand upon his thigh, she remarked, her voice as delicate as orchids. I can still hear your breath quickening, she teased. Such a skilled temptress, this young enchantress, prompting Chenlong to ponder whether this indicated his innocence. Well, I know you're a virgin, she quipped, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she finally withdrew her hand from his thigh. Relieved, Chenlong felt the earlier physical reaction subside, his tongue no longer stumbling over itself as he attempted to regain his composure. Am I pure? If we were alone, I would have already pinned you to the ground. So what if I'm a virgin? It's a valuable asset. What about you, little enchantress? Come on then. Why not make a move? Here I am, still in your embrace, she replied, playfully burrowing further into him. I adore being called a little enchantress. It stirs my heart. From now on, refer to me as such, she giggled. That's not how this works. Look over there at those older gentlemen. They are your type. I'm just a tender little sprout who hasn't even touched a girl's hand yet. I'm simply not suited for you, Chenlong retorted. a hint of trepidation creeping in as he gestured toward his friends. Those old, lecherous men? No way. I want you, she declared. You already had your way with me once. You even touched my thigh. You should be grateful for my first time. Her words flowed with a captivating charm, saturating the air around them. I only tried it out because I heard from the older girls the outcome was rather inaccurate. Given your eloquence, you hardly seem pure yourself. Ah, there are many enchantresses. It's no wonder you're such an exceptional one. I never claimed to be pure. You merely introduced me to a taste of innocence. Thank you. Chenlong's gaze lingered on her chest, revealing his inner lecherous thoughts. You are shameless and decent. And a quick man, the little enchantress retorted, her lips pouting in indignation. You are shameless and indecent. You were the one who seduced me. What is wrong with being a quick man? You dare challenge me? Challenge accepted. I shall push you down. In a public setting, Chenlong was unexpectedly overthrown by the little enchantress. Her hands gripped his firmly, pinning his arms behind his back, as if he were a defeated foe. A humiliating fate for a grown man at the mercy of a woman. He never anticipated this petite enchantress possessed such grappling skills. God, to encounter a formidable little enchantress, what hope is there for a man? The once alluring facade morphed into a fierce demeanor, revealing the consequences of his underestimation. Enough of your antics. Canaris, release Chenlong. Be careful not to break him. A gentle yet authoritative voice interrupted. The beauty named Canaris ceased her playful assault upon hearing the command. As Chenlong turned to express his indignation, he was met with a familiar face. Andrea, do you know this fierce little enchantress? Ah, she's my younger sister, Canaris, Perlo replied with a smile. Ah, so she is family, Chenlong chuckled, though inwardly he pondered how their personalities could be so diametrically opposed. The sister, alluring and enchanting, contrasted sharply with the fierce demeanor of the older brother. Brother, he bullied me. He looked at me with such lewd intentions. What? I bullied you? You were the one who touched me. Chenlong protested, feeling frustrated at being unjustly accused. Perlo tapped Canaris on the forehead. You mischievous girl. I specifically said not to bring you here. You've gone astray. I saw everything. Don't blame Chenlong. Nightclubs are no place for you. Time to go home. Huh. Andrea, thank goodness you saw it. Otherwise, I would have been left speechless. Chenlong remarked, relieved that Perlo stood by him, though he refrained from uttering the words little enchantress again. Canaris stuck her tongue out at Chenlong. Just wait. Little quick man. Little quick man. The older men nearby erupted in laughter at this moniker. With a sullen expression, Chenlong remained silent in protest, realizing he had been brought here merely to be the subject of their amusement. These lecherous men and that twisted little enchantress. What a night it had turned out to be. Chapter 49. The head coach arrives. Canaris remained, while Chenlong found himself seated next to Perlo, feeling a sense of security. He had no desire to engage with the little enchantress again. The nightclub held no allure for him. He was not among those who frequented such establishments, seeking to indulge in debauchery and revelry. The nightclub lifestyle was strictly forbidden, yet here they were, brazenly flaunting their audacity. Such a life has undoubtedly ruined countless prodigies. Even the likes of Ronaldo suffered a similar fate. In truth, their antics were not as outrageous as rumored. They merely enjoyed the company of beautiful women and indulged in a few drinks, far from the extreme behaviors often depicted. Perlo abstained from alcohol, merely joining the revelry, sipping on soft drinks while engaging in casual conversation with Chenlong, who occasionally cast furtive glances at Canalis, who appeared rather bored. Who would have anticipated that the ball would strike those two individuals during such a lively press conference, which revolved entirely around this incident? Honestly, are you not afraid of being penalized? But the shot was indeed both fierce and precise. It was merely a spontaneous act of fun. After all, hitting someone with the ball isn't considered a foul. I often did this in amateur matches. Chenlong initially thought Perlo would pose profound inquiries, but it turned out to be just this trivial matter. In a moment of excitement, you old man, what about that interception of yours? Our styles are remarkably similar. How do you explain that? Elia rushed over. Chenlong, observing the lively bull, chuckled. Naturally, I learned from you, applying newfound skills on the spot. You know, I have a decent capacity for learning. Haha. Did you not see how arrogantly that fool approached me, leisurely dribbling the ball, as if to humiliate me? I had to seize that opportunity. Here we go again, applying what you just learned. You might as well claim you could also play goalkeeper. Buffon was not pleased. Hearing this little eccentric speak so casually. Goalkeeping? That idea is rather intriguing. During our next training session, I'll be sure to learn from Gigi. Perhaps I do have a knack for it. Chenlong felt a surge of enthusiasm at Buffon's words and mused that if he mastered goalkeeping, who knows what unexpected surprises might arise. You put me in a difficult position. If you excelled at goalkeeping too, wouldn't that spell my unemployment? Buffon was quite displeased. Yet you, in your 5 minutes of stamina, hardly pose a threat. Connie had us out there so early that we nearly perished, while you strolled leisurely. We were fighting for our lives. What kind of situation is that? Marquisio feigned anger, declaring that the entire team was catering to this one lad. Quite the treat, eh? You'll be footing the bill for dinner tonight. All right, I'll work as a dishwasher for a month, and that might just cover the cost of the meal. You have the audacity to say that. My wages barely amount to your weekly pocket change. How dare you ask me to treat? You might as well suggest I crash into a wall and end it all. Keep pretending. Everyone knows you have a peculiar agent behind you. That chubby fellow who is quite skilled. I've heard that your advertisements are plastered all over China. What does that even mean? Marquisio clearly understood Chenlong's situation and pressed on relentlessly. We're all just temporary workers. There's no future in relying on those earnings. I'm still a college student, depend on my family. Don't listen to others' nonsense about the wicked Connie. You have no idea how utterly exhausted I am after a match. I sleep for an entire hour at home just to recover. I won't be doing this again, as it seems to violate the terms of my contract. Am I being overworked? Ah, you certainly can talk. Chenlong felt a weight on his shoulder. A large hand resting there unbeknownst to him. That voice sounds oddly familiar. Could it belong to that old trickster? It seems like Connie. Cough, cough. Speaking of that old trickster, no, Lord Conti, you truly are brilliant and astute, managing to utilize me to this extent. You are indeed a divine coach. One could say that Juventus's victories are solely attributed to Connie's prowess. Sensing Conti's presence, Chenlong shamelessly altered his tone, pondering the strange circumstances. Who would have thought someone would appear just as they were being discussed? What a coincidence. However, why is this old fox here? Could he be here to socialize? It's hard to imagine. Little Dragon is becoming quite adept at navigating these waters. Splendid, truly a genius. Connie patted Chenlong's shoulder before unceremoniously plopping down beside him. Coach, what wind brought you here? I was just praising you, and you show up. Chenlong pretended to be surprised, offering flattery. Shameless. The others shared similar thoughts. These two crafty foxes, one old and one young. The head coach takes his players to a nightclub? Chenlong was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Stealing a glance at Conti, he sensed that the coach did not seem to be there to reprimand or apprehend anyone, but rather to enjoy himself. Was he not just engaged in a delightful conversation with Chiellini, while I am dealing with reporters at the press conference? You all are here enjoying yourselves, living like gods. It seems tomorrow's holiday will be canceled. The speed at which moods change is remarkable, comparable to that little sprite. What scheme is this old fox concocting? Surely, he isn't here just to have fun? Chenlong found it hard to comprehend his intentions. Yet observing the other players' reactions, there were no complex expressions, only lowered heads, silently awaiting more words. Sighing deeply, Connie continued, If it weren't for this kid, we'd all be in dire straits. What does that even mean? It's truly difficult to fathom, leaving Chenlong utterly perplexed, pondering how Connie's ramblings related to their predicament. The others listened quietly, not daring to interject. Connie continued, seemingly lost in thought. After tomorrow, I will be suspended for 3 months, relegated to the stands to direct from afar. For 3 months, my assistant coach will take over. Will I go after that? It remains unknown. Let us focus on performing well for the next 3 months. As he spoke, Connie clearly carried a sense of disappointment, akin to a weary old man waiting beside a coffin for death to arrive. Suspended? What is going on? He suddenly recalled a recent news article about Connie, which stated that he would face a 3-month suspension for allowing players to engage in match fixing. Could this be the case? Had the judgment been confirmed today? Chenlong pondered silently. In attendance were only him, along with Buffon, Chiellini, Marquisio, Giovinco, Pirlo, and other key players of Juventus, all loyal to Connie. Yet here he was, sharing such matters openly. What could it possibly mean? Even Pirlo, a figure of such stature, has become embroiled in this mess. Unthinkable. What about Elia? Chapter 50. betting on victory, only it seems the waters surrounding Juventus are exceedingly deep. Conte's match-fixing scandal dates back to his time managing Siena, and now in Juventus. The prosecutors have not let up. Since Juventus' relegation, due to match-fixing in 2006, the negative press surrounding the club has never ceased. Now as head coach, Conte finds himself caught in this whirlpool. Each side claims righteousness. Is Juventus the only one involved in match-fixing? Clearly not, as many teams have face-point deductions due to similar scandals. Are there truly any innocent teams? Those claiming purity may not be as untainted as they appear. In the realm of football gambling, the odds favor betting far more than abstaining. In the world of football, one often finds themselves at the mercy of circumstances. A truth that holds in any arena. Italy's efforts to combat match-fixing have yielded significant results, while China's measures appear to have merely scapegoated a few individuals to conclude the matter. Chenlong could not grasp the intricacies of the situation, nor did he comprehend Conte's veiled remarks, lacking the authority to speak on such matters. But why would Conte bring this up in front of him? Of course, Conte did not explicitly mention match-fixing. That conclusion was drawn by Chenlong himself. Could it be that the old fox, even while facing suspension, would continue to gamble, dragging himself down with others? A sense of caution crept into Chenlong's mind. Little dragon, the waters of Juventus are deep, or rather, the waters of Italy are deep. Focus on your role as a temporary worker and leave the rest behind. It doesn't concern you. Conte discerned the doubts lingering in Chenlong's heart and, with a hint of profound meaning, uttered these words. It's none of my business. Yet you dare to speak to me like this? How absurd. Everyone is aware of it. And how am I supposed to play football in the future? This cunning old fox. Chenlong felt a surge of anger, but curiosity began to creep in. But I want to know, you say I'm a temporary worker, and if something goes wrong, it doesn't matter, does it? During Conte's presence, Canales had seemingly vanished into some corner, as only a handful of men remained, listening to the old fox's tales. Upon hearing Chenlong's response, a sly smile crept across his face. Chenlong was still too naive, easily ensnared by the old fox's words. Piero, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of sympathy for Chenlong, yet outwardly remained silent, feigning indifference. Even someone as seasoned as himself had fallen into a similar trap. They often spoke of the glory of winning championships at Juventus, but alas, a sense of frustration weighed heavily upon Pirlo's heart. Actually, it's not entirely bad to inform you. Though you're a temporary worker, knowing is preferable to ignorance. Conte maintained a facade of seriousness that could mislead anyone into believing he was merely a benevolent figure. Ignorance is bliss. Knowing makes one foolish, Chiellini mused internally. Recognizing the old fox's cunning ability to deceive, speaking as if it were all true. Poor little Long, my brother, I can't help you now, for you brought this upon yourself with your loose tongue. After all, I too am ensnared here. Let fate decide. Unbeknownst to the innocent Chenlong, who was eagerly awaiting Conte to continue, a monumental secret seemed poised to be unveiled. Juventus went undefeated in 38 matches last season. This was achieved through sheer determination. Conte proclaimed, pride clearly etched upon his face. Yet, the intricacies behind those draws were indeed worthy of scrutiny. The implication was clear. The draws harbored ulterior motives. Last season, Juventus often found themselves leading by 1 or even 2 goals, only to be senselessly equalized. Should those betting on the matches hear this, I doubt even 10 Conte could escape unscathed. The profits from a single draw were already exorbitant. Imagine the implications over 10 or 8 matches. Utter madness. Was Conte truly out of his mind, contemplating relegation for Juventus once again? Chenlong felt a rising sense of revulsion upon hearing those words. No wonder the defense had crumbled last season, and why the national team's performance was starkly different. What, little Long? Surely you think we are throwing matches? Conte cast a disdainful glance at Chenlong, tapping his forehead. The draws aren't due to collusion, but rather are pathetic forwards. None of them are fit for purpose. At this moment, doubt stirred within Chenlong's heart. If it wasn't collusion, then how did betting play into this? Conte had accurately hit the nail on the head. Chenlong nodded sincerely. The reasoning was straightforward. Buffon and the others had performed dreadfully, or perhaps there were traitors among them. Conte, visibly agitated, glared at Buffon and Chiellini as if they were his archenemies. Our betting strategy is simple. Juventus must win. Draws are unacceptable, and defeats are not an option. Such a betting strategy was akin to leading oneself down a treacherous path. In football, how could one guarantee never losing? Chenlong contemplated, astonished by Connie's response. So, today you saved us from defeat, but we'll have to pay for it. As for why we need to pay, I won't disclose that yet. Perhaps you'll learn more in time. Connie finally addressed Chenlong's unspoken concerns. Ultimately, events that are meant to occur will inevitably unfold. I hope you're luckier than the rest of us present, and above all, please score and assist generously in the matches. Otherwise what? Chenlong had felt a sense of comfort until the final words brought a wave of pressure. Otherwise, if we lose, we all face dire consequences. Though you may be a temporary worker, you could still find yourself in a precarious situation. After all, as a temporary worker, you don't have ample funds to compensate. Connie resumed his blatant threats. How shameless. Was he truly toying with Chenlong? In a corner, Marquisio began to worry for him. Chenlong's expression darkened. He felt as though he had unwittingly fallen into a den of wolves. It seemed that tonight's events were directed solely at him, and he increasingly felt that being part of such a team was fraught with peril. We're all in the same boat. We must think collectively. Our goal is to win. Win-win. If we lose, then everyone must contribute financially. More for those who can afford it, less for those who cannot. Connie finally revealed his true nature, patting Chenlong's shoulder as he spoke. Is this what it means to plunge into the depths? Chenlong felt a chill in his heart. Who possessed such terrifying power to compel them to pay? What money am I expected to contribute? You signed a contract, what obligation do I have? Perhaps you should sign a bigger one, and I might consider it, Chenlong replied, frustration evident on his face. He finally realized he had been unwittingly drawn into this scheme and felt compelled to negotiate fiercely with Connie to justify his position. As for me, I shall solely focus on scoring and assisting. Finances are not my concern. And if you fail to score or assist, what then? Connie pressed. One must have limits to their shamelessness. Does that not concern me? I have only 5 minutes. Do you truly believe I am some sort of deity? Others might trust in such things, but you too? Chenlong was incensed. How can one guarantee that 1 + 1 will always equal 2? Precisely. Thus, if we lose, we all share the burden. You have ample advertisement funds. After all, Connie quipped. Old pervert, you are truly shameless. Chenlong retorted, refusing to entertain further discussion. Otherwise, I might as well take a stroll. Engaging in futile efforts, like today's events, would be self-destructive. Very well, regardless of whether you score or not. You won't receive any money. However, even so, it may not be so simple. Connie pondered but ultimately decided to end the discussion. Let us conclude our conversation here. Training resumes promptly the day after tomorrow. I'll take my leave now. Take care not to be drained by the women, especially little Marquisio. Like a shadow, Connie, the old fox, vanished in an instant, leaving Chenlong, who had yet to fully digest the conversation, behind. Once Connie departed, the teammates collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. You, lad, are utterly foolish to converse so much with that old fox. Have you lost your wits? You've been ensnared. Chiellini was the first to scold him. Had you kept your mouth shut, perhaps none of this would have unfolded, Pirlo added, shaking his head. Would it have killed you to offer a warning? Now you choose to express your thoughts? Spare me your mockery, Chenlong replied with a shrug, feeling helpless. A delightful weekend had been abruptly disrupted by Connie's unexpected arrival. In a daze, Chenlong found himself unwittingly aboard a metaphorical ship of thieves, his mood darkening as he chose to leave the nightclub first, not wanting to associate with that peculiar bunch. It was already past midnight. Upon exiting, he realized his stomach was grumbling. Hadn't he just eaten dinner a mere 4 hours ago? Why was he so ravenous? This wasn't typical behavior. Could it be the result of excessive exertion or the stress induced by Connie? He patted his belly and shook his head in resignation. The household is devoid of food, all devoured by that glutton Yang Ershi. Were it not for Yi Shanshan's presence, even the plates would likely be left for him to wash upon his return. Chenlong thought bitterly, yet his feet instinctively moved forward. He arrived at a late-night eatery, casually ordered some spaghetti, and began to devour it ravenously. Halfway through his meal, the crisp sound of high heels approached, and a pair of black stilettos, encasing delicate white feet, appeared before Chenlong. As he consumed his pasta, he stared at the enchanting little feet for a considerable time. Then his gaze inevitably climbed upwards. Upon reaching the 2 long, slender, and snowy thighs, he paused for a few seconds, then continued his ascent to the black micro-skirt, finally daring not to linger, swiftly traversing a slim waist, until resting upon two ample snowy peaks. Just as he was about to continue, a familiar voice echoed, "It seems you've been itching for a while, haven't you?" That voice felt oddly familiar. The noodles lodged in his throat. He froze for a moment, finally recalling that little enchantress. Is Turin really that small? How could he encounter her again at such a late hour? What misfortune! He thought he might run into some beautiful encounter. Yet it turned out to be the little enchantress. This isn't a fantasy world, is it? Why does he keep bumping into her? He refrained from raising his head, pretending to continue his meal. Are you referring to me, the blind man? I must admit, I cannot see, so how could I feel any itch? Coincidentally, after Canales was invited back from the nightclub by Piero, she had been wandering the streets and subsequently walked this way, leading to their current encounter. Oh, so you are blind. Then surely I can have some of your pasta, since you can't see, Canales said, acting on her whim as she pulled over a chair and boldly sat down, reaching for Chenlong's utensils. Chenlong was not truly blind, of course, and swiftly collected his belongings. Aren't you supposed to be blind? Your reaction is quite quick, little speedster. Seeing Chenlong's response, Canales ceased her antics and playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Chenlong gazed at her for a few seconds, exhaling deeply. Little enchantress, do we have a grudge? Why do you follow me? After all, I am a disciple of your brother, whom I greatly admire. Is it necessary for you to make things difficult for me? I am quite hungry. May I request that you refrain from bothering me? TSK, I am here for pasta too. Who's following you? Only a little lecher like you would trail after a beautiful woman like me, she retorted. Yet, she was genuinely intrigued by the little speedster. Chenlong continued to lower his head to eat. Canales, realizing Chenlong was ignoring her, felt a bit disinterested and began to play with her keychain while observing his youthful face. As Chenlong ate, his heart was in disarray. How could he eat under her watchful gaze? After hastily finishing his meal, he stood to leave. Upon noticing his departure, Canales also rose, disregarding the waiter who was just serving more pasta, and directly followed him out. Hey, am I that frightening? You barely said a few words before wanting to leave, Canales exclaimed, casually wrapping her arm around Chenlong's left. Here we go again, this insufferable enchantress. Does she not realize her own allure? Always engaging in close combat. How can one endure this? Italian women are typically tall, and the girl leaning against Chenlong stood at nearly 1.7 meters, her head resting on his shoulder, the faint scent of her perfume overwhelming him. Chenlong dared not embrace her slender waist or make any inappropriate moves, instead walking stiffly forward. Is this what you call a stroll? It's not just a leisurely walk. Could you exhibit some masculinity? Canales teased in a sweet voice. I am not strolling with you. You are the one clinging to me, little enchantress. Isn't your brother worried about you at this hour? You should return home. Chenlong trudged along like a zombie, his body involuntarily shivering, thinking that the little enchantress was employing her charms again. Absolute allure, and her mood could shift faster than anyone's. Sensing Chenlong's physical reaction, Canales tightened her grip. Don't worry, I won't bite. It's quite late, and I'll escort you home. Then I will return to school. Hearing this long-awaited reassurance, Chenlong felt elated and quickly composed himself, allowing Canales to take advantage as he followed her to the car. A rich second generation. Indeed, just how wealthy is he? This little enchantress is so young, yet drives a top-tier Audi. My goodness, the latest model. Chenlong gazed at the stunning white beauty before him, feeling a wave of admiration. Whether Canales was deliberately driving slowly or the car was a knockoff, it seemed to move languidly. Throughout the journey, Canales chattered incessantly, while Chenlong responded intermittently. Suddenly, the sky opened up, pouring rain that drenched them both, and they had not even had the chance to close the sunroof before the deluge struck. Is someone throwing water? Or is it actually raining? This is absurd. Not a flash of lightning or a peep of thunder, and yet it falls in torrents? Chenlong lamented after finally managing to close the sunroof, unable to suppress his frustration. They exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. The male laughed heartily and freely, while the female giggled with a charming grace. The earlier strangeness and awkwardness dissipated with the downpour, revealing clarity. At that moment, Chenlong appeared as a boy who had just returned from a rain-soaked football match, drenched from head to toe, while Canales resembled a summer maiden, bathed in rain, her delicate face adorned with glistening droplets. As they gazed into each other's eyes, both became entranced by the reflection they saw. Their gazes locked in a moment of brilliance, which swiftly transitioned into a silent communion, while the car's audio system played a hauntingly beautiful melody, seemingly signaling that it was time to part ways. Cough, cough. This song seems to be reminding us that it's time to head home. Chenlong broke the enchanting moment, shattering the tranquility. Canales was pulled back to reality by his voice, her sweet countenance blushing, clearly aware that the two youthful souls had just shared a fleeting moment of burgeoning affection. Regaining her composure, Canales resumed driving, the silence between them palpable, undoubtedly influenced by the previous scene. The air was thick with an inexplicable tension, fostering mutual attraction and affection. After what felt like an eternity, guided by Chenlong's directions, Canales finally parked in front of his residence. Chenlong awkwardly smiled, indicating he was about to exit the vehicle. Canales merely responded with a soft "oh," yet her gaze boldly lingered on him, feeling the intensity of her stare. Chenlong's heart raced, and he held her gaze, neither willing to look away. In that moment, the world around them faded, as if they existed in their own universe. In the brief span of 30 minutes, they had experienced two instances of such burgeoning emotions. Drenched from the rain, Canales resembled a pitiful little kitten, curled up in the driver's seat, gazing tenderly at Chenlong. He, witnessing her vulnerability, felt an inexplicable pang of protectiveness. August in Turin had turned slightly chilly, prompting a wave of sentimentality within him. He soon made a bold decision, which his teammates, including Piero, would later describe as shameless. "How about you come in for a bit?" he suggested, not in the sense of anything untoward, but rather out of concern for her soaked state, hoping she might change into something dry to avoid catching a cold. Chenlong found himself grappling with a peculiar discomfort in his heart, feeling that no matter how he articulated his thoughts, they sounded off-kilter. Inviting a single woman into his abode during the late hours of the night felt like a breach of propriety. Was it not an act of seduction, hinting at ulterior motives? If word of this reached Pirlo's ears, he would be unable to extricate himself from the ensuing scandal. Just as he was lost in these troubling thoughts, Canales sprang from the vehicle with remarkable agility. Chenlong, upon witnessing her nimble movements, was jolted back to reality, recalling the pitiful little sprite before him, who seemed to embody an entirely different persona. As he hesitated at the threshold, Canales had already snatched the keys from his hand and proceeded to unlock the door. Once the door swung open, Chenlong stood there, bewildered, muttering a feeble protest about whose home it truly was. "You're not coming in? Do you intend to get drenched in the rain?" she quipped. "Of course. This is your home, my future home, our future home." The warmth of homecoming enveloped her. Upon entering, Canales caressed the walls, turned on the hallway lights, and without a hint of hesitation, discarded her black stilettos, padding barefoot into the living room. How could a person so carefree be the antithesis of Pirlo? Chenlong found himself questioning if they shared the same parentage. After a moment of contemplation outside, he eventually stepped inside, closed the door, and neatly placed Canales' heels on the shoe rack before retreating to his room. This residence had only been graced by Yi Shanshan and Yang Er in addition to Chenlong himself, leaving no trace of feminine attire. He rummaged through his wardrobe, settling on a garment for Canales, who promptly dashed into the bathroom with it. Feeling parched and unaccustomed to sharing his space with a woman, Chenlong switched on the television and reclined on the sofa, attempting to distract himself from the unease that gnawed at him. Canales lingered in the bathroom for an astonishing half-hour before emerging to find him fast asleep on the couch, clearly exhausted from the day's events. Dressed in Chenlong's oversized clothing, she resembled a whimsical witch. She tiptoed to his side, leaned in close, and just as her lips were a mere millimeter from his, she exclaimed, "Little fast boy." With a soft pop, Chenlong awoke in shock, turning his head just in time for her lips to land upon his, accompanied by the deliberate sound of a kiss. What was this sensation of being boldly kissed by a woman? A sudden dizziness washed over him, and he lay in stunned silence, his body frozen. Above him was a delicate visage, adorned with that very mouth that had just audaciously claimed his. Had he truly just been kissed? While he remained ensnared in this bewildering reverie, Canales leaned even closer, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, "Little fast boy, I discovered something tonight. Your little friend is awake, haha." With that, she bestowed a light kiss on his cheek, gathered her belongings, and merrily hummed a tune as she strolled toward the door, seemingly oblivious to Chenlong's tumultuous thoughts. Initially, Chenlong had braced himself for the unexpected. But Canales' second playful assault left him utterly flabbergasted, staring blankly at the ceiling, oblivious to the roaring engines outside that had long since faded away. Was this a dream? The knight's embarrassment was laid bare, and he lamented, "Oh God, what manner of woman is this?" The following chapter unfolded at the traditional Chinese medicine college. The previous evening had gifted Chenlong with two contrasting sensations, the thrill of gambling and the flutter caused by Canales. Since joining Juventus, he had grown accustomed to the bizarre and fortuitous occurrences in his life, feeling as though he were living in a dream where the extraordinary manifested around him. On the day of the team's break, he did not indulge in a luxurious slumber. Instead, he seized the splendid morning. Had it not been for Yi Shanshan's incessant calls urging him to arise, he might have overslept and missed his classes. After several matches, Chenlong's name echoed throughout Turin, making it rare for anyone in the city to be unfamiliar with him. Unless they were blind, even the part-timers at Juventus recognized him. Fame often stirs a commotion and can breed societal unrest. What stirrings had the charming Chenlong caused at the university? Although his sunglasses shielded him from a significant portion of potential threats, when Yi Shanshan escorted him into the Chinese medicine laboratory and removed his shades, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of excitement and screams. With class yet to commence, students flocked around him, clamoring for autographs. The niche field of Chinese medicine attracted few males, primarily a throng of enthusiastic females. The circle surrounding Chenlong was predominantly female, with only Shanshan and a handful of boys remaining outside. The fervent girls vied for Chenlong's signature, and when one of them brandished her phone for a selfie, chaos ensued. Faced with such a scene for the first time, Chenlong remained composed, thinking to himself that reveling amidst such beautiful blooms was indeed a joy. In stark contrast to the previous night's encounter with Canales, this new spectacle seemed trivial, unless an entire horde of girls ambushed him simultaneously. He believed he could handle it. Yet, contemplating the power of such a collective, he mused that if they all converged, he might be utterly consumed. Having fulfilled the requests of these exuberant young women, Chenlong's vanity soared, and after dispersing the throng of classmates, he finally joined Yi Shanshan at her side. She had orchestrated for them to be paired for an experiment, intending to assist him further. This arrangement, seemingly innocuous, sparked intense jealousy among the girls who had just basked in Chenlong's attention. How could he sit beside a girl right under their noses? Malicious and envious glances pierced through the air like daggers aimed at Yi Shanshan, who could only endure their whispered barbs in silence. Chenlong sensed the tension and leaned toward Yi Shanshan to murmur, "Shanshan, we're surrounded. It seems the trouble I brought is considerable." Initially indifferent, Yi Shanshan grew irritated by the incessant buzzing of the girls, resembling flies. Deciding to play along, she leaned closer and whispered, "Let them stew. Let us put on a show for them." With that, she feigned a laugh, inciting another wave of commotion. Could it be that Yi Shanshan was Chenlong's girlfriend? The audacity! What remarkable qualities could she possess to catch his eye? A chorus of disparaging remarks rippled through the crowd. Do not harbor such animosity. Is there truly anything wrong with me? Besides, with so many beautiful women around, choosing one as a girlfriend wouldn't be a bad idea at all. Please do not ruin this for me. Alas, the teacher has arrived. I shall say no more. During their exchange, the two spoke in hushed Chinese, their voices so soft that no one could comprehend their words. It was evident to all that they shared a close bond, akin to that of a couple. Thus, throughout the entire class, aside from the two of them, only a few boys remained focused on completing their experiments, while the rest spent an hour consumed by envy. Interestingly, when the traditional Chinese medicine teacher laid eyes on Chenlong, there was no hint of fervor in his gaze, perhaps due to his advanced age. He treated Chenlong no differently than any other student, which made Chenlong feel quite at ease, as he thought, this is what normalcy should be. This particular class was indeed unique. Firstly, there was a group of infatuated admirers constantly gazing over, akin to fans in a stadium during a football match. Secondly, this experimental class offered Chenlong vast insights, providing him with a delightful surprise right from start. The laboratory resembled a grand apothecary, akin to a library of Chinese medicinal herbs, housing every conceivable traditional remedy. This was far more enjoyable than the dull memorization of medicinal names from textbooks. As one would expect, Chenlong quickly became familiar with the various herbs present. Why, one might wonder, is there such a vast traditional Chinese medicine laboratory here? This can be attributed to the blessings bestowed from far-off China. It is said that this entire traditional Chinese medicine college was established in the early 1990s with aid from China to Italy. In other words, the Italians did not spend a single penny to acquire this college or laboratory. All funding came from the Chinese government, which invested 5 billion yuan. With over 1 billion yuan worth of precious herbs included, it is indeed a staggering investment, akin to a windfall for the Italians. While the knowledge gained in a single class might seem limited, the breadth of discovery was substantial. This small revelation deepened Chenlong's affection for traditional Chinese medicine. Even more astonishing was the information he learned from his teacher after class. There exists a specialized area of research within traditional Chinese medicine dedicated to the therapy of athletes, particularly focusing on football. This revelation utterly captivated Chenlong, as nothing mattered more to him than his body and football. After class, he fervently insisted that Yi Shanshan accompany him to the management college to change his major from management to traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, Chenlong transitioned his studies, becoming a student of the traditional Chinese medicine college. This news spread rapidly, much to the disappointment of the management college, especially among the football team and the female students. The football team lamented the loss of a talented player to aid them in their matches, while the girls felt disheartened by Chenlong's absence. Meanwhile, the traditional Chinese medicine college thrived. The football team rejoiced, no longer needing to seek approval from others to play, and quickly transformed into a formidable team. The future female doctors, akin to flowers blooming after rain, became increasingly enamored with Chenlong. It is said that among all the faculties at the University of Turin, the traditional Chinese medicine college had the most female students, though they typically eschewed makeup. However, since Chenlong's arrival, nearly every one of them began to adorn themselves with vibrant cosmetics, transforming the once tranquil campus into a lively hub. The traditional Chinese medicine college truly became the university's garden of delights, as a multitude of beauties sought to encounter Chenlong. Turin University was indeed on the brink of transformation, all thanks to this charming anomaly. Chapter 54. Yi Sun's secret upon exiting the bustling University of Turin. Chenlong did not return home directly. Instead, he followed Yi Shanshan to her newly opened store. According to Yi Shanshan, today marked the arrival of Yi Sun from Palermo, and Chenlong was eager to meet him. Yet, upon their arrival, they found no sign of Yi Sun, leaving Chenlong slightly disappointed. Outside of football, his life was rather simplistic, and now, having left Palermo for Turin, he found himself lacking in friends. The only ones by his side were the shameless agent and close friend Yang Ershi, along with the increasingly familiar Yi Shanshan. As for his so-called Juventus teammates, they certainly wouldn't accompany him every day for campus outings. However, Yang Ershi was often absent, seldom attending classes, and it seemed he had flown to China today to resolve an advertising dispute. Chenlong was well acquainted with the matter. A small Japanese brand producing goods in mainland China had improperly used his likeness in an advertisement. As the general manager of the Long Zhan Tianxia brand, Yang Ershi felt compelled to seek justice. Initially, Chenlong had not been overly stirred by the news, but upon realizing it involved the Japanese, his anger flared. He had a natural aversion to the Japanese and was deeply incensed by their misdeeds. Thus he urged Yang Ershi to expedite his journey to China. Their goal was clear: to negotiate the highest possible benefits and to ensure that the Japanese face consequences. Consequently, in the city of Turin, Chenlong found himself with only Yi Shanshan as a friend. He wondered whether Yang Ershi had boarded his flight or if he remained ensconced in a soft embrace. As Chenlong conversed with Yi Shanshan, his eyes occasionally wandered to her graceful figure. Rest assured, on the way back yesterday, I overheard Yang Ershi speaking on the phone with a beautiful woman from some institution, discussing plans to travel to China together. He would never allow himself to be lonely on a journey, Yi Shanshan replied, shattering Chenlong's illusions about Yang Ershi. This further tarnished Yang Ershi's reputation in Chenlong's eyes. Since stepping into university and taking on the role of Chenlong's agent, Yang Ershi had swiftly adapted to societal expectations, no longer resembling an 18-year-old child. While others were engrossed in their studies and romantic pursuits, he was already traversing the world in his car, earning money and wooing women, albeit with the distinction that he was now a businessman with a bit of wealth. Having grown up alongside Chenlong, He had now followed him to Turin. Despite Yang Urshi's cunning and shrewdness, he remained loyal and devoted to Chenlong. This thought brought a smile to Chenlong's face. The conversation lingered on Yang Urshi for only a short while before Chenlong suddenly recalled Yi Sun and inquired about him. "Didn't your grandfather say he would return today? Why haven't we seen him yet?" "He just called. His flight has been delayed by over an hour. He should be back in about half an hour," Yi Shanshan said while organizing the herbs on the table. "What kind of person is your grandfather?" "He seems almost otherworldly, akin to a sage from a novel." "Of course. Didn't I tell you before? He is a living immortal," Yi Shanshan exclaimed with enthusiasm. "If I tell you something, you will be even more astonished." "What could possibly astonish me?" "Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense." With a playful smile, Yi Shanshan replied, "Do you know who established our traditional Chinese medicine college?" "Well, I have a vague idea. I heard it was funded by the Chinese government." "Are you saying your grandfather personally financed it?" Chenlong's eyes widened. "If that is the case, that is truly impressive. A single practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine could fund an entire university? It is not the case. My grandfather is merely the director of this hospital." "Ah, the director? So, he is indeed the esteemed director." Chenlong was equally astonished, unable to fathom that the individual he had encountered earlier, Yi Sun, was the head of the traditional Chinese medicine college, and that he was currently enrolled there. This revelation was remarkably advantageous for him, akin to clasping onto a substantial support. Gradually regaining his composure from the surprise, he remarked, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? I traversed so many unnecessary paths. Thankfully, I was able to adjust my enrollment today. Otherwise, you would have led me astray." Yishan Shan playfully stuck out her tongue and retorted, "Well, you didn't say anything either." "I didn't say it because I was unaware, but your silence is a deliberate concealment and deception, which I find quite contemptible," Chenlong replied. The two began to banter once more, though the atmosphere was notably relaxed and pleasant, devoid of the awkwardness and passivity from the previous night's encounter with a certain sprite. As their playful exchange continued, Chenlong recalled another question that had long intrigued him. What was the matter with Ronaldo? How did it come to be? "I have always wondered why Ronaldo underwent surgery in Belgium and the United States, yet it suddenly became the work of your grandfather." "Well, that is a secret I cannot divulge," Yi Sun replied. "Come on, just reveal a hint. It won't kill you, will it?" "I am genuinely curious. Could it be that your grandfather possesses some miraculous medicine or technique capable of defying the odds?" Unconsciously, Chenlong began to envision a world akin to that of immortal beings, perceiving Yi Sun as a living deity. "It's not as extraordinary as you imagine, but there are indeed a few potent remedies. In fact, the ones you've been taking recently seem to be among them," Yi Shanshan said with a gentle smile. "What exactly are they? Don't keep me in suspense," Chenlong urged. "To be honest, I'm not certain." Yi Shanshan's answer once again left Chenlong feeling frustrated. It was akin to saying nothing at all. "However, if you frequently visit the college and grow closer to my grandfather, perhaps you'll eventually learn." "Huh? So you're suggesting I cozy up to your grandfather and cling to his support?" "Huh?" Chenlong chuckled. Although he was not as shameless as Yang Ershur, he was equally astute, understanding that cultivating a good relationship with Yi Sun would ultimately provide him with insights. Furthermore, this matter was of great significance to him. Otherwise, he would not have resolutely altered his decision to study at the traditional Chinese medicine college that morning. What secrets lie hidden within Ronaldo? No. What secrets are concealed within Yi Sun himself? This thought piqued Chenlong's curiosity. He resolved to uncover the truth. For perhaps the day he unraveled this mystery would also bring resolution to his own pressing dilemmas. While he was lost in thought, the shop's door swung open. Yi Sun had finally returned to Turin. Chapter 55, Testing the Medicine. This marked Chenlong's second encounter with Yi Sun in over 3 weeks. Since their last parting at home, he had not seen Yi Sun again. During this time, it was Yishan Shan who brewed medicine for him. Their second meeting felt remarkably similar to the first. Yi Sun still emanated an aura of an immortal, albeit with the markings of age. As Chenlong was not well acquainted with Yi Sun, he felt somewhat reserved. Were it Yishan Shan, she would have been chattering away by now. Despite his advanced years, Yi Sun radiated vitality, showing no signs of decline. After Yi Sun returned, Yishan Shan rushed off to prepare medicine, leaving her grandfather alone with Chenlong. The atmosphere was somewhat peculiar, as Chenlong was unsure how to initiate conversation. Interactions between young people are often easygoing. But the dynamic between a teenager and an octogenarian requires a certain process. Fortunately, Yi-sun was a skilled conversationalist and adeptly guided Chenlong into the topic at hand. Yi-sun first examined Chenlong's health, nodding in approval, clearly satisfied with his recent condition. Chenlong dared not interrupt, allowing Yi-sun to freely assess his body. Unbeknownst to him, a rather mischievous thought crossed his mind, reminiscent of the previous night's encounter with Canales. After a brief period, Yi-sun finally ceased his examination. Progress is evident. After consuming 3 doses of the medicine in recent days, your meridians appear significantly more robust and supple than before. Clearly, my remedy is quite effective. Yi-sun remarked slowly, his satisfaction evident. He then approached a box, opened it, and retrieved a plant. Chenlong could not discern its nature, observing as Yi-sun carried it into the kitchen and handed it to Yi Shanshan before returning. I hear you've developed a keen interest in traditional Chinese medicine. Yi-sun smiled. Would you consider transferring to the college? Chenlong nodded affirmatively and replied, I have already transferred. Excellent. Your enrollment at the traditional Chinese medicine college will greatly benefit you. Acquiring such a skill will undoubtedly enrich your future career. Yi-sun acknowledged, continuing. Learning traditional Chinese medicine is not something one can master overnight. However, if you start with acupoints and acupuncture, you should be able to grasp the basics quickly, especially in the realm of football, where you will likely find it particularly engaging. Chenlong nodded again. Although he had felt somewhat bewildered about the fundamentals of traditional Chinese medicine in recent times, he had developed a keen interest in the medicinal properties and acupoints described in the texts. Thus, when Yi-sun inquired, he was eager to absorb knowledge. Acupoints are akin to locks on a river. When we open each lock and properly channel the water, everything flows smoothly. However, if these locks are neglected, the flow will be obstructed, leading to stagnation, which can cause the meridians to collapse and result in dire consequences, Yi-sun explained. I have previously touched on this matter. Through acupuncture, we can facilitate the smooth flow of energy throughout the meridians. At this stage, you should begin to learn acupuncture. As for the medicinal aspect, you can delve deeper with Yi Shanshan later. Chenlong continued to nod. Regardless of what the old man said, he felt compelled to listen, with little opportunity to interject. Fortunately, he had grasped the essentials of what was being discussed. He mused, isn't acupuncture merely about inserting needles into acupoints? It shouldn't be too difficult, right? What if I miss the mark? Will there be any dire consequences? Do not underestimate the simplicity of acupuncture. While it may seem ubiquitous, few truly comprehend its essence. Most practitioners address only common ailments, while experts wield acupuncture to revive the near-dead and restore vitality. Yi-sun's words extinguished Chenlong's naive fantasies. The human body is riddled with acupoints. It is not merely about targeting 1 or 2 points, but involves the entire meridian network of the kidney. A slight misstep could lead to chaos within the meridians, potentially exacerbating your condition. Isn't that akin to gambling with one's life? Is it really that serious? Aren't there countless people performing acupuncture without issue? Yi-sun perceived his doubts and continued. Your condition is unique and requires utmost caution, unlike what you may see in society. Everything concerning your body must be approached with care. Do you understand? After his explanation, he added, thus, you must thoroughly familiarize yourself with all the acupoints on your body, particularly within the kidney meridian. Once you grasp this, I believe you may eventually attempt to treat yourself. For the sake of his own well-being, Chenlong had no choice but to listen attentively, learn diligently, and commit the knowledge to memory. When he heard Yi-sun utter the following words, his eyes finally sparkled. Akin to an underground operative lying in wait for years, although shrouded in darkness, the brilliance in his eyes radiated an unmistakable sharpness. Once you master acupuncture, you could even heal other players' injuries. This is not merely a technical skill. It is an extraordinary craft beyond the imagination of the world. When Yi-sun spoke these words, an unexpected pride adorned his face, much to Chenlong's astonishment. How could someone so close to death still exude such pride? It seemed to be due to Ronaldo, prompting Chenlong to inquire, how did Ronaldo recover? Well, once you have learned all the acupuncture technique from me, we can revisit this question. Discussing it now would be akin to strategizing on paper, lofty yet unattainable. Yi-sun's shameless refusal to answer left Chenlong disheartened. How could he withhold information like that? It seems I must come by more often to glean some knowledge. Hey, Does Grandpa possess some miraculous elixir that guarantees immediate success? Undeterred, he pressed on with his inquiry. Upon hearing this, Yi Sun's brow twitched, and he cast a sidelong glance at the kitchen, feigning innocence. What miraculous elixir? Is that what you heard from Yi Shanshan? Chenlong keenly observed this unusual reaction from Yi Sun and thought, indeed, there must be a remarkable secret at play, filling him with delight. Surely, a grand figure like his grandfather would possess extraordinary items that ordinary people lack, such as wondrous potions. He chuckled to himself, reveling in his assumptions. What miraculous potion! There are no immortals in this world. Everything is created and developed by human intellect and effort. So do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Yi Sun shattered his thoughts yet again, swiftly changing the subject. To illustrate this profound truth, I have specially brought back a new medicinal ingredient, which I have added to the previous concoction I prepared for you. Let us observe the effects. Honestly, I merely speculate it will yield promising results, though I have not tested it. Not tested? Isn't that rather hazardous? Am I to be a mere test subject? What if I were to perish? Chenlong felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, cursing Yi Sun silently, though he dared not voice his grievances. Insurance? In medicine, there is no such thing as insurance. But rest assured, it won't harm you. The medicine is ready. Drink up. As he spoke, Yi Shanshan had already brought forth the concoction. Chenlong could only muster the courage to watch as she approached, as if his life was precariously teetering on the brink of demise. Chapter 56. The harmless medicine. Yi Shanshan presented the potion with a cheerful smile, while Yi Sun wore a knowing grin. They seemed to regard me as a mere guinea pig. What if I collapse after taking it? Alas, I truly have ventured to the wrong place. Why must I be surrounded by such shameless individuals? Chenlong instinctively reached for his phone, contemplating that if he sensed something amiss, he would urgently call for help to avoid an untimely demise. The potion still emitted steam, resembling boiling water, awaiting Chenlong's reluctant consumption. He blew on it, ostensibly attempting to cool it down, but internally he was plagued by uncertainty. If I must die, then so be it. It's just a bowl of medicine. If it doesn't kill me, then all will be well. I shall drink. Ultimately, he downed the potion without hesitation, gulping it down in a matter of seconds. Within half a minute, the liquid was consumed, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead. This perspiration was half due to the potion's heat and half stemming from his anxious thoughts. To his surprise, after waiting a considerable time, he felt no discernible reaction from his body, which was entirely unexpected. What is this? It feels far better than the previous concoctions Yi Shanshan prepared. Previously, I would feel warmth and an overwhelming desire after drinking, yet this time, I feel nothing. Has the efficacy diminished? He glanced at Yi Sun, perplexed. No sensation at all. It feels much more comfortable than before. What is happening? Yi Sun, gazing intently at Chenlong, burst into laughter upon hearing his response. Ah, this is exactly it. This is it. This is it. What does that mean? Is this truly a good thing? What kind of trickery is this old man up to? Chenlong was baffled. In his understanding, medicine should yield immediate effects. He expected a more intense reaction than before, yet his body remained unresponsive. Yi Sun chose not to elaborate further, instead producing a small notebook, hastily scribbling a few lines that were nearly illegible, even to Chenlong standing beside him. Chenlong could only marvel at the celestial script, untranslatable to mere mortals. He had thought that the handwriting of Western doctors was incomprehensible. Yet he discovered that practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine were equally adept at crafting incomprehensible symbols, exuding an air of the divine. Since Yi Sun affirmed that it was indeed a positive outcome, Chenlong felt a sense of relief wash over him, no longer fearing an abrupt collapse, nor needing to dial for emergency assistance. In high spirits, he resumed his endless chatter with Yi Sun, though Yi Sun responded with only a few words, clearly not inclined for lengthy discourse. Eventually, Chenlong, feeling somewhat embarrassed for intruding on this long-awaited reunion, expressed his gratitude and departed swiftly. Lacking culinary skills, Chenlong found himself eating alone at a restaurant, boredom settling in as he recalled his encounter with Canales from the previous night. Dining alone was indeed tedious. How delightful it would be to share a meal with a charming companion. Oh, my heavens, why am I thinking of a little enchantress? Alas, they possess such allure. No wonder they are everywhere, designed to beguile. Stop. I must not dwell on such thoughts. Nonetheless, he found himself at the very same noodle shop from the previous night. whether by design or coincidence. Usually, a bowl of noodles would take him no more than 10 minutes to consume, yet today, he lingered for half an hour, revealing the tumult within his heart. Ultimately, he had not achieved his desired outcome and begrudgingly headed home. Why did he feel a sense of emptiness? Hadn't he just eaten his fill? As he walked, he mused, sensing something amiss. His heart raced, his body felt unusually warm. Am I running a fever? He touched his forehead, finding no heat, yet his body felt ablaze. Why do I keep thinking of the little enchantress? Surely not. Is there a reaction occurring? How utterly wicked. He could not continue down this path. If he did, he might as well become a mountain. How strange. Could it be the effects of that potion? It must be. Oh, how wicked. Now, all he could think about was the urgency of his situation. As he strolled along the street, he felt an overwhelming reaction, causing his trousers to tighten uncomfortably in a public space filled with passers-by. How embarrassing. He quickly squatted down, reluctant to proceed further. Why must I be so unfortunate? Yi Sun is truly incorrigible. Does he not realize the potion would induce such a reaction? Is this a stronger version? Alas, previously, I could alleviate this feeling with a light jog, but in this state, how could I possibly run? Call a taxi. I must call a taxi. This was his singular thought as he crouched by the roadside, awaiting the arrival of a cab. The medicinal effects began to manifest gradually, and Chenlong's face flushed a deep crimson. Passers-by on the street occasionally glanced over at him, wondering if he was suffering from an upset stomach, pondering why he did not seek a restroom to relieve himself from such distress. After what felt like an eternity, a taxi finally arrived, and Chenlong hurriedly dove inside, ignoring the curious stares of onlookers. The driver, noticing Chenlong's hasty entrance, immediately inquired, "Sir, which hospital should I take you to?" Accustomed to reading situations, the taxi driver assumed that Chenlong was unwell. Upon hearing the question, Chenlong felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, but managed to respond. "I'm not sick. I just need to get home quickly. I have an upset stomach." "Oh, so it's just an upset stomach. But shouldn't you be heading home instead of looking for a nearby facility?" The driver found it perplexing that a passenger would prefer to endure such discomfort rather than seek immediate relief elsewhere. But he chose not to press the matter further, perhaps accepting that some individuals simply prefer the comfort of their own homes in such situations. The driver quickly set off toward Chenlong's residence. While Chenlong was consumed by thoughts of returning home, his mind drifting back to the enchanting figure of Canales. The more he pondered, the more intense his bodily reactions became. Before long, the car arrived at his doorstep. Chenlong tossed money at the driver without waiting for change and dashed towards his home, oblivious to the sleek white Audi parked nearby. He even forgot to close the door behind him as he rushed into the house and straight into the bathroom, turning on the tap to let the icy water cascade over him. The cold water enveloped him entirely, yet he felt as though he was bathing in hot water, his body radiating heat like a roasted duck. What should I do? What should I do? Maybe I should call for help. Panic set in as he considered the implications of calling for assistance. No, I can't let my first experience be with a stranger. That is absolutely out of the question. As he struggled with his thoughts, a series of knocks echoed from the living room. Chapter 57. Together. The door was ajar. The living room dim, yet the bathroom door stood wide open, illuminating the scene within. Canales, driven by desire, approached the bathroom door and was taken aback by what she beheld. Water cascading down like a waterfall. "Oh!" Canales gasped, astonished by the sight before her, causing her handbag to slip from her grasp and fall to the floor. The sound of her exclamation jolted Chenlong, who looked up in shock. What is this little enchantress doing in my home? Panic surged through him as he realized he had forgotten to close the door after entering. Both stood frozen in the moment, as Canales failed to comprehend the need to flee, while Chenlong instinctively halted his actions but had no means to conceal his state. They remained face to face, stunned for what felt like an eternity. "You little enchantress, why aren't you leaving? Have you seen enough?" Chenlong, flustered and angry, finally responded, shouting at the still stunned Canales. The sudden outburst snapped Canales back to reality, and she quickly picked up her fallen bag, racing towards the living room. "You're disgusting. How could you be so shameless as to leave the door open?" Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she spoke, clearly mortified by the awkward situation. Meanwhile, Chenlong remained in the bathroom, grappling with his own embarrassment. What kind of predicament is this? I can't even take a shower without being seen. How can I face anyone now? You mustn't misunderstand. I'm under the influence of medication. I didn't intend for this to happen, he blurted out, desperately trying to explain himself. I'm not on aphrodisiacs. I'm taking traditional medicine for health reasons. I never anticipated the effects would be so potent. Despite the absurdity, Chenlong remained unfazed, shouting toward the living room. Canales, you should really leave now. This is rather inconvenient. Things could get out of hand. Medication? Traditional medicine? You truly have a talent for fabrication. Clearly, you're just experiencing a surge of desires while trying to deceive me. How dare you let me witness such a revolting scene? Get dressed and come out. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. As she spoke, Canales rummaged through Chenlong's room for some clothes, eyes tightly shut, tossing them into the bathroom before hastily retreating to the living room. She hadn't anticipated this turn of events. She had merely seen Chenlong rush into his home, leaving the door ajar, and assumed he was in distress, only to find herself in this embarrassing scenario. Why would I lie to you? This is a perfectly normal medication. It's my first time trying it. If you don't leave soon, I might lose control and you'll regret it. Chenlong exclaimed, his voice rising in frustration. Talk big all you want. If you're so brave, come out now and prove it, Canales retorted, her anger boiling over. Chenlong, wrapping a towel around himself, stepped into the living room. Canales was once again taken aback by the sight of him, wrapped in a towel, his upper body exposed, revealing a muscular physique. She was infuriated. This shameless individual had already crossed so many lines, and now she was forced to witness yet another indecent display. She charged at him, raising her hand to slap him across the face. However, just as her hand was about to connect, Chenlong summoned an unexpected strength, grasping her slender wrist and preventing her from striking him. Even more astonishing, he wrapped his other arm around her waist, pulling her firmly against his chest. This boldness was beyond mere courage. It bordered on reckless abandon. Under normal circumstances, Chenlong would never dare to act in such a manner. Caught off guard, Canales was about to protest when Chenlong sealed her lips with his tongue assertively seeking entrance into her mouth. Half an hour passed, and the effects of the medication finally waned. Chenlong lay sprawled on the soft, cream-colored sofa, his arms wrapped around the equally soft and bare Canales. The sofa was adorned with a few delicate red flowers, creating a stunning tableau. Having indulged in an intimate encounter, Chenlong returned to a semblance of normalcy, though it was unclear whether he was genuinely asleep or merely pretending. Regardless, Canales, too, succumbed to slumber, resembling a lifeless figure beside him. Yet, awakening would be inevitable. An awkwardness loomed on the horizon. However, Chenlong found it difficult to relinquish the comfort of holding Canales close. Curiosity stirred within him, prompting him to crack open an eyelid to glimpse the state of the enchanting figure beside him. To his surprise, he found Canales also gazing back at him, both sharing a moment of mutual realization. The little sprite is not a novice in the realm of love. Yet how could it be that Chenlong noticed those few small red flowers on the sofa? Alas, let us feign ignorance, shall we? Chapter 58. The little paparazzi of Naples in the span of a single night, Chenlong astonishingly transformed from a boy into a man, while Canales evolved from a girl into a woman. The white Audi 8 lingered at the entrance of Chenlong's residence throughout the night, as the two spent the night within. Previously, Chenlong would be picked up by the neighbor Higuain on their way to the training ground. But this morning bore a different tale. As Higuain emerged from the garage and spotted the Audi parked at Chenlong's door, he mused whether his neighbor had acquired a new vehicle. Perhaps the advertising revenue had proven fruitful. Unsure, he drove up to Chenlong's entrance and honked the horn a few times. At that moment, Chenlong was preparing to leave and heard Higuain's horn, prompting him to step outside. Hey, you bought a car? Where did you get the advertising money? Higuain jested. Chenlong, momentarily forgetting about the little sprite's car parked outside, felt a surge of annoyance. The conspicuous vehicle would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. He needed to have the little sprite move it away swiftly. Ha, Higuain, I thought it was your new car. I assumed you parked it here to show off, Chenlong replied awkwardly. Higuain was an observant individual, and, as an aspiring writer, he quickly sensed something amiss in Chenlong's demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he burst into laughter. You rascal, you must be dating a rich woman. This remark darkened Chenlong's expression, as it insinuated he was being supported by a wealthy patroness, a blow to his pride. Just as Chenlong was grappling with his embarrassment, Canales emerged, clutching a black handbag, and approached him with a playful demeanor. wrapping her arms around his neck affectionately. Higuain was stunned. This was no wealthy matron, but rather a vibrant, alluring young woman. Chenlong's luck with women was indeed remarkable. As he observed the scene, Higuain suddenly recalled something. His surprise rekindled. Canales? You two are together? Higuain had previously encountered Canales at Pirlo's estate, but hadn't paid much attention. Now, witnessing her emerge from Chenlong's abode with such intimacy, it was evident that the two were indeed entangled in a romantic affair. Even the usually composed Higuain resorted to such suggestive terminology. Higuain's reaction astonished Chenlong as well. This meant the news of his relationship with Canales would soon circulate among their teammates. What would Pirlo say if he found out? The suddenness of it all left Chenlong uncertain. Since you have a car, I won't wait for you any longer. I shall take my leave, Higuain declared, driving off in his green Beetle, leaving the two young lovers at a loss for words. I'll drive you to the training ground later, but you must indulge me in breakfast first, Canales insisted, still clinging to him like a delicate bird. Her words subtly implied that Chenlong belonged to her, and she to him, as she intended to publicize their relationship. Chenlong, concerned about the implications of their night together affecting Canales, especially given her young age and the potential reactions from Pirlo, hesitated to accept her invitation for breakfast out. After all, dating the daughter of a steel magnate carried its own weight of pressure. Instead of dining out, he hastily prepared a few fried eggs in the kitchen. Going out? That would be foolish. It would undoubtedly create a media frenzy. He was capable of frying eggs, a skill honed from years of his parents being away on business. Lest he starve, Canales savored the eggs prepared by Chenlong, her expression radiating the bliss of a newlywed on the second day of matrimony. Following their delightful breakfast, she drove him to the training ground, but upon arrival, they were met with an unexpected sight. A throng of journalists had gathered at the entrance, effectively blocking access. What could they possibly be doing so early in the morning? Canales, spotting the reporters from a distance, halted the car several meters away. Perhaps they are here seeking news. Chenlong replied nonchalantly. Oh no, if the reporters see us, we shall become the story. Quick, turn around before it's too late. However, as Chenlong realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Look, that car. It's the white Audi, someone exclaimed, recognizing it from the newspapers. A keen-eyed reporter rushed toward them, prompting a stampede of others who feared missing out on a sensational scoop. Trouble is brewing, Chenlong thought, instinctively lowering his head to avoid detection. Yet Canales, as if lifting a chick, clutched his neck, compelling him to reveal himself. What is there to fear? We will be discovered eventually. Why not embrace a high-profile romance? She declared, I intend to announce to the world that my little fast man is mine, and no one shall contest that. As she spoke, the reporters converged upon the vehicle surrounding it. Cameras flashed incessantly as Canales embraced Chenlong, striking various intimate poses, ensuring ample opportunities for the press. After a flurry of photographs, the reporters shifted their focus to questioning. Mr. Chenlong, when did you and Miss Canales begin your relationship? One journalist inquired, unabashedly probing into their personal lives. The question was directed at Chenlong, but it was Canales who answered confidently. Today marks our first day. She chuckled. Unfazed, she continued, you all are here so early. Surely it can't be just for us? Indeed, it is because of you both. We caught wind of today's headlines in the Naples Morning News, came the response. What? There's already news this morning? How could it be so swift? Chenlong interjected, his curiosity piqued. A kind-hearted reporter produced a copy of the newspaper, handing it to Chenlong. Upon examining it, he was taken aback. The Naples Morning News had featured a headline with 3 large photographs prominently displayed. The first captured the silhouette of Chenlong entering his home. The second depicted Canales from the side as she followed him inside, and the third showcased the Audi 8 parked at his doorstep. The professionalism of the Naples Morning News was evident, with both eyewitnesses and photographic evidence. There was no escaping the truth. Chenlong felt a wave of emotions wash over him as he processed the situation. Canales peered over to see the article, pouting slightly before critiquing. The photography is rather poor. It fails to capture my beauty in all its glory. I inquire of my esteemed friends, which journalist possesses such remarkable skills to clandestinely capture footage near my residence in the dead of night, and with such professionalism, no less. The evidence is comprehensive indeed. Chenlong expressed his admiration, glancing around at the other journalists. hoping for a response. Naturally, it was none other than the infamous Russian Beckham, known for daring to disturb even his own ancestors' graves. Indeed, someone promptly revealed this information. What? A driver who also moonlights as a journalist? Truly a talent. With a name to match, Chenlong chuckled, amusing even the reporters present. Although no one was currently visible, it was uncertain whether he was playing the role of driver or journalist. After all, he had arrived with first-hand information, while they were merely rehashing old news. Lacking in interest, as the training session approached, Chenlong found himself unable to extricate himself from the throng of journalists. Beckham, the chief paparazzo for Napoli, had previously flaunted his prowess at the Super Cup and was now intent on unsettling Juventus, particularly Chenlong himself. One journalist astutely analyzed the situation, suggesting that if he were not mistaken, Beckham was likely scaling a wall to surreptitiously document their training. How remarkably professional. Thankfully, the curtains had been drawn last night. Otherwise, he might have been unwittingly cast as the leading man today. What would happen if he and Canales were photographed together? Chenlong felt a wave of relief wash over him, considering himself fortunate indeed. It was absurd that one could sacrifice sleep for tactical maneuvers. If I were to encounter him, I would surely demand a hefty sum for his indiscretion. As he pondered this, he peered over the wall. Meanwhile, Canales, like a seasoned star, effortlessly fielded an array of questions, swiftly slipping into the role of Chenlong's girlfriend. Had it not been for the intervention of the training ground security personnel, this tedious interview might have persisted until the conclusion of practice. After exchanging a brief farewell with Canales, Chenlong noticed a pressing issue. Where was Canales off to? To the University of Turin, of course, his alma mater. Thankfully, it was not the traditional Chinese medicine academy. Canales was pursuing sports studies. At that moment, someone was concealed behind a large tree, chuckling quietly to himself. Chapter 59. The bird that sticks its head out, having acquired a girlfriend and newfound love overnight. Chenlong was equally triumphant on the field. Upon arriving at the training ground, he encountered Piero. With utmost seriousness, warned him that should Chenlong toy with his sister's affections, he would not let him off lightly. Chenlong had anticipated such a reaction, pondering whether a mere dalliance with Canales would lead him to be pursued by the entire Iron Kingdom. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Typically jovial, Chenlong now bore a heavy heart, swearing an oath of utmost sincerity to Piero. Not long after, a significant piece of news emerged. Juventus' assistant coach had voluntarily resigned, seemingly entangled in the betting scandal. Juventus resembled a ship swaying in the heart of a tempest, perpetually besieged by misfortune and adversity. Nonetheless, training proceeded as per usual. Undeterred by external influences, particularly under the stern direction of Connie, who maintained his serious demeanor. After a brief 5-minute workout in the gym, Chenlong emerged, having completed his exercise, and meandered around the training field. In a match, this would be termed a stroll. During training, it was merely a leisurely observation. He recalled the information provided by the journalists earlier. A certain Napoli paparazzo was playing hide-and-seek on the training ground, and he was determined to locate him, not out of fear that he might steal Juventus' training insights, but rather to teach the young man a lesson. Feigning engagement with the ball, he ambled around the training field, intent on spotting the intruder. However, after several laps, he found no one lurking in the corners or crouching against the walls, which left him quite vexed. It appeared the journalist's information was not entirely reliable. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the fact and moved on. Chenlong's preferred training activities were shooting and dribbling, yet his teammates consistently shunned his participation, even barring him from joining in. This predicament left even Coach Connie powerless, as he could only watch their antics unfold. Given Chenlong's formidable skills as an auxiliary player, he had proven too overwhelming for his teammates, and thus became the target of their collective disdain. Bored, Chenlong, mirroring the coaches seated on the sidelines, observed the training. To the uninformed, he might have appeared to be a member of the coaching staff, a peculiar sight indeed. This could be seen as either a stroke of fortune or a misfortune for him. Feeling frustrated, Chenlong retreated to the goal defended by Buffon, intent on watching his teammates take shots. Since he had little else to do, he figured he might as well glean some technical skills. After all, hadn't he jested with Buffon about goalkeeping just the other night? Perhaps today would be the day he could replicate some of his exceptional skills, he thought mischievously. Choosing a rather conspicuous position, he settled by the left post of the goal. Upon seeing him there, his teammates erupted into wicked laughter, clearly concocting various schemes. Sitting in that spot, they would typically aim for the far corners, and any wayward shots would ricochet off the post. With Chenlong's presence, they rushed to take their shots, particularly those from the midfield and defense who were typically at his mercy. Today, they relished the opportunity to score and reclaim some pride. Feigning ignorance to their intentions, Chenlong lounged leisurely, entirely disregarding their plans while secretly summoning Xinglei, a sure to emerge. I have mentioned countless times. I am not sure to. I am Xinglei, he insisted. Yet when I called out, you appeared, did you not? Though you claim to call for sure to, in your heart, you are calling for me. Thus, I must respond. Is this praiseworthy intelligence or an insult to your foolishness? Chenlong mused, recalling what he had seen the previous night. Wait, did you not say you would not appear unless it had nothing to do with football or when I did not call for you? Chenlong chastised Xinglei internally for his indiscretion. I wish to replicate Buffon's goalkeeping skills, Chenlong declared. Very well. Wait, I believe I've spotted something, he said, his gaze fixed on the right side of the training field. It was a calm day, yet the leaves were rustling vigorously. Could there be an animal up there? An animal? Huh, I see it now. It was cleverly concealed. It likely hid there last night as well. Just you wait. Chenlong abruptly ceased his conversation with Xinglei and stepped onto the field. I'm not here to play with you, you little pervert. Buffon, noticing his entrance, hurriedly restrained Chenlong from taking a shot. Chenlong waved his hand dismissively, retorting with disdain, I'm not playing with you. You're no match for me. I'm here to put on a show for everyone, ha. Buffon chose to ignore the taunts, accustomed as he was to such verbal jabs. After all, insults of this nature were far preferable to the humiliation one might endure on the pitch. His thoughts were consumed by the curious antics of the peculiar young man, wondering what kind of trickery he was concocting this time. Would someone else fall victim to his schemes? The other teammates exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what Chenlong was up to, and they halted their shooting practice. Initially, they had intended to tease Chenlong during their drills, but to their surprise, he approached them uninvited. With a mischievous grin, Chenlong bent down before their footballs, meticulously aligning them not in the direction of the goal, but parallel to the sideline. His bizarre behavior left everyone puzzled. Marquisio was the first to break into laughter, suggesting that Chenlong must have spent too much time with Pirlo's sister the previous night, leaving him dazed. Pirlo, quick to chastise Marquisio, delivered a playful slap, reminding him that his tongue could lead to trouble, and the younger man fell silent, nursing his pride. Are we really playing house with this kid? Playing with toys? Buffon mused, equally perplexed, while the others speculated. Chiellini alone sensed something unusual about Chenlong, but chose to remain silent. After arranging a dozen footballs, Chenlong prepared to take a shot. The expectation was that he would aim at the goal, yet the direction was decidedly off. Ignoring the laughter of his teammates, he kicked the ball with power and precision, sending it soaring toward a tree at the edge of the training ground. Is Chenlong truly losing his mind? Has he become addicted to striking things after last weekend? Is he now targeting birds? Giovinco observed, nearly moved to tears by the absurdity of it all. The ball struck precisely where Chenlong had aimed, causing the branches to sway violently and some leaves to fall. No reaction? Let us see how long you can endure this, Chenlong grinned enigmatically. The others shook their heads, realizing that the young man was in for a world of trouble. With a second shot, he aimed once more the same spot, dislodging even more leaves, yet still no response. As the third, fourth, and fifth shots followed in quick succession, the ground became littered with fallen leaves. After the fifth shot, the tree finally stirred, shaking vigorously. Still no sound? All right then, let us see how much you can withstand, Chenlong declared, unleashing another trio of shots. Stop. I surrender. I surrender. If you shoot again, I'll fall, came a terrified, trembling cry from the tree. The realization dawned on the onlookers. Chenlong was shooting at a person. Someone was indeed in the tree. A spy? A secret agent? Conversations erupted as the enraged Juventus players and coaches rushed toward the tree. Chapter 60. A rematch against Napoli. A young man, bruised and battered, descended from the tree under the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. Encircled by a throng of onlookers, he appeared unfazed, standing defiantly and tending to his reddened nose. The sight of his disheveled state provoked uproarious laughter from the crowd. With a long, rosy nose typical of a Russian, His countenance was further reddened by Chenlong's antics. "You are that Budakovsky?" Chenlong stepped forward, unable to suppress a chuckle. Feeling a sense of satisfaction at having avenged himself, given that the young man had been lurking in the tree, documenting his every move. Budakovsky, of a similar age to Chenlong, bore a youthful face marred by acne. Unperturbed by Chenlong's jibe, he candidly replied, "Yes, I am Budakovsky." It wasn't spying. It was the professional spirit of a paparazzo demonstrating my unwavering commitment to my craft. How shameless. Perhaps I should photograph you and your partner in a compromising situation tonight? Chenlong retorted, incensed by the young man's brazen confidence. "But I have no partner," Budakovsky declared nonchalantly. "Are you not concerned about leaving this place in one piece?" Little Marco cracked his knuckles, readying for a fight. "I am a journalist. What could you possibly do to me? Surely you wouldn't assault me in broad daylight?" Budakovsky maintained his composure, a testament to his experience in such confrontations. "You're correct. I wouldn't assault you, but my anger demands an outlet," Chenlong replied, his frustration evident. "I can assure you, you will be beaten today, for I am merely a temporary worker. Even if I were not, you would still receive your just desserts, as I detest those who engage in underhanded dealings." The intensity of Chenlong's words was palpable, mirrored in the expressions of his teammates, all of whom shared a disdain for having their private lives invaded by paparazzi. Especially Piero, whose sister was also a victim, wore a similar expression of indignation. "Unlike you, I uphold principles and never engage in underhanded tactics. I conduct myself with transparency and fairness. Thus I challenge you to a duel," Chenlong asserted boldly. "A duel? You wish to challenge someone in a fight? With just 5 minutes of stamina? Are you seeking death?" His teammates were taken aback, unable to fathom Chenlong's sudden decision to confront someone. "Indeed, a duel. You against our entire team. One-on-one, quite fair indeed." With that declaration, realization washed over the others. Budakovsky, now stricken with fear, sought to plead for mercy, but it was too late. Chenlong called out, "Brothers, close the gates. Let's take him down." In an instant, a chorus of agreement erupted as fists and feet flew towards Budakovsky, who found himself overwhelmed. The camera he had been wielding lay in ruins, and his clothes, once intact, now hung in tatters. As the chaos unfolded, the astute Conti, accompanied by the coaching staff, unfurled a banner to obscure the scene, preventing anyone from witnessing the mayhem within the training ground. Poor Budakovsky, having endured a thorough beating, was too weak to escape, and cunning Conti even called for an ambulance to cart him away. Before departing, he summoned another journalist, spilling the details of the incident, claiming that Budakovsky was a mole from Napoli who had ventured onto Juventus training ground to spy. He had fallen from the tree while attempting to document the team at play, and fortunately, the players had come to his aid, calling for medical assistance. The shameless Juventus players and coaches unanimously endorsed this narrative, though any discerning observer would recognize the absurdity of the tale. Yet, with no evidence to refute their claims, the matter was ultimately brushed aside. Upon learning of the incident, the Naples morning newspaper refrained from a major response, opting instead to publish a subtle critique of Juventus behavior, hidden away in a small corner, mocking the club's conduct. However, as the initial provocation had emanated from Napoli, there was little to be gained from escalating the situation further. These matters are mere trifles and sensational news, while the core theme revolves around the impending clash in 3 days. In mid-August, Napoli suffered a defeat against Juventus in the Super Cup, and now they meet Juventus again in the second round of the league. Naturally, the reporters are eager to stir up some drama, particularly from the Napoli side, which seeks to disrupt Juventus's morale through gossip and sensational news. Juventus currently faces internal and external turmoil. The betting scandal has left them utterly drained. Not only has head coach Conti been suspended for 3 months, but even the assistant coach unexpectedly resigned today, adding insult to injury. Initially, the assistant was set to take over Conti's duties on the sidelines, but just 2 days later, he too fell victim to the turmoil. Juventus has secretly begun searching for a new head coach, yet no suitable candidates have emerged, and time is of the essence. Thus, at present, Conti remains the cornerstone, shouldering the burden of Juventus. As they prepare to face Napoli once more, the circumstances are bound to be different. Following their defeat in Beijing, Napoli has recruited several talented players from South America, significantly enhancing their strength. Had it not been for Chenlong's remarkable performance in their last encounter, the outcome could have been uncertain. The Napoli coach remarked in the press conference that Chenlong dictated the match. But can he replicate such brilliance this time? Napoli is undoubtedly a formidable force in Italy, a traditional powerhouse that has been revitalized and continues to grow stronger. It remains to be seen whether Juventus can once again conquer this challenging opponent, and whether they will still rely on Chenlong. With his consecutive outstanding performances, Chenlong has captured the attention of the entire Italian football scene, and even the international arena. Who can restrain his prowess within a mere 5 minutes? The most formidable aspect of Chenlong is not merely his dribbling skills, but his free kick accuracy, which is lethal whenever the opportunity arises. Following a dazzling debut in the first league match, Chenlong has become the brightest star in Italy, overshadowing even Milito from Inter, who recently scored a hat-trick, as Chenlong not only found the net, but also left opposing players and the referee in awe. Chapter 61. Buffon. The abrupt arrival of Buffon interrupted the training session, yet this unexpected occurrence brought a touch of amusement to Juventus. It was astonishing to see the players united in purpose, managing to give Buffon a thorough thrashing, turning the event into a lively spectacle. Initially, the intent was to playfully torment Chenlong, lamenting the lost opportunity to do so, but Chenlong returned to his original spot. It remains unclear whether this was intentional or merely a happy accident, but his presence reignited excitement among his teammates, seemingly more exhilarating than their earlier antics. The shooting practice consisted of 2 types, stationary shots and one-on-one challenges against the goalkeeper. At first, teammates opted for stationary shots, aiming at Chenlong, but this resulted in nearly every shot missing the goal frame, leaving Buffon without a touch. However, since the shots were directed toward Chenlong, they often ended up in the corners, prompting Buffon to instinctively dive towards the posts. Unfortunately, the players lacked precision. The balls either soared into the sky or veered away from Chenlong. When a couple of shots did head his way, he effortlessly evaded them. Chenlong soon grasped their intentions and erupted in laughter. After this playful interlude, Connie admonished them, reminding them to keep the fun within limits. The players then resumed earnest training, while Chenlong continued to observe Buffon's performance from the sidelines. The revitalized squad shed their earlier nonchalance, improving their shooting accuracy significantly. Aiming at a specific point is challenging, but with a larger goal frame, the options widen considerably. Unless one misfires entirely, professional players should be able to find the net. Buffon finally showcased his skills, adeptly saving shots, rarely allowing players to score unless they targeted theoretical dead corners. Outside the penalty area, scoring remained a difficult feat unless executed by exceptional talents like Piero or Chenlong. Chenlong diligently absorbed Buffon's goalkeeping techniques, tirelessly refining his skills. To be frank, Buffon has aged and is currently in a decline. Once hailed as the world's finest, he now ranks among the second or third best, with Iker Casillas of Real Madrid likely holding the top position. Nevertheless, even in his decline, Buffon remains a world-class goalkeeper. The data Chenlong absorbed from Buffon's techniques continuously fed into his mind, enabling him to adapt rapidly to the presence of a top-tier goalkeeper. In his perception, Buffon epitomizes stability, excelling in one-on-ones, penalties, aerial challenges, and long-range shots, especially with his remarkable second reactions that border on the divine. Of course, such prowess requires excellent physical conditioning. Chenlong's physical attributes are more than adequate, and within 5 minutes, he can absorb and replicate everything Buffon demonstrates. Next came the one-on-one shooting practice, where Buffon's sharpness in dealing with such situations truly shone. Chenlong was astounded, quickly realizing that Buffon possessed an innate ability to anticipate the intentions of attackers during one-on-ones, an instinctive talent, perhaps rooted in experience. He mused that it was no coincidence Buffon was named as such, for it is akin to a seam stitched into a goal. How could one score unless their strength and speed were sufficient to penetrate it? Pondering this, he couldn't help but inquire of Xing Lei about Casillas' skills. The answer was straightforward. Casillas' skills are deadly. Deadly? Chenlong mused, realizing the name implied that the ball would be rendered dead upon reaching him. How extraordinary! Chenlong began to envision the scenes of Casillas in goal, finding striking similarities. Buffon's goalkeeping techniques are already impressive, but what if they were combined with those of Casillas or Cech? Such thoughts led Chenlong to daydream. Humans are inherently greedy. Having obtained one skill, they yearn for another. Chenlong, too, was not immune to this desire, just as his free-kick technique amalgamated three top-tier skills to reach an insurmountable level. If his goalkeeping skills could similarly merge with several elite techniques, would it not also become equally unassailable? By the conclusion of training, Xing had thoroughly absorbed Buffon's goalkeeping skills, while everyone else remained oblivious to this transformation. Chenlong, however, had no intention of showcasing his newfound abilities just yet, despite his eagerness to step onto the field. If Gigi were to discover this, it would undoubtedly be a staggering blow, one that would be hard for anyone to accept. If even goalkeeping becomes extraordinary, how could he continue to compete? Chenlong contemplated. Buffon's goalkeeping is characterized by stability and keen anticipation during one-on-ones. However, when it comes to shot anticipation, Casillas excels even more. Should the opportunity arise to meet Casillas, I shall surely replicate his skills, Xing mused. Additionally, if merged with Czech's rock-solid techniques, it would yield a truly perfect combination. Certainly, if we were to delve a little deeper into the past and infuse the roars of the Lion King Khan, it would create an unparalleled guardian of the goal. Even star tiers would begin to exhibit a sense of greed, let alone the illustrious dragon of the stars, who eloquently speaks of the Lion King, a living legend. He nearly achieved the title of World Footballer of the Year, yet tragically encountered extraterrestrial beings. The individual who once roamed the streets clad in a number 9 Brazil jersey is the sole one capable of snatching victory from his grasp. The most renowned phrase is undoubtedly this: if any child, while dribbling the ball, chooses not to pass but rather to keep dribbling, inevitably, another child will become incensed and exclaim, "Do you think you are Ronaldo?" Such is the absurdity of it all. The famed lion's roar, once unleashed, would render an opposing forward, even in a one-on-one situation, trembling and powerless, ultimately succumbing to the Lion King's might. This is no mere myth, but a veritable truth. A goalkeeper who wields the power of sound to vanquish his foes, he stands alone in this regard. If one considers players in other positions, perhaps the Butcher Gattuso could be included, as well as Keane, who is equally capable of inflicting harm. Beyond that, truly, none could be found. Yet, when the Lion King faced the extraterrestrials, this tactic faltered. The Lion King was compelled to roar, while the aliens needed only to exert their presence, wielding an aura that could incapacitate defenders. Chapter 62. Coexisting with beauty, 3 days swiftly passed. Aside from dedicating half a day to training on the field, the remainder of Chenlong's time was spent in the academy, where his academic pursuits began to overshadow his training. Naturally, as a prominent figure within the academy, his movements became quite inconvenient. However, he had a powerful ally in the esteemed dean of traditional Chinese medicine, Yi Sun. With him, Chenlong could freely access the dean's office. The news of his romance with Canales had become common knowledge throughout the campus, attracting both disdain from fans and envy from female classmates. At such a young age, engaging with another girl proved to be a significant blow to his admirers. Meanwhile, news from Canales' academy swirled with controversy, as the offspring of officials and affluent families sought to confront Chenlong, baffled by how this seemingly insignificant, crippled footballer could win over Canales. Reports even suggested that Canales had spent the night at Chenlong's home, inciting wild imaginations and further deepening the sense of imbalance among the disgruntled. Compounding matters, as Chenlong exited school, he discovered a white Audi parked outside the traditional Chinese medicine academy, with the stunning Canales inside, a sight that plunged the already jealous onlookers into despair. Chenlong was taken aback by Canales' boldness in arriving at the school to pick him up. Under the watchful eyes of many, he hurriedly entered the vehicle. Their audacious display drew scorn and ire, but that was only after they sped away. What troubled Chenlong further was Canales' unexpected decision to move her belongings into his living room without hesitation. Was this what they referred to as cohabitation in university? At 18, was he to share a home with a woman? Was this not akin to selling himself? Chenlong found himself increasingly anxious, envisioning a dismal future. A future football superstar, bound at 18 to a partner who, while outwardly beautiful, harbored a fierce spirit and formidable prowess. With the support of the eccentric Pirlo and a multinational steel conglomerate behind her, the thought nearly drove him to despair. After enduring an already tumultuous 18 years, he had finally glimpsed a promising beginning, only to feel as though he was spiraling into another abyss of suffering. The more he contemplated, the more unsettled he became. Why could they not simply enjoy their romance? Had they truly transitioned to cohabitation within 3 days? This implied that he had leaped from the realm of dating to living together in just 2 days. With this new phase of living together, marriage could not be far behind, could it? Unbeknownst to Canales, who perceived Chenlong's reaction to her sudden move as mere excitement, he wrestled with his reluctance. Yet, his kind heart could not utter a refusal, leading him to ultimately acquiesce to the situation. Of course, this was merely his outward demeanor. Internally, he feared the formidable support that Canales commanded. Once settled, this place would no longer be his solitary abode, but a shared sanctuary. Following Canales' arrival, Yi Shanshan began to distance herself from Chenlong, transforming their once daily encounters into infrequent meetings every 3 days, an inconvenience for his studies. Whether intentional or not, Yi Shanshan always seemed too busy to meet, leaving Chenlong disheartened. Yet, Chenlong remained resolute in one aspect. Their intimate moments would be limited to once a week, a stipulation that Canales accepted without contest. Thus, 3 days of cohabitation passed, marking the official commencement of their shared life. Aside from minor issues regarding meals, no significant problems emerged at first. Before long, Chenlong was set to participate in the youth league, facing off against the youth team from Napoli. Napoli's youth squad was renowned for its abundance of talent, though the club's owner favored South American players over their Italian counterparts. Consequently, the team was filled with young talents hailing from various South American nations, and while their names might not be familiar now, who could guarantee that in a year or two, they wouldn't rise to prominence as sought-after stars? Originally, a match against Napoli was not scheduled so soon, but due to the league's adjustments, considering Napoli's and Udinese's commitments in the Champions League and Europa League qualifications, their schedules were switched, resulting in Juventus facing Napoli earlier than anticipated in a challenging away match. Having not seen Beckenbauer for a week, the two friends naturally greeted each other with warmth upon their reunion. Chenlong felt more relaxed and joyful within the youth team than he did in the first team. The camaraderie among peers made for a more enjoyable experience, free from the pressures of scoring and assisting, with no audience to impress, relishing the simplicity of youthful football. The match initially proceeded smoothly, with a halftime score of 1-1. In the second half, both teams scored again, leveling the score at 2-2. The Juventus youth coach, emulating Conte, decided to bring Chenlong on early, hoping for a repeat of past success. However, if a miraculous outcome could only happen once, how could it be replicated? Upon Chenlong's entrance, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What had been a calm match erupted into chaos within a mere 3 minutes. The referee issued 6 yellow cards, each one directed at the Napoli youth players. All 6 fouls occurred in the vicinity of the center circle against Chenlong. This was not merely a tactic to waste time or prevent Chenlong from attacking. The fouls were shockingly brutal. It was as if they sought to eliminate him from the game entirely. But why would the youth team have such a motive against Chenlong? Clearly, that made no sense at all. This is a matter known to all. Chenlong not only participates in the youth team matches, but he is also certain to make an appearance in the first team the following day. Thus, this constitutes a conspiracy, a scheme aimed at undermining Chenlong. Even if they do not succeed in completely incapacitating him, inflicting an injury would suffice. Clearly, these youth players have received directives from the first team to exert every effort to eliminate Chenlong. What kind of temptation could incite such reckless fervor? Surely, it must be the allure of promotion to the first team, particularly for those young players hailing from South America, who have journeyed thousands of miles to Italy. If they do not give their all, how can they rise in status? Thus, they are gambling everything on this endeavor. Chenlong finds himself besieged, and the other players from Juventus' youth team, not to be underestimated, witness his brutal treatment and naturally strive to retaliate against the opposing side. Under the leadership of Beckham, Juventus also adopts a more aggressive approach, resulting in the final minutes devolving into a near brawl. This, too, serves as a display for their elder brothers in the first team. Fortunately, Chenlong emerges from these assaults unscathed, evading with the grace of a fish gliding through water, either dodging or only being slightly touched, thereby thwarting Naples' conspiracy. This outcome leaves the youth players from Naples in despair. Their fervent aggression yields nothing. It appears their future prospects are once again bleak, leaving them to wonder when they will have another opportunity to showcase their talents. Similarly, their head coach experiences significant disappointment. having failed to aid the first team in thwarting Chenlong, a sentiment one can only imagine. In the 63rd chapter, yesterday revisited during the pre-match press conference, Mazzarri expresses his shock at the youth team's conduct, admitting he never anticipated such shamelessness from the players. He conveys his sorrow and regret. It is worth recalling that during the last press conference, Mazzarri held Chenlong in high esteem. If he did not instigate the youth players' actions, it must have been the malice of other coaches at play. Such a violation of sporting ethics deserves widespread condemnation. Will Chenlong next grace the field? Mazzarri genuinely worries about this. What tactics will Conte deploy? Thankfully, Conte has been relegated to the stands, unable to direct the match from the sidelines, which is excellent news for Mazzarri. Today marks Conte's first match from the stands, and he approaches it with caution, opting for a defensive formation, which surprisingly includes as many as 3 defensive midfielders. In the intimidating atmosphere of Naples' home ground, Juventus faces a daunting task to seize the advantage and score. Competing against Naples at home is challenging enough. Now, in an away match, a misstep could prove perilous. As a cunning strategist, Conte would never engage in an open attacking battle with Naples. Defense is paramount, and securing a draw would be the best outcome. In stark contrast, Mazzarri, capitalizing on the home advantage, seeks to avenge the previous defeat. If he fails to deliver an exhilarating victory for the fans at home, his position as head coach may very well be jeopardized. Naturally, Chenlong will not be fielded by Conte from the outset. He is aware that after the last match, Chenlong was bettered in for an hour before recovering. This time, he dares not risk utilizing Chenlong recklessly. This match is crucial. A loss could spell the end for Conte. Juventus cannot retain a coach who cannot direct the game. The overarching interests of the team take precedence over personal loyalties, a fact Conte has been made acutely aware of in a pre-match ultimatum from the club. Nevertheless, Conte appears impeccably dressed in the front row of the stands, in close proximity to the coaching area. It is evident to all that this is a strategic move for ease of direction during the match. The game commences, and Juventus assumes a defensive posture from the outset, while Naples plunges into a fervent offensive as soon as the whistle blows. Half of Juventus's players are Conte's favorite allies, comrades who share a common goal, and they harbor a secret resolve. They cannot afford to lose. Faced with the vengeful onslaught of Naples, they remain remarkably composed, aware that in a clash of titans, one must inevitably falter. Yet they are confident that it shall not be them. Compared to last season, Juventus boasts a new top striker, a caliber unmatched by other forwards. The world-class Gonzalo Higuain imposes considerable pressure on Naples. Higuain is accustomed to counter-attacking play, having been honed under Mourinho's tutelage at Real Madrid. He will not languish idly on the pitch. In terms of defense, Italian teams are certainly not inferior to any global counterpart, even those under Mourinho's command. Moreover, Juventus's backline comprises the entirety of the Italian national team's defense. As long as Juventus remains compact and does not overextend, Naples will struggle to exploit any advantages, remaining wary of sudden counterattacks. Conte has meticulously planned this strategy in the days leading up to the match. Avoiding defeat is imperative, and preserving his position is essential. Consequently, Naples finds itself mired in a state of fruitless offense. The composed Conte observes from the stands, akin to a typical Juventus supporter watching a match. Meanwhile, Mazzarri, the opposing coach, grows increasingly agitated, possessing a plethora of attacking players yet unable to breach the Juventus defense. The entire first half passes in chaotic monotony. Countless crosses fail to yield results. Whenever the ball soars over Juventus's territory, it is either thwarted by Buffon or cleared by the imposing Italian defenders. Such outcomes can be disheartening. Is there truly no method to penetrate Juventus's defenses? At halftime, Mazzarri ultimately adjusts the offensive tactics, abandoning the ineffective long ball strategy, which has proven futile against Juventus. Yet Conte, from his vantage point in the stands, lacks the authority to enter the locker room. He no longer has an assistant coach to devise alternative strategies. He gestures to the tactical coach on the bench, indicating that the second half should follow the same course. Juventus is well equipped to secure a draw. Thus, as the players continue to adopt a defensive stance, Mazzarri commands his attacking players to advance, evidently initiating a more frenzied offensive. In the clash between offense and defense, neither side gains the upper hand as the match remains tense. Neither can afford a loss, yet only Naples is determined to win, while Juventus aims to preserve a draw. Apart from the two defenders tightly marking Higuain, the remaining Napoli players surge forward, intent on relentless attacks. Naples alters its strategy to a ground-based assault. Ground attacks complicate defensive maneuvers, and Mazzarri possesses no shortage of skilled dribblers. The towering Cavani, despite his size, exhibits exceptional footwork, making him an atypical center forward. With Naples adopting a ground-based offensive, Juventus finds itself besieged, facing imminent danger. Juventus, reliant solely on defense and clearances, finds itself at a disadvantage against the formidable Napoli, the reigning champions from last season, who now appear to be in a precarious position. However, every player of Juventus was resolutely executing Conte's orders, with no one slacking off or holding back. A united team is formidable, devoid of weaknesses. Thus, they ultimately persisted in allowing Chenlong to take the field. Conte's tactics were non-existent. He reverted to old strategies, setting Chenlong to enter in the final minutes of the match. All previous arrangements and preparations were merely a prelude to those last moments. Conte is a bold gambler, wagering on an 85-minute defensive effort and then staking everything on the final minutes with Chenlong's appearance. This contradictory approach caused the dynamics of the game to shift dramatically. Although Mazzarri held a fondness for Chenlong, he felt a deep-seated resentment upon witnessing his entry. The pain from a last encounter had yet to be fully digested. Would history repeat itself today? Would that slow-moving lad once again bring humiliation upon himself? Chapter 64. The Making of a Star in the Past. Spectators watched a football match from the first minute until the final whistle. Nowadays, Juventus supporters only focus on the last 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes are the most exhilarating, filled with suspense. For Juventus fans, the last 5 minutes have become a cherished moment of anticipation. Is this truly a football match or a basketball game? Why do those final 5 minutes excite the fans so? It is all due to the presence of a name, Chenlong. 5 minutes is more than sufficient. This was Chenlong's declaration during his first press conference, and throughout the subsequent matches, he has continuously fulfilled his promise, with no sign of faltering thus far. The Neapolitans fell silent upon his entrance, uncertain whether this prodigy would place their beloved team in jeopardy. When did their team's fate become entwined with this young man? If we were to turn back time 30 years, what would this young sprinter have been? In the era dominated by the legendary Maradona, all stars were mere fleeting shadows, let alone this boy. Yet, as he stepped onto the field, why did a sense of fear envelop everyone? The Neapolitans were apprehensive, while thousands of Juventus fans were on the edge of ecstasy, anticipating not only Chenlong's dazzling performance, but also the potential surge in their ticket value. Before the match, bookmakers set Chenlong's odds to score at 5-1, while the odds of him not scoring were 5-1, clearly indicating confidence in his potential to score. Juventus fans flocked to bet on Chenlong's goal, with wagers ranging from thousands to mere tens of euros. Meanwhile, Chenlong's fan base continued to grow. The two prominent fan groups in the stands waved their flags and cheered, their words clearly audible to Chenlong on the pitch. Notably, the majority of these fans were young, beautiful women. Upon Chenlong's entry, Mazzarri altered his formation, shifting from 2 defenders marking Higuain to a single defender on him, and now employing 2 players to mark Chenlong. This elite treatment was a significant acknowledgement of Chenlong's prowess. Mazzarri absolutely did not underestimate Chenlong. Rather, he accorded him special attention. With Chenlong on the field, fouls had to be approached with caution. What may have been a casual foul outside the penalty area now posed the greatest risk, as Chenlong's extraordinary free kicks made fouling a perilous gamble with a high likelihood of conceding a goal. If one must commit a foul, it would be wise to do so at least 40 meters from a goal, minimizing Chenlong's scoring probability to below 10%. A free kick from such a distance would hardly threaten the goalkeeper unless he were to lose his senses. The defenders of Naples, having faced Chenlong before, were exceedingly cautious. Since their last defeat, Mazzarri and his defensive players had specifically devised strategies to contain Chenlong during those crucial minutes, ensuring a fail-safe approach. However, while tactics are one thing, their practical application often diverges from theory. Chenlong's presence alleviated much defensive pressure as teammates relentlessly fed him the ball. The defensive midfielder was tasked with forming a barrier in front of Chenlong, while the center backs were to block his space for advancement. Thus, the ball found it difficult to reach Chenlong's feet. It wasn't that he couldn't control the ball, but rather that he was unable to receive it at all, as passes were intercepted by the defensive midfielder. This tactic proved effective, relegating Chenlong's role to mere distraction of the defense. However, this allowed Higuain to be liberated. After nearly 90 minutes of torment, Higuain was the most eager for Chenlong's entry. After attempting several passes to Chenlong with little success, Pirlo switched tactics, opting to pass to Higuain. Higuain, finally in possession, turned and slipped past his marker, but regrettably his shot was too straightforward, easily saved by the goalkeeper. The ball fell to Marchisio, who, after controlling it on the right, passed back to Pirlo in the center. Pirlo fed Higuain again, but this time the defenders were wary and did not dare to intervene, instead opting to block him with their bodies. Higuain, now trapped, chose to pass back to Elia, who hesitated to shoot and passed back to Marchisio instead. Marchisio took a swift shot, but the ball soared high into the stands, squandering Juventus' opportunity. Now, it was Naples' turn to attack. The best strategy against Juventus was to press forward, keeping them away from the penalty area. The goalkeeper's long clearance found Cavani, who was tightly marked by Chiellini, denying him any opportunity to control the ball. Barzagli arrived to assist, easily dispossessing Cavani and passing to Bonucci on the flank. Bonucci quickly relayed it to Marchisio, and Juventus surged forward once more. Marchisio passed the ball back to Higuain, who attempted to break free again, but with the defender now closing in, he opted to pass back to Pirlo. This was the moment. Pirlo, anticipating the ball, executed a deft lob, sending it soaring toward Chenlong. Pirlo had awaited this instant, executing a tactical diversion. Chenlong, too, was poised for this moment, swiftly launching forward, shaking off the defensive midfielder and creating over a meter of space. The moment had arrived. Chenlong lifted his left foot, deftly controlling the ball just a meter ahead, then surged forward, crossing into the defensive zone. He was now face-to-face with the goalkeeper. As Star Tiers once remarked, a player who cannot dribble past the goalkeeper is not a true star. Would Chenlong bypass the goalkeeper? As he entered from the left side, he was now confronting the goalkeeper directly. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The goalkeeper charged forth. For Chenlong, bypassing the goalkeeper was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist, with a simple maneuver. He elegantly evaded the goalkeeper's outstretched hand and effortlessly guided the ball into the net. Once again, he had scored after outsmarting the goalkeeper, and it seemed that within a mere fortnight, Chenlong had netted 2 such goals. On the sidelines, Mazzari buried his head in his hands, muttering inaudibly, evidently lamenting the reckless actions of his defender, who had disregarded his instructions to mark Chenlong and instead chose to focus on Higuain. Was he silently cursing his own misfortune for being once again outshone by Chenlong? At that moment, no one could tell. The scoreboard, however, displayed a score of 1-0. And after lying in wait for so long, Chenlong had seized the opportunity with a breathtaking efficiency that left onlookers gasping. 2 goals in as many matches. What remarkable efficiency! How many minutes had it taken him to score? This time, Chenlong had expended minimal energy, casually jogging towards the corner flag to celebrate. His celebration mirrored that of his idol, rhythmically waving his right hand and repeatedly pointing his index finger, an iconic gesture that was not of extraterrestrial origin, but rather a classic celebration. Surrounding the corner flag were jubilant Juventus fans, who rose to their feet in applause, their cheers resonating throughout the stadium, drowning out the sorrowful faces of Napoli supporters, filled with despair. Was this some cruel jest of fate? To be humiliated yet again by this young prodigy. Conti in the stands leapt up, unable to contain his excitement, embracing a nearby fan in an exuberant hug. Another priceless goal. How could he not be thrilled? This goal not only meant victory for Juventus, but also clarity in his own position, his betting stakes, and his future. The excitement was palpable, not just for him, but also for the players on the field, who shared in the collective euphoria. Would have been a stalemate transformed into a triumph. All thanks to Chenlong. Yet, the match was not over. This was a goal made in the 90-minute mark, and the referee signaled for 3 minutes of stoppage time. The game resumed. Could Napoli equalize in just 3 minutes? Would Juventus, now with a goal in hand, grant them an opportunity? Under no pressure. Would Juventus falter and offer Napoli a chance? The audacity of Napoli's all-out attack was intimidating. Their 2 formidable wingers slicing through defenses like a speeding car. Twice Juventus had been brought to their knees, an unbearable sight. But despite their relentless efforts, their endeavors were rendered futile. After 90 minutes of muddled play, they faced the bitter taste of a last-minute defeat. Why did fate seem so cruel? This was the second time they had suffered in such a manner. They could not be accused of lacking effort. It was merely that destiny had favored the young talent, and twice at that. As their frustration mounted, the final whistle echoed through the stadium. An elated Connie leapt over the advertising boards and into the field to celebrate with his team, while the Napoli supporters dispersed hastily. And over 3,000 Juventus fans lingered, singing their club anthem to express their joy at the victory. As for Chapter 65, Louis XIV has arrived. Juventus ontem ich melodios. As is Milan's and Inter Milan's. As a fan, I find all clubs endearing and the stars of the game equally charming. I hope that all who cherish football continue to find joy within it. At that moment, Chenlong listened to the live rendition of the Juventus anthem, his heart swelling with excitement. Having adored the Juventus anthem since childhood, he never imagined he would hear it performed live that day. While the Juventus anthem lacks the fervor of Milan's or the buoyancy of Inter's, it is akin to Pirlo's dribbling, light and joyous, a continuous flow. The anthem lingered in the air, echoing throughout the stadium. Mazzarri, at the press conference, appeared slightly irked, his frustration evident as he responded to reporters with a frustrated remark about that damned young prodigy. Clearly, Chenlong's presence evoked both admiration and resentment in Mazzarri. Having lost the Super Cup previously, this crucial league match at home was a blow to his pride. On Juventus' side, Connie did not attend the press conference. Only Buffon represented the team, hastily concluding the event. In September, Turin's temperatures dropped once more, with scattered yellow leaves strewn across the streets, the evening breeze carrying a chill. After the match, Chenlong quietly departed. He was on his way to meet someone. Inside the tranquil CAF, few patrons were present. Chenlong meandered inside, scanning for a familiar face, and at last, in the corner, he spotted his relative. Louis XIV, his distant cousin, an Italian born in France. True to his impressive surname, Louis exuded an air of distinction. In Chenlong's memory, Louis XIV resembled the iconic Morgan Freeman from the film The Shawshank Redemption. The only difference lay in Freeman's age. Louis was still in his 30s. Louis XIV had a notorious reputation, and Chenlong often thought of him as a rogue. Yet he found it impossible to resist his company. Having spent much time together during his youth, it was remarkable that Chenlong had not succumbed to a similar lifestyle. However, after Louis XIV left Italy 6 years ago, their communication dwindled to a mere handful of calls each year. Today, it was unclear what had brought him back to Italy. Upon their reunion in the CAF, they embraced warmly, the fondness evident on Chenlong's face. Louis XIV appeared tanned and rugged, perhaps having spent his days fishing or frolicking on the beach with beautiful women. His complexion was as dark as coal, without proper lighting. Chenlong would have struggled to recognize him. It would be unwise to underestimate him. He was the head of the Italian Mafia's French division. Chenlong had known of his cousin's affiliation with the Mafia for years, and now, after a decade, Louis's status had grown significantly, though it remained shrouded in secrecy, much like his shadowy appearance. His mere footfall could send tremors throughout Italy, possibly even half of Europe. As a new generation Mafia manager, the power at his disposal was beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. Yet, in Chenlong's presence, Louis XIV manifested solely as a cousin, not as a crime lord. Freeman's visage radiated warmth and friendliness, embodying that very essence at this moment. The two, having not seen each other in years, exchanged enthusiastic pleasantries, revealing no trace of unfamiliarity. In Chenlong's recollection, his cousin remained unchanged, his face and demeanor as he remembered, albeit with a habitual wariness. As they sipped coffee, Louis XIV instinctively kept glancing out the window, a habit ingrained from years of vigilance against danger. Those who dwell in shadows often possess an acute awareness of their own peril. One could never know when law enforcement might appear, ready to imprison them. After an extended conversation, Louis XIV finally steered the discussion to the crux of the matter. The organization has begun to take notice of you. Remember the last call regarding the betting issue? When Louis XIV uttered those words, his demeanor was strikingly earnest, as if he were discussing a matter of life and death. What? You actually have an interest in me? Chenlong was taken aback upon hearing this. What could it possibly signify? If the Mafia had set their sights on him, would he not have to tread carefully in his football career? A sudden thought crossed his mind regarding the precarious situations faced by his Juventus teammates. Was he to be drawn into that vortex so swiftly? Alas, He had not anticipated that his cousin would bring such disheartening news, and for a moment, Chenlong's emotions were in turmoil. However, I have it under control. For now, no one dares to touch you, Louis XIV reassured him, sensing Chenlong's apprehension, and continued speaking. Hearing his cousin's words, the heavy weight in Chenlong's heart momentarily lifted, and he exhaled in relief, thinking how fortunate it was to have such a powerful ally. Louis XIV retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and took a leisurely puff, exhaling white smoke rings. According to Juventus's current dynamics, you are not in any peril. Moreover, the odds set by the betting companies are quite favorable to you. Chenlong's cousin was indeed a formidable figure. Under 30, he wielded considerable influence within the mafia's hierarchy, commanding respect with greater ease than a national leader. This year, you must be cautious. Milan is in quite a tumultuous state. Since Berlusconi stepped down as prime minister, he has resumed his control over Milan, and the referees seem to be biased in his favor. After another puff of his cigarette, Louis XIV delivered yet more unexpected news. The previously clear atmosphere became hazy with smoke, despite the large sign on the wall behind Louis XIV proclaiming no smoking. It seemed this establishment had intricate ties with him. Otherwise, smoking in public might lead to an encounter with law enforcement. Yet, the old man was growing senile, often engaging in unpredictable behavior. Just days prior, he had called Chenlong, requesting arrangements for a party featuring beautiful women, indulging in hedonism even at his advanced age of over 70. Chenlong found himself both impressed and dismayed by how this man operated. His perception of Berlusconi was far from favorable, not only due to his distasteful indulgences, but also because of his offensive remarks about Chinese women. Years ago, while still in office, Berlusconi had made numerous repugnant statements, and Chenlong was among those deeply offended by them. The two conversed about various topics, though it was primarily Louis XIV who spoke, while Chenlong listened intently. Before long, the clock advanced past 10 in the evening. By the way, the girl you've been seeing is quite impressive. She's the daughter of a steel magnate. You should exercise caution. This situation is not as simple as it appears. Finally, Louis XIV reminded Chenlong to be vigilant. The mention of Canales caused Chenlong some distress, as she had just called to urge him to return home. Poor child, behind her glamorous facade lay countless worries. At 18, one should be reveling in the vibrancy of youth. Why then did it feel increasingly burdensome for him? After meeting with his cousin, Chenlong found himself privy to some undisclosed information. Whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune remained uncertain. Louis XIV, ever elusive, departed hastily without even partaking in a meal, leaving Chenlong somewhat disheartened. Was the mafia leadership truly that busy, to the point of neglecting a simple meal? Yet, he felt genuine happiness for his cousin's thriving success. After all, the mafia was merely a job, a clandestine vocation. Besides, with a mafia boss as a cousin, who would dare to bully him? As he walked along, lost in thought, the car of the fierce yet enchanting Canales arrived. Had it only been a short while? The little enchantress was back. Chenlong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What would he do? With his rising fame and thousands of fans, how could he guarantee that he wouldn't be snatched away by another woman with just a moment's inattention? Given Canales' nature, it would be surprising if she didn't follow him. Canales insisted on joining Chenlong for dinner and drove him to a relatively secluded, upscale restaurant. This establishment was beyond Chenlong's usual means, but Canales insisted he accompany her. It seemed that at such a young age, Chenlong had begun to rely on others, and he felt somewhat out of place in such an environment. Thankfully, this high-end venue did not resemble the streets where fans would frequently approach him for autographs, as it attracted a more refined clientele. Thus, despite dining under the gaze of many, Chenlong was not disturbed, merely nodding at those who greeted him. Feeling a sense of pride, he was naturally pleased with his growing recognition. Who wouldn't he appreciate being admired? Just then he encountered one of the most significant figures in his life. Tomorrow marked the national team's assembly day, and the coach of the Italian national team, Prandelli, had come to Turin, evidently scouting the national players within Juventus. As Prandelli exited a private box, he crossed paths with Chenlong, who was dining at the time. Among the group were renowned players such as Buffon, Pirlo, and Chiellini. Canales, upon spotting Pirlo, feigned ignorance and looked away, only to be playfully tapped on the head by him. Although Pirlo was aware that Canales had moved in with Chenlong, he could do little about her antics, and simply advised Chenlong to treat her well. Chenlong, engrossed in his meal, initially failed to notice Prandelli among the group until he was taken aback. Wasn't this the national team coach? The surprise of encountering the coach here was overwhelming. To his astonishment, Prandelli greeted him warmly, calling out his name. Prandelli, sporting a stylish hairstyle and his beloved light blue suit, exuded an air of refinement and politeness. What a gentlemanly coach, Chenlong thought to himself. To his delight, Prandelli even complimented Chenlong's performance that day, which filled him with pride, although he maintained a composed exterior. Receiving praise from a national team coach was an immense honor. Perhaps one day, he too might don a national jersey, Chenlong fantasized quietly. Yet, the national team comprised the finest talents. Did they truly need a fleeting player like him? Doubts began to creep into his mind. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Prandelli took his leave. What else could he do? Surely, Prandelli would not fervently shake his hand and plead for him to join the national team. Soon, the Italian national team would be heading to play Bulgaria, with the players gathering the following day to prepare for this crucial match. As Juventus served as the primary feeder for the national team, it was only fitting that Prandelli personally assess the players' conditions and foster camaraderie. After dismissing Prandelli, these old devils unexpectedly returned to Chenlong, clearly with intentions directed at him. Each one appeared menacing, causing Chenlong to feel a shiver of apprehension. Pondering when he had ever provoked them, with an expression of innocence, it turned out they were there to support Canales. Having spent a few days together, these individuals had yet to discuss matters with Chenlong. The reason was simple. Pirlo was Canales' brother, and the others were his close friends, naturally bestowing special care upon Canales. Consequently, Chenlong, as her boyfriend, needed to exercise greater caution. Under the barrage of questions from this group, the unfortunate Chenlong had no choice but to recount his feelings, making countless vows to assure them that he would never betray Canales, to the point where he lost track of what he had said. This once again highlighted the formidable backing Canales had, intensifying Chenlong's underlying anxiety. After much ado, Pirlo finally spoke earnestly. During dinner, Prandelli had indeed mentioned Chenlong at the table and solicited opinions from the team members. Unsurprisingly, they sang praises of Chenlong, even recounting their own embarrassing moments involving him, leaving no stone unturned in extolling his virtues. It appeared that Chenlong had truly captured Prandelli's attention. When Pirlo conveyed this news to Chenlong, he could no longer suppress his excitement, bursting into an unabashed laugh that drew disdainful glances from those dining nearby. Who raised such an ill-mannered child, laughing uproariously in such a refined setting? Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Juventus' little prodigy. Accompanied by a gaggle of Juventus' oddballs, the others hushed Chenlong's exuberance, shamefacedly lowering their heads, fearful of being recognized. The dinner, once disrupted by their antics, grew notably lively. Whether they were still hungry was uncertain, but they ordered several more dishes. With so many lights shining brightly overhead, the notion of a romantic dinner was utterly lost, morphing instead into a raucous feast. Even after the meal, the old tricksters proposed heading somewhere else. But Chenlong firmly declined the invitation, resolutely driving away with Canales. He proclaimed that he would rather return home to accompany his fairy than mix with such seasoned rogues. Chapter 67. A signature on a chest? Early in the morning, Chenlong's phone rang, shattering his hopes of sleeping in. It was a call from Yishan. Wasn't he today Monday? She was off to conduct experiments. Being a university student, studying was, of course, paramount. Just as he finished washing up and was about to head out, another call interrupted him, this time instilling a sense of dread. The Chinese Football Association? What could this possibly mean? Chenlong was puzzled. Yang Ershi had finally returned, and he brought along the Chinese Football Association. The caller rambled on, insisting on a meeting. Lately, the influx of calls had skyrocketed, surpassing previous volumes by more than tenfold. Chenlong contemplated changing his phone number, as the old one was far too well known. After spending a tiring morning at school, Chenlong emerged, exhausted from cramming numerous acupuncture terminology under Yi Sun's relentless pressure, feeling as though he hadn't slept all night. It seemed the office of the dean was a realm not meant for the ordinary. While traversing the still unfamiliar campus path, he was approached by several lovely ladies seeking to engage him, and he found himself signing autographs to send them on their way, feeling somewhat revitalized. He hadn't intended to walk so conspicuously, but with a need to pass by Yang Ershi's area, he steeled himself and strolled along the walkway. September's weather was refreshingly crisp as autumn's essence gradually enveloped Turin, the earth steeped in a melancholic decay. Yet, the midday warmth encouraged the ladies to reveal their fair skin. A sweet, delicate voice called out to Chenlong from behind, and he thought, here comes another infatuated admirer. Sighing, he turned to see a stunning beauty approaching. I am the leader of the Longjean Tianxia fan club, the girl exclaimed, and as Chenlong turned fully, he was taken aback not only by her words, but also by her breathtaking beauty. Standing gracefully, her lips were reminiscent of a young Angelina Jolie, her face a flawless canvas, and her long, shapely legs exposed beneath a pair of ultra-short denim shorts. Her striking figure was captivating, drawing Chenlong's gaze involuntarily. My goodness, how could one be so exquisite? She surpassed even my little fairy in allure and sensuality. His wandering eyes were lured, and as he opened his mouth, he recalled the fan club from the previous afternoon. Hello, I'm called Lance. The admirer appeared unfazed by Chenlong's gaze, seemingly enjoying the attention, and continued to introduce herself. Reluctantly, Chenlong pulled back his focus, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. When had he become so captivated? Recently, it seemed he found delight in such encounters. Hello, Lance. Thank you for your support. I am immensely grateful. When adopting a serious demeanor, Chenlong was never careless, although his thoughts lingered elsewhere. How did you all come to form a fan club? Is my popularity truly that significant? Lance blinked her expressive eyes in surprise. You didn't know? There are now 5 different dragon clubs. So soon? Just yesterday, there had only been 2. Chenlong was taken aback, musing that this pace was faster than childbirth. 5 clubs? 5 groups of beautiful fans? What a concept! Each club boasting 100 members meant 500 beauties. How could he possibly manage? Please, grant me an autograph. Lance beamed like a radiant flower, pure and innocent, oblivious to Chenlong's impure thoughts. Sure, what would you like me to sign? Chenlong readily agreed, viewing it as his duty and responsibility, especially when it came to signing for a beautiful fan. Lance stepped closer and pointed at her prominent curves. Huh, this fan is definitely a siren. The surface may be innocent, but her intentions are clear. Chenlong was taken aback by this bold gesture. Signing on her chest? Trembling hands betrayed his inner conflict. This was blatant seduction. He had merely gazed, and now she wanted him to act? Well, merely looking wasn't sufficient. He ought to fulfill the fan's request. This is it appropriate to sign there? Chenlong's eyes darted from Lance's chest to the surrounding area, wary of prying eyes. Despite his reservations, he felt an undeniable urge rising within him. Yes, right here. You know what to do, Lance giggled, embodying the essence of a captivating enchantress. Her words were enticing, yet the boldness of the act struck Chenlong as brazen. He wore an expression of discomfort, finding it challenging to proceed. Difficult to proceed? Why must it be so? It's merely a signature on my chest. Why think of it differently? Lance teased, her playful demeanor suggesting she was the one in control. Quickly, I need to go have lunch. By the way, would you join me for lunch? Lance urged insistently. Lunch? With a heavy heart. The thought of sharing lunch with that enchanting creature filled him with dread, for he anticipated chaos at home later that day. No, he preferred to sign his name and make a hasty exit. The mere thought of the formidable presence of the tiger at home compelled Chenlong to retrieve a pen from his pocket, signing his name delicately upon her alluring curves. He was cautious, well aware that he dared not provoke such ominous signs in broad daylight. Despite the allure of such beauty, he lamented internally that he was unable to indulge in it. This act, of course, drew the attention of onlookers, making it impossible for him to slip away unnoticed. Lance, now adorned with the signature upon his chest, nodded in satisfaction, ceasing his teasing of Chenlong. Before departing, he requested Chenlong's phone number and extended an invitation for him to join a fan meeting in a few days. Bewildered, Chenlong agreed, having just exchanged numbers with someone earlier that morning. It seemed he could not resist temptation. In just a few days, he had been enticed by numerous women. Sighing, he pondered whether he was simply destined for such encounters. After watching the graceful Lance depart into the distance, he redirected his thoughts towards young Urshi. Unbeknownst to him, someone lurked in the shadows, capturing the moment clandestinely, and had he known, he would have surely retaliated. Chapter 68. The Chinese Football Association are all officials in Chinese football plump? Upon meeting young Urshi, it became evident that he exuded an air of authority, sitting comfortably among the trio with the man in the center taking the lead. When Chenlong first took his seat, he felt quite out of place. Through Yang Ershi's introduction, he learned that the central figure was named Zhu Xie, the current vice president of the Chinese Football Association. Such a name seemed destined for the presidency, Chenlong mused. To his left sat Yang Wei, a name that nearly made him choke. Impotent, each name was more audacious than the last. The third individual bore the name Fan Jian. Troubling indeed. Chenlong found himself utterly defeated by the absurdity of their names. The Chinese Football Association truly was a remarkable place, with even its leaders possessing such flamboyant titles, living up to its reputation. What was the purpose of their visit? Surely, they did not think highly enough of Chenlong to send 3 heavyweights? Typically, such a formidable delegation would only convene to scout a head coach for the national team. Could it be that Camacho was on the verge of dismissal? Were these 3 portly figures here to select a new coach in Italy? They need not have consulted him. When had he acquired such influence? At this moment, Chenlong recalled that Camacho was also quite rotund, leading him to a mischievous conclusion. Surely these 3 would favor a coach of similar stature. Did Italy boast any chubby coaches? Indeed, there was the renowned Ancelotti, but alas, he was currently managing Paris Saint-Germain in France. Clearly, Chenlong had misinterpreted their intentions. They had come to invite him to play in China. Yes, to join the Chinese national team. Zhu Xie, the leading figure, had the audacity to extend an invitation to him? When had the Chinese Football Association become so discerning? How could they dare to invite someone they deemed a mere trifle to contribute to their national team? Chenlong had heard rumors of the association's relentless pursuit of talent, and this invitation struck him as a conspiracy. Wasn't it the head coach's prerogative to select players? Shouldn't Camacho be the one to approach him? Little did Chenlong know, the selection of players in Chinese football bore no relation to the head coach. National team spots were often bought with money or granted by the president personally. The head coach? Merely a scapegoat. Victories belonged to the leadership, while defeats were the coach's burden. It was no easy task to be a head coach in China. Yet today, Chenlong found himself singled out by the president, leaving him astounded. He held Italian nationality, having never acquired Chinese citizenship. How could he possibly play for China? Though he had contemplated obtaining dual nationality, the Chinese authorities did not recognize such a status. This dilemma presented itself anew. Zhu Xie proclaimed that the issue of nationality was trivial. They could easily alter Chenlong's citizenship. Change citizenship? Such a notion rang absurd. Was it as simple as a signature on a document? Were it not for Chenlong's unique circumstances, would the Chinese Football Association even consider him? Had he not been blessed with a Chinese father and inherited Chinese features, this insignificant individual would have gone unnoticed by the association. Could he truly be the savior of the Chinese Football Association? Surely, they had lost their minds, targeting him. China was rife with talents like Messi and Ronaldo. Why did the association venture all the way to Italy to seek him out? What on would this you affront? Chenlong pondered deeply. Yang Ershi, ever the opportunist, had somehow managed to deceive the Chinese Football Association. His skills were indeed impressive. Could Chenlong really rescue the national team? He himself harbored doubts, and thus approached the situation with utmost caution. He considered himself half Chinese, with an affinity for China that surpassed his feelings for Italy. However, in the matter of national allegiance in football, he had to tread carefully. Just yesterday, Prandelli had greeted him, and now the Chinese Football Association had come knocking. This left him in a quandary. Although Prandelli had not explicitly stated his intentions, it seemed likely that he would soon receive a call up to the Italian national team. Yet now, China extended an invitation, willing to change his nationality. Why did all these fortuitous events seem to conspire around him? Nevertheless, Chenlong harbored little faith in the Chinese team. Consider this. If he were to join a squad that merely bought their way in, indulging in a lifestyle of excess, what do they possibly achieve? His teammates had already conceded 2 or 3 goals in the first 85 minutes. What could he accomplish in just 5 minutes? Yet, this was not the crux of the matter, for people could indeed change. Perhaps a strong cohort of teammates could emerge, willing to fight alongside him. He understood that opportunities like this were fleeting. On one side lay a path filled with promise, while the other was fraught with thorns. Ultimately, he felt a lingering attachment to China. Just as he contemplated informing the 3 officials that he needed time to deliberate, an ill-timed remark from the silent Fan Jian prompted an entirely different decision. The portly official, having remained silent thus far, suddenly extended a lucrative proposition, mentioning that donning the Chinese national team jersey could lead to numerous contracts, both Italian and Chinese. Whatever he desired, he could have, as long as half the earnings went to the association. While Chenlong had no aversion to financial matters, the notion of relinquishing half his income to the association stirred discontent within him. He recalled the uproar surrounding Chinese athletes last month during the London Olympics, where it was revealed that champions received rewards, yet most of the earnings were allocated to local sports authorities, leaving the athletes with mere breadcrumbs. Those who failed to medal fared even worse, unable to sustain themselves. Having witnessed this debacle, Chenlong felt disheartened. It seemed that officials and departments in China operated in such a manner. Now, before him, these portly figures were brazenly discussing profit sharing. How could this not vex him? The delightful first intimate encounter unfolded with a starkness reminiscent of a trip to a hair salon, direct, devoid of romance, and lacking emotional depth. Chapter 69. I want to play real football. This situation was orchestrated by Yang 20, who seemed to have set his sights on a hefty sum of money once again. The child believed that where there's milk, there's a mother. Recently, Chenlong had been quite fortunate, yet plagued by misfortune, encountering a series of dubious strokes of luck. First, there was a Juventus betting scandal, followed by dealings with the mafia, and now, the Chinese Football Association had entered the fray. Why was Chenlong entangled with such darkness? Chenlong did not outright refuse the offer. He felt it inappropriate to dismiss the Chinese Football Association, as it would reflect poorly on Yang 20, who had traveled a long distance to be there. Dining with a few officials was equally agonizing. Sitting upright and listening to their banalities was not just uncomfortable, but utterly distasteful. These officials had no bearing on Chenlong's circumstances, as he was no longer part of the national team, nor did he need to plead for favors. After a hasty meal, Chenlong left Yang 20 to entertain himself and made a swift exit. Yang 20 was not Chenlong and could not decide on joining the national team. Thus, the remaining officials had to endure a rather joyless dining experience. Did the Chinese Football Association genuinely have an interest in Chenlong? Indeed, they did. However, Chenlong suspected that their interest was primarily financial rather than focused on the team's success. Consequently, he felt disillusioned by the association, effectively closing the door to any prospects in China. The association, under the guise of inviting him to join the national team, seemed to aim for dual gains of fame and profit, revealing their insidious intentions. Failing to secure Chenlong was a considerable disappointment. It was assumed that he would readily acquiesce in the face of such overwhelming temptation, but the outcome was quite the opposite. Yang 20 derided Chenlong, claiming he would regret his lack of appreciation for the opportunity. The Chinese tend to think in a certain way, believing that anyone would be swayed by substantial rewards. Yet they were taken aback when Chenlong turned them down. Was he in need of money? On the surface, he appeared to be well off, yet he was essentially impoverished. However, he was resolute about not compromising on matters regarding football. If it were about joining a Super League club, his considerations might differ, but at his young age, why would he retreat to a place devoid of footballing prospects? At 18, he was not ready to settle for a life of mediocrity. Even regarding betting, why not wager in Italy? Was there no money to be made there? No allure to be found? He was determined to play authentic football, not merely to exist in China. Yes, he yearned to play genuine football. This was his conviction. The afternoon held little promise, and he could not return home to accompany his partner on a shopping spree. It was far better to remain at school. This offered the dual benefits of learning and socializing with girls, which he found appealing. Studying was no easy task, confined within the expansive office of the dean. It was far from enjoyable. Once again, he faced those tedious and cliché terminologies, and in a state of daze, he commenced the grueling memorization process. To ease his burden, Yi Shanshan had brought a plastic anatomical model, allowing him to avoid the discomfort of aimlessly groping at the human form. By the end of the day, under intense pressure, Chenlong had memorized half of the human acupuncture points, reaching a point of obsession. Eager to practice with needles, he was scolded by Yi Shanshan for his reckless ambition. You want to run before you can walk? Perhaps you could catch a few frogs to practice on, but do not attempt to stick needles into a human. Another grueling day passed, and as Chenlong exited, night had fallen. The enchanting Canales awaited him at the academy entrance, ready to drive him home. Outside, a commotion ensued. Reading the newspaper? This was unusual. He usually played with his phone. Curiosity piqued, he observed Canales, noting her unusual demeanor. Was she angry? What had provoked this fierce woman? Had he forgotten to fulfill an obligation for a week? His thoughts raced as he approached her vehicle. That newspaper, with its prominent image, how familiar it seemed. Ah, the person featured was none other than himself. What was he doing? Was he groping? The horror. Who had dared to photograph him? This had only occurred at noon. Which oblivious paparazzo had done this? Ah, the Naples Evening News. How shocking that Naples had an evening edition. Had the morning paper not already stolen his privacy? How could he explain this? Canales' piercing gaze had shifted towards him. And if looks could kill, he would have been a goner. To see him on the front page of the paper, engaging in such dubious behavior? Chenlong was at a loss for words, internally cursing the editor of the Naples Evening News. Was it that troublesome fellow again? Surely it had to be. That rascal was at it again. My dear, do you see that pen in my hand? I was merely signing an autograph. Look closely, Chenlong softly reassured, anxious that her ire might escalate into public humiliation. Canales, maintaining her esteemed image, seethed. A pen? Of course I noticed, but I also saw your hand reaching for her ample assets. You were indeed captivated by her. Is she larger than I am? Were you signing your name, or something else entirely? After a brief separation, you decide to flirt with women? Despite her fury, Canales' expression remained relatively composed. This was disastrous. He felt as if he had plunged into the Yellow River without a chance of redemption. In front of this captivating woman, he had already lost ground. And now a more alluring figure had emerged, with all evidence against him. How could he possibly explain himself? With a thick skin? Chenlong opened the car door and took his seat beside her. Canales, still scowling, continued to scrutinize the newspaper. This photograph is remarkably well taken. I should hang it in the living room. Indeed, that woman has an impressive figure. It's no wonder you were so entranced. Why did her words sound so familiar? Chenlong suddenly recalled Yi Shanshan saying something similar when she saw the photo of Canales entering his apartment. Why did all women seem to share the same mindset? He remained silent, allowing Canales to vent her frustrations. Once a woman harbored grievances, if not permitted to express them fully, she would incessantly bring it up, disturbing one's peace of mind. In this regard, Chenlong was rather inexperienced. Chapter 70. Football is dead. Canales persisted, refusing to leave the vehicle, showing no signs of wanting to depart. Despite Chenlong's efforts to pacify her, he ultimately resigned himself to a grim expression, waiting for her mood to improve. At this moment, it was prime dining time. The entrance to the school was bustling with people, many of whom were reading newspapers, inevitably catching sight of Chenlong's scandalous news. The University of Turin has now become a unique locale, with Chenlong emerging as its star, making him a topic of lively discussion among students whenever something occurs. Naturally, the ambiguous incident that transpired at noon was of particular interest to both students and fans. It appears that Chenlong has quite the roguish reputation. Perhaps there is hope for some flirtation. A few girls, passing by in a white Audi, engaged in spirited conversation about him, much to Chenlong's embarrassment as he sat inside the vehicle. Those with sense wisely kept their distance from the car, well aware of who occupied it, while the less astute blurted out their thoughts with abandon. Canales seemed to revel in this attention, comfortably ensconced in the car, seemingly oblivious to any desire to depart. Chenlong, utterly at a loss when it came to dealing with women, could not help but roll up the window. Today had been a day filled with gloom, and he remained silent, lost in thought. The wrath of a woman can be truly fearsome, and at this moment, Chenlong was acutely aware of that. As dusk fell, Canales finally uttered, "I'm hungry. I want to eat." How peculiar that this little enchantress only spoke when her stomach demanded it. Was she no longer angry? Perhaps the hunger had quelled her ire, allowing her to eat and then resume her displeasure. Chenlong pondered the absurdity of continuing to be upset after a meal. It had already been a week since he had last been intimate with her, but tonight he only had 5 minutes. It was hardly worth the effort. The unfortunate Chenlong found that even the one way to console his woman was unavailable to him. This was the second frustrating meal of the day, during which Canales remained as silent as ever, while he offered a few awkward laughs in response. To his dismay, after finishing her meal, Canales abandoned him, driving off alone. When he inquired where she was headed, she merely replied that she was off to flirt with men. As a man without a vehicle, Chenlong could only watch her swiftly vanish from sight. In truth, her departure was somewhat of a relief. Chenlong could finally enjoy a moment of peace without the burden of so many worries. Today had been filled with traditional Chinese medicine, football, and women, his mind was hardly functioning. Wandering aimlessly down the street, he found himself unexpectedly at the same CAF where he had previously met his cousin Louis XIV. Unable to resist, he entered, ordered a coffee, and sipped it absent-mindedly, his thoughts drifting far away. The Chinese Football Association had deeply disappointed him. Their shameless pursuit of him was motivated purely by financial gain rather than a passion for football. In that moment of contemplation, he made a resolute decision. He would forsake that land, which loved football yet offered him no joy in return, and ultimately called Yang Ershi to convey his refusal of their invitation. Having made this choice to abandon his previous path, a sense of relief washed over him, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. If he would not represent China, then he would stand for Italy instead. He had no inkling that this decision would have far-reaching implications for his future. China truly needed a talent like Chenlong, a perfect substitute, difficult to find elsewhere. Surely, if Camacho were not blind to talent, he would recognize Chenlong's abilities. Yet, it seemed that the decision was not his to make. It remained uncertain whether Camacho had come to China to seek fortune or to genuinely coach. However, based on the less than 10 matches he had overseen, Camacho's coaching abilities warranted skepticism. His past performance with Spain and Real Madrid had already revealed significant shortcomings. As the saying goes, he was merely a charlatan, all talk and no action. The state of Chinese football was dire, unable to thrive amidst the flourishing global football scene, a fact that was profoundly lamentable. Chenlong savored his coffee while contemplating his future. Remaining in Italy, the situation was not necessarily promising. He could only take one step at a time. Just as his thoughts wandered to distant realms, an unexpected visitor disrupted his reverie. Huang Jinxiang? Chenlong immediately recognized him, calling out his name. "Hey, Xiaolong, you remember me? What honor." Huang was pleasantly surprised that Chenlong recalled him, and his heart swelled with joy as they warmly shook hands. Given their cultural background, a handshake sufficed for these two Chinese men. A kiss would be inappropriate. Chenlong had always held a favorable impression of Huang, so he quickly invited him to join him. Just when Chenlong was fretting over matters in China, he fortuitously encountered a fellow countryman, providing a perfect opportunity to engage in conversation and vent his frustrations. Since his commentary of Italy's round of 16 match in the 2006 World Cup, Huang had become a prominent figure in Chinese sports broadcasting, wielding considerable influence within the football community. It was unclear what had brought him to Italy, but he was in the country to create a special program on the 2012 to 2013 Serie A season, focusing on emerging football talents. Their meeting was serendipitous. Huang was thrilled to encounter Italy's foremost talent. He imagined the possibility of creating a dedicated feature on Chenlong, but regrettably, he was no longer with the Tianxia football channel. Had he still been, he would have ensured that this episode became a sensational hit. Meanwhile, he lamented the decline of football and its diminishing relevance, contemplating whether it had truly become a mere joke. The chapter closed with a delightful encounter between Chenlong and Huang Jinxiang, a stark contrast to the previous meetings he had endured. Their conversation meandered to Huang's signing with Inter Milan 14 years prior, rekindling their connection. Time slipped away unnoticed until it reached 10 in the evening. Had Chenlong been able to drink, they might have ventured to a bar to celebrate their fortuitous reunion. Before parting, Chenlong promised to arrange a time for Huang to film a special feature for Football World. Upon returning to his residence, Chenlong found that Canales had not yet returned. He attempted to call her, only to discover her phone was off. Eventually, he succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. The past few days had been devoid of significant events, with the sole noteworthy occurrence being the Italian national team's arrival in Bulgaria. Given the numerous club teammates on the national squad, Chenlong was keenly interested in their progress. It remains uncertain how Italy will present itself in its first official match following the European Championship. Apart from club teammates, the presence of childhood friend Balotelli means that although Chenlong has yet to don a national jersey, he shares camaraderie with half of the team. Despite his absence from the national squad, on Wednesday after his university classes, reporters besieged Chenlong at the entrance, conducting an interview that lasted half an hour. This situation was particularly inconvenient as he had just emerged from the dean's laboratory, having taken his routine medication that afternoon. Based on his previous observations, the effects of the medication typically manifest after 30 minutes. With reporters blocking his way, he found himself at a loss as to what would happen if the effects kicked in right then. Somehow, the reporters had caught wind of rumors suggesting that Chenlong had received a call-up to the national team, yet Prandelli ultimately chose not to include him. The investigative prowess of paparazzi is beyond question. Many are aware of Chenlong's chance encounter with Prandelli, which the media has sensationalized. At that moment, Chenlong had little patience for reporters, weary of their incessant surveillance. He briefly responded to their inquiries, noting that Prandelli had not sought him out. But the Chinese Football Association had. His intention to dismiss the matter was thwarted as the conversation shifted focus. The mere mention of the Chinese Football Association raised eyebrows among some reporters who expressed concern for Italy's interests. One journalist, possessing some knowledge of international regulations, questioned how he could be selected for the Chinese team given the prohibition against dual nationalities. However, Chenlong remained nonchalant, asserting that matters are resolved through action, and that China's vastness holds its own strengths, requiring no intervention from them. When pressed about his intentions to join the Chinese team and abandon Italy, he clarified that he had neither been selected for the Italian national team nor officially joined the Chinese squad. To him, the fans from both nations were cherished, and his affection extended to both countries. Chenlong's responses were deliberately ambiguous, revealing his seasoned ability to navigate such queries. He professed a love for football and the fans of both nations, emphasizing that his happiness in playing was paramount. The choice of country would hinge upon where he could find joy. The reporter's understanding of his words led them to speculate about which nation brought him greater happiness. They worried that if Prandelli's decision not to include Chenlong resulted in a loss, the ramifications could be significant. Initially, the situation seemed trivial, but the mere fact that the two had crossed paths transformed its significance. While a few reporters had previously entertained the notion of Chenlong joining the national team as a temporary player, as long as it remained an informal topic, it would never gain traction. Meanwhile, distant China appeared to have its own agenda, stirring up trouble. Despite Chenlong's partial heritage, the commotion felt excessive. It seemed as if China was intent on poaching talent from Italy, raising alarms among the press. Chenlong, however, found the situation amusing, recognizing that it would provide fodder for tomorrow's headlines. He was reminded of the bothersome Yang, who might have been the source of the leak, lamenting the incessant disruptions to his piece. The situation escalated further when a middle-aged journalist, clad in oversized black glasses, halted Chenlong as he attempted to depart, insisting that he accept their half-hour interview due to his agent having collected a fee from them. Chenlong was incensed, appalled that his unscrupulous agent would stoop to such levels. He considered contacting his agent to express his outrage, but was acutely aware of his dwindling time. Yes, you. This interview is complimentary. Should that rotund individual demand payment, you can request it back from him, citing my words. If he refuses, feel free to interview me again, free of charge. As he spoke, a flush crept onto his face, indicating the imminent onset of his medication's effects. He hurried to the roadside, eager to hail a taxi and return home to relieve himself of the mounting tension. The reporters, puzzled by his peculiar behavior, refrained from pressing him further. Yet they captured his hasty exit with their cameras, setting the stage for sensational news later. After successfully securing a taxi, Chenlong paid no further heed to the reporters and swiftly departed the scene. However, on his way home, he suddenly realized that Canales might still be upset with him, having ignored his calls earlier in the afternoon. How would he manage to quell her anger upon returning home? Perhaps he would have to resort to self-soothing methods. He dismissed these thoughts, resolving to address the situation once he arrived home. To his surprise, upon reaching his doorstep, he discovered Canales' car parked outside. "Ah, my little enchantress. You truly know how to care for a man," he exclaimed as he rushed toward the door, filled with anticipation. In the 72nd chapter, it becomes evident that Canales, despite her capricious nature, has returned to Chenlong's side. While she may exhibit a volatile temperament, her understanding is keen. She was aware that he needed his medication on Wednesdays and wished to avoid the possibility of him getting too close to another woman. Thus, she returned to his residence in a timely manner, not intending to leave with an entire carload of belongings, but rather to stir a sense of urgency within him. As the focus of Italian football shifted toward Bulgaria, Chenlong remained a beloved figure among fans. On Thursday afternoon, he seized a rare opportunity for leisure and attended a fan meeting organized by Lens. Strangely, Canales did not accompany him, which was out of character for her. While teammates prepared for their crucial match against Bulgaria, Chenlong was enjoying the company of his supporters. The fan meeting was held at a football field belonging to a traditional Chinese medicine academy, a fitting venue for the football-loving Chenlong. complete with a temporary guest lounge and many footballs, hinting an impending demonstration by him. Huang Jian was fortunate enough to attend the event, while the ever-intrusive Ski Jun also made an appearance, brazenly mingling among the fans. Although Chenlong spotted the red-nosed nuisance from afar, he maintained a calm demeanor, recognizing that, as Yang Ershizi had pointed out, the red-nosed figure's presence could serve as free publicity for him. If such unsolicited promotion proved beneficial, why should he harbor any anger? As long as one refrains from engaging in flirtations with beautiful women in public settings, there should be no adverse consequences. However, according to Chenlong's perspective, he believes he has never been involved in such flirtations. Rather, it is the women who approach him with ambiguous intentions. In other words, he perceives himself as the one being seduced, caught in a web of flirtation, entirely in a passive role. Indeed, the host of the event is Lance, who today dons an even more revealing outfit, a white backless mini dress that leaves little to the imagination, showcasing her ample bosom, akin to two blooming floral buds. Far more captivating than a football, Chenlong privately ponders whether Lance is attempting to organize a fan meeting for him or merely promoting herself. Yet above the guest room, the words Dragon Battle in the World Fan Meeting are prominently displayed, leading him to realize that the intended promotion is actually for her own image as a captivating enchantress. Or perhaps a cunning vixen. This gathering resembles a small-scale football match, with an astounding audience exceeding 3,000 attendees. Not only are Dragon Battle in the World fans present, but supporters from various faculties of Turin University have also gathered, along with some outsiders from the community. It has been a long time since the traditional Chinese Medicine College's football field has witnessed such a turnout. Aside from the annual freshman assembly, the field has not been this lively in ages. Surrounding the field are an array of advertisements that leave Chenlong feeling somewhat uneasy. One particular company stands out, stirring discomfort in him. It is the same company that Yang 20 introduced to him for his first advertisement, a pharmaceutical company notorious for its aphrodisiac products, now advertising here. This, too, seems to be orchestrated by Yang 20. However, it does not truly affect Chenlong, as he is not required to personally film an advertisement. Merely having a few names displayed in the venue is inconsequential. The surroundings are saturated with a plethora of advertisements, each more varied than the last. Even more astonishingly, a group of disabled football fans has made an appearance. This is not particularly surprising, as Chenlong himself is, in a sense, somewhat impaired. His current success serves as a source of inspiration. One can only imagine the esteemed position he holds in the eyes of his disabled compatriots. Thus, he eagerly approaches them, signing autographs one by one. This act ignites a frenzy among the fans. Whether signing 1 or 100, it is still a lucrative endeavor. However, once he begins, he cannot simply leave some fans without an autograph. No one would relish such a situation. Hence, Chenlong embarks on a frenzied mission. 3,000 signatures? Very well. I shall sign them all. However, he resolutely avoids signing in inappropriate places, such as on the chest. He casts a knowing glance at Lance, fleetingly glimpsing her exposed bosom. Musing to himself, the task of signing over 3,000 names consumes an hour and a half, and thankfully he uses his hand rather than his foot. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Some fans, after receiving their autographs, wish to embrace him, and Chenlong must carve out additional time to accommodate their requests. It remains uncertain who benefits more from this interaction, Chenlong or the fans, but let us maintain the purity of their innocent embraces. After completing this arduous task, Chenlong finally sits in the VIP room for a brief respite, preparing for an interview with Lance. Although labeled a VIP room, it consists merely of a large screen, a few chairs, and a table, essentially an open-air arrangement. Engaging in conversation is effortless, and Chenlong relishes the moment. Initially, Lance conducts a rather pointed interview, her inquiries sharp and incisive, leaving Chenlong struggling to respond. He muses that Lance possesses a professionalism that rivals that of paparazzi, displaying potential to become an exceptional investigative journalist. Her questions are acerbic, bordering on the ridiculous, such as, "Do you have a girlfriend?" This query seems utterly trivial, especially since just days prior, she had stirred headlines regarding him, and everyone is aware of his girlfriend, Canales. Yet, she cannot resist asking once more. How tiresome. While the fans may yearn to hear an answer of no, the truth is evident. What does it feel like during a 5-minute session of lovemaking? This question renders Chenlong exceedingly awkward. Such deeply personal inquiries are surprisingly posed by Lands, leaving him in a precarious position. In his mind, Chenlong has already categorized Lands among those with dubious intentions. In response to this question, he longs to deliver a humorous yet suggestive retort. Come over and personally test it when my girlfriend is away. However, should he dare to voice such a reply, he doubts he would survive the next half hour. Thus, he opts for a more serious response. That is my private matter, and I have no comment. There may be no fragrance of flowers, nor towering trees, but I am certainly not an inconspicuous blade of grass. I am rather dapper, indeed. Canales chuckles, and the fan group erupts in laughter. Chenlong is unperturbed, joining in the mirth, effortlessly sweeping away the moment of awkwardness, his gaze instinctively shifting towards his disabled comrades, offering them encouragement. Chapter 73. Defeat in Sophia. Sophia, in Greek, signifies wisdom and intelligence, embodying the aspiration for a beautiful life woven from love and wisdom. The capital of Bulgaria bears this name, and the city of Sofia, much like its designation, is both beautiful and imbued with wisdom. When the Italians arrived, it felt as though they had fallen into a garden of blossoms, though the flowers here do not specifically refer to women. This marks the first qualifying match of the 2014 Brazil World Cup, with Italy visiting Bulgaria for their inaugural battle in this floral city. Bearing the momentum of being the runners-up in the European Championship, Italy's arrival incites a frenzy among the fans. In truth, this Italian team is rather unremarkable. The players are not particularly handsome, with Pirlo being one of the few who could be considered relatively attractive. If one were to recall the summer of 1998, the Italian men would have struck fear into the hearts of many, especially among other national teams. The Italians, having arrived in Sofia 2 days early, adopted a remarkably relaxed approach to their preparations. Coach Prandelli, wary of imposing excessive pressure on his players, refrained from conducting high-intensity training. However, he insisted that the players adhere strictly to discipline, forbidding any misconduct. The first away match is notoriously difficult. Bulgaria's performance has deteriorated significantly over the past 2 decades, with a team lacking in both experience and talent. While they may not possess the capability to challenge for a top 2 finish in the group, they certainly have the potential to cause an upset on their home turf. Thus, Prandelli harbors genuine concerns about unforeseen complications arising in Bulgaria. In the realm of football, there are no absolute powerhouses nor guaranteed victors. After years of navigating the football scene, Prandelli feels the weight of responsibility more keenly than his players, finding himself in a state of heightened tension. Yet, as the head coach, he must shield his players from feeling anxious. Despite his concerns regarding the perils of excessive relaxation, which could yield disastrous outcomes, he remains vigilant. Italy has never lacked for its share of troublemakers, such as Cassano, who, at 28, has finally matured. Closer to the present is the globally popular Balotelli, whose intellect appears still in development, alongside Marchisio, a member of the middle generation. The consequence of this relaxed atmosphere is that these few individuals venture out to explore the city, reveling in the nightlife. Surprisingly, Prandelli remains unaware of this escapade prior to the match. He assumes that after their leisurely training, these youngsters would dutifully return to their hotel to rest and prepare for the battle ahead. Yet, unable to contain their excitement, these few young men sneak out in the dead of night, even after room checks in the early morning hours. What does it mean to be out at midnight? The heel of the foot is something one can easily surmise. It is merely a matter of seeking pleasure and indulgence, perhaps in the company of flowers and wine. Astonishingly, the instigator of this escapade is none other than the youngest among them, Balotelli. This young man enjoys immense popularity in Eastern Europe, a reputation he has cultivated through his impressive performances in this year's European Championship. The tournament is once again being held in Eastern Europe, and it is rumored that 97% of women wish to engage in a fleeting romance with Balotelli. Naturally, upon his return to Eastern Europe, he would not let such an opportunity slip away. Restless in the dead of night, he enlisted the help of 2 other mischievous companions to sneak out. One can only wonder what possessed him at that moment to act so recklessly and defy discipline. The following day, the consequences were dire, leaving all of Italy in despair. A key midfielder and 2 principal forwards appeared lethargic on the field, as if they were merely wandering in a dream, their legs as weak as cotton swabs, posing no threat whatsoever. When was the last time Italy faced such a defeat? Was it not merely 2 months prior in the European Championship final? The humiliation of a 4-0 loss still lingered, and now, in a second consecutive match, could fate be so cruel again? Those three rascals were now providing Prandelli with answers he wished he could avoid. It was evident to any observer that the trio was in abysmal form. Prandelli was understandably frustrated. He could hardly substitute them before halftime, especially as the score stood at 0-0. The kind-hearted Prandelli decided to let them endure the first half before reevaluating. Yet, just as he hesitated, Bulgaria managed to score, courtesy of the elegant Berbatov from Manchester United. Legend has it that he only needs to play once every 3 years to make an impact. And it seemed that this time he was indeed set for a grand return. Italy has a peculiar tendency. After achieving commendable results in major tournaments, they invariably suffer a severe setback in the subsequent competition. It was unexpected that Italy would falter even in the first match of the qualifiers. Prandelli had hoped to at least secure a draw away from home, but that goal shattered all his plans. Equally perplexing was the inexplicable decline in form of the three players. Their lack of attacking prowess was one thing, but their defensive efforts were non-existent, leaving the aging Pirlo to toil alone in the midfield, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the burden. Gritting his teeth, Prandelli made the unprecedented decision to utilize all three substitution slots before halftime. As the trio trudged off the pitch, Cassano and Giovinco walked silently to the bench, heads bowed, while Balotelli, ever the vocal one, expressed his discontent, though the specifics of his grievances were lost in the air. Based on past experiences, one could surmise that Balotelli's words would not bode well. It was only a matter of time before lip-reading experts would dissect his remarks. The substitutes brought onto the field were notably underwhelming, particularly the diminutive Giovinco and the 34-year-old Di Natale. Giovinco's frail physique rendered him ineffective amidst the chaos, while Di Natale, despite his efforts, could not match the pace and stamina of the Bulgarian defenders, who were a full decade younger. Tragically, the first half's dismal performance drained the energy of their teammates, leaving them at a loss in the second half. The match concluded with a score of 1-0, and Prandelli, burdened by exhaustion, wore an expression of desolation. He could scarcely believe that Italy had performed so poorly. It defied all logic. Had those three disobedient players truly disregarded his orders and engaged in some indiscretion? Otherwise, how could they have transformed from vibrant during training to utterly lackluster in the match? His mind was a whirlpool of confusion. Determined to uncover the truth, he instructed his assistant coach to review the hotel surveillance footage from the previous night. However, before the assistant coach could investigate, a reporter at the press conference provided Prandelli with the answers he sought. Chapter 74. Expulsion from the team. Prandelli felt as if his heart might explode from anger. The revelations from the reporters incensed him. This was the first time in his tenure as Italy's head coach that he felt such fury. Yet, in pursuit of clarity, he refrained from exploding in outrage. He held his temper until the assistant coach could verify the claims. Typically composed and amiable, Prandelli was known for his good nature and rapport. However, kindness does not equate to a lack of anger. Following the reporter's shocking disclosures, Prandelli felt a profound sense of betrayal from his own players, leaving him disheartened and furious. At the press conference, he spoke with veiled implications. The match unfolded in a rather peculiar manner. I intend to investigate the matter further and provide a more comprehensive account. While some players exhibited commendable effort and dedication, a select few appeared to be in a stupor, performing poorly on the field. This is an affront to the Italian national team, and I suspect there are unsavory reasons behind it. Though he refrained from naming names, any astute observer would understand to whom he referred. It could only be those three who had been substituted. The reporters voiced their speculations, but Prandelli merely stated that he would reserve judgment until the investigation was complete. As the press conference drew to a close, news from the assistant coach corroborated the reporter's claims. The confirmation etched further fatigue onto Prandelli's face. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, the stark reality left him feeling despondent. He had intended to leave the press conference, but upon receiving this news, he paused and called for the reporters to halt. Ladies and gentlemen, I have one more announcement to make. Despite his inner turmoil, Prandelli managed to maintain a calm demeanor. The reporters, initially disheartened by the lack of substantial news, perked up at his words, eager to hear more. The team's defeat rests largely on my shoulders. However, I never anticipated that anyone would dare to indulge in revelry just a day before a crucial match. Prandelli had only heard from his assistant that the footage captured the three players indeed venturing out in the early hours, though it could not reveal the specifics of their actions. Nonetheless, the terms indulgence and revelry were unmistakable. Prandelli could only imagine the worst, though he refrained from articulating it directly. Professional players ought to understand the ramifications of such behavior on their performance. Yet these three chose to act otherwise. What difference was there between their actions and sheer foolishness? What measures will the national team take in response to this? An Italian journalist inquired. Prandelli paused momentarily, adjusting his immaculate suit, and replied wearily, "To disregard team discipline and tarnish the honor of the nation. Such players, regardless of their talent, even if they were as gifted as Maradona, will not be tolerated in my team. Those who lack respect for the team, their teammates, the nation, and the fans will face consequences." After another brief pause, he declared, "They will be expelled from the team." Expelled from the team. The words escaped Prandelli's lips, sending the reporters into a frenzy. They had expected fines or suspensions, but the gravity of expulsion signified that these players would no longer have the opportunity to compete. At least under Prandelli's leadership, their chances of playing would be extinguished. This explosive news was directly shared online by the author from the scene or relayed back to the editorial office via phone, leading to immediate publication. The notorious trio, who had just emerged from the locker room, were taken aback upon overhearing their teammates discussing the matter. The gravity of the situation left them utterly stunned. Was it truly that serious? Had Prandelli lost his mind? Cassano's first reaction reflected his disbelief. He had not anticipated that his transgression would lead to such dire consequences. At this juncture, he still failed to grasp the magnitude of the issue. If it were merely a matter of a professional league match, perhaps the repercussions wouldn't be so severe. Meanwhile, Marchisio wore an expression of deep regret, realizing that he had indeed erred. He lamented internally, acknowledging that he should not have heeded the provocations of Balotelli and Cassano to indulge in frivolities. He felt ashamed for his involvement in this debacle. Throughout the match, Marchisio chastised himself repeatedly. His ineffectual performance was unbearable to him. After the game, he kept his head down, avoiding eye contact with the coach and his teammates, acutely aware of the severity of his mistake. At his age, he should have exhibited greater maturity, yet he faltered. Not only he, but even the 28 or 29-year-old Cassano was in a state of distress. As for Balotelli, he displayed an air of indifference, as if this matter was of no concern to him, casually inserting headphones and strolling away. It was evident that the 21-year-old Balotelli had not progressed at all. Piero, standing behind him, shook his head gently, wearing a look of helplessness, pondering how such a team could represent Italy on the grand stage of Brazil in 2014. Chiellini, beside him, offered a comforting pat on the shoulder, sharing his sense of helplessness. The dedicated teammates, initially displeased with their own performances, now felt a pang of sympathy and concern upon witnessing the harsh penalties being handed down. After all, they were all part of the same national team, and none desired the situation to escalate to this extent. Furthermore, the absence of these three key players painted a bleak picture for the team's future. Marchisio's role in midfield was crucial. As a regular starter for Italy, he bore significant weight. While the midfield could potentially be compensated for, what about the forwards? With both Cassano and Balotelli, the only two reliable forwards left for Italy, expelled, who would lead the charge? Would they have to rely on the aging Di Natale? While the players remained unfazed, the press conference was abuzz, focusing on the Italian forwards. Italy had lacked a powerful striker in recent years, or rather, a trustworthy one. Prandelli had painstakingly molded the notorious trio into the offensive core of the team, only for this incident to unfold. Balotelli, who was originally seen as Italy's attacking ace for the next decade, had become the source of this turmoil. Had these three simultaneously pondered their existence? Chapter 75. We have temporary workers. Balotelli unexpectedly departed early, returning to Italy. Just as Prandelli was engaging with reporters at the press conference, turmoil loomed over Italy. Many journalists believed Prandelli was digging his own grave. Having dismissed the star forward, how could Italy sustain itself? How could they secure victories? But what about Del Piero and Totti, who were still active in Serie A? Perhaps Prandelli could summon them back to bolster the front line. A foolish tabloid reporter suggested this, leaving others astonished. Theoretically, it was feasible. One at 36 and the other at 37 could step in for half an hour as substitutes. Combined, Their ages equated to that of 4 younger teammates. But what about the first half? Relying on the erratic Borriello and Matri? The results for Italy might be more fruitful in hunting than in football. An Italy devoid of strikers would struggle to execute a defensive counterattack, exhausting their midfield and defense. Journalists began brainstorming viable forwards for Prandelli, ultimately mentioning Milan's El Shaarawy, a promising 19-year-old who had begun to establish himself at Milan. Besides him, who else caught their eye? With Balotelli's premature departure, Italy's forward line was left with only the dependable Di Natale. This seasoned veteran continued to score prolifically in the league, netting 4 goals for Udinese over 2 rounds, proving that his prowess had not waned. Although he had not performed exceptionally well for the national team, he was reliable and had endured many years in the game. Perhaps it was finally time for him to start. The next match was scheduled for the following Tuesday, leaving Prandelli with little time. If the team failed to perform, Italy's fate would be dire. Malta, with a population of less than 5 million, had a footballing standard comparable to that of the Chinese Super League. If Italy could not secure a victory, it would indeed be disheartening. Yet, this was not surprising. There are no weak teams in Europe, and such teams often frustrate so-called strong ones. Portugal experienced similar frustrations during last year's European Championship qualifiers, nearly missing out on the finals. Following his decision, Prandelli displayed no signs of panic. He sought discipline, authority, and a perfectly coordinated team. Was it truly impossible to find 2 forwards in Italy? A complete overhaul with fresh talent was necessary. The likes of Balotelli meant little in the grand scheme. The true star in football is the coach. If this reckless behavior continued, Italy's prospects would only worsen. A young player should not be allowed to lead so many astray. Such behavior must be curtailed. Prandelli remained resolute, showing no inclination for regret. Who claimed Italy lacked talent? The nation was brimming with youthful prodigies. Prandelli spoke passionately about providing opportunities for newcomers. The team was at a pivotal moment, and introducing fresh blood would invigorate their spirit. He aimed to instill in the players that the tides of change are inevitable, and with each new generation, overconfidence could lead to dire consequences. This blunt declaration effectively sealed their fates. Returning to the national team would be impossible unless Prandelli were dismissed. The phrase dire consequences underscored Prandelli's determination. He would not tolerate any insubordination or arrogance, lest they face dire repercussions. Marchisio was filled with regret. He was already contemplating how to appease Prandelli and regain his place in the national squad. At 25, he was at the peak of his career, yet being ousted from a national team was profoundly disheartening. Who wouldn't he feel distressed in his position? He sought out his Juventus teammates, pleading for their assistance in advocating for him. As fellow comrades, they had little reason to refuse, and Buffon and others were inclined to help. However, the most crucial aspect remained Marchisio's acknowledgement of his own mistakes. Does Italy still have forwards? A Bulgarian reporter inquired, one of the few foreign journalists present, intrigued. Of course, Italy even has temporary workers, let alone professional forwards. To everyone's surprise, Prandelli had indeed brought up the notion of temporary workers, leaving the journalists astonished. They soon recalled Prandelli's recent delightful encounter with Chenlong, which invigorated their spirits and sparked a flurry of questions. May I inquire whether you intend to recruit the temporary worker Chenlong from Juventus into the national team? This lad has been thriving at his club. Can he perform similarly on the national stage? With the departure of the brainless Balotelli, the swift newcomer seems to fit seamlessly into place. Why not? Have you not considered how many Juventus players inhabit the Italian squad? They constitute at least half of it. It is quite fortuitous. There is no need for extensive integration, as Chenlong embodies the quintessential Italian super sub. Some journalists express their approval, while others voice dissent, reveling in the ensuing debate. It appears that the swift newcomer and the brainless Balotelli share a deep-rooted camaraderie. Surely, they cannot be of the same ilk. The temporary worker is indeed commendable. Given Italy's defensive prowess, 5 minutes is ample time for Chenlong to make an impact. Prandelli has effectively announced his intention to include Chenlong in the national team, and he speaks with a confidence that is palpable. A mere matter of a player like Mazzari does not daunt Prandelli in the slightest. This is not arrogance or carelessness. It is a manifestation of assurance and strength, strategically belittling the adversary while tactically respecting them. Such is the hallmark of a great commander. As Chenlong sat before the television, engrossed in the football match, he had not anticipated the unpleasantness of the proceedings. His childhood friend Balotelli faltered, and even the renowned Cassano failed to deliver, leaving him profoundly disheartened. The two friends he had always relied upon were now cast aside by Prandelli, and he felt more sorrow than they. Yet, the outcome brought him joy. He never expected Prandelli to announce live that he would be called up to the national squad for the upcoming match against Mazzari. What a turn of events. In just a few days, he found himself elevated to the national team. Unable to contain his excitement, he pinched the cheek of his companion Canales, exclaiming, "Is this truly happening? The national team? The Italian national team. The temporary worker is reporting for duty." Chapter 76. Reporting to the national team, the anticipated call from Prandelli finally arrived. Acquiring his number was hardly a challenge, with so many Juventus players in the national squad. One could simply inquire among them. Prepared as he was, Chenlong did not panic, though his exhilaration was undeniable. Was he truly about to represent the national team? It felt as if he were soaring into the heavens, his ascent akin to a rocket. No, it was an explosive leap, for climbing hardly suffices to describe his trajectory. The temporary worker is now in high demand, sought after by both clubs and the national team alike. Originally scheduled to continue his studies in traditional Chinese medicine over the weekend, Chenlong had to alter his plans and arrive in Milan ahead of time. This was his second visit to Milan. As a purebred Sicilian, Chenlong had not ventured far beyond his island. At 18, he had spent his life in the shadow of its high heels, seldom inquiring about the world beyond. Yet, Milan held a special significance. He had first arrived at the city at the tender age of 4 and spent 2 years there. Even if Yang did not escort him, he was well acquainted with the streets. Milan was a city he could not bear to revisit, as it was where he had once been rejected by a local club, a memory he would never forget. He regarded Milan as a flamboyant city, in stark contrast to the coldness of Turin. Milan is the fashion capital, the face of Italy. Upon arriving in Milan, taking advantage of the national team's absence before training commenced, Chenlong explored the city with Yang, momentarily forgetting his unhappy memories in the vibrant world around him. The morning passed joyfully, and by afternoon, the national team had arrived in Milan. It was time for him to report. As a newcomer, one might expect to feel out of place and shy, yet Chenlong was an exception. With 7 Juventus teammates in the national team, he felt entirely at ease. Originally, only 6 Juventus players remained, but Marchisio adamantly refused to leave the squad, insisting on staying even without a match. His contrition was sincere, and he publicly apologized to Prandelli while making a declaration. Due to this attitude and action, Prandelli chose to retain him, albeit he would not participate in the match. Prandelli was not being lenient. He aimed to eliminate the detrimental elements swiftly. However, since Marchisio recognized his errors and took appropriate actions, Prandelli graciously afforded him a chance. Yet, as previously stated, while he could remain, punishment was inevitable. When he would re-enter the field was another matter entirely. The upcoming match would not feature them, as Prandelli was keen to demonstrate that Italy could thrive without them. Thus, the current Italian national team boasts an astounding 8 players from Juventus, completely dominating the squad. The presence of so many familiar faces worked to Chenlong's advantage. After getting acquainted with his club teammates, he quickly assimilated into the positive atmosphere. We're the stars. They are at Juventus, in Milan. And since the stars treat Chenlong so well, the lesser-known players from smaller clubs naturally follow suit. After all, Juventus stands as Italy's premier club, and its star players are also its finest. Bathed in the glory of Pirlo, Buffon, and Chiellini, Chenlong joyfully joined the national team. Fresh off the plane, training seemed unnecessary, and he retired to his room to rest. Meanwhile, a few junior players remained on the training field, including Chenlong. Why was this the case? Naturally, it was due to the 3 expelled players, necessitating the inclusion of 3 new members. In addition to Chenlong, there was Milan's El Shaarawy, and another individual he did not recognize. Chenlong pondered this. Indeed, who could be unaware of him? The newcomer bore a robust physique, and Chenlong had never seen him before. Could he possibly be another emerging talent from a youth academy? He only knew this individual by the name Robert Choba. Goodness, even his name held grandeur. Robert Choba? Reverse it, and it becomes Baggio, another legendary figure. For the moment, Chenlong did not engage with Choba, as El Shaarawy was persistently conversing with him. Did they know each other? Indeed, they did. This connection traces back 14 years. El Shaarawy, a product of Milan's youth academy, had crossed paths with Chenlong during their formative years. Had Chenlong not been cast aside, he might have continued to interact with El Shaarawy. The name Chenlong was familiar to the then 5-year-old El Shaarawy, having faced each other numerous times on the pitch. However, 1 year later, Chenlong vanished. And it was not until this year that El Shaarawy saw his name again on television, having faced him in a cup match. They had some acquaintance, but lacked a deep bond. Nevertheless, their reunion was pleasant, devoid of the rivalry typical among players from the two Milan clubs, resembling instead a simple interaction between two young men. El Shaarawy has now become a key player for Milan, having risen through the ranks over the past 2 to 3 years, where he has flourished on the field. With the departures of Robinho and Ibrahimovic this year, El Shaarawy's future appears particularly bright. However, in the presence of Chenlong, he remains but a child. It is evident that El Shaarawy, having witnessed the prowess of the seasoned Chenlong, is inclined to pay homage. While the term flattery may seem harsh, it is more accurate to say that El Shaarawy admires Chenlong, who is even younger than he. As little Joao Felix, engrossed in his own game of football, noticed the lively exchange between the two, he could not resist approaching them, eager to connect. Unfamiliar with Joao Felix's identity, they nonetheless recognized that he must be a formidable opponent to have made it into the national team, especially given their similar ages. Who could this prodigy possibly be? Among Italy's younger generation, El Shaarawy had encountered most of the rising stars and did not believe there was anyone he did not recognize. Yet this young man before him was an enigma. The head coach had not disclosed his origins either. Brother Long, brother El Shaarawy, how about including me? Joao Felix, slightly shorter than both El Shaarawy and Chenlong, stood at about 1.7 meters, a rather diminutive height for a professional athlete. Yet, with his charming demeanor, he seemed almost like a little oracle. Chenlong scrutinized Joao Felix, considering his appearance to be rather unremarkable compared to his own. Joao Felix, however, had a pleasing visage, with a youthful square face, pronounced features, and large expressive eyes, though his physique was slender, somewhat reminiscent of Giovinco. Which team do you hail from? El Shaarawy, the oldest among them, inquired with a certain gravitas. Joao Felix, at least familiar with El Shaarawy from last year's Barcelona-Milan match, responded confidently. I come from the La Masia training camp in Barcelona. A hint of pride laced his words, suggesting a certain disdain for El Shaarawy. Sensing the condescension, El Shaarawy felt a twinge of annoyance, reflecting on the audacity of someone who merely clung to Messi's coattails. Was La Masia truly as illustrious as its name suggested? The worth of an individual is revealed through comparison. After all, dear El Shaarawy, though his words dripped with disdain, he maintained a respectful facade, addressing Joao Felix as brother. Oh, so you wish to compete? Do not presume that everyone emerging from La Masia is a Messi. In terms of football, I fear nothing, but I must admit to being genuinely impressed by your performance skills. El Shaarawy, hailing from Milan, held no fondness for La Masia, particularly after a controversial penalty decision last season had cost Milan a chance at the Champions League semifinals. Thus, upon hearing Joao Felix's origins, a sense of displeasure welled up within him, leading to a sarcastic retort. If skill is lacking, then let us talk about theatrics. How amusing. Joao Felix, incensed, cast aside his earlier pleasantries. If you are so remarkable, why have you not ascended to Barcelona's first team? I seem to have missed your name. Are you merely polishing Messi's shoes? El Shaarawy, skilled with his words, delivered his barbs with precision and wit. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us settle this with a match to unveil the outcome. Joao Felix's anger had ignited, demanding a contest with El Shaarawy. Very well, but you shall not compete against me. Rather, you shall face him. If you wish to prove your superiority, it is only fitting to challenge the strongest among us. El Shaarawy gestured towards Chenlong, who was taken aback, realizing that El Shaarawy had cleverly diverted the challenge towards him, likely out of fear of losing face to Joao Felix. Compete with me? What will we possibly measure? In a race, I would surely falter. El Shaarawy, do not jest. Chenlong declined, casting a playful glance at El Shaarawy. Come now, do not feign modesty. If you're not capable, who else could be? Show him what you are made of, so he knows better than to speak out of turn. El Shaarawy encouraged, secretly anxious about facing Joao Felix, the La Masia prodigy, not knowing what surprises he might unleash. Chenlong, in El Shaarawy's eyes, was indeed Italy's finest talent, unmatched by any other. Joao Felix, having trained at La Masia, was unaware of Chenlong's true prowess, much like how Chenlong only knew him as Joao Felix. "Brother Long, let us have our match. It is rather dull otherwise," Joao Felix expressed, lacking the previous aggressive demeanor, but still eager to compete. "All right, but you must first clarify the nature of the contest. There are certain things I cannot match, such as running, which would surely be my demise." Chenlong, intrigued by Joao Felix's eagerness, agreed, wishing to gauge the capabilities of this La Masia trainee. In the realm of youth football, La Masia was a revered institution, and Chenlong recalled tales of Balotelli, who had once boasted about it before Messi's rise to fame. Balotelli had claimed that even his skills could not allow him to dominate at La Masia. One must always strive to excel. Thus, when faced with Joao Felix, a fellow product of La Masia, Chenlong did not emulate El Shaarawy's attitude. "Let us compete in free-kick shooting. My technique is quite respectable," Joao Felix suggested confidently. El Shaarawy could not suppress his laughter at this proclamation. "Free kicks? Are you certain? You wish to compete in free kicks? What is so amusing?" "Yes, let us compete in free kicks." "Are you afraid?" Joao Felix challenged Chenlong with unwavering intensity. "Ignoring El Shaarawy's muke. Very well, let be free kicks. But how shall we measure this?" Chenlong smiled, though he found the notion trivial. Yet inwardly, he was amused, thinking, he wishes to challenge me to free kicks? Only two words come to mind: courting disaster. El Shaarawy shared this sentiment, believing Joao Felix was courting disaster. From 30 meters out, whoever strikes the post first wins, Joao Felix declared confidently. "Goodness, what a twisted rule," El Shaarawy exclaimed, astonished by Joao Felix's audacity. Relieved he had not accepted the challenge himself, for the outcome would have been quite embarrassing. He looked to Chenlong, silently pleading for assistance. "You may begin," Chenlong said, surprised by the proposed method, which indicated Joao Felix's remarkable skill. Otherwise, he would not have made such a bold challenge. Although hitting the post was a formidable task, the chances of success were considerable. Joao Felix carefully measured his steps from the edge of the penalty area, placing the ball on the grass with precision. Chenlong observed, recognizing that Joao Felix must practice this regularly, for he appeared quite adept. Joao Felix focused intently on the ball, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, fully immersed in the moment. Hitting the goalpost was all that mattered, regardless of the kicking technique employed. Thus, Choba's initial attempt was a low, ground-hugging shot, the ball rolling along the grass towards the left post, only to narrowly miss it. Chapter 78, The Man Like a God. There was potential. His mind was quite agile, almost managing to strike the post. Chenlong, observing Choba's performance, couldn't help but silently commend him. A ground shot was indeed an excellent method to aim for the post, but the ball's trajectory was unpredictable, influenced by the grass, necessitating not only skill and technique, but also the right amount of force. Choba's near miss indicated his commendable technique, and his clever choice of the simplest kicking method elevated Chenlong's regard for him. Yet given the distance, one might as well be playing golf. What were the chances of hitting the target? Despite his admiration, Chenlong was no ordinary player. He could aim at the private parts of his opponents, the referee's forehead, and even the paparazzi in the trees. What did hitting the post matter to him? Frustrated by his failure to score, Choba tugged at his hair, stepping aside, clearly dissatisfied with his performance. It seemed he believed he should have struck the post. Standing nearby, Sulla indicated his thoughts. Next, it was Chenlong's turn. He chose not to replicate Choba's method, even though he too believed it was considerably easier. The first attempt was always the hardest, lacking experience, or perhaps he just needed to warm up. Consequently, Chenlong's first shot also failed to hit the post, causing Choba to break out in a cold sweat. Chenlong opted for a curving shot aimed at the upper right corner of the post, the intersection of the post and crossbar, a notoriously difficult angle. Could he really be that formidable? Choba couldn't help but question, astonished that anyone would dare to shoot in such a manner, finding it incomprehensible. With a wry smile, Chenlong stepped aside, allowing Choba to take a second shot. The air was thick with anticipation as everyone remained silent, wary of disturbing the player's focus. Choba decisively adopted the same technique as before, and with a resounding thud, the ball struck the post, prompting him to clench his fists in a small celebration. He had actually done it. Sulla, watching from the side, was left speechless by Choba's success. Chenlong felt a twinge of pressure, suspecting that Choba would score again. In a match, who wasn't he under pressure? This was far easier than taking a penalty kick. With a goal so wide, one could aim freely as long as it was within the framework. Now, he was merely aiming at a single post, a task at least tenfold more challenging. With a triumphant grin, Choba returned, casting a proud glance at Chenlong. Convinced of his impending victory, eagerly awaiting Chenlong's failure for a grand celebration. The title of Italy's premier prodigy? That title rightfully belonged to him. Who could rival his prowess? A product of La Masia, guaranteed to be exceptional. Chenlong remained composed, methodically placing the ball, taking a deep breath, and pausing before it. Go ahead, delay the inevitable. Choba thought sarcastically, convinced that Chenlong was merely stalling to devise an escape plan. At that moment, Chenlong struck, replicating the same angle with an exquisitely executed bending shot, aiming for the goal's dead corner. This ball was destined to fly. Choba, observing its trajectory, immediately predicted the outcome. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the ball altered its course, gently descending. With another resounding thud, it struck the upper left corner of the goal. Choba was left in shock. Could Chenlong's technique be this formidable? This was no fluke. It was a deliberate act. He had managed to strike the post with a low shot, which was impressive enough. But now Chenlong had demonstrated that even a curved shot could achieve the same feat, an uncanny curve he had never witnessed before. A true prodigy. He had undoubtedly encountered a worthy opponent, one even more formidable than himself. Chenlong's performance shattered Choba's composure. Though both had struck the post, their mental states diverged entirely. Watching from the sidelines, Sulla finally exhaled deeply. He had genuinely feared Chenlong might lose the match. The first prodigy of Italy had never disappointed, and after that successful strike, Sulla felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, with an unstable mindset, Choba's third attempt resulted in yet another miss. The ball grazing past the post. It was natural. An unstable mentality led to mistakes. Choba's shooting accuracy was dismally low, prompting Sulla to chuckle at his expense. Perhaps I should try something different, Chenlong contemplated as he approached the ball. This time, he reminisced about a shooting game from a few days prior. All right, let us go for a powerful shot, he decided. The thought of the obnoxious paparazzi and the insufferable ski brother ignited a desire for revenge, and he visualized the post as his target, as if it were Ski himself. He stepped back, gathered momentum, and launched the ball like a cannonball. It thundered against the center of the post with tremendous force. The impact reverberated throughout the goal. Choba's jaw dropped in disbelief, utterly stunned by the sheer power of the shot. Was this even humanly possible? Did Carlos or Ronaldinho ever strike with such ferocity? No. It seemed Chenlong surpassed even them. Choba was left speechless, his mouth agape, unable to articulate his thoughts while still processing the display of raw power. The outcome was now evident. Chenlong sauntered back, eventually standing before Choba. Only when he noticed the towering figure before him did he snap back to reality. His eyes filled with admiration as he stammered, "Brother Long, no, Dragon Brother, you are truly a man of God. I am in absolute awe. Please accept my humble reverence." The sudden transformation left both Sulla and Chenlong in a cold sweat. They never anticipated such a drastic change. Just moments ago, he had been arrogant, and now he was reduced to a servile state, revealing a side of him they had not expected. Chapter 79, a shocking turn of events. Having lost the bet, Choba's demeanor shifted from arrogance to subservience, adopting a humble attitude that significantly altered Chenlong and Sulla's perceptions of him, particularly Sulla's. This young man from La Masia, while somewhat brash, was not as lacking as he had initially appeared. Three individuals, once engulfed in hostility, have swiftly transformed into cordial acquaintances, developing a remarkable familiarity within just half an afternoon. The inquisitive Chenlong and Sulla, curious about the La Masia training camp, gradually glean insights during their conversation, shedding the previously enigmatic aura. Choba, an exceptional talent at La Masia, boasts an Italian father and a Spanish mother. Having resided in Spain for an extended period, he possesses dual nationality. Despite living in Spain, Choba identifies strongly with his Italian heritage, prompting an unhesitating acceptance of the invitation he received. Choba is indeed a prodigy. Italian scouts find it effortless to discover him. The records set by Messi during his time with Barcelona's second team have now been eclipsed by Choba. Anyone capable of surpassing Messi's statistics must surely possess extraordinary talent. At merely 16 years of age, the Italian national team, grappling with a dearth of attacking options, has already set its sights on Choba. Spain has also expressed interest in him. However, Choba has been steadfastly awaiting the call from Italy, resolutely declining Spain's overtures. Remarkably, at the age of 16, Choba has been promoted to the first team by Barcelona's head coach for the new season, serving as a regular substitute. One can only imagine the formidable future that lies ahead for him. Chenlong was taken aback upon hearing that Choba had indeed broken Messi's records in the second team. At just 16, the potential is limitless. A tinge of envy crept into his heart. "Little brother, I'll be counting on you in the future. Make sure to shine." Chenlong playfully patted the diminutive Choba, envisioning all the possibilities that lay ahead. "Dragon brother, I'll need your guidance. If I could reach your level, I could command respect at Barcelona." Choba flattered with ease. "You little brat." Chenlong shot him a derisive glance. "You're in Barcelona every day. Why aren't you learning from King Messi? He on the brink of legendary status. Wouldn't it be wiser to seek his mentorship than mine, a mere temp?" In truth, Choba's skills seem to have surpassed those of Messi, at least based on the 2 shots he demonstrated earlier. "Get lost. Keep spinning your tails." Chenlong interrupted, bemused by Choba's audacity. He pondered whether La Masia truly produces stars or merely shameless individuals. The memory of Juventus's recent training program for actors surfaced in his mind. "Choba, I believe you possess a skill that undoubtedly surpasses mine," Chenlong remarked with a mischievous grin. "What aspect?" Choba inquired, puzzled. "Diving. You're exceptional at it," Chenlong replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Choba felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Being young, he was unable to withstand the teasing. His cheeks flushed. "Well, that's just average. Barely passable," he stammered. Seeing Choba's bashfulness for the first time, Chenlong erupted into laughter, and Sulla, who had also undergone training under Zambrata last year, joined in. Tomorrow's match against Macedonia was about to commence. Initially, this match, deemed predictable, garnered little attention. Even though Prandelli faced a shortage of players, it hardly seemed to pose a threat. However, following the pre-match press conference, Italy was once again shaken. Prandelli's recent maneuvers had been audacious. He dismissed 3 core members and boldly introduced newcomers today. What was the situation? The following day, Prandelli unveiled the starting lineup featuring both Sulla and Choba. Choba was positioned as a right winger or right back, while Sulla partnered with veteran Di Natale in a new attacking duo. The inclusion of a 16-year-old and a 19-year-old in the main squad was astonishing. Sulla was somewhat justifiable, but Choba at such a tender age was undeniably risky. Unlike players who might be unaware, the media quickly unearthed the players' profiles. They recognized Choba's prowess, but were hesitant to endorse his starting position. It was expected that the right midfield position would be filled by Milan's Nasserino and Bologna's promising talent Diamanti. Yet Choba's emergence pushed Nasserino to the bench. Poor Nasserino, perpetually overlooked, had only just begun to make a name for himself in the European Cup, only to be overshadowed by a 16-year-old prodigy. Sulla, on the other hand, was a seasoned young talent, and the media expressed little concern as long as he performed adequately. As for Chenlong, after Choba's arrival, media scrutiny on him eased considerably, with few questioning his abilities. Instead, the spotlight turned to the young Choba, who now faced considerable skepticism while Chenlong faded into the background. Facing a lesser European team shouldn't have been a cause for such alarm, yet reporters sensed Prandelli was indeed playing with fire. Was he losing his mind due to the antics of the 3 players? While some journalists expressed doubts, others praised Prandelli, asserting that this was the perfect opportunity to experiment with new talent, presenting a rare chance amidst seeming peril. In summary, amidst widespread skepticism, Italy's latest trio of young talents was poised to grace the annals of Italian football, heralding a fresh chapter for the sport. Choba, unexpectedly starting, was in disbelief. At 16, being a starter for the national team was an extraordinary stroke of luck that seldom befalls an individual. Choba was indeed that fortunate soul, far surpassing Chenlong's reach. Chapter 8. The storm of youth. Let's go, lads. Play well and secure a resounding victory. Prandelli encouraged the players in the locker room, shaking hands with each before embracing the 3 youngsters to convey his utmost support and trust. This was merely a small battle. The veteran players emerged from the locker room, chuckling and chatting, while the expressions of the 3 youngsters were solemn and earnest. All 3 were making their national team debuts, harboring a mixture of nervousness and excitement, evident in the way they walked hand in hand, exchanging encouraging glances. The vast San Siro stadium was bright and vibrant, filled with cheers. As this marked the Italian national team's first home match, the fans were electrified, with countless viewers eagerly awaiting the broadcast. Sulla donned the number 9 jersey, a symbol of a primary striker previously worn by Balotelli. Additionally, it was the same jersey worn by the recently retired number 9, who happened to be Sulla's mentor. The joy of wearing the national team kit once adorned by his mentor was a feeling only Sulla could fully appreciate. As for Choba, his jersey number ignited fervor. He had the honor of wearing the national team's number 10 jersey, originally belonging to Cassano, but more significantly, to the legendary Totti, Del Piero, and Baggio. Only the most audacious, only the truly bold. I am adorned in the illustrious number 10 jersey, and what of it? The proud little Choba exhibits no signs of trepidation, striding confidently onto the pitch. This is the product of the La Masia training camp, embodying the latent qualities of a future superstar, qualities that are evidently present in young Choba. At the tender age of 16, donning the number 10 jersey of the Italian national team is an unprecedented achievement. At such a young age, he's been thrust onto the grandest stage by Prandelli. Not long ago, when Chenlong donned the number 10 jersey of Juventus at 18, it did not evoke the same fervor as this moment. Clearly, on the national team, Chenlong is somewhat overshadowed by his younger sibling. However, this has conveniently diverted attention away from Chenlong, who wears a larger number, 13. This number, once belonging to Nesta, has remained unclaimed since his retirement from international play. Chenlong's choice of this number is not intended to attract attention. On the contrary, he has deliberately selected it for its ominous connotations in Western culture, opting for a low profile while excelling on the pitch. After a brief warm-up, Chenlong descended from the field alongside the substitutes. Meanwhile, 2 fortunate youngsters were among the starting 11, capturing the latest national team photo. The distinction in treatment between starters and substitutes is palpable, as all eyes are naturally drawn to the protagonists. Having parted ways with Juventus, Chenlong no longer occupies the spotlight within the national team. The contrast from being a star to merely a supporting player is starkly evident. Adapting from a leading role to that of a side character is a transition that a star must eventually embrace. Yet at just 18, Chenlong must confront this reality from the outset. Nevertheless, Chenlong is exhilarated by the sight of a grand banner soaring above San Siro, emblazoned with the words, "Go Dragon, you will never walk alone." This unwavering support, having followed him from his club to the national team, stirs a profound sense of gratitude within Chenlong. Such loyalty is a rare honor, not easily bestowed upon the ordinary. The match commenced. Italy's 4 defenders lined up as the seasoned duo of Pirlo and Rossi anchored the midfield, with Diamanti on the left and Choba on the right, flanked by veteran Di Natale and young talent El Shaarawy on the forward line, forming a 4-4-2 formation. This lineup, featuring 2 young prodigies on the wings and a mix of experience and youth in the attack, promised to deliver surprises. The answer soon materialized. This formation was indeed distinct from its predecessors. Why? It was due to the midfield duo, Pirlo, the masterful playmaker, and Rossi, the staunch defender, provided a balanced attack and defense that allowed Italy to fortify their defense while executing incisive offensive maneuvers. With such a foundation, the 2 gifted wingers had the confidence to assault the flanks. Fearless as a newborn calf, the diminutive prodigies wreaked havoc upon the opposing defense, overwhelming them with speed and skill. The relentless breakthroughs were akin to a masterful display in a video game, leaving the opposing defenders in a state of despair, unable to mount any offensive effort themselves. This was a siege. Traditionally, even when Italy dominated play, they did not experience such a scenario. Yet now, with ample space in the attacking third, Italy surged forward, allowing Pirlo to orchestrate the offensive play effortlessly. The forwards merely needed to position themselves in the box and aim for more goals. Prandelli, observing from the sidelines, wore a satisfied smile, pleased with his gamble-esque success. Within a mere 10 minutes, Italy found the back of the net. Pirlo's precise through ball set up veteran Di Natale for a clear chance. Faced with such lackluster opposition, he did not falter, easily securing the lead. Eager to showcase his prowess, El Shaarawy missed a clear chance, but redeemed himself by scoring his first international goal shortly thereafter. By the 30th minute, De Rossi's long-range strike extended the lead to 3-0, with Choba providing the assist. Italy's first-half performance was nothing short of perfect, with the young talents shining brilliantly. As the second half commenced, Prandelli boldly substituted the veteran Di Natale for Giovinco, a technical forward, further enhancing Italy's control of the game with a focus on finesse rather than brute force. The team swiftly transitioned to a ground-based attack. Soon, more goals followed, with Choba netting his inaugural international goal, albeit from a corner that fortuitously fell at his feet. While it may not have been a spectacular strike, it marked a significant milestone. Giovinco later sealed the score at 5-0 in the 83rd minute. After witnessing his teammates' remarkable performances, Chenlong finally awaited his turn to enter the fray. Though the match was nearing its conclusion and the score was comfortably settled, these last 5 minutes held immense personal significance for him. The three newcomers, Choba and El Shaarawy, had already made their mark, leaving Chenlong eager to contribute. He had envisioned numerous scenarios of how he would break through and score, revealing his impatience. The moment arrived. Clad in the blue number 18 jersey, Chenlong embraced the departing El Shaarawy before stepping onto the unfamiliar turf of San Siro. With 7 minutes remaining, he felt ample time to make an impact. Meanwhile, Choba remained on the pitch, indicating Prandelli's intention for him to complete a full match, showcasing his faith and reward in the young talent. Chenlong and Giovinco had yet to partner effectively at Juventus, yet fate orchestrated their first collaboration on the national stage, a realization that stirred mixed emotions within Chenlong. The match resumed, with the opposing team lacking any desire to attack, simply seeking to minimize their embarrassment on Italian soil. Unbeknownst to them, Chenlong was a hungry young tiger, eager to seize the ball and prove himself. Having not played for over a week, he appeared vibrant and vigorous. The opposing players, many being amateurs, were oblivious to the prowess of this young prodigy, mistaking him for just another routine substitute. With Italy already 5 goals ahead, there was no sign of them easing off the attack, especially with so many Juventus teammates eager to assist Chenlong in achieving a flawless debut. Choba, still on the pitch, had only witnessed Chenlong's free-kick prowess recently. He had yet to experience the full extent of Chenlong's on-field brilliance, and was left astounded by the display unfolding before him. Teammates instinctively passed the ball to Chenlong's feet. Pirlo, disregarding the opposing defenders, delivered a precise pass directly to Chenlong. With his back to the opposition, Chenlong controlled the ball, choosing not to distribute it, but rather to deftly cushion it with the outside of his right foot before swiftly propelling it forward. Suddenly accelerating, he created a gap of over a meter between himself and the defensive midfielder. Easily shedding the defender, Chenlong continued his forward surge. Ahead loomed a central defender, while another closely pursued Giovinco. The central defender rushed in, attempting to close in on Chenlong, who faced him head-on. With a series of rapid step-overs, a dazzling display, he left the defender completely off balance, executing a splendid nutmeg as the ball danced away from his right foot to the left. The defender stood frozen, unable to react. Once again, he found himself in front of the goalkeeper. This time, rather than attempting to bypass the keeper, Chenlong quickly adjusted his stance, striking the ball with the instep of his right foot towards the far corner. The ball skimmed along the grass, crashing into the net with precision. It was 6-0. Chenlong had scored within just a minute of entering the game, effortlessly. Xiao Xiaobao watched in awe, pondering the sheer explosiveness of this player, reminiscent of the legendary Ronaldinho. Having spent many years at Barcelona, he had witnessed the artistry of Ronaldinho and later Messi. Thus, Chenlong's brilliant performance brought back memories of those extraordinary talents. Meanwhile, Juventus teammates were unsurprised, accustomed to such feats. As if Italy were trailing after scoring, Chenlong sprinted towards a goal, personally retrieving the ball and heading to the center circle. In contrast, his teammates appeared leisurely, seemingly satisfied with their lead and deliberately wasting time. Observing Chenlong's urgency, Xiao Xiaobao wondered if he intended to score again. Indeed, Chenlong sought another goal, evident in his demeanor, prompting his teammates to engage fervently as the match resumed. This was a battle solely among the Italians. Chiellini finally seized possession of the ball, forcefully sending it to De Rossi. Without hesitation, De Rossi launched the ball with a powerful kick, targeting Chenlong. The ball soared past midfield and over the defenders. A perfect lofted pass. Chenlong, positioned forward, instinctively accelerated as if he had shifted into fifth gear, pulling away from the defender as the ball arrived at his feet. In midair, he skillfully brought the ball down with his left foot, maintaining his speed. The defenders could only watch helplessly as Chenlong faced the goalkeeper once more. The goalkeeper, still reeling from the previous goal, was caught off guard as this young prodigy charged at him again. A solo assault within 3 minutes. Was this even human? The goalkeeper's mind raced with disbelief. How could Italy produce such extraordinary talents? Today, he had already been tormented by 2 of them, and this one was even more formidable. As the goalkeeper hesitated, Chenlong advanced into the small box. The keeper had no choice but to rush out. Falling to the ground in an attempt to intercept the ball, Chenlong altered his shooting technique, yet still opted not to dribble around the goalkeeper. Sensing the keeper's swift descent, he decided in an instant to delicately chip the ball over him. The ball floated gracefully above the keeper's head, slowly drifting into the net. The goalkeeper, a young man like Chenlong, lay on the ground, contemplating the vast chasm between their abilities. He could only watch helplessly as the ball nestled in the net. What? Was he not finished yet? Chenlong retrieved the ball again. The goalkeeper, still on the ground, witnessed Chenlong replicate his earlier goal, plunging him into utter despair. The match had reached the 88th minute, nearing its conclusion, with Italy leading 7-0. However, Chenlong was not ready for the spectacle to end. The fans erupted with enthusiasm. The supporters of Longjean Tianxia had waited over 80 minutes to witness their idol's thrilling display. The live broadcast camera cleverly focused on Chenlong's massive fanbase, capturing the excitement of the beautiful Lancy, while another shot panned to Canales, leaving viewers to ponder the peculiar juxtaposition of these 2 women, perhaps creating a sensational news angle. The match was not yet over, and the eager Chenlong placed the ball at the center line once more. "Brothers, stop him. We cannot allow him to humiliate us again." The other players from Makita were incensed. Having suffered 2 humiliations in 3 minutes, they could not allow a third. They were genuinely furious. Initially expecting to conclude the match with a 5-0 score, they were astonished to find themselves facing a 7-0 scoreline. With the game still in play, how could this young prodigy possibly score again? Almost everyone retreated to the backfield to defend against him. The captain, unable to hold him back, witnessed his teammates attempt to grasp Chenlong, but they could barely lay a finger on him. The referee's whistle blew. Ultimately, Chenlong was intercepted thanks to the captain's flying tackle. Standing triumphantly, the captain thought to himself, "My leadership prevails." His teammates rushed over, celebrating with high fives. What a spectacle! The referee, unable to overlook this, produced a yellow card for the captain. Yet the captain remained unfazed, laughing heartily with his teammates. Around 30 meters from goal, Chenlong was poised to unleash his brilliance once more. They were still managing to smile, prompting sympathy from Chiellini, who stood in the backfield. Initially expecting Pirlo to take the free kick, Xiao Xiaoba was surprised to see Chenlong standing at the penalty spot. Though aware of Chenlong's exceptional free kick ability, he had always thought Pirlo would take charge. With a beaming smile, Chenlong confidently struck the ball, sending it soaring into the net. The despair among the Makita players deepened. 8-0, 3 goals in 5 minutes, all at the hands of this young prodigy. How had he accomplished this? In their desperation, all the Makita players gazed at him, and even Xiao Xiaoba, once a mere admirer, now felt profound respect and admiration for Chenlong. The Italian fans were the happiest, knowing their journey to San Siro was not in vain. This night at San Siro allowed them not only to witness the rise of a new star in Xiao Xiaoba, but also to encounter a superlative talent who achieved the seemingly impossible. Juventus fans were ecstatic, and Chenlong supporters were overjoyed. Chapter 82. Such a phenomenon should only exist in the heavens. A match marked by a clear disparity in strength brought forth unexpected surprises. The referee, unable to bear the continuation of the contest, blew the final whistle as the 90-minute mark approached, bringing the match to an end. After enduring the torment for 90 long minutes, the players of the Malatya team finally found relief, while Italy's resounding victory temporarily lifted them from despair and set them back on the path to triumph. Though their opponents were feeble, the insights gleaned from the match were enough to inspire hope for the future among the Italians. After the final whistle, Chenlong sat down on the ground to catch his breath. It felt as if he had played the entire match and was more fatigued than anyone else. The captain of Malatya, pondering this, approached Chenlong, noticing his haggard expression. Unaware of Chenlong's name, he simply greeted him with a casual hi. "Can I swap jerseys with you?" "Sure," replied Chenlong, still gasping for air. He struggled to rise and remove the azure Italian jersey. Little did he expect that his first time wearing the national colors would lead to a jersey exchange with the team captain. Captain, how shameless of you to find him so quickly. Can you let me have it? Called out a player from behind, the one who had been defending against Chenlong. Dream on. This jersey is going to be a hot seller. I'm keeping it for myself. Why don't you go after someone like Piero? The captain's teammates soon joined him, but upon seeing Chenlong shirtless and the captain clutching the blue jersey, they understood their hopes were dashed and reluctantly greeted the captain before departing. Chenlong was taken aback by the sudden demand for his jersey. While the Malatya players hardly resembled national team athletes, they were chasing after Italy's stars for jerseys and signatures, and astonishingly, even the coaches were wielding pens to request autographs. Standing on the pitch, Chenlong reflected, "My idol, you are incredibly powerful. I played for 90 minutes and still cannot compare to your 5. Just now, the best player of the match was announced as you, and my perfect debut for the national team was overshadowed by you. Idol, why couldn't you be my opponent instead?" This was said by the spirited young player, Joba, who approached Chenlong with a grin. Had Chenlong not appeared, Joba's 1 goal and 2 assists would have surely earned him the title of best player of the match. However, Chenlong's stunning hat trick eclipsed everyone's accomplishments. With his bare torso, Chenlong chatted as he walked off the field, while Prandelli approached with a smile to congratulate the 2 young talents. "Well done, lads. Absolutely perfect. Now go wash up in the locker room. We have a press conference to attend shortly." Upon hearing about the press conference, Chenlong promptly declined. "Coach, I'd rather not. I'm too exhausted. You can take little Joba instead." "Very well, Joba. Hurry up," Prandelli conceded, recognizing Chenlong's unique status. He often appeared in the media, and with so many sensational stories surrounding him, it was best to let him enjoy some peace. Joba, on the other hand, was eager to bask in the spotlight, having finally made a name for himself in the national team. With Chenlong absent from the press conference, Joba saw an opportunity to shine as the second-best player. The journalists, initially disappointed by Chenlong's absence, quickly shifted their focus to Joba, a 16-year-old donning the national team's number 10, who had delivered a remarkable performance. The media frenzy was palpable. Did Prandelli intend for this to happen? Without Chenlong, young Joba swiftly became the center of attention, enjoying the celebrity treatment for the first time in his life. Joba had indeed burst onto the scene, and many teams were now eyeing him. Yet, who could pry him away from the mighty Barcelona? However, outshining him was none other than Chenlong. When journalists asked Prandelli to comment on the best player of the day, he simply stated, "Such a talent should only exist in heaven." He had no further remarks. Delving into the history of the national team, one would find that no player, not just in Italy but anywhere in the world, had ever scored a hat trick in 5 minutes. Of course, Chenlong's hat trick carried a degree of fortune, considering the weakness of the opponents, an amateur national team. If faced with a second-tier European team, such performance would have been unattainable. Nevertheless, even against an amateur team, Chenlong's display was extraordinary. When remarkable performances become commonplace, they lose their extraordinary allure. When asked how he compared himself to Chenlong, Joba responded, "Since the day I met him, he has been my idol. Please do not compare me to him. He is my god." In football, there have been Pele, Maradona, and Zidane. Now there are Messi, Ronaldo, and I believe there is also Chenlong. Oh, how his flattery rang true, his shamelessness surpassing even his skills. Watching Joba praise him from the television in the locker room, Chenlong felt a wave of nausea. Meanwhile, Salawi also performed admirably, expressing gratitude to his senior teammates for their support. In the Italian national team, Juventus and Milan are prominent clubs, and young players from these teams receive much affection from the veterans, a privilege Salawi certainly enjoyed. With the national team match behind them, the league would soon resume. However, Chenlong chose not to return to training. As for him, it mattered little whether he trained or not. He had more important matters to attend to.